Let's dive into a wild story where swinging a dry branch can shatter a massive boulder. Armed with this insane power, he easily makes bullies drop to their knees begging for mercy, while even high-grade monsters get instantly sliced in two by his razor-sharp blade. Turns out he is actually Damian, the literal incarnation of a devil who once brought apocalypse to his own kind. Let's rewind to when hellish undead fully overrun the Empire, leaving all hope on the shoulders of one ultimate hero struggling to hold the line against their relentless onslaught. In the end, he had to sacrifice half his face just to shatter the sealed armor of the Demon King's top general. Underneath that heavy iron helmet is Hassan Damian, and the second he regains his consciousness, overwhelming guilt completely swallows him whole. His own hands slaughtered his beloved family, bringing absolute ruin and turning the entire empire into nothing but ash. Meanwhile, the vile Demon King Dogo is thoroughly enjoying his victory. Without a shred of doubt, he orders his servants to present the imperial crown to him. "Oh, my most loyal Death Knight, you played the absolute biggest role in putting me on this glorious throne, so how should I reward your outstanding devotion?" But he instantly sneers with total contempt. What a foolish question. You are my slave, and serving me is already the greatest reward you could ever ask for. Suddenly, the crown is knocked high into the air, followed by a lightning-fast, lethal sword strike. It happens so incredibly fast that the surrounding monsters can only gasp aloud in sheer shock. Archlich Dogo has no time to react as a massive wave of energy explodes, forcing him to clutch his bleeding chest while screaming in agony. "What are you doing? I had my magical defenses active, so how did he breach them?" Through the rising smoke, the scarred, long-haired Death Knight coldly declares, "At long last, I can finally move my body of my own free will. Through all those years of mind control, my soul silently endured, feeding my burning rage right beneath this empty puppet shell." Dogo stands frozen in disbelief. This guy was faking it the whole time. But the skeleton sorcerer quickly regains his arrogance, laughing. "Well, you really are my absolute greatest masterpiece. For your grand achievement, I will let you vent your anger just this once, until I figure out how to enslave you again." Instantly, the Death Knight swings his blade, unleashing a massive purple blast that tears through space and vaporizes the enemy army in a blink. That sheer, godlike power actually makes Dogo shiver with dread. Panic sets in as he realizes the tables have turned. My top demon generals were wiped out in a single blow. With no other choice, Dogo raises both hands high to unleash his ultimate, forbidden dark magic. From mountain-high piles of rotting corpses, an endless army of white skeletons and glowing, red-eyed zombies rises at their leader's command. Dogo points his finger, commanding his massive, roaring army of undead to charge forward at once. Facing a massive sea of vicious zombies and a giant shadow blocking out the entire sky, the Death Knight unleashes a terrifying wave of bright purple spiritual energy. Pay close attention here. The crushing pressure from his massive power makes the beasts scream in agony, disintegrating their bodies instantly. Watching in complete horror, Dogo suddenly realizes he has accidentally created an unstoppable monster with power rivaling the gods themselves. Realizing he is outmatched, the Lich panics and tries to flee, but it is already far too late. A giant energy slash rips the sky apart, completely swallowing the Dark Demon King whole. As Dogo's skull rolls across the ground, Damian stomps on it, crushing it to pieces with a hollow expression. Revenge is done, but overwhelming guilt still eats him alive. He thinks, "Let me do one last thing. I must apologize, even if it means joining them in death." Terrible memories of being mind-controlled to slaughter his own family flash vividly before his eyes, haunting his very soul. He desperately wants to apologize to them one last time, even if he has to pay with his own life. Without a second thought, Damian plunges his sword right through his chest. But as his consciousness fades into total darkness, a familiar voice suddenly calls his name. "Damian?" He wonders in utter shock. Who is that? A brilliant light suddenly cuts through the dark, and Luis's gentle face appears before him, asking, "Damian, why are you sleeping out here? You and I both know this is too strange. Did his family wait at Hell's Gate?" He looks at her and asks, "Sister, why do you look so young?" Luis giggles and teases. "Oh my, look at you acting sweet. Are you trying to butter me up before Dad scolds you?" Telling him not to worry, she urges him inside before the rain starts. Watching her walk toward the mansion, Damian stands there completely stunned. His eyes shake in pure disbelief, because he vividly remembers destroying this very mansion with his own hands. Staring down at his shaking hands, he wonders if this is a dream, or if his horrific past life as a Death Knight was the actual nightmare. To test his theory, he grabs a dry branch, whispering that he will know the truth soon enough. Standing before a giant boulder, everything feels incredibly real. He channels his energy, swinging the rotten branch like a massive greatsword. The impact leaves him frozen, and as he laughs at the crazy result, "Trust me, you and I are going to love what comes next." Let's dive in right as cracks suddenly spread across the stone, shattering it into 100 pieces in a terrifying explosion. His power as a Death Knight is completely gone. Damian gasps heavily for air, then suddenly bursts out laughing. His laughter echoes across the ruins, but then he collapses, his body trembling next to the broken rubble. Just then, the first drops of rain begin to fall. Damian clutches his chest, groaning in pain as his long-suppressed emotions finally burst out. In the pouring rain, he realizes this is definitely not a dream. Tears stream down his face, but a happy smile spreads across his lips. Because he knows for sure that he has actually traveled back in time, he has been reborn. I have a talent, Damian tells himself as dark memories rush back. Suddenly, his father, Viscount Pao, roars in pure anger. You have lost your mind, starting a tavern brawl and getting kicked out. How much more disgrace will you bring to our family name? That was his cursed talent dragging his own family name through the absolute mud. Just then, Aben rushes in, pale with shock, yelling, Brother, why did you beat the young master of Leon Bloom? Because of you, our sister. Now pay attention. Disaster struck when Lise was forced to marry a brute just to pay for his mistakes. Damian bitterly realized he also had a talent for crushing the future of those he loved most. His mother, Mariuta, collapsed to her knees, weeping in despair as she held his legs, crying, Damian, how could you mortgage our ancestral land for silver? Why? Every single asset of our family has been seized. Standing before his sinful son, Viscount Pao ground his teeth and screamed, Get out! Damian silently walked out of the room, leaving his broken, helpless father behind. As he trudged away in silence, Lys suddenly called out to him from behind. Damian, she stood there, gently handing him a small pouch of coins and saying, Please take this money. You must live a happy life. She was way too kind. If it were me, he would have gotten a beating. Looking at her warm smile, Damian felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even though he had completely ruined her life, she still gave him her very last coins and wished him well. Damian took the pouch with trembling hands and turned away. He fled the mansion, running as fast as he could to escape his family. In the quiet, empty streets, Damian clutched the money, feeling a deep, agonizing pain tearing his soul apart. For the first time in his life, he truly understood what guilt and absolute shame felt like. He ran and cried, consumed by useless regret. Kneeling on the green grass, Damian was still in shock, wondering how he had returned to the past. Deep down, he desperately wanted a chance to apologize to his family, but this reality was still hard to believe. I really wanted to apologize to them, but did I actually travel back in time? You and I can feel his wonder as he looks at the sky. Is this a divine gift, a chance for redemption? There are plenty of people out there who mess up and never get a second chance. Damian raises his hands, feeling his current body tremble. He quickly realizes that right now, even a basic move is way too much for him. He thinks back to Shatter Wave, a technique that multiplies physical impact which he used to master flawlessly. Memories of his devastating power as a Death Knight flash back, when one single strike could crush the earth and send enemies flying. He remembered stealing this ultimate skill after defeating a powerful knight who held the legendary title of Wallbreaker. Right as he is completely lost in memories of those bloody battles, a sudden, panicked shout cuts straight through his thoughts. Oh my God, young master. Damian turns around to see a young boy running toward him as fast as his legs can carry him. Staring at the boy, Damian tries hard to search his own memories. Victor stops, completely out of breath, and asks anxiously, Young master, why are you still here? Lady Lys told you to return, so why haven't you left? He panics, warning that the master is furious. Seeing Damian look so completely unfazed, the boy is asked in return, What did I do? That casual question leaves Victor frozen in disbelief, sweating buckets because he cannot believe his master is acting like he did absolutely nothing. You worthless brat! Viscount Pao's furious roar echoes loudly throughout the entire Hassen mansion. He swings his sword violently at his son, forcing a shocked Damian to barely dodge the lethal strike. The heavy blade slams hard into the floor, leaving deep, terrifying cracks behind. Mariuta and Lys use all their strength to hold back the completely out-of-control man. Honey, please calm down. Father, please stop. Pao grinds his teeth, screaming in an absolute rage. You have really lost it. After starting a tavern brawl and getting kicked out, how much more shame do you want to bring our family? Facing that familiar fury, Damian suddenly realizes he has returned to this exact moment. While his father screams about crushing his sinful son's head and Lys desperately begs him to keep his sanity, Damian simply stands there and watches silently. How long since he heard these insults? Trust me, everything is about to change. Looking at his worried mother and sister, his chest tightens with emotion. Honestly, you and I can completely feel how much he truly missed this warm family vibe. Damian's silence and the tears streaming down his face leave Paul stunned. Is he actually crying? Louise quickly steps in to ease the tension. Yeah, because father went way too harsh on him. But she is wrong. I think he is actually crying from pure happiness. Paul sheathes his sword but remains furious. Clearing his throat harshly, he snarls. Humph, do you still have excuses? Speak up if you have a mouth left. Instead of talking back like he always does, Damian simply bows his head and replies quietly, "I have nothing to say." That calm answer completely freezes Paul in shock. What? Nothing to say? He cannot believe his son, who always had a million excuses, is now quietly accepting the blame. Damian speaks up with absolute sincerity. "I admit my mistakes, but hearing you say that still breaks my heart. I tarnished the honor of the Hassen family with my foolish mistakes. It is entirely my fault, and I have no excuses left." Paul merely snorts, believing his son is just sweet-talking his way out of receiving his punishment. But then Damian suddenly looks up and firmly declares, "I will redeem myself and fix everything I have ruined." Paul can only gasp in pure shock as his son decisively turns around and walks away. Before stepping out, Damian leaves them with a solid promise. "After this, I will return to face my rightful punishment." With a confident smile, he walks into the sunlight, leaving his stunned family staring at his back. Stick with me, because his transformation is about to get even crazier. The spoiled playboy they once knew is officially gone. Meanwhile, Damian and Victor arrive in Landwork, a bustling commercial city packed with tightly grouped buildings. Standing before a heavily guarded mansion, a trembling Victor whispers the news. "Young master, we have arrived." The anxious boy asks once more, "Are you sure you want to go inside? Rumor says they have powerful backers, so I fear things will end badly." Noticing his servant's pale face, Damian casually replies, "If you are scared, you can go back first." Victor panics and objects, secretly wishing they would both just run away, but he cannot bring himself to abandon his master and flee alone. Damian smiles to reassure him, "Don't worry, I'm just going to sincerely apologize. What could go wrong? I will fix my mistakes." Watching Damian walk forward, let's stop and think about his resolve. He might not know why he was sent back, but since the gods gave him a second chance, he absolutely will not let his talent for ruining his own future hurt his family ever again. Stepping into the courtyard, Damian is blocked by two burly thugs. One wearing a red scarf swings a sharp knife, while the other crosses his arms defiantly. "Hey, noble brat, why are you back here?" They growl, warning him that they already told him never to show his face here again. Damian quietly observes them, finding their faces familiar, but too much time has passed to remember who they are. He calmly speaks up, "I am here to apologize to your boss for what happened last time." His words make the two thugs freeze in disbelief before bursting into mocking laughter. An apology? Out of nowhere? That is hilarious. The knife-wielding thug mockingly says he will pass on the word to their boss. He thinks this young master is smarter than expected, even if he is still acting like a high and mighty noble. But then, trashy words start spilling out of his mouth. "Hey, I heard his older sister is a rare beauty." "Oh, really? Is there still some good merchandise left in that house?" The leader sneers, grabbing Damian's face with his rough hand while laughing wickedly. "Hey, young master, suddenly I feel like accepting your apology." The red-scarfed thug continues with a disgusting proposal. "If you introduce your beautiful sister to me, I will let you off." His sidekick laughs along, thoroughly enjoying the joke. Damian remains completely calm, letting out a deep sigh of utter disappointment. Well, that is going to be a problem. Before the thug can even blink, Damian snatches the knife right out of his hand. He thinks to himself, "I thought I could just apologize and leave, but it seems I overestimated my own patience." The thug screams in a rage, "You crazy bastard, what the hell are you muttering about?" Before he can finish, Damian slashes with absolute brutality, heavily wounding the other lackey and sending him crashing to the ground. He does not stop there. Damian strikes again, forcing the red-scarfed punk to suffer the exact same fate. Agonizing screams echo through the courtyard as both thugs are left completely broken. Standing amidst the bloody mess, Damian looks down with ice-cold eyes. "You wanted to see? Then let me show you clearly." A terrifying, bone-chilling dark aura erupts from his body, manifesting as a massive demonic shadow looming right behind him, his eyes glowing with pure rage. Damian roars, "I will show you what the notorious rogue son of the Hassen Viscountcy is really like." Witnessing this terrifying scene from behind a wall, Victor goes pale with absolute fear. Trembling through his tears, he stammers, "Young master, I thought you came here to make amends." The kid can only scream in despair as he watches his master's brutal idea of an apology. "Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next." Alright, you and I are starting this story with a blood-curdling scream that brings a massive crowd gathering outside. While the whispering crowd suspects a brutal brawl, Victor hides behind a wall, worrying himself half to death over his young master's safety. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, a long-haired gang leader holding a massive sword roars in absolute fury. "You bastard! Do you have any idea who we are?" Facing that threat, Damian casually shrugs and replies, "I do not care who you are. Do whatever you want." Infuriated, the leader pulls back his sleeve to reveal a snake tattoo wrapped around his arm, growling that nobody messes with the Black Snake Gang, and lives to tell about it. Seeing that symbol, Damian smirks as a wave of old memories suddenly floods back into his mind. It turns out the Black Snake is a rising syndicate in landwork, notorious for targeting local taverns to start trouble. Damian remembers his past life as a spoiled playboy, when he complained about overpriced food and got beaten half to death by these exact thugs right in the middle of a tavern. Back then, he could only fall to his knees, weeping and begging for mercy while the crowd laughed at his misery. The brutal beating and absolute humiliation of that day remained burned deep into his memory ever since. A painful lesson is never forgotten, and he will never let this debt go. Meanwhile, the leader recovers, swings his sword, and charges. "I will not hold back just because you are a noble. Get ready." He roars, putting all his strength into a deadly slash. But utilizing the godlike reflexes of a death knight, Damian effortlessly dodges the razor-sharp blade by a single hair. Watch closely, here he closes the gap instantly and unleashes a devastating leg sweep. The leader gets swept off his feet, face-planting brutally onto the dirt, groaning in agony while coughing up blood. Damian coldly walks over, grabs him by the hair, and growls, "Honestly, killing you all here would be too merciful." His eyes burn with pure, dark bloodlust, but he forces himself to hold back for the sake of his family name. Ignoring the pathetic begging, Damian strikes a final, brutal blow that leaves the ground stained with blood. Looking down at the two groaning lackeys at his feet, Damian stands in absolute silence until a long-haired man wrapped in a fur cloak suddenly arrives on the scene, shouting in shock, "Hey you bastard, who are you?" Damian sighs deeply as another pack of thugs surrounds him. "Seriously, more of you guys?" The leader wonders if this kid belongs to a rival syndicate, demanding, "Which faction do you represent?" With a wave of his hand, he orders his men to grab him, and 3 armed thugs immediately charge forward. "I know what you are thinking. They just made a fatal mistake." Damian focuses, then strikes with absolute, terrifying speed. His lightning-fast strikes tear through the air, leaving the thugs zero time to react before crashing down in agony. Staring at this overwhelming power, the leader completely freezes in pure terror. Meanwhile, Damian sighs, frustrated at his weak, unconditioned body, thinking, "Damn, am I really out of breath after just that?" Looking down at the severely wounded thugs, screaming in pain, he coldly asks, "Do you want to keep going?" Having lost all his arrogance, the terrified leader desperately begs for his life. "No, please. I am so sorry, if you just spare us." But Damian only responds with a cold, dismissive snort and suddenly lunges forward. A devastating punch connects, sending the leader screaming in absolute agony. Following the brutal clash, the tavern erupts into a noisy, chaotic frenzy as panic finally sets in. Slumped right in the middle of the dining crowd, the defeated leader of the Black Snake Gang sits with a severely bruised, swollen face. The raw brutality of House Hassan's young master plunges the entire tavern into madness, leaving terrified patrons and servants screaming for their lives. They desperately flee from the scene in panic. Standing directly in the center of the wreckage, Damian casually wipes a splash of blood from his face, his cold eyes completely devoid of emotion as his final obstacles flee. He slowly walks deeper into the heart of the tavern, where an eerie, heavy silence now begins to settle. Right then, a bald old man sporting a long mustache and wearing a luxurious red cloak appears on the second-floor balcony. He furiously screams, "What is all this noise? Where are my guards?" Spotting the true leader, Damian calmly looks up, saying, "Ah, you must own this place. If you are talking about those guys outside, I already took care of them." That casual response leaves the tavern owner, Anderson, completely frozen as he realizes this single youth just wiped out his entire Black Snake Gang alone. He growls in fury. "Who do you think you are to cause such a disaster in my establishment?" He coldly introduces himself as Damian Hassen, a name that makes Anderson frown in suspicion. "Hassen, as in the Viscount's family?" "Yes, it is definitely that noble household. There is no mistaking it." Damian confirms his identity, declaring that he did not come here to cause trouble, but merely to receive a sincere apology. Facing the confused owner, he reminds him of the old debt, because your guards once beat him for complaining about high prices. "Trust me, karma is a beast." "All right, you and I are about to witness how a single setup ruined this young noble's life completely, turning him into a drunkard." Damian's eyes turn sharp and dark as he remembers the endless humiliation his family had to endure during those bitter days. Because of that, his family lost absolutely everything. But Anderson just sneers, completely unimpressed by the young noble's tragedy. The old man mockingly snorts, claiming he is far too old to understand this thing called honor. The tavern owner huffs, spitting out a bitter insult, claiming that the disgraced Hassen family has no honor left to lose in the first place. His smug grin only tightens the heavy tension in the air as he calls Damian a foolish noble, openly daring him to act. "Do you honestly think I will apologize just because of your empty threats? Stop these cheap games and pay for the mess you made." Seeing how stubborn the tavern owner is, Damian lets out a cold, dangerous smirk. "I get it, I would have forgiven you if you apologized, but since you want to play dirty, so be it." Instantly, he leaps toward the balcony with blinding speed, leaving Anderson completely defenseless. Damian swings his blade head-on, roaring in pure fury. Now pay attention here, because just as Damian's blade is about to strike home, a mysterious figure suddenly drops out of nowhere to block his deadly path. A massive clash echoes through the room, unleashing a burst of blue energy that leaves Damian absolutely stunned. This presence is, he quickly flips backward to gain some distance, keeping his sharp gaze locked onto the masked intruder. Anderson lets out a heavy sigh of relief, gloating as he calls out, "Oh, Lord Test, your timing is absolutely perfect." Cloaked in a heavy black robe, Test coldly remarks that a guy like Damian does not belong in such a cheap, pathetic tavern. Standing in the hall, Damian narrows his eyes, assessing the warrior who is radiating an intense, crushing pressure from above. He asks in a low voice, "Why would a knight be in a dump like this?" Hidden beneath that hood, a man with glowing red eyes stares down coldly at the young master of the Hassen family. In this fantasy world, true knights are elite warriors who dedicate their entire lives to mastering the sword. They are strictly ranked based on their skill, starting from fresh rookies, moving up to apprentice status, and finally, official knights. These official knights are absolute monsters who can channel aura to split mountains in half with a single strike or slice through solid stone walls as easily as wet paper. They are basically walking weapons of mass destruction. Watching this unfold, the tavern owner Anderson bursts into a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's right, Test is an apprentice knight, basically the boss of the Black X. You are as good as dead, kid." Facing this threat, Damian just calmly analyzes him. "So he's an apprentice?" That explains the massive aura we've both been feeling from this guy. Meanwhile, Test is also shocked as he glares at the young noble. He wonders how the kid could possibly sense his energy when he isn't even releasing any aura. Damian rubs his chin, deep in thought, finally understanding why someone with this level of power would waste his time working in a trashy tavern like this. He mockingly realizes that the guy was probably kicked out of the Knight Academy because he simply wasn't good enough to graduate. Seeing his bodyguard ready to fight, Anderson eagerly rubs his hands and asks, "How much will it cost to eliminate this brat?" Test grits his teeth in pure rage, waving the old man off. "We will discuss payment after he is dead." The intense humiliation makes him lose his mind, with Damian's stinging mockery about his failed apprentice status echoing over and over in his head. He stomps hard, leaping straight down from the balcony with a furious roar, screaming, "I am going to rip your mouth off." Well, the truth hurts, but he definitely didn't want to hear it. A massive sword strike fueled by blue aura tears through the air, heading straight for Damian. He calmly watches the blade rush toward him, quietly grating his opponent. For an apprentice, he's actually pretty decent. The heavy impact shatters the wooden floor, sending powerful shockwaves ripping through the entire room. Damian swiftly sidesteps, easily dodging the relentless flurry of strikes. He notes that while the enemy's movements are wild and erratic, every single slash is incredibly sharp and precise. Test lunges with his glowing blue blade, but Damian easily slides away. Even so, he realizes his current untrained body is already reaching its physical limit. "I am almost at my limit. I cannot push this weak body any further. I need to focus on building up my stamina first." Test roars in sheer frustration. "You bastard, let's see you dodge this one." He channels every ounce of his aura into his next strike, forcing Damian to raise his guard. With a massive leap, Test unleashes a secret airborne slash, sending a giant wave of energy down to swallow Damian whole. Facing death, our hero mutters, "Well, we can't let him show off alone, can we?" Time to unleash a worthy counter technique of his own. In this split second, memories of a distant past flash through his mind, a vision of a legendary, cold-blooded killer. The true master of the Calamity Sword, known as the Shadow Assassin. "Alright, you and I are diving into a wild story about a badass Death Knight." Our villain sneers, declaring that killing all humans would ruin his fun, while standing over a bloodbath and threatening an armored knight blocking his path. "So shut your mouth and get the hell out of here. If you want to live, that is." Seeing his target stand firm, he smirks. "So you still do not get it. Looks like I have to kill another fool today. You want to die? Fine, let me show you my secret technique." He explains that the human body is mostly water, and once you master this art, manipulating that reality is absolute child's play. Deep blue energy erupts around him, unleashing a crushing pressure. He triggers his deadly strike, slicing clean through the massive entity right in front of him in a split second. He calmly boasts that he could cut a man in half even with a simple wooden sword. Looking down at his fallen foe, he mocks him, saying he should have run while he had the chance. Suddenly, a blood-red shroud surges out of nowhere, surrounding Damian and leaving him completely stunned as he gasps in surprise. Amidst the violent shockwave, the dark figure shrieks in agony, "I cut you in half. How is this even possible?" The enemy cannot believe his eyes as he witnesses his opponent's absurd, logic-defying resilience. A crimson glare of pure bloodlust shines behind the mask, delivering a chilling question. "Do not tell me you are some kind of immortal. Now watch closely." A brilliant blue aura explodes around the mysterious knight as he gears up to unleash his ultimate, devastating blow. Moving like lightning, he tears through space, leaving his opponent only enough time to gasp in shock before getting swallowed whole by the razor-sharp slash. Ted, the arrogant apprentice knight who was bragging just moments ago now, collapses, spitting blood in absolute shock. He wheezes with his dying breath. "How on earth did you use my secret technique?" Absolute terror grips his twisted face right before his eyes roll back, and he completely blackouts. Ted falls flat on the floor, lifeless in a pool of blood as Damian watches. Staring at his defeated enemy, Damian calmly thinks to himself that his foes never realize what actually killed them. He recalls that after he became a legendary Death Knight, he gained the ultimate ability to absorb his enemy's skills and raw power, making them entirely his own. Damian silently stares at the blade in his hand, feeling the fresh power coursing through his veins. Taking their power is fine, but if I take their cash too, is that stealing? Honestly, we would do the exact same thing. Watching this terrifying scene from his balcony, the tavern owner, Anderson, is scared out of his mind, letting out a horrified gasp. His entire body trembles as sweat pours down, finally realizing he just offended a literal monster. All his arrogance vanishes. He rushes downstairs, throwing himself at Damian's feet, begging for mercy. "Please forgive me for mocking you, great lord." Desperate to save his skin, he offers a chest overflowing with gold and treasures as compensation, pleading for his life. "Is this enough to pay for my foolish mistakes, my lord?" Damian looks at the gold, thinking he only wanted a simple apology. But taking this hefty payout is not a bad deal at all. He coldly announces it is barely enough, but he will accept it, letting Anderson sigh in relief like he just escaped death. Sheathing his sword, Damian turns toward the doorway and calls out, "What are you doing? Get out here and clean this up." Victor, his young servant boy, peeks his head out and stammers, "Yes, young master." As Victor gathers the gold, his mind is completely blown. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe his lazy, playboy master could wield such terrifying swordsmanship. On top of that, he is even bringing gold home to his mother. Heh. Anderson bows low, respectfully seeing them off. "Have a safe journey, my lord." Victor carries the heavy bag of gold on his shoulder, squealing with excitement. "I have never seen so much money in my life." But the second Damian turns his back, Anderson shows his true, scheming face. He grinds his teeth in sheer rage. "I will get that money back from you bastards. I am talking to the leader of the Black Snake Gang." Suddenly, Damian stops, spins around, and strikes like lightning, making the old man scream. Crack. Damian coldly says that the gold almost made him forget his punishment, delivering a brutal blow that leaves the owner crying out in agony. "My ear." Damian pins him down, his eyes razor sharp as he growls a warning for the Black Snake Gang. "Touch a single hair of my family, and you are dead." Ignoring the pathetic threats behind them, Damian and Victor walk away as the brilliant evening sunset paints the entire city in gold. Watching his shadow stretch across the road, Damian quietly reflects, "I know very well that this cannot erase my past sins, but in this new life, I will protect my family. Trust me, you and I are going to love his redemption arc." "Keep it up, young man," Damian calls out, "let us go home." Victor, the servant boy, eagerly replies, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, inside the grand, white estate of the Leon territory, Bromwyn stands right beside his brother, muttering a highly suspicious plan. "Hey bro, have you ever heard this saying, 'Love always leaves pain behind'? Stick with me." His brother looks at Wynn's weird expression, totally confused. "What are you babbling about? With that dead serious face, where are you going to fight?" Wynn smirks, a sinister and mysterious smile spreading across his face as he replies, "No way, I'm just going out to find love." Meanwhile, Damian strolls through the Hassen mansion hallway, stretching refreshingly. "It has been a long time since I got to sleep this good." But behind him, Victor Lektake follows with massive dark circles from zero sleep. He mutters to himself in pure envy, "I'm so jealous. I was so stressed about yesterday that I couldn't sleep at all." His mind is still haunted by yesterday's brutal scene, where those thugs were beaten down until they couldn't even stand anymore. Seeing his servant so stressed out, Damian casually asks him, "Isn't everything fine now?" He thinks to himself that although he went a bit overboard, his family made a massive profit from it. Even better, the rumor about the Hound family's eldest son crushing those punks will quickly spread everywhere, so nobody will look down on their honor anymore. Now pay attention here, because this is where power changes everything, making his family proud. Damian smiles confidently, knowing that from now on, the townspeople's view of the Viscount's useless son will definitely change. Victor stares at his master's back, realizing the young master has undergone a massive change in attitude. Still, he cannot hide his anxiety. "It all sounds great, but what worries me is the Dark Guild. You did not just beat up their men, you also touched the apprentice knight they hired." But Damian calmly reassures him, saying that no matter how bold they are, they would never dare touch a noble. "And if they do, I will stop them." Do not worry. Hearing this, Victor's eyes shine with absolute admiration for his master's crazy swordsmanship. He curiously asks, "By the way, young master, when did you learn swordsmanship?" Damian breaks a sweat, laughing awkwardly to dodge the question. "Oh, that? I just practice randomly in my spare time." Suddenly, a furious roar echoes through the entire hallway. Viscount Paul charges in like a whirlwind, with a face radiating pure, deadly rage. He grits his teeth, roaring, "You little brat, where were you all day yesterday?" Paul grabs his son's shoulders in a massive fury. "Don't tell me you went out and caused trouble again." Despite his father's fury and his mother's worried looks behind them, Damian remains shockingly calm. He gently removes his father's hands and says, "Do not worry, father, as I said. I have already handled everything I did. Now, I know what you are thinking." Watch his father's face when Damian orders, "Victor, show him." Right away, Victor opens the luggage, revealing massive stacks of shiny gold coins and highly valuable land deeds. Seeing this unbelievable sight, both Paul and Mariota freeze in complete shock. They gasp together, "Oh my God, money!" Mariota actually faints on the spot from the shock while Paul just stutters speechlessly. Damian calmly makes up a perfect excuse. "I went to that tavern where I got kicked out to clear the misunderstanding, and realized they miscalculated. With this money, we can pay off all the overdue salaries." He claims the owner gave this cash as a sincere apology. To make his father believe it, Damian turns and adds, "If you do not believe me, ask Victor. He was with me." Hearing his name, Victor jumps in absolute panic. Damian winks, asking, "Victor, I am telling the truth, right?" Under his master's pressure, the poor kid sweats and stutters his agreement. "That is correct." Finally, Viscount Paul believes him and nods. Meanwhile, Mariota is absolutely overjoyed. She hugs her son, crying tears of joy. "It is true. Dear, I am so proud of our Damian." Seeing his mother's happy smile, Damian feels relieved. Meanwhile, Victor just watches his master with a very awkward look. He is not used to lying like this. Watching this flawless act, Victor thinks, "You have become a master liar, haven't you?" Right after, Damian leaves the mansion, heading deep into the forest to begin his training. He sprints through the trees, his heavy panting echoing sharply through the quiet forest. After just a short distance, Damian has to stop, leaning against a tree to gasp for air. He bitterly realizes how pathetic his current body is. He barely ran at all, and he is already completely out of breath. This body is just too slow and weak. I have so much to do, but I cannot accomplish anything like this. But suddenly, a smug smile appears on his face. Thankfully, he managed to get his hands on this. Damian pulls out a small potion bottle from his pocket, glowing with a bright pink light. This is a rare potion created by the Alchemy Academy, designed to boost his physical strength and energy in a magical way. He remembers that the Alchemy Academy is a prestigious group of experts famous for crafting legendary potions. Their potions sell for insane prices, equal to the rarest top-tier gems. Damian feels incredibly lucky to hold this treasure, and trust me, you and I are about to see him break every limit next. Alright, you and I are diving in without a second of hesitation. Our main character downs the entire elixir deep in the woods. Gulping down that precious energy, he lets out a deep, satisfied sigh. Talk about an instant boost, it is like chugging a giant energy drink to wake yourself up. A vibrant purple aura completely wraps around Damian's body. He gasps, feeling a massive wave of raw power surging through his veins. This stuff is crazy strong. If he wants to grow powerful fast, he has to rebuild his physical foundation first and train like crazy to reclaim his past life peak strength. But in Damian's mind, the haunting memory of the Archdemon Dago still looms over him like a dark shadow on that distant peak. In just a few short years, that immortal monster will unleash hell on Earth, bringing total chaos and destruction to the entire world. Damian grits his teeth in anger, silently swearing he will gain the power to slaughter that monster before his time runs out. His eyes burn with absolute determination as he gazes down at his family's mansion, knowing deep down that only by killing Dago can he truly safeguard the lives and happiness of the people he loves. Standing on the windy cliff, Damian takes a deep breath and dashes off at blinding speed, leaving behind a chilling promise this time, "I will definitely kill you." Now pay attention here. Deep inside the Black Snake Gang's hideout in Manhwa, a suffocating tension hangs heavily under the pale moonlight. Their bloated leader casually stuffs his face with meat, looking down at Tet lying completely broken and motionless on the cold floor. He is useless now. To him, having their top mercenary utterly thrashed is an embarrassing disgrace that his syndicate simply cannot tolerate. The nervous grunts look at their gravely injured comrade, hesitantly asking the boss if they should call a doctor to save him. But Sidric, the ruthless leader of the Black Snakes, merely tosses his gnawed bone to the ground and delivers a freezing order. "No, throw him out." Even as his subordinates stutter in absolute fear, the heartless boss insists on discarding the defeated fighter right away, firmly believing the trash has no value left to offer them. Walking away, Sidric sneers that as long as he has deep pockets, he can easily buy someone far stronger to replace him. But just as he is basking in his own arrogance, Sidric freezes. A cold shiver runs down his spine, and he whips around in pure terror. He is shocked to see Tet slowly struggling to his feet. Suddenly, he changes his mind, offering to heal and keep the defeated knight. But Tet draws his sword, lunging forward with nothing but pure rage and screaming, "Die, you absolute piece of scum." A brilliant green burst of spiritual energy explodes from his blade, aimed directly at the fat leader's throat. But the strike is violently stopped in midair. Out of nowhere, dark purple energy tentacles erupt and brutally impale Tet, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock. What is this? A mysterious hooded figure slowly steps out from the pitch-black shadows. Now, I know what you are thinking. This guy is bad news, right? Money can buy anything, but he just went and hired a literal demon. Sidric smugly commands the demon to strike so he can test his power, while Tet screams in absolute agony, begging to be released immediately. The dark, cloaked stranger begins chanting eerie, forbidden spells in a strange, ancient tongue. Instantly, shadowy beasts with razor-sharp fangs and glowing red eyes manifest from the void, tearing mercilessly into Tet. He screams in absolute terror as those nightmarish monsters begin devouring his flesh, leaving the surrounding gang members completely paralyzed with fear. Shaking violently, Tet begs with his very last breath for mercy. But a massive, toothy maw suddenly opens wide, completely swallowing the helpless apprentice knight into the pitch-black abyss. His horrific screams echo all across the hideout before abruptly cutting short, leaving behind a ruined room and a single, empty boot. Watching this gruesome end, Sidric pinches his nose in total disgust, while the cloaked figure coldly asks if he is satisfied with the results. Sidric nods, but tells his creepy new ally to make sure the next job is a little less messy. Talk about ungrateful. Meanwhile, Damian is pushing his limits, drenched in sweat and gasping for air from his intense workout. He strains under the massive weight of heavy sandbags, muscles screaming. Dropping the load, he smiles with quiet satisfaction. The elixir is definitely working. His endurance has already skyrocketed in just a few days of training. He grabs his water bottle, but his mind is already racing about the dark days ahead. It has been a few days of complete peace, but Damian refuses to let his guard down. He is absolutely certain the black snakes will come looking for him eventually. Suddenly, a sharp rustle in the bushes puts him on high alert. Recognizing the threat, he whispers to himself, "Just as I thought." Without a second thought, Damian charges forward like a wild hurricane, roaring at his target. Cursing those black snake bastards, he tackles the intruder, slamming them into the dirt as they shriek in pain. But as he looks down at the intruder, his eyes widen in pure shock. He gasps. Aben, his younger brother, gasping for air under his tight grip, can barely choke out a word. Damian instantly releases his grip, sending Aben crashing to the grass, clutching his bruised throat and gasping for air. Slowly sitting up, Aben smirks, "You have gotten insanely strong while I was gone. And trust me, things are about to get even crazier. I thought you were going to break my neck." Damian froze, but stick with me as he guiltily offers a hand. "I did not mean to, I am sorry." But Aben coldly brushes his concern aside and stands right back up. "I did not come here to hear you apologize." He stared directly into his older brother's eyes, filled with deep suspicion. "Father told me the tavern owner apologized to you, but I heard a massive brawl broke out there with many people injured." Aben gently adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze cutting deep as if trying to pierce through the truth Damian was hiding. Aben glared right at Damian, highly skeptical. "There is no way you did that. Are you still planning to lie to your family?" Faced with his brother's suspicion, Damian merely offered a casual smile. "No, it is true. I really did all that." That confident answer made Aben jump in utter shock. "You do not even know how to fight. Did you hire thugs?" Hearing Damian insist he handled it all himself, the younger brother yelled in frustration, "Stop lying to me. You can fool others, but you can never fool me." Aben pointed directly at his brother's face, sharply warning him not to ruin the family name while reminding him of the endless messes they had to clean up for him. Despite his brother's rage, Damian suddenly reached out and patted his head. "Aben," he gently continued, "you have always been so meticulous, and you only want the absolute best for our family." Flustered, Aben tried to push his hand away, snapping, "Get off, what are you doing? Also, why is your hand so hard?" Damian just laughed at his little brother's reaction. "Haha, do not worry, there will be no more trouble from now on. Now, pay attention here, this peaceful moment is about to be completely ruined by Victor's panicked shouting. Young masters, there is bad news, terrible news." Both brothers stood stunned, watching the servant run toward them in sheer panic. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Damian quickly marched down the hallway and flung open the drawing room door. Inside, Viscount Pao and Lady Mariota were hosting a mysterious stranger. Seeing his son enter, Pao called out anxiously, "Damian, my boy." The guest across from him, Win Leon Blom, casually set down his teacup and looked up. "Oh, you are finally here?" With a scheming smile, he continued. "I was just telling the Viscount about what happened at the banquet. Sorry for dropping in unannounced. I had no choice since my father already found out about the incident." Staring at that smug face, Damian knew he was completely doomed. He could not fully recall the details, but he had definitely crossed this guy in the past. With his troubles piling up, he had no idea how many people he had actually managed to offend. Win smirked wickedly, asking a question we both know is a massive trap. "You remember everything that happened, right?" Memories of the last banquet flooded back, showing a drunk Damian shouting insults that left Win standing there in absolute shock. "What did you say?" Even though Damian apologized at the time, insisting he did not mean it, the whispering crowd around them proved that this situation was going to be far from simple. The memories of that banquet came rushing back vividly, with Damian shouting in anger, "You did not just insult me, you insulted my sister's honor as well. How is that an accident?" In the face of that rage, Win just laughed it off, saying, "You are a bit drunk. I never said anything." Leaning close to Damian's ear, he whispered a venomous provocation. "So what? What if I actually did say those things? You idiot." Damian froze, his eyes burning with rage as he realized he had fallen right into his enemy's trap. Unable to contain the sheer humiliation, Damian threw a devastating punch that sent Win crashing to the floor. Yet even as he was struck, the Leon Blum bastard smirked as if everything was playing out exactly as planned. Back in the present, Damian stared at the man sitting smugly in the drawing room, highly suspicious of how an aspiring knight could be beaten so easily by him. Whatever his true motive is, it is clear to everyone in the room that this guy is absolute trash. Win took a slow sip of tea, then suddenly remarked, "So, what should we do now? It is a bit embarrassing, but I have always admired Lady Louise." Those words left Viscount Pau stunned, stammering to ask what he meant. Without hesitation, Win bowed and made a shocking proposal. "Please grant your approval for a marriage between Louise and me." The entire Hassan family froze in absolute disbelief at such an insulting and shameless request. Damian gritted his teeth, instantly realizing the horrific tragedy of his past life was repeating. Win was once again shamelessly exploiting their desperate family struggles, pressing them with a highly deceptive tone. "If we do this, it will just be a minor family matter. We can easily pretend nothing ever happened." But Viscount Pau firmly refused him. "We cannot do that, because Louise already has a fiancé." Win's face instantly darkened, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "And what about the immense humiliation I suffered? Can the entire Hassan family truly handle the absolute wrath of my powerful noble house?" He stared right at them, delivering a brutal and cold ultimatum. "Choose. Either pay the price for insulting me, or marry Louise to me. Honestly, you and I both know that marrying this absolute scumbag would completely ruin her life. Let's dive into this madness." Viscount Pau is sweating bullets, torn between facing the powerful Leon Blum family or saving his daughter from a notoriously lecherous bastard. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, heavy footsteps echo and Louise suddenly appears. She coldly declares, "Fine, I accept." Her words leave the entire family in absolute shock as Viscount Pau cries out in despair, "Louise, what do you mean?" Aben also loses his cool completely, desperately begging his sister to reconsider and screaming about why she has to sacrifice herself to cover up for Damian's massive mistake. Damian stands frozen with dark, hollow eyes, barely able to choke out a single word of regret. "Sister." But Louise just offers a gentle smile, insisting she will go with Win and telling everyone not to worry. Seeing that forgiving smile, Damian bitterly realizes that his own stupid mistakes are forcing his sister to throw her entire life away yet again. Watching everything unfold exactly as he wanted, Win lets out a sinister smirk. That's more like it. He rises triumphantly, throwing out a final mock. "Lady Louise, you made the wise choice here. I will send a formal marriage proposal soon, and we can discuss the details later." He smugly turns to leave, but Damian suddenly steps up to block his path, forcing Win to a halt. He just sneers mockingly. "Damian, do you have something to say? Or should I start calling you my new brother-in-law instead?" As he speaks, he taps Damian's chest with pure contempt. Pay attention here. Damian's rage completely erupts as he remembers how this pathetic bastard ruined his sister's life once already, and is now trying to do it again. He mutters something, prompting a worried Louise to call out his name. Meanwhile, Win just continues to mock him, sneering. "What was that? I can't hear a word you're saying." Instantly, Damian unleashes a thunderous punch straight to the Leon Blum heir's face, sending Win flying backward as a spray of fresh blood bursts from his mouth. Damian knows he shouldn't fall for this cheap trap, but for his sister and his family, he simply can't hold back anymore. Looking down at his pathetic, fallen enemy, he grinds his teeth and roars, "No way in hell you won't touch her." Damian stands tall, his fists tightly clenched with pure determination. He refuses to let history repeat. What was the point of being reborn? To exterminate toxic pests like this? Obviously. Let's beat him down. Damian desperately sprints along the mansion hallway the moment a servant reports that Luis and Wynn's carriage has just arrived. He excitedly tells himself it has been too long since his sister visited, his heart overflowing with joy. Sister, I missed you so much. But as soon as he cracks the door open to look inside, the warm smile vanishes from his face, instantly replaced by sheer, paralyzed horror at the shocking scene unfolding. Inside the room, Wynn is maniacally grabbing Luis by the hair, dragging her down as she screams in agony. He growls insults, calling her nothing but cheap goods sold off by a family of pests, then violently tosses her onto the floor. Looming over his trembling, weeping wife, Wynn flashes a truly repulsive, sadistic smile. My dear Luis, I'm going to teach you some proper manners, so you never dare say that to me again. Watching this brutal scene through the crack in the door, Damian grinds his teeth, his fists trembling from sheer, unadulterated rage. His heart shatters as he realizes his past life's mistakes caused this. You and I both know the crushing weight of that guilt. It's all my fault. Because of me she was married off. His eyes burn with an intense, murderous hatred as he glares at the abuser. Wynn Leon Blom, this time you're dead meat, you piece of trash. Boiling with raw fury, Damian roars. You absolute bastard, I will never forgive you. He marches forward, raising a powerful fist as he declares, your luck just ran out, you piece of trash. A thunderous, direct punch sends Wynn flying across the room, knocking him out cold as Luis and Aben watch in absolute disbelief. Hearing the loud crash, Viscount Pao panics and storms into the room alongside his guards, shouting, What is that noise? Standing in the middle of the ruined room, Damian stares coldly down at his defeated foe. Wynn's two bodyguards immediately draw their swords, snarling a threat. Are you the one who dared hit our young master? While Damian's parents stand frozen, completely stunned, Wynn crawls back up, wiping blood from his mouth with a manic laugh. He grinds his teeth, glaring at Damian with burning, murderous eyes. You actually dared strike my face, not just once, but twice. He draws his noble sword, unleashing a suffocating wave of pressure that freezes the air in the room. Wynn coldly declares, You must really have a death wish, my dear brother-in-law. Seeing their master lose control, the guards quickly step in to stop him, pleading, Please calm down. Young master, let us handle this instead. They are deeply worried about all the witnesses in the room, but Wynn just roars back in absolute fury. Get out of my way! His guards desperately try to convince him that a disrespectful brat isn't worth his own hands. Wynn suddenly erupts with a massive surge of blue spiritual energy, the shockwave violently blowing his two guards backward. They crash heavily into the walls, kicking up thick dust. Face twisted in raw rage, he growls, I said move. Watching Wynn lose his mind completely, Aben and Luis can only tremble in absolute terror. Wynn brandishes his sword, stepping toward Damian. And now we are left with one big question: how on earth will Damian survive this? Alright, you and I are about to watch a legendary payback, starting with Louise bursting into tears. Out of pure fear, she rushes forward to shield her brother, desperately begging the villain to stop. Suddenly, a firm hand gently rests on Louise's shoulder to stop her, as Damian gives his sister a calm, reassuring smile. Do not worry, sister. I will handle this myself. Do not go sacrificing yourself for me. He caused this mess, so he has to be the one to clean it up. Damian proudly steps forward, putting himself right between Louise and the arrogant noble. Staring directly into Erwin's eyes, he makes a shocking proposal: let us duel. The words leave Erwin stunned for a moment before he bursts into mocking laughter. A duel? Seriously? Damian calmly sets the terms: if you win this sword match, I will do exactly as you wish. But if I win, you will forget everything that has happened up until this very moment. Erwin scoffs and rejects it, seeing absolutely no benefit for himself, especially since Louise has already agreed to marry him. While everyone else panics, Damian just smirks with pure provocation, asking Erwin why he is twisting the truth like a coward. Are you afraid of losing? That stinging insult hits the bullseye, making Erwin rage so hard his face contorts. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect chance to legally pay back his humiliating debt from earlier. With a wicked grin, Erwin raises his noble blade and declares that he will use it to cripple Damian forever and steal his sister away. Very well, I accept your challenge. The duel commences right in the mansion courtyard under the crimson glow of twilight. Watching this unfold, Viscount Pao anxiously whispers to his wife that since Damian is speaking so confidently, he must have some sort of secret plan. Otherwise, we can only pray for a miracle. Now, pay attention here. This is where the crazy twist begins. Well, we will just have to wait for the results. But Abel immediately crushes that hope, warning his father not to trust in miracles. Erwin Leon Bloom's swordsmanship is easily at the level of an official knight. How could Damian ever hope to defeat him? Standing face to face with his opponent, Erwin asks with pure arrogance if they should begin. But how exactly do you plan on fighting me without a sword? Damian calmly steps forward with a highly mysterious smile. Do not worry, this is more than enough. He immediately pulls out a dinner fork, leaving everyone completely frozen. Erwin stammers in shock. A dinner fork? Viscount Pao holds his head in utter despair, calling his son an idiot, while Mariota and Louise stand completely speechless. After a brief silence, Erwin bursts into hysterical, mocking laughter, taunting that Damian must have lost his mind from fear. I will not show you any mercy. He stomps forward, charging like a flash of lightning with his glowing sword. However, Damian swiftly and effortlessly dodges the fierce opening strike by just a hair's breadth. See? Who is the real idiot here? You and I both saw that coming, but Erwin is utterly stunned that Damian dodged. Feeling humiliated, he channels all his energy into the blade. A violent surge of crimson energy explodes fiercely around his entire body. A massive, powerful lion manifests to envelop his body as Erwin roars, unleashing his ultimate crimson lion sword technique. An earth-shattering explosion of raw energy sweeps across, swallowing Damian's position entirely. Once the thick dust clears, Damian still stands tall in the ruined crater without a single scratch on him. Witnessing this impossible sight, Erwin gasps in utter disbelief. How is he completely unharmed? What on earth is happening? He simply cannot believe his eyes. In that brief fraction of a second, Damian had easily dodged every single basic strike of his ultimate Crimson Lion technique. Damian flashes a knowing, subtle smile. He has completely analyzed and mastered the swordsmanship of the Leon Bloom family, thanks to his recent days of intense, brutal training. He recalls Michael Leon Bloom, Erwin's powerful older brother, whom he fought in his past life, and silently judges that Erwin is vastly inferior to that monster. His pride shattered, Erwin frantically channels all his aura into the sword and roars. You only dodged that out of pure luck, but let us see if you can escape this next strike. Faced with the terrifying pressure of that glowing red aura, Damian realizes this attack will be extremely difficult to avoid. Things are getting incredibly tense for our hero right now. Instantly, Damian firmly plants his feet, deciding to unleash his legendary Sword Saint technique to meet the strike head-on. A massive explosion of energy erupts in the courtyard, leaving Louise and Abel frozen in sheer terror. Amidst the thick, rising dust, Damian uses his tiny dinner fork to flawlessly stop Erwin's blade, leaving the arrogant noble gasping in absolute shock. What? Giving his opponent no time to react, Damian swiftly parries the sword away and unleashes his secret technique, Myriad Torrent Slaying. With a cold farewell, he lunges forward and drives the fork directly toward Erwin's neck, leaving the young master of Leon Bloom completely paralyzed with fear. Without a single moment of hesitation, Damian charges with terrifying speed, whispering his chilling final words. Farewell. The fork in his hand thrusts directly toward Erwin's neck, freezing the air around them. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Louise and Abel stand frozen in absolute shock, while Viscount Pao and his wife can only gape in sheer terror. As the bodyguard screams in panic, a sweating Erwin is paralyzed, feeling the sharp fork pressed right against his throat. You and I both know his arrogant days are officially over. You and I are jumping in as the Ron Blum air collapses. Clutching his neck, he screams in absolute agony. Looking down at his defeated enemy, Damian knows that killing this bastard 10,000 times still wouldn't be enough to pay for all the horrific things he's done. But for his family's safety, he'll let him slide just this once. He coldly declares that the fight is over. Looking at a trembling, speechless Win, Damian delivers his final absolute command. Now, keep your promise and get lost. After that earth-shattering battle, a tense, heavy silence fills the entire Hao manor. During breakfast, Damian calmly sets down his fork and politely says, "Thank you for the meal." He stands up to announce he's heading out for morning training, which instantly startles Viscount Pao sitting right across from him. Damian quietly leaves the room, leaving his parents and siblings sitting in stunned silence with their minds completely racing. Lady Mariota anxiously breaks the silence, urging Pao to question Damian about the bizarre events that took place yesterday. Aben is still completely shell-shocked, muttering to himself about how his once weak brother suddenly became strong enough to defeat their enemy, acting like he literally turned into an entirely different person overnight. Seeing his wife and son losing their cool, Pao firmly cuts them off, telling them to stop and not force the boy for answers. When the time is right, he will tell us. Even though his own curiosity is driving him absolutely crazy, his gut tells him not to push it right now. Remembering Damian's glowing red eyes and that terrifying, bloodthirsty aura radiating from him during the fight, Pao shivers, realizing that even though it's his own son, the boy is genuinely terrifying, thinking he almost looked like he was possessed by a demon. Now watch closely here while the family panics. Damian is already prepping for his next brutal training session. He straps 10-kilogram sandbags to his legs for endurance, ready to get moving. Just as he's about to leave, Louis suddenly calls out, "Damian!" He turns around in surprise. Louis lets out a massive sigh of relief, glad he hasn't left yet, though she still looks incredibly flustered. She hesitates, bringing up yesterday, and Damian instantly knows it's time to apologize to his sister. Without a second thought, Damian bows his head deeply and sincerely apologizes for acting so recklessly and putting everyone in such a tight spot. He admits he should have said sorry sooner, promising her that nothing like this will ever happen again. But Louis quickly cuts him off, explaining that's not it at all, gently placing a hand on his shoulder with pure gratitude. Thanking him, Louis looks down, her voice cracking as she finally confesses the heavy burden she's carried. She was terrified back then. Even though she agreed to go with Win, her heart desperately wanted to run away. Only a fool would want to be with an abusive jerk like him. Hearing her raw honesty, Damian's heart aches for her. Louis keeps opening up as the vivid memory of Damian stepping up to knock out that bastard Win flashes through her mind. She admits that in that crazy moment, she felt incredibly guilty, but also secretly, deeply relieved. Let's pause here. You can really feel her sincerity as she wipes her tears and smiles, thanking him from the bottom of her heart, leaving Damian completely stunned. His chest tightens with emotion. Offering a gentle smile, he tells her that he should be the one saying thank you. He thanks her for always being there, but just as he turns to leave, Louis suddenly calls him back. She tells him to take something, and he turns around in confusion to see Louis clutching a massive, ornate sword. Damian gasps, realizing it's their father's most prized possession in the entire world, and Louis smiles, confirming his suspicion. Yeah, Dad wanted you to have this for your training. Just like that, he has earned his family's ultimate trust. Stunned, Damian accepts the weapon. Louis gently explains that while their father isn't great at expressing emotions, he actually cares about him more than anyone. She then passes along a stern but surprisingly hilarious piece of advice directly from their father. You come from a noble Viscount family, so don't you dare use a dining fork instead of a sword ever again. Seeing her serious face, Damian can't help but chuckle, seeing a perfect reflection of their father right there in his sister. Unsheathing the blade, he feels a sharp surge of magical energy glint in the light and smiles warmly. Whispering his thanks, the scene cuts to Viscount Pao in his study, suddenly letting out a loud sneeze and wondering who's talking about him. As night falls, a massive full moon hangs over the eerily quiet and peaceful grounds of the Hao Manor. Out of nowhere, a strange purple mist begins to creep across the grass, slithering silently like a living creature. Over at the main gates, two guards are slacking off as one yawns, earning a quick scolding from his partner to stay alert. Little do they know, a lethal shadow is already gliding right under their feet in the darkness. A pair of sinister purple eyes flash with pure malice from within the dark, threatening fog. Instantly, shadow tentacles lash out, silently dropping both guards to the ground. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right into this story, as a dark shadow slips past a screeching iron gate. Wearing a tattered black cloak, he walks slowly toward the grand mansion while radiating a truly sinister, deep purple magical aura. Inside, flickering candlelight reflects a dark shadow gliding silently down the corridor. Little Ain is still fast asleep, completely unaware of the deadly danger lurking just outside. The Viscount Pao and his wife are also fast asleep, with his heavy snores echoing rhythmically through the quiet night. The dark shadow stops in front of a door and slips quietly inside. This is Louis' bedroom. She rests peacefully under the dim moonlight flowing through the window. But this wicked intruder clearly has terrible plans for the beautiful young lady. Standing right beside her bed, the intruder reveals a heavily scarred face and a disgusting smile, licking his lips with absolute greed. Heh, quite pretty. Laughing creepily, he reaches out a bony hand, remembering his mission for the Black Snake Gang. But he never expected to get this lucky along the way. But just as he prepares to strike, a cold voice suddenly echoes right behind him. Hey! The startled assassin spins around and sees Damian leaning calmly against the doorframe, resting a sharp sword on his shoulder. His eyes glow with a fierce red light in the darkness, staring directly at the wicked criminal. What do you think you are doing? Damian explains he only came here because he felt a strange energy, and sure enough, he caught this suspicious creep red-handed. The assassin is completely stunned, unable to believe his powerful sleeping magic had absolutely no effect on Damian. Even worse, Damian got incredibly close without him noticing. Now watch closely as the villain fires a massive blast of dark purple energy straight at his opponent. Damian swings his sword in a flash to block the strike, triggering a small explosion that rips through the quiet bedroom. Trembling as he steps back, the assassin grits his teeth and demands to know who he is, but Damian just coldly points his sword forward. I should be the one asking that. Do you even realize whose house you just broke into? Witnessing his opponent's incredible skill, the intruder gasps, asking if he is Damian Hassen. Well, that is a spot-on guess. 10 out of 10 for you, buddy. Damian firmly confirms his identity, demanding to know who this creep is and what he wanted with his sleeping sister. Right then, loud shouting and barking dogs echo from outside. The servants have clearly been woken up by that sudden explosion. Realizing the situation is turning bad with so many people rushing over, the assassin decides it is time to retreat. He dissolves into a cloud of dark purple smoke and shoots right out the window, leaving Damian totally shocked. He yells for the intruder to stop, but the stranger is already gone. Damian rushes to the window, watching the smoke fade into the quiet night sky. He clicks his tongue in frustration as the villain escapes, but at that exact moment, I know what you are thinking. Did he escape? Well, Damian suddenly spots a strange residue on the window that changes everything. This bizarre energy. The next morning at the stables, the worried servants panic and scream, asking what they should do now. One of the family's finest horses has died suddenly, and they have no idea how to explain this disaster to the short-tempered Viscount. It must have been that thief from last night. But simple servants like us have no way of knowing for sure. They cannot understand how a perfectly healthy horse died overnight. But right in the middle of their panic, Damian suddenly walks in. I had a bad feeling about this. The young master's sudden arrival startles the servants, making them gasp in surprise. Damian quickly calms them down, telling them not to panic since he only came to check something and won't blame anyone for the incident. He just needs to inspect the stall alone. Placing his hand on the dead horse, Damian realizes the magical trail he lost last night led him right here. The chilling, eerie energy radiating from the beast leaves absolutely no room for doubt. This terrifying power is definitely dark mana, meaning the mysterious intruder from last night was actually a rogue dark mage. Knowing his parents are still resting, Damian decides it is best not to worry them with this dangerous situation. Tracking the purple dark mana residue left on the grass, Damian crosses the open fields and heads deep into the dense forest. That deadly path leads him straight to a dark, gloomy cave hidden inside the mountains. This guy certainly chose a perfect hideout, making me search forever. Inside, the dim cave is cluttered with mysterious potion bottles. The dark mage lets out a sinister laugh. Huh, that black snake leader is such a fool. He actually managed to gather every single ingredient I demanded. The villain is absolutely thrilled that his fake curse trick worked so easily, letting him steal these rare resources for his own forbidden dark experiments. Still, he feels deeply humiliated. A legendary mage like him is now forced to take trash jobs for pocket change just to hide from the Holy Church. He tells himself he needs to lie low a bit longer, while complaining about the awful smell inside the cave. But right then, a highly sarcastic voice suddenly echoes from the darkness behind him. That is what happens when you live all alone in old age. How about we crack a window to let some fresh air in? The terrified mage turns around to find Damian, and trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary fight break out next. Alright, you and I are about to watch how Damian tracks down his prey and delivers a freezing cold reply. I tracked the foul stench you left behind from never taking a bath. Next time, try spraying some perfume so you don't stink up the whole place. Ha ha. Mocked like that, the mage quickly regains his arrogant smirk. He mocks Damian as just a reckless, ordinary kid who got lucky against the Black Snake Gang. Damian calmly places his hand on his sword hilt, confirming if this is the guy the Black Snake hired. The mage arrogantly admits it, stating his goal is to ruin Damian's family, prompting a cold, mocking smirk from our hero. How pathetic. Accepting a job like that, only to find yourself dying because of it now. Flying into a rage, the mage laughs maniacally while gathering dark purple mana in his hands. He threatens to turn Damian into a pet to torture for fun, but Damian calmly replies that will never happen. He declares that although he swore not to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary, filthy dark mages are the sole exception. Trust me, you are going to want to see what comes next. Damian's eyes glow as he draws his blade, forcing the mage to realize his opponent possesses monstrous, non-human power. Sensing the immense threat, the mage screams, "Then just die," and crazily unleashes a barrage of magic circles directly at him. Ignoring the dark purple explosions detonating all around him, Damian fearlessly charges straight ahead. He swings his blade in a devastating slash that literally tears through space, determined to completely shred this ugly, dirty, unwashed villain into pieces once and for all. The dark mage gasps in pure terror, shocked by Damian's speed as the swordsman closes the gap instantly. A razor-sharp strike rips through the air, leaving a trace of purple energy as the enemy groans in agony. But the very next second, Damian is stunned to see the villain's body miraculously regenerating itself. He wonders, is this the same power I saw at the mansion? Staring at his opponent's twisted, bizarre smile, Damian realizes this guy is far stronger than any cheap, hired mercenary has any right to be. The mage laughs mockingly, boasting that the attack did absolutely nothing to him. Damian's eyes burn with lethal intent as he coldly replies, "Then I will keep chopping you until there is nothing left of you." Without hesitating, he unleashes a devastating flurry of rapid, consecutive slashes. Silver light tears through the dark shroud enveloping his foe. Even though he is taking severe damage, the mage desperately tries to maintain his calm composure. "Not bad at all. It seems your recent reputation is actually well earned. But in the end," he snarls, "the moment you stepped in here, you were already dead. Alright, let's watch and see who actually ends up in a grave first." Suddenly, Dark shadow tentacles erupt from the ground, binding Damian's arms and catching him completely off guard. A massive shadow specter with razor-sharp fangs and glowing purple eyes rises behind the mage, letting out a horrific screech. He sneers with malice, revealing he packed this entire cave with deadly magical traps to stop the church's pursuit, and Damian just walked right into his web. Sensing the overwhelming, crushing pressure of the surrounding dark magic, Damian quietly mutters to himself, "Okay, this is getting a bit dangerous." Meanwhile, the mage roars in triumph, declaring that Damian will regret defying a high-ranking executive of the Yulan organization. The dark tentacles madly lash forward at him, binding his limbs tightly as the villain boasts that his entire body will soon rot and slowly die in agony. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the specter's giant eye, swallowing the surrounding space and completely enveloping Damian in a suffocating purple haze. The dark mage cackles in absolute triumph. "You arrogant little brat, you just threw your own life away." He gloats excitedly, knowing that the more damage and suffering he inflicts, the bigger his reward will be. With no one left to stop him from hunting down Liss, he celebrates. Yet, inside the dark magic, Damian remains completely unbothered. He casually thinks, "A decay curse? Well, smelly old man, you are in for a big surprise." But the mage's face distorts in pure horror as he sees Damian casually strolling out of the dark energy completely unharmed. He stutters in absolute terror. How? How are you completely unaffected? Just how much do you know about dark magic?" Damian smirks, mockingly replying, "Why don't you take a guess?" But deep down, even our hero is shocked, staring at the mysterious seal glowing brilliantly on the back of his hand. He wonders how on earth he still retains the dark powers of his past life in his current body. Painful memories from his past life suddenly rush back, showing Archlich Dogo standing before a massive vessel filled with pulsing purple energy. He marvels in awe, calling it the ultimate authority, the very power of a god. The skeleton wizard looks down at the powerful knight kneeling at his feet, calling out proudly, "My death knight." Dorgo declares he has granted Damian the ultimate physical vessel, infusing him with the most destructive magic. Yet, that was not enough to satisfy his endless greed. He wanted Damian to become his ultimate blade, the absolute embodiment of evil in this world. With eyes glowing a cruel, menacing red, Dorgo gathers dark energy, promising to grant Damian this supreme power to turn him into an unstoppable weapon. "You and I are about to see if his past catches up to him. So this power regressed with him? Stick with me," because a brilliant purple light erupts as Archlich Dogo roars, claiming he finally holds absolute power. He channels his entire mana pool into his palm, causing the surrounding space to warp and tremble. Damian groans in agony as the overflowing energy floods his system. Even Dogo himself admits in shock that this power is truly terrifying. The skeletal mage places a hand brimming with spirit power on Damian's head, forcing him through a brutal assimilation. Damian screams in agony as dark energy rips his body apart, turning his eyes stark white before unleashing a massive explosion that rattles the sky. Watching his masterpiece take shape, Dogo gasps in pure satisfaction. He finally has it. This supreme divine authority is the ultimate power that will transform Damian into an invincible god of war. Damian stands tall at the center of a glowing, ancient magic circle. His body is covered in brutal battle scars, yet he radiates the terrifying pressure of a true Death Knight. After enduring endless agony, the ultimate Death Knight is finally born. Back in the present, Damian looks down at the glowing crest on his hand, confirming it beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is the power of greed, the exact authority he wielded back when he was a Death Knight. He thought this power was gone after his regression, but watch closely, because it resurfaces right when he needs it most. Without a second of hesitation, Damian unleashes his energy, shattering the dark chains with a thunderous kick. The powerful blow sends the dark mage flying, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Damian coldly approaches, pointing his blade at his throat to demand answers. "Now start talking." The terrified dark mage can only tremble, stuttering back at him in absolute horror. "How did you survive my curse?" Damian casually rests his sword on his shoulder. "Well, doesn't everyone have a trump card or two?" Leaving the shocked mage behind, Damian narrows his eyes, recalling that this guy claimed to be a high-ranking member of EEN. He searches his memories for EEN, a highly notorious assassination group known for their brutal and cruel dark magic. He finally realizes exactly why this opponent possesses such formidable and dangerous strength. So they are just high-end contract killers. The mage gnashes his teeth in sheer panic. A trump card? Sensing that things are going south, he tells himself to end this fight immediately before it gets any worse. He growls, "I plan to save this for the Holy Church, but it looks like I have to use it now." Damian smirks. Let's see if this guy actually has a trump card. Instantly, the bracelet on the mage's wrist glows with a bright blue light, mutating his body as a crushing pressure erupts. Damian is stunned to feel a massive surge of dark mana. That is a whole lot of energy. That bracelet was used to store his hidden mana. Suddenly, a massive demonic beast with dozens of glowing eyes rises behind the mage, letting out a horrific roar. He laughs mockingly. No matter how you broke my spell earlier, you stand absolutely no chance against this level of raw power. Now burn and rot in eternal hell. A massive wall of blue flame erupts, completely swallowing Damian in a split second. This time, they are not just smoking him, they want to roast him alive. Seeing his attack connect, the mage laughs hysterically. It is over. He is caught in hellfire, which will burn him for eternity even after death. But suddenly, from deep within the sea of flames, Damian's cold voice echoes out. You have completely misunderstood something very important. The shocked mage watches as Damian stands perfectly fine amidst the raging fire. He explains calmly. The power of greed does not simply negate magic. Its true purpose is to completely absorb every single drop of dark mana. This shocking declaration leaves the dark mage totally broken and in despair. Trembling in absolute terror, he stammers. A divine authority? How can a mere human possess such a terrifying power? Faced with his panic, Damian merely responds with a cold stare. None of your business. Just think of it as me having better gear. He steps forward, radiating a murderous aura. Internally, he is incredibly annoyed. It is frustrating to rely on a power granted by the person he hates the most. Still, to finish off this annoying enemy quickly and cleanly, he has no choice but to unleash the deadly skills of a Death Knight. Seeing the spirit energy wrap around the blade, the mage gasps in terror. Is that sword aura? It is a legendary swordsmanship technique, believed to be exclusive to those who have achieved the rank of swordmaster. How can he do that? He screams in despair. Wait! But Damian decisively swings his blade, executing his soul-severing slash. The strike carries a destructive force that rips right through space. It swallows the dark mage head-on, giving him only enough time for a desperate scream before he is completely defeated. The earth-shattering collision triggers a massive explosion, collapsing the cave into absolute ruin. But trust me, you and I are not ready for who emerges from the smoke. Alright, you and I are starting with Damian coldly pressing his blade to a defeated enemy, offering one last choice. If you tell me what I want before you die, I will make your end much less painful. His purple eyes flash with pure bloodlust as he growls. Spit out the Black Snake hideout now. Soon, their carriage rolls across a stone bridge. Damian and Victor finally return to Landwo, a bustling merchant city. Inside the carriage, Victor cannot help asking, Young master, what now? Why are we rushing back to Landwa anyway? Damian calmly flips through a book with a creepy face on the cover. He smirks. You are my most loyal servant, Victor. If you really want to follow me, then shut your mouth, unless you want me to beat your teeth in. Seeing his master totally absorbed in the pages, a curious Victor asks what he is reading so intently. Damian holds up the volume and casually explains, This is the black magic grimoire I just obtained. After they killed that dark mage, Victor, despite admitting he is just an illiterate fool, worriedly warns him that a black magic grimoire is incredibly dangerous and almost impossible to control. But the kid is suddenly distracted when a horrific, putrid stench begins filling the entire carriage. Seriously, where has this awful smell been coming from? The moment they step onto the street, Damian carries a heavy sack dripping a mysterious, dark purple liquid. Calling his servant, Damian says, Pay attention, Victor, because I have a critical task for you. Realizing the rotten stench is coming directly from that bag, a trembling Victor asks what is inside. Damian casually delivers a spine-chilling reply that makes Victor freeze. A human head. Victor desperately tries to believe this is just a sick joke, but the moment he spots black smoke rising from the sack, his face turns pale with absolute horror. Oh my God, why did you just tell me? I am going to faint. Seeing his servant completely lose it, Damian tells him to shut up before passers-by notice. Handing over the bag, he promises to explain the details later. But first, you have to do something for me. Just deliver this bag to the place I tell you. Clutching the dark magic book, Damian insists that doing this is the only way to avoid future trouble. Victor stares at the sack, trembling and stammering in absolute terror. The real trouble before Damian now is the Black Snake Gang headquarters, a massive stone tower carved with rapping serpents, standing right in the center of bustling Landwo. He mocks their sheer arrogance for building such an obvious base in broad daylight, though it certainly makes them easy to find. Approaching the gate, two tough guards block him. You're probably thinking they stand no chance, and yeah, one growls. Who are you? Looking them dead in the eye, he calmly replies, I am Damian Hassen of the Viscount Han estate. Did you hear me? Or should I repeat myself? Hearing the on name, the one-eyed guard and his buddy burst out laughing, mocking it as cheap and pathetic. But a second later, the one-eyed thug suddenly freezes. He narrows his eyes as a memory sparks. Wait, isn't that the name their leader warned them about? Damian casually smiles. So you do know who I am then? I have some serious business with your boss, so just step aside quietly and let me pass. Surprisingly, The two guards easily agree, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then just walk straight ahead." This sudden cooperation instantly makes Damian suspicious. "You guys do not even want to hear my reason?" Right then, the guard secretly pulls out a flare gun and fires it. A bright red flash tears through the sky behind Damian, alerting the entire base to an intruder. Damian turns around in surprise to look at the glowing flare as the one-eyed guard finally reveals his sinister smile. He laughs crazily. "Did you really think we would just let you in?" Damian asks in a dangerously low voice what he just did. The terrifying answer comes instantly as mysterious hooded figures begin swarming the surrounding rooftops. Damian quickly moves to dodge as the assassins begin diving down to launch their attack. They look like hungry vultures diving for roadkill. Going straight into their main lair like this is seriously reckless. Staring at the assassins surrounding him from all sides, Damian coldly asks, "Is that all you got?" The guard proudly boasts that this is a special welcoming gift prepared specifically for him by their own leader. Instantly, a wave of dark shadows plunge from the rooftops, swinging swords for a direct attack. Facing this massive encirclement, Damian does not even flinch, only smirking. He decisively draws his sword from its scabbard and leaves them with one threatening warning: "Do not regret this." Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, the governor of Lon, Sebastian Baker, is indulging in fine wine and beautiful women. He happily raises a glass to thank Cedric for throwing such an incredibly fun party. Sitting with them is Robert, a knight of Manhwa, who is also completely wasted and keeps demanding more wine. Cedric flatters them, claiming that serving the two of them is his greatest honor. Let's see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this epic clash as Sebastian plots to seize every rival commercial territory for the Black Snake Guild. He is always pushing dangerous schemes that could get them killed, declaring that even the red light district must fall under the Black Snake's complete control. Here he worries about the powerful enemies who might stand up to oppose them. Sebastian just chuckles deviously, boasting that his massive influence will easily make those troublemakers disappear. Robert also chimes in, promising to use his full authority as a knight to shield the gang's shady operations. On the surface, Cedric respectfully thanks the two officials for their backing, but deep down, he feels absolute contempt. The Black Snake leader secretly vows that he is done bowing his head to these greedy, arrogant pieces of trash. But pay attention here, because Cedric Walker's burning ambition is growing so massive that he plans to expand his gang's reach to conquer the entire city of Lon. He smugly tells himself that before long, all those arrogant nobles will be the ones bowing down to him. But that luxurious party is suddenly cut short when a terrified minion bursts into the room, shouting for his boss. Irritated, Cedric snaps, asking if the guard is blind and screaming about how he just ruined a perfect moment with his guests. The henchman frantically begs for forgiveness, but insists he has urgent news that simply cannot wait. Cedric slowly steps out into the hallway, asking what the issue is, but the minion's whisper leaves him completely speechless, his eyes widening in shock. "What? Damian Hassen?" While his guests continue drinking inside, Cedric grumbles and grits his teeth, remembering the dark mage and the bizarre list of ingredients demanded to complete the deadly curse ritual. He reassures himself that he prepared his guards for trouble beforehand, waving his hand to dismiss his loyal underling. Telling his minion to leave, "You and I know Cedric is just far too arrogant," as he stands there smirking. Mocking his fears, he claims confidently that the kid is just walking straight into his own death. Outside, Damian stands completely surrounded by dozens of bloodthirsty thugs from the Black Snake gang. He calmly sizes them up before suddenly erupting with a bright purple aura, his eyes glowing with sheer power. Damian moves like a lightning bolt, his razor-sharp strikes cutting down waves of thugs before they can even react. Come on then, whoever wants to meet their maker first, step right up. Out on the streets of Manhwa, a mysterious group in gray cloaks quietly appears, bringing a chilling pressure that freezes the air. Their eyes glow a piercing blue beneath their hoods as they watch, their leader wearing a very mysterious smirk. "A few people owe me some major favors, so why should I even worry?" Standing on a high balcony, Cedric is absolutely drenched in sweat as he watches the absolute massacre below, with dozens of his men groaning in pain among the ruins. He is completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. How could this even happen? Did that kid seriously wipe out everyone all by himself? Standing among the defeated thugs, Damian remains strangely calm, radiating the aura of a true conqueror and leaving Cedric shaking in absolute terror. He grabs his pale subordinate, demanding confirmation once more. Did that kid really say his name is Damian Hassen? As the guard stammers to confirm it, Cedric stands frozen, realizing the rumors about the Viscount's useless son were completely wrong. He bitterly realizes that the dark mage he sent out has undoubtedly been completely wiped out too. Realizing things have spun completely out of control, Cedric panics and runs inside to beg his guests for help. He panics, knowing he needs backup, but with his guests totally drunk, he doubts they will be of any use. Down below, Damian suddenly stops as he senses a massive surge of fiery energy from above. He looks up at the rooftop, muttering in suspicion if that object is made of magic. Three cloaked figures stand on the tiled roof. One of them, holding a staff with a glowing red orb, furiously charges his energy while roaring in anger. Calling Damian a monster, he unleashes a massive fireball that streaks directly toward our hero with enough scorching heat to incinerate everything in its path. The enemy mage bursts out laughing, thinking Damian is just standing there to accept his death. He mocks Damian, asking if he really thinks he can block that massive fire with just a sword. But Damian remains completely unfazed, planting his feet firmly as he unleashes his secret technique, Myriad Flow Extermination. A blinding slash tears through space, cutting the massive fireball in half and leaving the enemy completely stunned as the mage gasps out in disbelief. He watches in terror as his own attack gets deflected. The blast causes an earth-shattering explosion that completely engulfs his position, proving that playing with fire will get you roasted every single time. And trust me, looking at that broken staff, you and I know his work here is officially done. You and I are joining Damian as he turns, ready to uncover the real mastermind behind the Black Snake Gang. But suddenly, an overwhelming pressure crashes down, instantly putting Damian on high alert. From high above, a shadowy figure plunges down like a meteor, slamming into the earth with a devastating strike that shatters the ground. Damian agilely flips backward to dodge the massive impact. The dense pressure radiating from this thick aura makes Damian's skin tingle like hundreds of needles. Staring at the massive shadow standing tall in the rising dust, he quickly realizes this newcomer is definitely no ordinary thug. With that overwhelming presence and powerful blue mana radiating outward, Damian is certain this opponent is an official knight. Heavy, synchronized footsteps echo through the streets as the city's guards and knights quickly arrive to surround the scene. Damian is slightly surprised to see the local government getting their hands dirty in this. Of course they would step in after stuffing their pockets. Out of the crowd, a man with a goatee and luxurious noble clothing steps forward, roaring in pure rage. How dare you cause such a chaotic mess right in the middle of the city? He introduces himself as Sebastian Baker, the governor of Lana, and loudly declares he will punish Damian severely for his actions. Seeing the gang leader, Cedric, cowering right beside the governor, Damian whispers to himself that the real big fish has finally shown up. Facing the governor's threats, Damian calmly asks why he should even be punished. Now watch how this calm attitude completely enrages Sebastian. What kind of shameless, arrogant brat are you? Do you have no idea how massive of a crime you've committed? Flipping the truth completely, he accuses Damian of not only attacking the innocent merchant Cedric, but also slaughtering dozens of his company's guiltless workers. Witnessing this utterly shameless display, the surrounding crowd whispers in mockery about a known thug being called an honest merchant. Sebastian loudly declares he will absolutely never forgive Damian's lawless behavior. Standing nearby, Cedric flashes a wicked smile, smugly believing that no matter how ruthless Damian is, he cannot touch someone under the governor's direct protection. Damian completely ignores the governor's pathetic rambling. He glares straight at Cedric while cracking his knuckles. Coldly, he declares that he only came here to deliver a solid punch to the leader's face. This unexpected move leaves Cedric wide-eyed in absolute shock at the kid's sheer audacity. He clearly has no fear of authority. Damian merely smirks, realizing the Black Snake Gang and the city officials are so deeply corrupt that they practically worship one another. He doesn't hesitate to mock the corrupt politician. You really are a comedian, Governor. How can you call a piece of trash like him an honest merchant? This attitude makes Sebastian absolutely lose his mind with rage. He demands Damian shut his mouth and kneel for mercy to reduce his sentence, quickly ordering his guard knight, Robert, to strike him down. A massive knight clad in heavy armor steps forward, stomping the ground and drawing a giant battle axe that radiates an intense, crushing pressure. I am Robert, the city guard knight, he coldly warns. Drop your weapon and submit to arrest. Damian just scoffs at the official knight. Save the tough talk, buddy. Why don't you try putting those cuffs on me if you think you've got the guts? Robert notices zero fear in Damian's eyes. I know what you're thinking, is this kid incredibly brave, or just a fool who doesn't know his limits? Damian confidently asserts his strength, making the knight sneer. So you really are just an arrogant idiot after all. Instantly, Robert swings his giant axe, unleashing a massive wave of blue energy that splits the ground right where Damian was standing. Dodging the powerful strike with a quick flip, Damian silently admits that at his current level, going head-to-head against a fully fledged knight like Robert is going to be incredibly tough. Damian tells himself he just needs to hold out and survive until the perfect opportunity presents itself. Closing the distance at terrifying speed, Robert delivers a devastating punch, blasting Damian backward despite him blocking with everything he has. A numbing pain shoots up his arm, leaving him completely stunned by his opponent's brute strength. As Damian desperately scans the battlefield, asking himself why she hasn't arrived yet, Robert suddenly materializes right behind him with a cold, ruthless warning. Where are you looking? Lose focus like that and my next blow will tear you to pieces. Robert's speed is too overwhelming for Damian to counter, barely allowing him to raise his sword to block a lightning-fast downward strike. A massive energy explosion erupts, but right at this critical, life-or-death moment, a colossal weapon plunges down from the sky, slamming deep into the ground and creating a massive shockwave that stops the fight. This incredibly powerful interruption leaves the surrounding guards and onlookers staring in absolute, open-mouthed shock. Stunned, Robert quickly steps back, demanding to know if this is Damian's ally, and ordering the mysterious newcomer to show their face. From the heavens, a beautiful woman with striking silver hair and magnificent white armor gracefully descends. Her immense presence radiates a crushing, bright blue holy aura, making the arrogant city guard tremble as he instantly recognizes the unmistakable power of a true holy knight. His backup arrives, and Damian smirks. "What took you so long? Trust me, you and I are in for an epic fight." "Alright, you and I are jumping right in," as Victor rushes back with two hooded strangers, yelling in pure joy. "Young master, I'm here. I'm finally here." He waves frantically as he runs, absolutely thrilled to have finally brought back backup to save him. This guy is actually pretty useful, he just talks way too much. Haha. Cedric freezes in absolute terror, recognizing a holy knight standing right in front of him. A holy knight? Here? He breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes with utter shock that the church has officially stepped in. Pure terror grips the Black Snake leader as he desperately begins to wonder if their secret deals with the dark mages have already been completely exposed. Meanwhile, Victor rushes directly to Damian's side and asks anxiously, "Oh, young master, are you all right?" Instead of thanking him, Damian just squeezes his servant's face and growls, "No, it is not okay. I got sick of waiting for you. Do you want to get fired or what?" Looking at the imposing, majestic figure of the Holy Knight, Damian is secretly quite pleased that Victor actually pulled off his mission. Hours earlier, Victor had enthusiastically promised his master, "You can count on me, sir. As long as it's not an issue, just leave every single order to me." Victor. Rewinding back a few hours, inside a quiet branch of the Grand Cathedral, priests are devoutly performing their rituals beneath beautiful, vibrant stained glass windows. Amidst the quiet, a nun startles and quickly turns around when she senses someone frantically rushing into the hall. Now watch this. Out of breath, Victor gasps to confirm if this is the cathedral. Seeing his frantic state, the nun calmly steps closer. "Yes, is there an issue?" Victor quickly explains, following his master's exact instructions. "My young master told me to deliver this to the church immediately." Shaking, he presents the gathered evidence, stating it clearly proves someone in town is conspiring with a dark mage. The news leaves the nun completely stunned. Her voice drops low. "Could you let me see that?" The moment her fingers touch the evidence, she senses a weak but absolutely unmistakable trace of dark energy radiating from it. She confirms it. This is definitely dark magic. But when she spots a strange lotus symbol on the object, her eyes shake with terror as she uncovers an even more horrifying truth. Wearing a look of deep suspicion, she approaches the sack Victor brought with him, wondering, could it be? She opens the bag to reveal the dark mage's remains. Wow, she is not scared at all? She is tough, but I am definitely running away. Victor looks at Ajito's head inside the sack and shrieks out in absolute terror. Let's pause here. The nun's eyes light up as she recognizes this head belongs to a leader the church has been hunting for ages. Gritting her teeth, she clenches her robes and sternly asks Victor where the person who sent him with this evidence is currently located. Back at the scene, the Holy Knight smiles gently down at Damian, asking, "Are you Damian Hassen?" Damian instantly shifts gears, calmly admitting, "Yes, that's me," leaving Victor utterly stunned by his master's lightning-fast change in attitude. The Holy Knight declares that the church now holds all the evidence, and the cathedral will personally handle this matter. Damian fully agrees with the decision. Seeing the church step in, Governor Sebastian and Cedric can only tremble, quickly promising they will not interfere with the cathedral's actions. The Holy Knight bows slightly, politely thanking them for their very forced cooperation. Damian is secretly pleased. Everything is going exactly according to plan now that he has the Holy Knight's protection. To the public, the cathedral is a place of peace, filled with people devoted to serving God with mercy and kindness toward all. But when they are facing heretics and demons, they transform into absolute, ruthless fanatics, ready to sacrifice their very souls to destroy evil without a single second thought. The powerful vanguards of this cathedral are the Holy Knights. Damian feels completely confident because these powerful, unstoppable warriors are now standing on his side. Standing before the crowd, the Holy Knight loudly declares, "Listen closely, all soldiers and citizens of this city. The Holy Cathedral has received a direct report that someone has actively conspired with a wanted dark mage right here in Lanwak. This news utterly shocks the citizens, who whisper in disgust about who would dare deal with those filthy mages. The locals here are pretty smart, they don't side with villains." The Holy Knight firmly announces now, "Therefore, while we investigate those involved, the cathedral will temporarily take complete control of this city." This shocking decision leaves Governor Sebastian reeling in furious protest. What do you mean by that? Lanwak is an autonomous city permitted by the kingdom itself. He cannot accept that the cathedral wants to rule the city while he is still sitting right here. But the female knight coldly shoots back, Governor Sebastian, purging heresy is God's will. You see, the cathedral's absolute authority completely towers over the kingdom's power. At his threat to file an official complaint, her eyes suddenly turn razor-sharp and fill with pure bloodlust. Furthermore, she delivers a fatal blow to the city's leaders. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this unfolds. Stick with me, we start with Robert sweating and stammering, asking why they must work with a dark mage. The Holy Knight points right at Cedric, accusing him of harboring and enabling the dark mage. After all, protecting a criminal like that is more than enough to prove his guilt. Her icy glare makes both of them tremble with fear. Sebastian panics, immediately turning to interrogate Cedric. But Cedric, is this actually true? The sweating Black Snake boss can only desperately deny it, calling the accusation completely absurd. Keep denying it, old man, but once the proof drops, you will be left completely speechless. Are you seriously denying this with cold hard evidence right here? The Holy Knight holds up the dark magic ledger Damian recovered and makes her declaration. Everything is written in this book. What Cedric Walker bought, and where he got it for that dark mage, not a single detail is missing. She claims that simply comparing this ledger to the local shop registries will immediately expose who is lying. Cedric grinds his teeth in pure rage, cursing that idiot mage for keeping such a detailed journal. He desperately claims it is all a misunderstanding, swearing he has no ties to the mage, but the female knight shuts him down, stating they will uncover the truth during the investigation. She coldly orders her soldiers to drag him away. Just like that, Governor Sebastian and Cedric are dragged off in total disgrace. Sebastian screams at the guards to get off him, but it is completely useless. Cedric glares at Damian, who stands smugly with Victor, his arms crossed. He bitterly realizes the bastard had planned everything right from the start. Meanwhile, the governor is absolutely terrified, endlessly worrying about what the fanatical followers of the temple will do to him. He grinds his teeth, searching for an escape route, but the cloaked knights block every single exit. Now watch closely, there is no escaping for this sly old man, even if he tries to run. Realizing things are turning ugly, Cedric frantically yells to win over an ally, asking Sir Robert if he is really just going to give up. These bastards are actually trying to frame you. This sudden instigation causes Robert to freeze, his eyes darkening as he begins to calculate his next desperate move. A sinister smirk spreads across the Guardian Knight's face as he mutters, knowing that if he lets them arrest him, he is as good as dead. Suddenly, Robert unleashes a brilliant blue aura, shattering his chains and charging forward like a wild beast breaking free from its cage. He snatches up his giant battle axe, roaring like a maniac that he will kill her and escape. The heavy axe cleaves through the air with devastating force, striking straight toward the Holy Knight. Seeing this happen, Cedric smirks, thinking he is about to escape, but Damian just watches calmly with glowing eyes, silently noting that Robert has made a massive, fatal error. What an idiot. A massive energy explosion erupts the moment Robert gets close. Yet the female knight stands completely unbothered. It is absolute foolishness to pick a fight with someone leagues above you. I know what you're thinking, Robert is in deep trouble now as he faces an unimaginable divine pressure. The Holy Knight swings her fist, glowing with brilliant blue energy, delivering a devastating divine punch directly to the traitor. The earth-shattering impact unleashes a powerful shockwave, sending Robert flying backward in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the temple, Cedric can only gape in complete horror, drenching in cold sweat from sheer terror. Damian smirks in satisfaction while the female knight coldly declares that anyone who dares to defy the word of God, no matter who they are. Her fist explodes with holy energy, knocking Robert out completely. The city's guardian knight collapses to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of blood right at the Holy Knight's feet. Standing amid the majestic blue aura, she loudly proclaims that they must all face their ultimate punishment. It is God's will. She stands tall, eyes blazing with righteous fury, looking down at the trembling sinners awaiting the judgment of the temple. Cedric Walker, the notorious boss of the Black Snake Gang, is dragged away by the temple followers like a wild animal, struggling and screaming in complete helplessness. "Let me go, you unreasonable fools." This old man is incredibly cunning and slippery, truly living up to his gang's snake name. Watching from behind, Damian raises his eyebrow in suspicion, wondering if this pathetic excuse for a man is actually the feared gang leader. Looking at his short, chubby, and mediocre appearance, Damian silently notes that the guy looks like an absolute nobody, completely contradicting the terrifying rumors he had heard before. Dragged away in utter humiliation, Cedric grinds his teeth in hatred, never expecting these fanatics would reduce him to such a miserable state. Damian watches the silver-haired Holy Knight, feeling genuinely grateful that everything was settled so smoothly thanks to her. He quickly realizes her actual strength far exceeds his initial guesses, judging by the massive holy power radiating from her. Damian is certain she is a disciple of the Grandmaster Brigandise Flame, possessing advanced skills way beyond anything he has ever learned. When she asks about his own power, Damian honestly shares that he has only learned basic skills, and requested this item solely to upgrade his personal abilities. And that's where we leave it with the Holy Knight completely speechless. You and I are about to see this Holy Knight lose her mind over how someone could reach such an insane level using only basic, low-tier techniques. He is basically a genius in her eyes. Narrowing her eyes, she activates her eye technique to peer directly into Damian's body. She gasps in pure shock at the massive, roaring tide of aura surging inside the young man's veins. If his story is actually true, she realizes his talent is nothing short of monstrous. Plus, she absolutely loves his cold, ruthless drive when it comes to wiping out heretics. Suddenly, a brilliant idea pops into her head, and she flashes a sly smile, asking if he has any interest. There is something even better. Ignoring Damian and Victor's completely stunned faces, she throws her arms wide and excitedly asks if he wants to join their ranks as a holy knight. But crashing all her high expectations, Damian fires back instantly with a flat, cold decline. The blunt rejection hits her like a truck, sending her sliding to her knees, crying out to heaven. Standing on the sidelines, Victor whispers in disbelief that his young master just defeated a legendary elite with mere words. Now watch closely here because she refuses to give up, unleashing a terrifying aura with glowing eyes to preach about holy duty. But Damian does not even flinch. He stands there calmly, crossing his arms, tuning out the night as she rants about how incredibly hard it was to reach her rank. Finally, Damian tells her straight up that he does not have a single shred of religious faith, silently thinking that since he literally killed the Demon King before, worship is completely pointless. There is no way in hell he is becoming a mindless pawn for the church. Since he cannot say that out loud, he clears his throat and plasters a deeply sincere look on his face. He claims he is not yet worthy of divine love, wishing only to travel the world as a humble believer, chasing the sacred footsteps of the gods. Seeing Damian practically glowing with imaginary angel wings, a totally speechless Victor can only wonder if this completely shameless lie is actually going to work. Amazingly, those exact words strike a massive emotional chord with the Holy Knight. She gasps in awe, crying out over how unbelievably holy his words sound. She lunges forward to grab his hands, leaving Victor frozen because you and I both know nobody expected this crazy lie to actually work so well. She agrees to give him a rare mana technique manual instead of gold, but makes sure to leave him with one final offer. If he ever changes his mind, she urges him to never hesitate to visit her at the cathedral. She promises to personally welcome him, and while Damian smiles politely, he silently vows that will never, ever happen. Introducing herself properly, she reveals her name is Enos, the first disciple of the legendary Blue Flame. Recognizing her as a world-class prodigy chosen by a master, Damian offers a polite response, saying it is an absolute honor to finally meet the beautiful knight after talking for so long. With the church business settled, Damian turns and asks if he can finally handle his own affairs. Enos casually gives him the green light but wonders what his next move is, as Damian quietly walks up to the chained gang leader, Cedric, who is being dragged away. Sensing a terrifying presence closing in from behind, Cedric spins around and screams at the brat. But before the fat boss can bark out a final threat, Damian delivers a lightning-fast, bone-shattering punch straight to his gut. The devastating blow has Cedric coughing up blood as he drops to his knees. Damian casually comments that his fat belly feels just like kicking a soft pillow. Cedric curses him through gritted teeth. But before he can finish, Damian rains down a brutal flurry of punches. The gang leader's agonizing screams echo down the street while Victor silently watches the beatdown. After completely unleashing his anger through that absolute beatdown, Damian exhales a deep sigh of relief, standing tall as he looks down at his flattened enemy. Now he feels a whole lot better, having finally gotten his revenge. Victor walks up to him and anxiously asks his young master if everything is finally over and settled for good now. Damian flashes a confident smile and confirms it is, though deep in his heart, he wonders if things can truly end this easily. Meanwhile, over at the grand estate of the Leon Bloom family, tension reaches a boiling point as Marquise Holland Leon Bloom kicks open a door and roars his son's name. Inside, Wynne is curled up trembling under thick blankets, looking up in shock to whisper for his father. Holland rushes over, grabbing his trembling shoulders as Wynne, consumed by absolute terror, struggles to speak. He stammers that some bastard tried to kill him, pointing a knife a fork directly at him. Seeing his once bright and cheerful son reduced to this pathetic, shaking shell of a man, Holland's chest explodes with rage, because what father wouldn't want absolute, bloody vengeance for this? All right, you and I need to stop and look at how his spoiled kid is doing. He replays the recording, his voice dropping as he demands, "What the hell happened here? Explain yourselves now. Who dared to do this to my son?" Trembling under the Marquis's absolute fury, the guard stammers out that the culprit is Damian from the House of Honorable. Hearing that name, Holland grinds his teeth and roars with utter contempt. What? That low-class trash actually dared to lay a hand on my beloved son? He is absolutely convinced that a worthless nobody like Damian must have relied on some dirty, underhanded tricks to even wound his precious son. Fury erupts as Holland's face twists with pure murderous intent, his eyes glowing. He roars out a sudden command. Send men to the On territory right now and drag that dog to me. But just as another storm brews, Ednis and her knights suddenly arrive at the Hassen estate. She introduces herself formally. Greetings, Viscount Hassen. I am Nis, a holy knight representing the church. Faced with the imposing presence of the church's forces, both Viscount Paul and Lady Mariota cannot hide their shock, stammering out a tense welcome in absolute panic. Standing behind them, Paul glares at his son with burning fury, grinding his teeth in silence. Damian, not only did you cause trouble behind my back, but now you bring a zealot home? You better prepare your backside for a beating later. Haha. Paul clears his throat, explaining that Damian had mentioned they would be staying over. Ednis nods politely in agreement. Yes, this is necessary to investigate the heretics. We look forward to your full cooperation. Now pay attention to Paul's reaction. Seeing no way out, he complains the estate is too cramped to host them. But the moment she hands over a heavy pouch of gold to thank him, the Viscount's attitude instantly does a complete flip. Clutching the heavy bag of gold with a beaming face, Paul warmly welcomes them to make themselves completely at home. Ednis smiles, turning to Damian. Damian, I want to thank you again for letting our investigation team work out of your home. Seeing her excitement, Damian realizes that although she had a favor to ask, he never expected her to show up at his house. Nis thoughtfully mentions how critical the investigation is, before suddenly hesitating and asking, "Could I ask you one more thing?" As Damian wonders what it is, she blushes, looking him straight in the eyes as she answers. "It is about you, Damian." Her true goal? She wants to preach to him and recruit him into the Holy Church. Watching this from a distance, Paul and Mariota completely misunderstand, thinking the two are having a romantic moment. They keep signaling their enthusiastic support, leaving Damian utterly speechless at their crazy assumptions. Are these two seriously looking forward to grandchildren already? Too funny. Ednis pulls out a stack of prepared books and hands them over. These are the mana cultivation manuals you asked for, carefully hand-picked. Damian accepts the books in surprise, wondering why there are two of them. Nis explains that one is actually a swordsmanship manual, noting that training mana without any actual combat techniques is a bad idea. Now you and I know he doesn't really need swordsmanship, but having extra skills never hurts. But as he reads the titles Tyrant Sword Release and Tyrant Chi Cultivation, he is shocked to realize these are rare manuals he never saw in his past life. Blushing slightly, Ednis admits she had to face major pushback from the church's higher-ups to secure them. Damian deeply appreciates her massive effort. Ednis smiles, explaining she ultimately had to rely on her master's authority. After hearing about him, her master insisted that Damian is definitely the chosen savior the church has been searching for. Still not giving up, Ednis tightly grabs Damian's hands, pleading with him one more time. "Would you please consider becoming a holy knight?" But Damian quickly pulls his hands back and delivers a cold, flat refusal. "I decline." Seeing his absolute resolve, Nis lets out a soft, disappointed sigh. "I understand, pushing any further would be quite rude, but if you ever change your mind, come find me." Man, her persistence is so intense, I probably would have folded. Watching her walk down the hallway, Damian breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks to himself that, just as expected, she really is a total zealot. That level of obsession is almost impressive. The battle with the dark mage is over, but the fallout is far from finished. Deep inside the dark cavern that served as the hideout of the rogue mage Agito, two church investigators are meticulously scanning the crime scene, when one suddenly calls out to his partner, "Hey, look at this." Holding up a torn scrap of fabric from the deceased, the younger investigator asks, suspiciously, "Doesn't this seem highly questionable?" As his partner questions what he means, he begins analyzing. Think about who Agito actually was. He was a high-ranking member of Yulin, escaping the church countless times. Sure, he was a curse user and weak in close combat, but I still find it impossible that such a notorious dark mage was taken down so easily by a provincial noble. His partner agrees, leaving both of them, and honestly, you and I, wondering exactly how this mystery is going to unfold. Alright, you and I are diving into one wild mystery here. Just as they are about to discuss this matter further, a majestic voice suddenly echoes from the shadows, startling them both. The voice calmly declares that they can absolutely trust Damian Hassen. Edna slowly steps out from the darkness. She admits she completely understands why they are so suspicious, but firmly assures them that Damian is not telling a single lie. Even so, Damian's brief explanation from earlier still sounds completely absurd to these experienced church investigators. I mean, he literally just scratched his head and casually said he dodged the attack, then chopped off his head. Recalling that incredibly casual response, the investigator can only wonder in utter disbelief. Did he really just dodge a blow and instantly end his opponent like that? Ednes quietly reflects on what she witnessed firsthand. She admits that when his servant brought back Ajito's head that day, even she had serious doubts about his actual combat skills. Because of that, she chose to secretly observe, instead of intervening directly, only to witness an absolutely terrifying scene. Damian fought off dozens of deadly enemies all by himself without getting a single scratch. He completely dominated his opponents with absolute, crushing force. But watch closely here, because what shocked the Holy Knight the most was how he faced raw magic firepower, the kind of blast that turns any normal person to dust. Can you believe Damian actually blocked a massive fireball with his bare hands? In other words, he directly nullified raw magical energy itself. This shocking revelation makes the two investigators twist their faces in pure disbelief. Is that actually true? Nese lowers her voice, confirming that it is indeed entirely possible. She explains that anyone reaching the level of a swordmaster can deflect almost any kind of attack, including powerful magic. While she does not officially claim Damian as a swordmaster yet, she is absolutely certain he is an extraordinary warrior. Her eyes gleam with deep calculation. Although her main mission here is hunting down the cult, she now deeply desires to bring Damian Hassen back to meet her own master. The two soldiers can only bow their heads in obedience and say, "We understand." Meanwhile, in another area, the thunderous sound of heavy galloping hooves echoes across the land. A fully armed military troop, carrying the proud lion banner of the Leon Bloom family, is fiercely marching toward the On territory. These fools are basically delivering their own heads. Talk about being completely fearless and stupid. Leading this charge is Opie, an apprentice knight who is shouting in pure excitement because they have finally reached their destination. Lavander, another apprentice riding alongside him, pinches his nose in utter disgust. "Hey Opie, what is that awful stench?" Opie just sneers sarcastically. That is just the classic smell of cow manure in this pathetic countryside. Lavander grumbles, worried the smell will stick to him, and asks to borrow some cologne, but he is instantly silenced by Gark's cold shout, "Shut up." As an official knight of the Leon Bloom family, Gark radiates a crushing pressure, his eyes glowing with terrifying bloodlust. He stares intensely at the mansion appearing at the end of the road. "I know what you are thinking. This looks like trouble," as he asks. "Is that the mansion?" "Yes, sir." Opie loudly confirms that the mission assigned by the Marquis is to capture Damian Hassen at all costs. Hearing this, Gark sneers with pure contempt. He believes capturing trash like Damian is going to be incredibly easy, but doing only that is not nearly enough to wash away the deep humiliation Wynne and the Marquis suffered. His cold gaze locks onto an old man slowly walking down the road ahead of them. They probably want to ask for directions to the castle. Gark shouts out arrogantly, "Hey old man," making the startled elder turn around and ask, "Who are you?" When he hears the old man confirm he lives in the Viscount's estate, Gark suddenly draws his sword and unleashes a swift, lethal slash, sending the poor old man collapsing to the ground without even knowing what hit him. He casually sheathes his blade and declares cruelly that a mere commoner, failing to bow before the Leon Bloom crest, has committed an incredibly grave sin. Even though his apprentices, Lavander and Opie, whisper that the old man might have been blind, Gark does not care in the slightest. He flashes a wicked smile and calls out to the two apprentice knights, revealing a monstrously cruel plan. Over at the Hassen estate, Victor is quietly sweeping the yard when he suddenly feels an overwhelming, terrifying pressure crashing down. Gark and his vicious Leon Bloom army appear like ruthless specters of death. He is fully determined to drag Damian Hassen out and is ready to slaughter absolutely anyone who dares cross his path. At the collapsed cave site, the church investigators report to Nese that because of the massive cave-in, they could not gather as much information as they had hoped. Nese smiles gently to reassure them, saying they did a great job. But suddenly, their attention is completely drawn to a bizarre sight off in the distance. In the middle of an open field, Damian is sitting in deep meditation on a large boulder. Surrounding his body are swirls of bright blue spiritual energy, spinning like a violent storm. Witnessing this, Ednes cannot help but gasp in shock. "Oh my god, what is that?" She completely freezes, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief. "I have no idea what that is, but it is jaw-dropping. What on earth am I witnessing right now?" Ednes suddenly realizes that Damian is actually practicing the Overlord Chi technique, the elite training method she had just handed him. Theoretically, only reaching the absolute peak realm allows someone to absorb surrounding mana. And trust me, you and I are watching a total monster who mastered it in just a few hours. Alright, you and I are about to see why she chose him for the temple. Damian lets out a deeply satisfied breath as he finishes up his intense training. Seeing the investigation team approach him with looks of pure admiration, he calmly asks if they have finished searching the area. Ednes, still completely stunned, stammers out a quick confirmation. Yes. She looks at the young man with an entirely new level of respect. "Damian, you seem to have improved immensely." He humbly replies that it is really nothing special. Looking at the secret manual in his hands, he realizes she was not exaggerating about how rare it is. Even though he was a legendary swordsman in his past life, this particular cultivation method is incredibly useful for recovering the massive amount of mana drained whenever he unleashes his ultimate sword release. With it, he can gather mana faster than any other skill, even directly absorbing energy from the surrounding environment. They silently lock eyes for a moment, as the atmosphere suddenly grows quiet and heavy. Edna suddenly realizes how much time has passed and speaks up, noting that it is already dinner time. Damian is about to invite her back to the estate for dinner when a sudden, razor-sharp surge of killing intent stops him dead in his tracks. Damian narrows his eyes dangerously as he senses the presence of uninvited guests. What is this murderous aura? He thinks to himself with a cold expression. Now pay attention, because the pests have arrived. Without a second of hesitation, Damian turns back to Edna and tells her he has some urgent business to handle. He tells her to take her time heading back. A brilliant blue aura erupts around his body as he charges forward to confront the approaching threat. Some absolute bastards are trashing his home, and he is going to wipe them out to clear the air. Watching him vanish, Edna can only gasp in absolute shock at his incredible speed. Her investigators are also completely stunned by his movement technique. How can he move this fast with such a minuscule amount of mana? He must be controlling his energy at an incredibly precise level. Staring at the spot where Damian disappeared, they wonder what his true limits are. Meanwhile, back at the Hassen estate, a devastating punch lands squarely on young Victor, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Gah! A brutal knight from the Leon Bloom family stomps violently on the boy, sneering and asking how a filthy rat dares to oppose him, unleashing a wave of pure cruelty. He demands to know where Damian Hassen is. Despite being beaten half to death and completely defenseless, Victor still screams out to protect his young master. He refuses to let them hurt Damian. Hearing the loud commotion outside, Viscount Paul hurries out of the mansion along with his worried servants. Spotting him, the vicious knight calls out that the target is here. Viscount Paul roars in absolute anger, demanding that they stop at once. Gark sits coldly atop his horse, assuming he must be talking to Viscount Paul Hassen. We both feel for this kind father. Ignoring the threat, Paul rushes to hold his beaten servant and asks if Victor is okay, showing a warmth his spoiled son completely lacks. Looking at Victor's bloody, beaten state, Paul screams out in fury, demanding to know what on earth is happening at his home. Why are knights assaulting commoners? In response to his rage, Gark simply scoffs with absolute arrogance. Compared to what your household did to the proud Leon Bloom family, this petty beating is nothing. Sitting tall on his horse, his eyes flash with malicious intent as he delivers a cruel ultimatum, demanding that Viscount Paul hand over Damian immediately. Hand him over quietly, and your land stays safe. Paul grits his teeth in agony. He knew the Leon Bloom family would seek revenge, but he never expected them to act with such mindless, barbaric, and brutal violence. Facing the threats from the powerful family, Viscount Paul knows in his heart that they are completely lying. If he refuses to hand over his son, they will reduce his home to ashes. But even with fear gripping him, a father's love conquers all. Paul grits his teeth and declares with absolute resolve that he will never hand over his son, prompting Gark to issue a ruthless command. Destroy everything until that brat Damian shows his face. The two apprentice knights readily draw their swords, eager to begin the senseless destruction. Watching this cruel scene unfold, Paul screams in rage, begging the heartless monsters to stop, but his voice cuts short as a dark shadow slowly walks through the front gate, causing the guards to gasp in utter disbelief. Have those pests lost their minds? A thick, suffocating dark aura wraps around Damian as he slowly steps forward. This strange, ominous presence makes Gark narrow his eyes in confusion, wondering when the boy even got here. A soldier blocks his path and demands to know who he is, but instantly finds his entire body frozen solid as ice. What is this? I cannot move. The terrifying pressure radiating from Damian forces the Leon Bloom Knights to gasp in pure agony. Coughing up blood, they watch Damian walk calmly past them, heading straight to his father to ask if he is all right. I am fine, but Victor, Paul weakly replies. Looking down at Victor lying completely motionless, his face badly beaten and bruised, Damian's eyes turn pitch black as a bone-chilling, cold aura erupts from him. Trust me, you and I are about to watch these trash pay as Damian growls with deadly intent. Let's dive into this wild fight. Looking down coldly at his enemy, Damian scoffs, asking if they think they're lucky, because if Victor didn't have a tough body, he wouldn't have survived that brutal beating. Glancing at the two knights brandishing their weapons right in front of him, Damian growls, telling them he would have beaten all three to death right here. That arrogant declaration drives them absolutely wild with rage. Mocking him from his horse, Gark sneers, asking what this bastard is babbling about. Turns out he is just a lunatic. Or does he think he is cool for beating some petty nobles with cheap tricks? Hearing the words cheap tricks, Damian's gaze turns instantly cold and incredibly dangerous. Not wasting any more time, Gark barks a fierce order, demanding why his men are still standing around. He orders them to break his legs and make him kneel. As the two knights instantly draw their swords and charge, Damian casts aside all hesitation. He rushes in barehanded, blocking the sharp sword to the knight's absolute shock. Damian smiles inwardly, thoroughly pleased with himself. Perfect. This is the ultimate chance to test the massive amount of mana he just gathered from his powerful internal energy. Channeling raw force into his palm, he grips his opponent's arm, making him scream in pure agony without showing a single shred of mercy. Damian unleashes a devastating punch straight to the enemy's face, thinking to himself, "Now, pay attention here," because Damian actually finds it convenient that these perfect targets delivered themselves for some training. Watching his ally get instantly crushed, the other knight screams in sheer panic. Before the guy can even process what is happening, Damian closes the distance with terrifying speed, leaving him gasping in absolute shock. A lightning-fast kick slams straight into his head, sending the Leon Brom knight flying back completely unconscious. Damian tells himself he is going to use this incredible new power to thoroughly punish these arrogant fools. Up on his horse, the official knight Gark is completely frozen, watching his entire squad of elite men get utterly demolished in just a few seconds. Amid the debris, Victor barely opens his eyes, weakly whispering, "Young master." Damian stops, turning back to look at his loyal servant with genuine concern, asking if he is okay. Even though his body is completely beaten and bruised, Victor still squeezes out a thumbs up to show he is fine, totally surprising Damian. Seeing the kid's resilience, Damian smiles with amusement, thinking how truly interesting he is, as Gark slowly rides forward, growling with deep suspicion. Asking if Damian fell for Wynn's cheap tricks, he stares at him, unable to hide his sheer confusion. He mutters that he cannot understand how a worthless scoundrel like Damian could possess such incredible skills. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Is Damian going to explain? No way. He coldly tells him he wouldn't understand anyway. Telling him there is no need to know, Damian remains completely calm, while his father anxiously tends to Victor right behind him. Gark's expression suddenly shifts as he mutters under his breath, before realizing something and letting out a highly sinister laugh. He sneers that he gets it now, since all the pieces finally fit. This sudden burst of confidence leaves Damian confused, but then, Gark points straight at him and loudly declares that he is an imposter. That baseless claim leaves Viscount Paul and Victor totally stunned with massive question marks, while Damian merely narrows his eyes, demanding to know what on earth this lunatic is even talking about. Gark screams like a madman, warning him not to lie. He hallucinates a massive conspiracy, believing this is a trap set by enemies to block the prosperity of the Leon Brom family. Gark confidently insists that he is definitely not the real Damian. He claims Damian is a fake hired to defeat Wynn and completely ruin the reputation of the Leon Brom family. Watching this absolutely ridiculous display of self-delusion, Damian can only let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Amused, Damian silently notes that the guy must be so terrified that his brain has completely shut down. Meanwhile, Gark is absolutely radiating bloodlust, channeling his aura into his sword to prepare for a deadly battle. Down on the ground, one of the rookie knights knocked out earlier actually opens his eyes and wakes up. But terrified of Damian's monstrous power, he just lies there trembling, wondering what on earth he should do next. Deciding to just play dead, he stays still. Viscount Paul anxiously calls his son's name, while a badly injured Victor yells out, cheering for him to win. Gripping his sword tight, Gark silently admits his opponent actually has some real skill, but he confidently declares that the kid's luck ends right here. Moving with calculated steps, the Leon Brom knight tells himself that the second Damian enters his striking range, he will slice him in half, before charging forward like a raging whirlwind. Gark swings a devastating slash from above, roaring with pure bloodlust to slice Damian in two, but Damian calmly raises his sword, effortlessly blocking the powerful strike. Looks like that plan is a complete fail. Looking at the sparking blades clashing in midair, Damian flashes a highly devious smile. And trust me, you and I are about to see if this elite knight actually has what it takes. Let us dive into this epic showdown. Gark cannot believe his eyes, telling himself that last block was just pure luck. He goes completely wild, swinging his sword with crazy speed to overwhelm his opponent. But Damian stands his ground. He easily deflects every single strike with perfect precision before dropping a cold remark. "You are too slow." Leaving Gark completely terrified, Damian calmly announces that it is finally his turn. His eyes glow with deep purple energy. Darting forward like a flash of lightning, he delivers a thunderous blow. Gark groans in agony, realizing he cannot even track the trajectory of the vicious attacks coming his way. Without giving him a second to breathe, Damian lands a powerful kick that sends the Leon Bloom knight flying. Gark shoots through the air and crashes hard, carving a deep crater in the ground amid rising dust. The knight lies defeated, coughing up blood under Damian's cold gaze. Now, I have to ask you, do you think he finally believes who Damian is? Damian looks down at the beaten knight with frozen eyes and declares that this strike was for Victor. Gark struggles to stand, leaning on his sword for balance as he trembles. "You," he mutters. Furious, the knight roars, calling him a bastard. He channels all his burning red aura into his blade, unleashing his ultimate technique, the supreme lion roar sword strike. Faced with giant claws of raw energy rushing toward him, Damian calmly mutters that he is being way too noisy. He raises his sword tip to block the attack, mocking him by asking if that is all he has. The moment Damian's blade touches it, Gark's energy barrier begins to crack and completely shatters, leaving him in absolute shock. Like a flash, Damian swings his sword, slicing clean through his opponent's armor. Gark screams in agony and collapses. That is what you get for being so incredibly arrogant. Seriously, that felt so satisfying to watch. Witnessing this shocking scene, Viscount Pao is frozen in disbelief, while Victor cheers out loud with joy. He won. Damian glances back at his servant, while Gark writhes on the ground, gritting his teeth in intense pain. Damn it, it hurts, he thinks, needing to stop the bleeding. Damian slowly walks over, pointing his sword at the knight's throat, triggering absolute panic. I do not know who you are, but you won. Please spare me. Please, the knight begs. Damian coldly replies that he is Damian Hassen, you fool. Looking down at the trembling man, he adds that he should have begged much earlier. Do you not think it is a bit too late now? Damian growls, bringing up his crimes. You laid hands on my family, and made my ugly servant look even uglier, and now you want me to spare you? Gark frantically bows his head in apology. I am sorry. I am so sorry for what happened before, he pleads. But Damian has no intention of stopping. With a smirk, he asks if the knight still does not know who he should actually apologize to. I know what you are thinking, he deserves a lot more than an apology. Meanwhile, Gark is completely clueless. Huh, he gasps. Just then, heavy footsteps echo from behind, causing him to turn around in pure terror. Victor stands tall, clutching a massive wooden club, right next to Viscount Pao, whose eyes burn with absolute rage. They both radiate a dark, suffocating pressure that completely covers the defeated knight. Victor is still absolutely furious after the brutal beating he took. Gripping his wooden club and staring down at the pathetic knight, he asks if he can land a few more hits to satisfy his anger. Damian calmly stops him, warning that any more hits might kill the guy. Not wanting to let it go, Victor suggests another option. How about we chop off his limbs instead? Hearing this, Damian smirks, thinking that actually does not sound half bad. Right then, Viscount Pao places a hand on his son's shoulder to stop him, joking that the guy might actually wet his pants from fear. Gark can only grovel on the ground, trembling as he begs. Lord Hassen, I was wrong. I apologize for my disrespect. But Pao looks at him with eyes burning with pure fury, growling and asking if the knight honestly believes a cheap apology is enough to pay for this. Pao quietly realizes that if Damian had not been strong, their entire territory would have been destroyed, and who knows what his son would suffer under the Marquis family. Gark frantically bangs his head on the ground, begging, Please, I beg of you, spare my life. Pao looks at the pathetic man with pure disgust, shaking his head as a signal to Damian. Understanding his father, Damian nods in agreement. He knows he cannot kill them here, as doing so would completely ruin any chance of fixing ties with the Leon Bloom family. His eyes grow sharp. If he were alone, he would easily challenge the Marquis house, but he cannot risk it when he still has a family to protect. But letting them off too easy means they will definitely come back for revenge soon. As he wonders what to do, Edna suddenly calls out his name. She rushes to the scene in a panic, asking what on earth happened, showing up only after the trouble is over. Typical Ednis. Damian watches her approach, and a brilliant plan suddenly forms in his mind. Trust me, you and I know she will help. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character use a holy knight to escape a massive noble mess. Ednis quietly observes the scene, then slowly nods in agreement. I see. Sensing Damian's deep anxiety, Ednis steps up and makes a sudden offer. If that is what worries you, perhaps I can help. Surprised, Damian asks what she has in mind, and Ednis simply offers a knowing smile, assuring him she already has a plan. Right in front of Viscount Paul and his son, she proudly declares that thanks to the Hassan family's immense support, the Holy Church successfully took down a top commander of the notorious Een organization. Then, she drops a massive, groundbreaking proposal. We can officially designate the Hassan family as our allied house. Damian celebrates internally because he knows that once they become official allies of the Holy Sanctuary, his family will easily escape this dangerous political crisis. In the back, a confused Victor asks Viscount Paul if partnering with the church is actually that great, while Paul just stands frozen in sheer hope. He prays this is not a dream, because this feels exactly like winning the lottery. Refusing to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, Damian immediately grabs Ednis by the hands, putting on an incredibly earnest expression. If it is not too sudden, would you really approve this alliance? Stunned by his sudden boldness and those hopeful eyes, a blushing Ednis completely loses her composure and quickly agrees. Of course, I will. But pay attention here, because behind that innocent face lies Damian's truly sinister smirk. He smugly tells himself that everything is going perfectly to plan to secure absolute protection from the holy sanctuary. Watching this entire drama unfold, Victor wonders if the young master just used his good looks to seduce a holy knight, while Viscount Paul silently nods in absolute agreement. Damian then turns to the trembling Leon Bloom knights and demands, "Hey, you all heard that, right?" Staring at Gark's pale, terrified face, Damian coldly commands, "Go back and report this to the Leon Bloom family immediately. Tell them the Hassan family is now under the holy sanctuary's direct protection." His eyes suddenly glow with a fierce purple aura as he delivers one final, terrifying warning. "If they ever dare use force against us again, they will face the absolute wrath of the church. Now get lost." Completely overwhelmed by the church's influence and Damian's terrifying aura, Gark and his remaining men scramble to escape, running for their lives. "Beat it, thanks." Victor stands in the back, still waving his cane and yelling to chase away those lucky bastards. Meanwhile, Damian just watches silently with a cold, expressionless gaze. Victor is out there chasing those fools like helpless ducks. Haha. Watching the knights retreat, Victor gloats. "See that? They ran away with their tails between their legs. So, you and I might think they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Right?" But Damian remains cautious, already planning their next move. Viscount Paul crosses his arms with a serious expression. He decides they must immediately hold an emergency family meeting. Shortly after, every family member, along with the Holy Knight, Ednis, gathers inside the conference room. Paul speaks up. "All right, let us begin. The main focus of this discussion is finding a way to deal with the hostile Leon Bloom family." Seeing the anxious looks on his mother and sister, Aben questions, "Father, are we not currently protected by the church? Why do we still need to worry about this feud?" Luis explains that they cannot expect the church to intervene completely. Paul nods in agreement. Luis is correct. The church rarely interferes too deeply in the political affairs of high nobles. Besides, the Leon Bloom family is not just strong militarily. They probably have their hands in many other industries, right? He explains that if they wanted to, powerful nobles could easily crush a minor house like Hassan, using economic pressure and bribes. Right now, the most realistic solution is to seek protection under a higher-ranking noble house. Ednis quietly agrees, thinking that joining forces with a major noble family might be the best path forward for them. But suddenly, she speaks up. There is actually one more way. Damian Hassan could become a holy knight. Damian is stunned, wondering why she would suggest this now. Faced with everyone's hopeful eyes, Damian coldly declares, "I do not want to." Ednis is forced to let it drop. Well, since Damian refuses, let us discard that idea. Seeing his father accept that rejection so easily, Aben trembles with absolute rage. He suddenly slams his hand on the table and screams, "Father!" Adjusting his glasses, his eyes glare with intense frustration as he demands, "Why are you giving in so easily? If he just becomes a holy knight, all our troubles end." Refusing to back down, Aben points directly at his brother's face and snaps, "Just force him to accept the position. Talk about a wonderful little brother, right?" Damian glares at his annoying sibling with pure, murderous intent, thinking it is best they never speak again, since this brat talks as if none of this danger has anything to do with him. Deeply terrified by his brother's cold glare, Aben slams his hands on the table, screaming, "What is with that look? If you think about it, this whole mess started because of you. It is entirely your fault." Immediately, Viscount Paul steps in, a dangerous, dark purple aura of pure intimidation flaring behind him. "Aben, sit down while I am still asking nicely." And that is where we leave it, with a terrifying silence falling over the room. "All right, you and I are about to watch Pao admit. Aben is right. Damian started this conflict, but nobody can blame him." Looking straight into his oldest son's eyes, Pao explains that the second son of the Leon Blom family always had evil designs on Luis. Whether Damian stepped in or not, that scoundrel would have never let her go, he painfully admits. Honestly, Damian protected Luis from that Marquise's second son because her own father was simply too powerless to do it himself. Those bastards tried to shamelessly steal his precious, carefully raised daughter. Sighing, Pao stands up, approaches, and suddenly places a firm hand on Damian's shoulder. He smiles warmly. "So Damian, you did an absolute masterclass of a job today." Damian is completely stunned by his father's sudden change in attitude. Pao continues praising him, saying he stood up to protect the family honor and gave a fitting payback. Staring into his father's proud eyes, Damian feels incredibly surprised. He never expected his old man to understand and support his actions so deeply. He looks away, slightly embarrassed. "It was just something I had to do." Pao pats his son's shoulder, assuring him not to worry and to let his father handle everything from now on. Seeing Aben about to object, Lady Meryuta quietly stops him, gesturing to let Pao have this one chance to act like a real father, at least this once. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupts them. A servant rushes in, saying, "Excuse the intrusion, Lord Hassen." "What is it?" "Well, someone from the Go Pixier family has arrived." Pao wonders in surprise why that ducal house is looking for them right now. Pay close attention here. The servant's face goes pale as he stammers out a truly shocking truth. "Young Master Damian took out a loan, putting up our family wheat fields as collateral, and now it is overdue." Oh, this troublemaker's past mistakes strike again. The proud smile on Pao's face vanishes instantly. His hand on Damian's shoulder begins to tremble violently with pure rage. Damian starts sweating bullets as he feels a terrifying murderous aura exploding right next to him. Pao grinds his teeth, wondering if his own son actually sold off their ancestral lands. Exploding in absolute fury, Pao roars Damian's name and lunges forward, grabbing his sinful son's face. The Viscount's enraged, screams echo loudly throughout the entire mansion as he curses him. "Oh, hello there, Damian." Fresh out of that stressful family meeting, Damian is immediately confronted by an uninvited guest. Staring at the braided-haired man smiling cunningly in front of him, Damian thinks to himself that he vaguely remembers this guy. The stranger casually speaks up. "It has been a long time. I am here today because the payment is due as agreed." Standing proudly with two burly bodyguards is Olan Demiso, the West Branch manager of drunkard. Memories of his own absolute foolishness from his past life begin to flood back vividly. This guy, Olan, used sweet talk to convince Damian, asking if it would be better to use his family's land as collateral. "That way, we can lend you even more money." Damian grinds his teeth in self-blame. "Damn it, my past self. Why did I hand over the land deeds back then?" Facing his creditor, he tries to stay calm and asks how much he owes. Olan holds up 3 fingers with a smug smile, saying he borrowed 200 gold, so with interest, it is 300 gold total. That massive amount leaves Damian completely shocked as he gasps. "What?" Olan remains perfectly calm, claiming that is the exact amount. He asks to see the contract. "Honestly, you and I can both feel the absolute panic taking over Damian right now. He cannot even remember why he borrowed so much. But the harsh reality is that his family cannot possibly afford to pay back that massive sum right now. If he does not find a solution, his family will be thrown out of their home, forced to beg on the streets, and despised by everyone. They will be kicked straight to the curb." Olan clears his throat menacingly, reminding him that if they do not pay today, their mortgaged land will officially become the property of drunkard. Damian shouts in anger, stating that Olan had promised the collateral was just a mere formality. But the director only sneers, using the Duke of Go Pixier's name as leverage to force compliance, claiming the debt recovery order applies to absolutely everyone, whether they are nobles or commoners. He growls, demanding Damian bring the money, then asks with a sinister look if he simply does not have it. But defying expectations, Damian calmly responds that he has no money prepared. Damian's direct answer leaves Olan completely dumbfounded as he gasps, "What?" But the greedy creditor immediately cracks a scheming, wicked smile, softly muttering, "Is that so?" He casually leans back on the sofa, arrogantly crossing his legs inside the mansion. Olan scoffs mockingly, saying that in that case, he should not have borrowed the money initially. Closing his eyes to relax as if victory is already his, he suddenly snaps his fingers. Olan signals his 2 massive guards to close in on Damian. "Trust me, you and I can see he is going to collect this debt his own way. He knew all along the boy would never be able to pay." A twisted glint flashes in his eyes as he stares hungrily at the young master's back. "Honestly, I do love money, but I definitely prefer this exact moment so much more. All right, you and I are about to watch those arrogant nobles get brought to their knees by young Master Hassen." Olan closes his eyes, savoring the twisted pleasure as his tongue disgustingly licks his lips. Ah, just imagining it gets him off. What a complete psycho, who even knows what goes on in his head. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Hassen family, Viscount Paul is pacing back and forth with a highly anxious face. Seeing him so stressed out, Mariuta sighs and pleads, "Honey, please, just sit down and rest already. You are pacing around so much that the floor is about to wear out completely." Lois also turns to her younger brother and tells him, "Abin, you need to calm down too." But Viscount Paul still cannot keep his cool and shouts back, "Honey, how can I sit still at a time like this? Our entire family could be completely ruined." Abin chimes in with a panicked expression. "Exactly. How can we sit still when our whole family is about to be threatened?" Unlike the 2 frantic men, Mariuta calmly sips her tea and reassures them, saying that Damian promised to handle everything. "We just need to trust him and wait." Lois nods her head in agreement with her mother. "Exactly. Damian has never let us down when he steps up, has he?" Paul grits his teeth, sweating bullets from fear, muttering that his swordsmanship is the only good thing about him. Fighting skills and negotiation are 2 completely different things. Exactly. But pay attention here because this is the exact second Damian unleashes his terrifying godlike speed. A loud boom echoes as he lands a devastating punch, smashing the guard's head straight into the floor, shattering the tiles into pieces. Witnessing this absolute brutality right in front of him, Olan jumps off the couch, his eyes wide with pure shock. Looking at the wreckage, Damian silently panics, realizing his dad is going to kill him since he just fixed that wall. He coldly grabs the hair of the screaming loan shark, who squeals in agony. Then, he draws his sword to confront the remaining guard, completely ignoring his father's panicked screams from behind. The young master moves like lightning, choking the last guard so hard the man can only let out a painful gasp. He lifts the giant into the air and coldly asks him, "You drew a blade on a noble. So this is just self-defense, right?" A truly chilling smile spreads across Damian's face, leaving Olan so utterly terrified that he can only gasp in absolute, bone-chilling horror. He never saw this outcome coming, even in his worst nightmares. After easily clearing the thugs, Damian casually approaches the trembling loan shark. With a deep voice, he tells him to relax, and Olan quickly nods, too terrified to speak a word. Damian casually admits they cannot pay the debt right now, making Olan wave his hands frantically and insist it is totally fine. But Damian suddenly places a heavy hand on his shoulder, flashing a bright yet incredibly threatening smile. "How about I pay you in a different way?" And yeah, we both know Olan had no choice but to nod in terror. The next morning, the quiet atmosphere at the Hassen estate is shattered by Abin's constant whining. The kid cries to his father, claiming that justice was brutally defeated by violence. Meanwhile, Mayor Yuda and Lois are giving Damian some warm advice before his departure. His mother reminds him to eat well, while his sister wishes him a safe and completely peaceful journey. Damian smiles, reassuring them all that he will definitely return safe and sound. Tired of Abin's constant rambling, Viscount Paul grabs his younger son's head, demanding him to shut up and support his older brother instead. Even though he agreed to let Damian go, Viscount Paul still cannot help but worry if his son's plan will actually work out. Leaving the estate, Damian runs into Ednis waiting for him. She admits she is quite sad to part ways with him so soon. As Damian thanks her, Ednis blushes, mentioning her investigation is nearly complete and she will be leading her squad back tomorrow. Ednis flashes a sweet smile, wishing him the absolute best on his upcoming journey. He gently thanks her for all her support lately. Even so, the Holy Knight still holds out hope, reminding him that if he ever changes his mind about joining the church, she will welcome him with open arms. But Damian cuts her off, rejecting the offer instantly. Seriously, the man said no, so why does she keep trying to recruit him? Once the farewells are finally over, Damian asks Victor if he is ready to set off. The loyal young servant eagerly confirms that all the luggage is loaded. Stepping inside the carriage, both Damian and Victor are completely amazed by just how incredibly spacious and comfortable it is. Right then, a trembling voice calls out from a dark corner of the carriage, immediately catching their attention. It is Olan Demiso, the former debt collector manager, sitting there completely terrified and waiting for them. Olan quickly bows his head with deep respect, promising that he will do everything in his power to make sure Damian faces zero inconveniences. Seeing his submissive attitude, Damian smiles in approval, generously declaring that since he is so cooperative, the whole squad is having lobster for lunch. The luxurious offer leaves Olan completely speechless, and honestly, you and I can't wait to see what happens next. You and I are about to watch an epic ride. Damian looks ahead and tells Victor it's time to go, and his excited servant eagerly shouts at the horses to start. The powerful horse rears up, pulling the carriage as they finally roll out of the territory. The carriage wheels spin faster and faster against the rough road. With a determined look and a confident smile, Damian loudly gives the order to march. His next target is none other than the Duke of Go-Pixier's estate, aiming to settle his family's debt once and for all. The carriage speeds away between two rows of towering stone pillars, heading toward the glowing horizon to begin a brand new chapter. Standing before the breathtaking mansion of the wealthiest family in the entire kingdom, Damian can't help but gasp. Wow, the Go-Pixier estate towers before them, a massive testament to pure power and absolute luxury. Damian smiles and thanks Olan for the smooth ride, promising to remember his help if everything goes according to plan. Olan bows humbly, saying he already notified the Duke, and invites Damian to head right inside. But the moment Damian's back is turned, the greedy loan shark's face twists in rage, cursing him for making him work harder than a slave. He silently prays for Damian to face a horrible fate inside and never make it out alive. Completely ignoring Olan's secret curses, Damian calmly steps into the mansion, promising he'll be back as soon as his business is done. Watch closely, because here's the big meeting. Facing the sharp gaze of Duke Adam Go-Pixier of the Apple Kingdom, Damian is asked if he's indeed that notorious Hassen family troublemaker. Damian offers a confident smile. "Ha ha, I am truly honored that you recognize me, my lord." Adam mentally lumps him in with all the other annoying nobles, then lazily asks for the real reason he came all this way. Damian bluntly admits he borrowed money from a financial business run by the Go-Pixier family, and the payment is officially due. Adam casually acknowledges him as a client, but Damian's next words catch the powerful Duke completely off guard. I apologize, but I don't have any money right now, so I'd like to pay another way. To the Duke's utter shock, Damian loudly declares, I will defeat the Leon Blom family to clear my debt. This insane proposal silences the room, stunning even the guard knight Gaon Himmlich. Adam bursts into laughter, assuming this kid must have caught wind of some recent rumors. Gaon solemnly confirms the rumor is true, while Damian quietly observes their reactions. He knows full well that everyone in the Apple Kingdom has been talking about this lately. A highly valuable gold mine was recently discovered right on the border between Leon Blom and Go Pixier. Now you and I know these families hate each other, so they are holding a duel between low-ranking knights for soul mining rights. Damian reflects on this. Already knowing the outcome from his past life, the Leon Blom family is destined to win. They use that massive fortune to rapidly expand their power, while the Go Pixier family's influence completely hit rock bottom. Damian thinks to himself, if I help the Duke win, I can pay my debt and crush the biggest organization in land work. Duke Adam Go Pixier studies him closely. You are incredibly ambitious, aren't you? I heard you defeated the second son of Leon Blom, and even destroyed Landwork's biggest group. Damian calmly nods. Haha, rumors have a way of spreading fast. There is some truth to them. Adam's eyes narrow. Is that so? Sounds intriguing. I need a knight for this duel. Damian confidently steps up. Then no one is more perfect than me. Who else can challenge Leon Blom's eldest son? This bold claim startles a mid-rank knight standing nearby. Adam squints, asking, Are you sure you can beat him? Everyone knows that guy is an absolute genius. Damian coolly replies. His skills are formidable, but I can read his moves in an instant. Suddenly cuts in, shouting, My lord, don't believe him. Those rumors are wildly exaggerated. Adam slowly nods. You make a fair point. The knight aggressively insists that Lady Chelsea will surely bring back the perfect candidate for the Duke. He explains that Lady Chelsea left a month ago to find a knight strong enough to face Michael Leon Blom. In their minds, they picture a powerful woman who has flawlessly passed every single test the Duke threw at her. Believing she will secure the best fighter, Adam Go Pixier listens to his men's confident claims and falls into deep thought. You all have a point, but they haven't even found anyone yet. Why reject him so quickly? Damian clicks his tongue in annoyance as the Go Pixier knights keep whispering behind his back, ruining his negotiation plans. Seeing Duke Adam silently testing his reaction, Damian decides to lay all his cards on the table to assert dominance. He boldly addresses the room, speaking directly to everyone doubting him. You are all dead wrong. If you want to win, you have to choose me. No one Chelsea brings back can ever match me. And trust me, that arrogant claim makes the other knights absolutely lose their minds. Let's see if he can back it up. You and I are about to watch Damian silence the doubters with a smug smile. Need proof? I will block your strongest attack. This bold claim shocks Heiss so hard his entire face twists in pure rage. Damian casually adds that blocking this mid-tier knight's strongest blow is the ultimate way to prove his true power once and for all. Feeling insulted by a low-tier rookie, Heiss roars at the Duke, begging for permission to teach this brat a lesson. Duke Adam takes a slow sip of tea, smirking mysteriously before giving his permission. Sounds interesting. You have my blessing. Exactly. Fight it out to see who is stronger. No need to waste tea. The duel is quickly arranged in the courtyard. Facing Heiss, who is aggressively gripping his weapon, Damian remains incredibly calm, showing absolutely zero fear. Victor panics, unable to understand why his master chose a physical fight instead of just reasoning with the Duke. But Damian casually tells him to relax and watch the show, claiming that his opponent is the one in actual danger. Heiss channels his spiritual energy, releasing a blazing aura that covers his body and makes Victor shake in pure terror. With the Duke's signal to start, Heiss tightly grips his massive spear, warning him to get on his knees and beg. Unfazed by the pressure, Damian just yawns out of boredom, telling his opponent to stop talking and attack already. This mocking attitude adds fuel to the fire, sending Heiss charging forward in a blind rage, roaring for his death. The knight focuses his blazing blue energy into his spearhead, screaming that he will pierce a hole right through his smug face. Now watch closely. An incredibly fast thrust tears through the air, but Damian calmly tracks its path, finding the attack easy to predict. However, the exact moment Damian raises his sword to block, a devious smirk suddenly appears on Heiss's face. Boom! A massive explosion erupts, sending a violent shockwave that shatters the ground beneath them. Heiss laughs maniacally in triumph, mocking him for falling straight into his trap. To the absolute shock of Duke Adam and his elite guard, the spear carrying sharp energy punctures directly through Damian's shoulder, spraying blood everywhere. Witnessing this horrific sight, Victor holds his head and screams in total despair. Victor shrieks for his young master, while Chelsea and the guard Gaon freeze in complete shock at the sudden, brutal injury. Blown back by the impact, Damian collapses to the ground, clutching his chest under his opponent's stunned gaze. Yet, Heiss breaks out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in disbelief that his surprise attack was actually blocked. Amidst the heavy tension, Gaon lets out a quiet sigh before stepping forward to speak. "My lord, let me report the current situation to you. You and I both saw that coming, right?" Damian slowly stands up, blood on his shirt, smirkingly asking if he's the representative now. Victor immediately throws himself onto Damian, sobbing hysterically and asking if his young master is all right after that crazy clash. Victor thought he was a goner, but Damian just groans in pain, calling him an idiot. Watching this show, both Duke Adam and Gaon offer high praise. To actually block Heiss's ultimate spear strike is simply remarkable. Duke Adam realizes that despite his initial doubts, Damian possesses an extraordinary talent that cannot be ignored. Standing up, the Duke proudly announces to the entire estate that Damian Hassen has proven his absolute worth. As promised, Damian is officially appointed the representative, and Adam quickly glares down Heiss's furious objections. "Silence. I am in a good mood, do not ruin it." Damian smirks and bows respectfully to the Duke. Meanwhile, Heiss stands frozen in shock, wondering how his clean strike ended in such a total disaster. What he doesn't know is that he was just a puppet in Damian's master plan, whose true power already far exceeds any low-tier standard. But since this duel was only meant for lower-rank knights, Damian had to act weak to fool everyone in the room. He had actively used his sword to block the spearhead at the very last millisecond, creating a perfect illusion that fooled everyone. Damian notes that if he hadn't focused his mana in time, that strike could have actually killed him. Checking his status bar, his red health pool is still barely holding on. Seeing the blood, Chelsea walks over, declaring that he cannot just ignore such a severe internal injury. He touches his ring, activating a spatial magical tool that leaves Damian utterly astounded by the rare sight. From within the spatial rift, Chelsea pulls out a small wooden box, presenting it to Damian as a gift. Inside are golden glowing pills known as equilibrium pills, which Chelsea admits cost him a massive fortune at the Alchemist Academy. These pills can boost stamina and heal internal wounds instantly, making Damian silently celebrate hitting the jackpot as he offers his sincere thanks. Chelsea pats his shoulder, trusting him to contribute even more. "Stick with me, because his journey gets wilder." Damian smiles back. "Yes, sir. Stick with me here." With his stamina fully restored to a perfect green bar, Damian wakes up. The next morning, under the bright sun at the Duke's estate, he starts his early training. He can clearly feel the power of that pill, since his internal injuries have completely healed up after just one night. Looking around, the training grounds filled with premium weapons, shields, and high-grade armor, he quietly marvels at the incredible gear that he did not even have time to notice the day before. Damian decides he can use this gear for his long-term training, but then two knights show up, looking like classic early-game troublemaking NPCs. Suddenly, a condescending voice from behind asks if he is indeed Damian Hassen. Damian turns around to find two armored knights looking down at him with judgy eyes. Once he confirms his identity, a guy with purple hair flashes a highly arrogant smirk, introducing himself as a low-ranking knight named Pabin Beeman. Just as he finishes speaking, his massive sworn brothers step up directly behind him. Pabin and his two giant buddies proudly declare that they are also knights who will fight in the upcoming duel. Damian, quite surprised, asks them back, "Are you guys actually duelists too?" Pabin boastfully explains they were too busy training outdoors yesterday to show up, while mocking Damian as just a lucky little kid. He sneers that if they had actually been there, the one teaching him a lesson would not have been Sir Gaon. Pabin warns him that the match with Leon Bloom is a matter of life and death for the Duke, so he better not embarrass them with his weak skills. He waves Damian away to clear the field. Here is where it gets interesting. Pay close attention. Damian silently realizes this is a great chance to evaluate the Duke's knights. Meanwhile, Pabin barks orders at his men to quickly move into their positions. Instantly, one knight channels his energy, striking a legendary, completely immovable warrior stance to warm up. Not to be outdone, the other leaps high into the air with an epic flying strike. The violent clash of their wooden swords sends massive shockwaves throughout the yard. The sparring session gets insanely intense. The big knight grits his teeth, shouting that this is match 987, and he is finally winning. They clash like absolute beasts, stamina draining, but neither backs down. Pabin smirks, telling his buddy to keep dreaming, as they both push so hard their bodies literally shake under the pressure. At the decisive moment, Pabin suddenly throws a brutal headbutt right into his opponent's face, catching him completely off guard. The massive knight is shocked. Pabin actually predicted the strike and recklessly blocked it with his own head, a high IQ move that is purely insane. Even with blood pouring down his face, Pabin just grins, absolutely thrilled to have learned a new trick. They bow to each other, calling the match a draw since both of them made some serious progress. Just then, a chubby knight eagerly charges forward, begging for the next round because his hands are itching for action. They resolve to train hard for a month. You and I know they want to crush Leon Bloom and bring glory to the Duke. Their shouts of all for one and one for all echo through the area. Shaking with hype, they raise their wooden swords like absolute fanatics. Standing far away and watching this incredibly dramatic show, Damian and Victor are completely speechless. Seeing his master's face, Victor asks, "Young master, are you okay?" Damian is totally devastated, his face darkening as he looks into a bleak future. He quietly sighs to Victor, telling him they are completely doomed in the upcoming battle. To his bewildered servant, Damian bitterly admits he has zero confidence when he is teamed up with meatheads who only rely on pure muscle. Chelsea laughs out loud, mocking that this is not very fitting for a high-ranking knight like Gaon Himmlich. The silver-haired veteran knight calmly replies that he does not find it annoying at all. When Chelsea presses him for the truth, he remains serene, insisting he is being completely honest. Memories of last night flash back, with Damian refusing his offer. "Thank you for the generous offer, but I prefer training alone." Even though Gon says he only brought it up casually, deep down he was shocked that a young noble had the nerve to refuse training from a legendary knight like Gaon Himmlich. Back in the present, Chelsea smiles, calling Damian quite interesting. He curiously asks Gon what he honestly thinks of the young man. The old knight thoughtfully admits that Damian is an extraordinary youth who can get things done. However, when discussing their odds against the Leon Bloom family, his face turns deadly serious. He admits honestly that it is very hard to say right now, since the duel requires 3 fighters and the side with 2 wins takes the entire match. Even if Damian performs perfectly, it might not be enough. Chelsea silently nods, agreeing with the harsh reality. Gon stresses that everyone must train hard. But let's face it, this squad is way too heavy to carry. Trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Let's dive into this. The Duke completely trusts this mid-tier knight Vincenzo, thinking there is absolutely nothing to worry about. But contrary to that optimism, Damian is standing outside with a leaf on his head, looking completely fed up. Right now, these guys are a massive headache he never saw coming. Watching the knights yell during training, he realizes that besides being completely brainless, their physical condition is utterly pathetic. They are all show and no substance. Seeing Paban and his crew eagerly trying out some new moves they just learned, Damian sighs deeply. At this pathetic level, they are guaranteed to lose. Damian stands there, deep in thought. Rubbing his forehead in pure exhaustion, he realizes he has no choice but to step in. Leaving Victor completely stunned, Damian casually walks over to the 3 smug knights and calls out, "Hey, you 3 idiots, get over here." That massive provocation leaves them absolutely speechless. What? Did this guy really just call us idiots? Without giving them a second to react, Damian strips off his outer coat, exposing his rock-solid muscles, and coldly suggests a sparring match. Paban and his arrogant buddies smirk, thinking Damian must have some serious guts to challenge them after witnessing their supreme skills. Paban steps up confidently, declaring that he will be the very first one to put Damian in his place. Don't blink, because the atmosphere on the training ground just got insanely tense. But Damian, with his cold, glowing eyes, immediately crushes that confidence. "You are dead wrong. I do not want to fight just you. I want all 3 of you at once." He casually gestures, daring all 3 of them to charge at him together. Even though he is still wearing heavy training sandbags, his sheer arrogance drives Paban and his crew absolutely insane with rage. Gearing up for combat, Damian tells himself that although this slightly breaks knightly protocol, beating some rabid dogs to a pulp is the absolute best way to handle them. The 3 giant knights charge simultaneously, launching devastating, heavy punches right at Damian. Dripping with raw bloodlust, these guys completely forget to turn on their defense. Surrounded on all sides, Damian remains perfectly calm, laser-focused on tracking every single move they make. Everything happens so fast that Paban only lets out a confused groan before completely blacking out. When he finally comes to, the purple-haired knight is shocked to find himself face-planted on the cold floor. Wait, what on earth just happened? He scrambles up, horrified to see his 2 massive comrades knocked out cold, snoring loudly on the ground. Standing right before them is Damian, arms crossed in pure disappointment. "Finally awake, huh? Just as pathetic as I expected." Right then, a panicked Victor runs over, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Young master, what kind of trouble did you cause now?" Damian casually replies to his servant, "I am not causing trouble. I am just teaching the Duke's knights a lesson." Clutching his aching head, Paban is absolutely shocked as the truth of their defeat sinks in. The knight desperately racks his brain. He clearly remembers all 3 of them attacking Damian, but everything after that is a complete blur. Just 5 minutes ago, as the 3 aggressive knights closed in, Damian easily sidestepped Paban's heavy punch at the very last second, his face completely calm. "You and I both know that was insanely slick." He quickly closes the distance, channeling raw power into his palm for a lightning-fast neck chop. Damian strikes like lightning, landing devastating blows to their necks before they can even realize what hit them. Their entire plan falls apart completely, and within a fraction of a second, All three giant knights are knocked down, sprawled across the floor in absolute shock. Even though Paban tried his best to resist with absolute rage, he still couldn't dodge a devastating, direct punch from Damian. That overwhelming force sends the knight flying, knocking him out instantly. As Paban groggily wakes up, he is struck by the horrifying realization that all three of them were completely decimated by a single opponent. Shaking with fear, he looks at Damian, wondering what kind of absolute monster could crush all three of them so effortlessly. Standing over the defeated knights who are slumped on the ground, Damian speaks coldly. "Hey, you three." The knights instantly shrink back, bowing respectfully and stammering, "Yes, yes, my lord." Damian asks in a low voice, "Who trained you guys?" Paban honestly confesses that they were trained by Master Sebastian Vincenzo, an intermediate knight. Damian frowns slightly, repeating the words with heavy doubt. Mid-tier? Paban can only nod, completely submissive. Looking at the pitiful bunch, Damian thinks that a knight of that level, allowing his students to train so half-heartedly, is going to be a huge problem. But at the same time, he really does not want any unnecessary trouble. He flatly commands, "Once Vincenzo's training session is over, come find me here. From now on, you are sparring with me every single day." That declaration absolutely terrifies Paban. He is deeply worried that if he gets beaten black and blue, Master Vincenzo will notice something is wrong. But Damian just smiles confidently. "Do not worry. No matter how many times I beat you up, your body will not have a single scratch." Paban checks his body and is shocked to realize that despite the massive beatdown, there is not a single bruise. "Trust me, we are about to see some insane growth next. Look at his status window. His HP is tanked, but his skin is untouched." Damian flashes an incredibly mysterious smile, quietly recalling a special secret technique he learned a very long time ago. It was the method of a legendary man who once wandered the continent to discipline sinners. They called him the Reformer of Personalities. His actual method was incredibly simple, yet it delivered an agonizing pain that pierced the soul without leaving a single trace. This reformer would literally punch his target for a solid hour, and if that didn't work, he'd happily double the time. Legend says his longest session lasted a brutal 512 hours. Through that brutal process, he actually started feeling bad for his victims, wondering how he could beat someone without ruining their lives. Eventually, he reached the master tier, creating a terrifying ultimate technique known as Silent Strike. His dark mentor aura flares to maximum, making the training atmosphere incredibly tense. Now pay attention, this is exactly what Damian just used on those three knights. A secret technique that inflicts bone-shattering agony without leaving a single mark on their skin. Looking at the three trembling on their knees, Damian asks coldly, "Do you finally understand how weak and utterly worthless you are?" Penn and his lackeys can only bow their heads in pure humiliation, but Damian just raises a finger, mockingly reassuring them that they still have a whole month before the duel begins. He flashes a highly sinister smile and boldly declares, "In this time, I am going to turn you into bugs totally worthless, but at least somewhat useful." His chilling words leave the knights completely paralyzed with fear. Damian casually turns around and walks off, telling everyone to get back to training. Just then, a frantic servant from the Duke's estate rushes over, shouting, "Lord Damian, there you are. The Duke is looking for you immediately, my lord." Surprised, Damian asks what is going on, and the nervous servant begins to hesitantly explain. Amidst the solemn grandeur of the mansion, a gorgeous woman with a highly confident posture suddenly makes her entrance. Her overwhelming noble lady aura is off the charts, commanding the entire room. Rocking a stunning red and black dress and a radiant smile, she demands everyone's absolute attention. The servant formally announces that Lady Chelsea has finally returned. Chelsea kneels before her father, declaring, "It has been a long time, father. I have returned." The family tension here is crazier than a guild meeting fighting for the server top. Duke Adam Go Pixier looks at his eldest daughter thoughtfully, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Indeed, a month has passed. "Have you found a knight to represent us in battle?" Chelsea flashes a mysterious smile and proudly confirms she has. Right on cue, a massive giant of a man carrying two colossal maces on his back steps forward. He proudly introduces himself as the Beast Gilmo, and the sudden revelation of this lower-grade knight's identity sends massive shockwaves through the entire room. The surrounding knights immediately start whispering about this notorious mercenary, a legendary monster who once single-handedly slaughtered almost an entire low-rank legion during the kingdom's brutal war. You and I both know how crazy those rumors sound, but the claim that no low-rank knight can beat him clearly amuses Duke Adam. "Oh ho, I have heard plenty of rumors about you. You earned that terrifying nickname by going absolutely wild on the battlefield." Gilmo laughs out loud, surprised that his reputation has reached all the way to the Apple Kingdom, while Chelsea speaks up with absolute confidence. "Father, Gilmo has sworn his loyalty to me and promised to fight. He is more than capable of crushing Michael Leon Bloom." She claims Gilmo is leagues ahead of Michael Leon Bloom because while their rival is still striving for perfection, Gilmo reached that peak level a long time ago. Duke Adam rubs his chin thoughtfully, noting that while it is great news, there is a slight complication. The mood in the hall instantly turns highly competitive as everyone shifts into overdrive, leaving Chelsea deeply confused about her father's true intentions. Adam casually walks toward the entrance and announces, "I suppose I still have not introduced him to you yet. He will be our representative for this match." Suddenly, the mansion doors swing wide open as Damian Hassen steps inside, oozing confidence with a smug grin on his face. Chelsea cannot hide her utter shock and growing fury upon seeing that her father has already chosen someone else. She instantly goes into extreme rage mode, her anger bar completely maxed out as she snaps. "What do you mean by this? I specifically told you to wait for me." But Duke Adam Go Pixier calmly replies, "Yes, you did, but I never said I would." Refusing to accept this, Chelsea smirks and immediately demands, "Then change our representative." Seeing her absolute stubbornness, the old Duke lets out a soft sigh, promising to consider it, but Chelsea continues to scream out in pure, unfiltered rage. "There is nothing to think about, father. I have never even heard of him." Watching the drama unfold, Damian silently figures she must be the Duke's daughter. Chelsea continues trying to convince her father with an incredibly sharp tone. "It is glaringly obvious that you should choose Lord Gilmo over some completely nameless knight like him." Listening to this, Damian feels like he is being treated like a bug. You and I are left watching Damian narrow his eyes at the giant Gilmo, wondering what happens next. Let's dive into this crazy scene where Duke Adam is playing no games. Sure, Gillick is famous, but is Damian really strong enough to block Heath's ultimate attack? This blunt statement leaves Heath shaking behind them in pure, bitter humiliation. As for Chelsea, she can only let out a cold, sarcastic sneer, as her rising anger instantly shifts into a bitter personal attack. "You just refuse to admit my abilities, and this is the perfect excuse for you to completely ignore them. Your actions never match your words, not with me or mother." That strike to a painful nerve makes Duke Adam Gold Pixie glare back in absolute rage. "How dare you act like this in front of my guests?" Instantly, Chelsea shifts her attitude, faking a sweet smile to make excuses. "Oh, forgive me, I am just exhausted from my long journey." Meanwhile, Damian quietly watches them, realizing this family is far from being a happy one. The old Duke decisively cuts off the bickering, declaring they will discuss other matters first and settle this issue later. Right at that moment, the absolute beast Gillick bursts out into a massive, booming laugh. His arrogant laughter echoes through the hall like a final boss entering Phase 2, shocking both the Duke and his personal guard. He casually strolls forward and arrogantly declares that there is no need to settle things with mere words. After all, they are men. This disrespectful behavior immediately prompts Gon to call him out for his utter rudeness. But Gillick totally ignores him. Watch closely here, because he makes a direct proposal. The strongest represents the family, glaring down at Damian with pure provocation. Duke Adam glances over at him and asks, "Young Master Damian, what do you think?" Damian sighs inwardly, instantly realizing that the Duke is trying to use this annoying mercenary to test his strength yet again. He knows he needs to show off his real skills to settle this matter once and for all, instantly turning on his flex mode without any useless talk. He agrees that the strongest should lead, but suggests a physical fight is not even necessary. Yet, as Gillick reaches out to grab him, Damian smirks with a hidden plan, wanting to test a few things himself. The hulking beast growls, demanding they test who is truly stronger. Damian just scoffs back with pure provocation. "If I accidentally rip your arm off, do not blame me." Facing that intense threat, Damian sarcastically replies, "Oh, how terrifying." His glowing eyes send Gillick over the edge. The brute grins savagely, boasting that he will go easy and only dislocate Damian's shoulder. The giant unleashes his murderous intent to strike, but our main character is already one step ahead. With flawless, elite technique, he redirects his opponent's massive power to execute a spectacular slam, leaving Gillick only able to gasp in utter shock as his entire world spins upside down. A brutal, earth-shattering crash shakes the entire hall. Damian slams Gillick onto the hard ground without a shred of mercy. The massive shockwave looks like a blockbuster movie scene. You and I can see their faces right now. Chelsea, Duke, Adam, and Heath are absolutely frozen in shock. Gillick lies completely flattened on the floor, only able to groan in agonizing pain. Chelsea is completely bewildered by what just happened, while the old Duke cannot hide his immense excitement, shouting, "Brilliant!" It turns out Gillick tried to grab Damian first, but he used the giant's own massive strength to easily flip and slam him. Seeing that high-level execution, everyone realizes Damian is not just insanely strong, but also a seasoned master of combat. Humiliated in front of everyone, Gillick grinds his teeth in pure hatred, crawling back up with fiery eyes as he roars in rage. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Damian remains completely unbothered, calmly smiling as he remarks, "You are tougher than I thought. I actually meant to dislocate your shoulder." That mockery is pure fuel to the fire, driving Gillick insane as he screams that he will tear Damian to shreds. He grabs his giant weapon, unleashing a violent purple aura that covers his entire body. Ignoring Chelsea's screams to stop, the wild beast charges forward, threatening to smash Damian's skull with a single deadly blow. Gillick roars like an absolute madman, shouting that he will crush his skull. He swings his twin axes, glowing with dark purple energy, charging straight at Damian as his berserk aura threatens to wreck the entire hall. But at that exact life-or-death moment, a sudden blast of green holy aura erupts to intervene. Chelsea panics and screams for them to stop, while Gillick is shocked to find himself frozen by an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. He growls through gritted teeth as Guardian Knight Gon Himmlich releases a suffocating, oppressive aura. He coldly warns him for drawing a weapon in front of such an esteemed noble, asking if he wants to die. Under the glowing, majestic glare of the old knight, Gillick instantly collapses to his knees, groaning under the absolute suppression. Watching this unfold, Damian silently notes that Gaon's power far exceeds that of any ordinary high-ranking knight. Gon declares he will let it slide this time for Lady Chelsea's sake, but warns there will be absolutely no second chance. Gillick collapses, coughing up blood from the intense pressure. And that's where we leave it. But trust me, things are about to get even crazier. Alright, let's dive into some juicy drama as Duke Adam Go Pixier sarcastically claps at the chaotic infighting happening right inside his own mansion. He firmly declares that Damian Hassen will remain their official representative for the upcoming battle, no matter what. But Knight Uis immediately objects, raising his voice in protest and claiming their recent match was completely unfair. Chelsea desperately argues that Gem still hasn't recovered from his grueling adventure, giving Damian a massive, unfair advantage. Uis goes full combat lawyer mode, spitting out excuses faster than a multi-hit combo. Damian can only watch in utter disbelief as this annoying troublemaker continues his rant, desperately arguing that Gihem is an armed specialist whose true abilities can't be judged in a simple bare-fisted brawl. Chelsea chimes in, demanding an official duel to properly compare their skills instead of settling things with this childish playfight. Even though Duke Adam warns her not to push things too far, Chelsea continues screaming her furious protests without stopping. Suddenly, Duke Adam's patience snaps entirely. He slams his hand on the table and roars, "I told you to stop showcasing your own sheer incompetence." The harsh scolding leaves Chelsea stunned. Bowing in bitter silence, she mutters an apology and storms off, with a frustrated Uis trailing right behind her. Breaking the tense silence, Damian raises his hand and speaks up, "Duke Adam, may I say a few words?" To Chelsea's absolute shock, Damian casually drops a massive bombshell, asking if he can accept her proposal for an official duel. Now watch closely, as his question leaves the room dead silent. Even Duke Adam narrows his eyes in pure amusement at the youth's confidence. Once they leave the estate, Victor immediately starts nagging about his master's reckless gamble. "Young master, why on earth did you agree to that duel? You had absolutely nothing to lose by staying quiet, but now you're jumping headfirst into trouble." Victor goes full panicked manager, venting non-stop. Damian calmly replies, "I have my reasons, so quit whining," before finally stopping in front of a busy blacksmith forge. He recalls the Duke telling him that since his old sword shattered during the battle with Uis, a brand new weapon was already prepared for him here. Damian smirks, talking to himself. Sure, he could easily crush that bastard Gimtem with a wooden stick, but there's no reason to reject the Duke's generous offer. The moment they step inside, the blacksmith recognizes them instantly. Once Victor explains the Duke's orders, the smith excitedly leads the way forward. "Ah, I was told to expect you boys. This way." He swings the doors open, revealing a breathtaking armory that makes Victor gasp in awe. Let's pause and admire this top-tier gear alongside Damian, who is quietly marveling at these brilliantly glowing legendary weapons. Damian asks Victor if he wants to pick something, and the kid instantly gets excited, eyeing the most expensive gear. Suddenly, Damian stops in his tracks, as something catches his eye, a magnificent sword radiating a bright light inside a glass showcase. Approaching him, the blacksmith explains that this is an incredibly unique and special blade. A certain knight who used to work here originally commissioned it, but an urgent emergency forced him to leave before it was finished, meaning its true master never got to hold it. Staring at the blade, Damian asks thoughtfully, "Did that knight give you resonance iron to forge this?" His question utterly stuns the blacksmith, who gasps, "How did you know?" Damian silently recognizes its design. It is identical to the weapon of a legendary past master, known as the Sword Maestro. Without a single second of hesitation, he firmly declares, "I will take this one." Even though the blacksmith is hesitant due to the highly unusual metal, Damian confidently stands by his choice. He knows that unlike normal steel, which only boosts mana, this material can repel mana and unleash devastating shockwaves. Picking up the sword to feel its weight, he asks for its name. As he unsheathes it, the blade instantly radiates an overwhelming master vibe. The blacksmith recalls the knight's words from years ago. He said he would call it the 1,000-mile sword. Highly satisfied, Damian slides the precious blade back into its scabbard. Suddenly, soft, light footsteps echo from behind. A mysterious, unfamiliar woman appears out of nowhere, forcing Damian to turn around with a suspicious look. It is a glasses-wearing maid, sporting a deeply mysterious smile. She bows gracefully, greeting him with a polite, "It is an honor to meet you. I am Rebecca, personal maid to Lady Chelsea." Her enigmatic smile practically screams trouble, hinting at some massive incoming drama. She explains she is here under her mistress's orders and asks if he could spare some private time for a quick chat. "If you do not mind, shall we have a quick chat?" Although Damian doubts they have anything to discuss, Rebecca continues to persuade him with deep, suggestive hints. "Who knows? My mistress might be far more than you think. You will be able to get exactly what you want, Lord Damian." Lord Damian. Looking at the maid's calculating smile, Damian knows she is trying to lure him, but since he still needs to verify a few things, he decides to play along and nods in agreement. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see where this shady maid leads our main character next. Alright, you and I are starting at a luxurious wooden mansion glowing under a brilliant sunset. Rebecca explains this high-end restaurant is run by Lady Chelsea, an elite spot reserved strictly for nobles, requiring reservations just to get inside. She adds that the entire place was completely cleared out today just to welcome him alone. Rebecca gently opens the massive doors, inviting him inside where the lady waits, as a tense, mysterious, noble trap vibe starts filling the room. Damian steps inside, highly suspicious, asking Chelsea what kind of invitation this is. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks as a strange scent hits him, while a faint purple haze begins to blanket the room. Through the eerie silence, the sound of wine pouring echoes alongside a snobbish remark, telling him that he is a bit late. Chelsea sits alone at the lavish table, casually pouring wine amid the swirling purple mist, ordering him to hurry up and take a seat. Under the dim light, Chelsea's demonic beauty shines through her glowing red eyes and mysterious smile as she raises her glass, staring directly at Damian. The luxurious restaurant is entirely bathed in a mystical, purple light. Damian coldly cuts straight to the chase, asking why she summoned him, sparking a verbal duel as Chelsea casually sips her wine. Mocking him for being quick-tempered, she suggests waiting for the food, but Damian stays silent with a razor-sharp glare. He snaps, saying he has no time to waste. Seeing that he is not playing games, Chelsea finally sets her glass down and delivers her ultimatum. "I have one condition. Give up your spot as representative." Damian smirks, asking if she is actually worried about the beastly Gil Mo breaking. "Stick with me, this gets good." Chelsea sneers, telling him not to flatter himself, because once Gil Mo raises his axe, Damian is absolutely nothing. She explains her true goal is to preserve their strength for the vital battle against the Marquis clan, and getting injured in a pointless duel with him would just cause troublesome delays. Even though she makes a fair point, Damian calmly asks why on earth he should listen to her. Asking what benefits he gets, Chelsea confidently promises to make any wish of his come true if he agrees to step down. When Damian asks if she even knows what he wants, Chelsea laughs arrogantly, calling him a predictable country noble. She lists money and fame as his obvious desires, while Damian silently judges her massive ego and baseless assumptions. He sarcastically asks if her promises are better than what the Duke offers, but Chelsea leans in close with mesmerizing, glowing red eyes. She whispers that staying on the good side of the future Duke is obviously the smarter move. Leaning over an hourglass, she tries to use her charm to pressure him into telling his father he is dropping out. Talk about some peak royal family drama. Mysterious purple smoke fills the entire room as Chelsea repeats her ultimate demand, telling him he has to give up. Damian bows his head in silence for a moment, letting the lady's intense pressure surround him. But watch his next move. He lifts his head with a smirk and declares, "I refuse." That blunt refusal leaves Chelsea completely frozen in shock. She stammers in absolute disbelief because this scenario is definitely not going according to her script. Her very first manipulation attempt fails, and her brain is basically showing a system error screen. Damian notices her utter shock when she realizes he is completely immune to her bewitching incense. This is actually a highly sophisticated form of dark magic designed to fabricate artificial affection, making it easy to control others like brainless puppets. Thanks to his extensive knowledge of dark magic from his past life, Damian recognized the spell the exact second he stepped inside this room. He knows that with a concentration this thick, any ordinary person would easily become a mindless slave in under 1 hour. But thanks to the greed power residing deep within him, he quietly absorbed the purple smoke, making her desperate manipulation attempt completely useless. Damian casually fires back, rubbing salt directly into her fresh wounds. "Wait, what did you mean by this was not supposed to happen?" That unexpected question terrifies Chelsea. She stammers in extreme confusion, desperately asking why he would dare refuse her. She begs, claiming she offered him everything he wanted. But facing her desperate pleas, Damian just turns his back and walks away without looking back. "I do not need your help. What I want is not something you can ever give me." Furious, Her eyes burn with rage as she screams, demanding to know what he could possibly want that badly. Damian pauses for a moment, and his deep voice completely freezes the air in the room. He says, "My family's happiness." Chelsea stands completely dumbfounded. That critical answer was such an emotional blow that even our villain is frozen in shock. She stands frozen, watching Damian calmly walk out of the banquet hall. But before disappearing through the door, he leaves her with a bold challenge. "I am leaving. Go tell G Breaking to get ready for battle." Chelsea gnashes her teeth with a sinister gaze, muttering, "Family is precious to you, isn't it? Trust me. You and I are about to see her go full villain mode." Let's jump into a story where she stands in the room, clenching her fist and issuing a brutal ultimatum. "Then let me do this another way. Step down as the representative, or I will humiliate you so badly you cannot show your face." Chelsea roars in sheer rage, fully determined to crush the Hassen family. Her eyes glow with dark energy, ready to unleash a brutal attack on his family. But before she can act, Damian moves like a phantom, grabbing her by the neck and slamming her onto the floor. Stunned, Chelsea gasps out in sheer pain, "How dare you lay a finger on me?" Damian stands tall, radiating absolute terror, leaving the young lady of the Go Pixier house trembling and begging him to let go. Hearing the massive crash, the guard knights panic, burst through the door, and charge into the room. "Lady Chelsea, what was that noise?" Seeing their master pinned down, they draw their swords and charge. "How dare you lay a hand on Lady Chelsea?" Damian casually lets go, leaving Chelsea collapsing and coughing for air. Instantly gathering his power, his eyes glow with blue energy as he unleashes lightning slashes that tear the air. Damian's mind-blowing speed leaves the knights completely helpless as they crash to the ground in pain. Those razor-sharp sword strikes take down the guards in an instant. Damian slowly walks past them, casually offering a highly sarcastic warning. "The cuts are shallow. Apply some medicine now, and you will not die." Stopping in his tracks, he coldly says her name, Chelsea Go Pixier. Looking at the young lady trembling in fear amidst the wreckage, Damian growls a chilling threat. "Now watch closely. I would love to slit your throat right now, but that is far too merciful. Just wait and see." Damian slightly turns his head, his lips curling into a deeply sinister smirk. "The true horror is about to rain down on you next," flashing a smile that screams final villain boss energy. He casually steps over the defeated guards and decisively exits the room, leaving Chelsea slumped on the floor, her entire body shaking in absolute shock. Right at that moment, Rebecca rushes into the room in a panic. The maid quickly supports her dazed master and asks anxiously, "Lady Chelsea, are you all right?" Chelsea grits her teeth, her eyes burning with pure hatred as she stares at Damian's back and screams in absolute madness. "That bastard dared to humiliate me. I will kill him. No matter what it takes, I will kill him." Her rage meter is practically off the charts right now as she immediately screams for Mustak in absolute fury. A portly man in a blue robe scrambles into the room, trembling as he replies, "Yes, Mustak is at your service immediately." Chelsea furiously demands to know why the mind-controlling incense magic had absolutely zero effect on Damian. Mustak sweats bullets, nervously explaining that in rare cases, some people are completely immune to dark magic. Hearing his excuses, Chelsea punches him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. "You useless fool." She crouches down, demanding to know where G-Breaking is. Mustak panic reports that the beast is currently at a tavern, drinking away his anger after this morning's humiliating defeat. "And I know what you are thinking. The duel is tomorrow, and he is out drinking?" Chelsea is furious. What a psycho. She grabs Mustak by the collar, demanding to know if Gimomu can truly defeat Damian. He desperately promises that Goshmo is the ultimate masterpiece of the Yulin organization, possessing the highest compatibility with dark magic he has ever seen. Mustak bows, promising that their organization will definitely help her seize control of the Duke's family. Chelsea glares at him with murderous eyes, whispering a chilling threat. "You had better keep your word, or you will be the first to die." The pressure is so intense that Mustak feels his heart might stop. Trembling, he swears to keep that warning engraved in his mind. While those dark conspiracies are quietly being brewed in the shadows, Damian stands completely alone on the balcony, watching the brilliant sunset. Staring out at the distant horizon, his face is filled with determination as he prepares for the upcoming decisive battle. Late at night, in the quiet room, a completely exhausted victor drifts off to sleep while guarding their weapons. Sitting quietly in a corner, Damian meticulously inspects the magnificent celestial sword he just received. Flicking the blade gently, Damian deeply reflects on this shadowy organization. He realizes that the presence of these vile dark mages in this territory is a threat he absolutely cannot ignore. Damian is absolutely certain that Chelsea Go Pixier is deeply connected to those dark mages. If that is true, then the strange energy radiating from G-Breaking must also be dark magic. Our main character is connecting the dots now, his brain running faster than an acceleration spell. As Damian channels his power, a massive surge of blue spirit energy erupts around him, startling Victor awake. But instead of explaining this chaos to the Duke, Damian decides to let him witness the brutal truth with his own eyes during the upcoming match. The day of the duel finally arrives. G-Breaking stomps into the arena with a thunderous roar, flexing his massive muscles and making the entire arena shake. Trust me, you and I can see why the Duke's knights are absolutely trembling at his terrifying presence. Paban and his crew watch from afar, anxiously whispering to each other, "Who will survive this clash of titans?" You and I know that in terms of raw reputation, Gillick totally dominates. The chubby knights desperately hope this match finally frees them from the clutches of that demon, Damian Hassen. The memory of that brutal, one-sided beatdown from 2 days ago is still a living nightmare, especially since Damian seemed to genuinely enjoy tormenting his prey. Even though Paban wants Damian to lose, he bitterly admits he doesn't think the guy will actually get defeated here. Damian slowly strolls onto the arena stage, perfectly ready for a life-or-death showdown. Gillick glares at Damian with absolute disdain, sneering, "You actually didn't run away. Impressive." But Damian just calmly rolls his shoulders to stretch. "Huh, did I sleep wrong last night? My shoulders feel pretty stiff." This guy treats a deathmatch like a Sunday stroll, oozing supreme disrespect. This complete disrespect makes the wild beast grit his teeth in rage, barely maintaining his composure. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, Duke Adam Gold Pixie strolls to his seat, muttering, "Well, it seems I am fashionably late." Seated on his grand throne, the old Duke loudly announces the final rule of the match. As promised, the winner of today's battle will secure the coveted representative position. I expect everyone to accept the result gracefully. Now pay attention here. The stadium holds its breath as this match is about to explode, and Chelsea looks on with pure venom. Enjoy it while you still can, father, because Gillick is absolutely going to win this. The old Duke throws a white handkerchief into the air, shouting, "Let the battle begin." Instantly, Gillick charges like a hurricane, swinging massive twin axes glowing with purple spiritual energy. He roars, "Damian Hassen, accepting this duel was the biggest mistake of your life." Spinning his weapons, he generates a deadly vortex of crushing energy. "Now, I'll show you exactly why they call me the Wild Beast." A devastating, heavy downward chop of pure destructive power crashes down, but Damian swiftly raises his sword to block the strike just in the nick of time. Damian gently slides his finger along the blade, triggering a massive wave of resonance energy that bursts into vibrant blue shockwaves rippling through the air. This bizarre transformation and sudden spike in pressure leaves Gillick completely stunned, struggling to comprehend what's happening. A colossal shockwave erupts from the sword, blasting the beast backward. Gillick is forced to dig his twin axes deep into the ground just to stay upright amidst the blinding dust. Gillick hunches over, clutching his chest and gasping in utter shock. What the hell just happened?" "Okay, I know what you're thinking, that fight flipped in a split second." Even Chelsea and her maid Rebecca are left completely speechless. From the VIP balcony, Duke Adam chuckles in amusement. "Oh, a rather unique skill," leaving Knight Gon deeply intrigued. But Gillick isn't having it. He charges forward again, screaming in a blind fury, "Damn it, you bastard. What kind of dirty, cheap trick is this?" But Damian doesn't even answer. Instead, consecutive blue sonic ripples blast from his sword, delivering heavy, crushing impacts directly onto the wild beast's body. Suddenly, Gillick's body begins to react bizarrely, trembling violently as his eyes fill with terrifying, bloodshot veins. His entire aura starts glitching out, showing he's on the verge of a total collapse. Suddenly, a mouthful of dark, pitch-black liquid spews from his mouth, painting a gruesome scene. Grit-teethed, Gillick glares at Damian with pure hatred, snarling, "You bastard." But Damian coldly raises his glowing blade, declaring, "Playtime is officially over." With a sudden burst of power, he summons a colossal pillar of light that rips straight through the sky, swallowing Gillick whole. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, completely pulverizing the ground below into a million tiny fragments. Amidst the blinding spiritual light, Gillick screams in agonizing pain as clouds of pitch-black smoke are forcefully purged from his body. This horrific transformation leaves both the Duke and Chelsea frozen in absolute shock and horror. The wild beast collapses, violently vomiting a massive puddle of black sludge right in the center of the arena. Damian quietly watches the utter devastation he just wrought. Staring at this unbelievable sight, Duke Adam mutters to himself in utter disbelief. How is Gillick doing this? Beside him, Chelsea is trembling so hard her face is completely pale. She stammers, "This can't be happening." Gillick is now completely drained, his skin shriveling up and his hair turning pure white beneath the fading shroud of mist. He can only groan in agonizing pain. Damian casually walks up to his defeated foe, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, looks like your true colors are finally showing." The once mighty knight is now nothing more than a withered old man growling in absolute futility. Damian delivers a cold, final verdict. This fake knight who looked like a powerhouse has crashed harder than a scandal-ridden stock. The brutal truth is laid bare for all to see. The legendary wild beast is nothing but a fraudulent knight. Shocked by this horrifying revelation, Chelsea gasps. An old man? Standing amidst the roaring, bewildered crowd, Damian calmly confirms that it's the absolute truth. He explains that the fraud used dark magic to forcefully enhance his aging physical body, turning a frail old man into a powerhouse. But as you and I just saw, his act is officially over. Stick with me as Gil shivers in absolute humiliation on the floor. The terrifying truth of dark magic throws the guests into total panic. They dread that if the church uncovers this dark secret, an unspeakable catastrophe will destroy them all. Finding the truth is now a matter of life and death. Amid the suffocating tension, Duke Adam Go Pixier turns to Damian, demanding to know if he already discovered this villain's real identity. Damian calmly admits the truth, apologizing for not reporting it sooner. He explains that he kept quiet solely to lure the real mastermind out from the shadows. The revelation leaves Duke Adam completely stunned. A mastermind? Damian boldly confirms that a dark sorcerer has already secretly infiltrated the Grand Estate, lurking right under their noses. Even more shocking, someone living inside this very house is actively colluding with these dark forces. His words send a wave of terror straight through Chelsea. Yes, her. This brutal accusation completely flips the situation, leaving Chelsea paralyzed. Her entire face twists in pure horror at Damian's sudden, devastating claim. She panics, desperately crying out, "Father, I swear I didn't do this. I knew absolutely nothing about it." Duke Adam hangs his head in deep disappointment. He wants to disbelieve it, but the overwhelming evidence is impossible to deny. His gaze suddenly turns razor-sharp, burning with pure rage as he stares down his guilty daughter. "Now watch carefully," the furious Duke roars. "How dare you bring such filth into my home? Do not just stand there. Arrest her. Arrest Chelsea and every single person involved. Drag them down to the dungeons and find out who is truly behind this nightmare." This family drama is officially exploding, and even the bystanders are terrified. Ignoring her desperate tears and pleas, the soldiers move in to seize her. Realizing she is completely doomed if they capture her, Chelsea frantically screams orders to her personal bodyguards. "What do you think you are doing? Protect me." Her loyal guards instantly draw their swords, ready to fight to the death. A chaotic battle erupts inside the mansion as Chelsea's rogue guards recklessly clash with the Duke's elite forces. Faced with this pathetic rebellion, Duke Adam merely lets out a cold, deeply contemptuous sneer. He turns to Gaon with a final, absolute order to apprehend Chelsea Go Pixier. The veteran knight, Gaon Himmlich, calmly accepts the command and steps directly into the raging battlefield. Chelsea's knights shiver as Gaon approaches. They feel an overwhelming, suffocating pressure that completely freezes them in their tracks. Gaon's eyes glow with majestic blue energy. He delivers a single, ice-cold command. "Out of my way." The crushing aura of a high-tier knight completely suppresses the guards, leaving them powerless. They desperately realize they stand absolutely no chance against a legendary warrior of his caliber. "My lady, we will hold them back. Run while you still can." Her loyal defenders scream in despair, throwing themselves forward to buy Chelsea enough time to escape. Terrified, the lady stammers, "Fine." She instantly spins around, trying to flee the chaotic war zone. "I know what you are thinking. Is she actually going to escape?" Well, think again. A chilling sigh echoes how utterly tragic. Instantly, the sword in Gaon's hand erupts with a terrifying torrent of brilliant blue energy. With a single space-tearing slash, massive shockwaves of raw power sweep away the guards in the blink of an eye, leaving Chelsea frozen in pure terror as she watches her defense crumble. Chelsea screams in agony as the intense shockwave blasts her backward, sending her crashing hard onto the floor. Coughing violently, her eyes widen with sheer terror as she witnesses the brutal devastation right in front of her. The veteran knight is officially going all out, turning this battlefield into an absolute graveyard. Amidst the chaos, a struggling guard tries to rise and shield his mistress, only to be instantly cut down by a lethal slash. Fresh blood splatters everywhere, twisting Chelsea's face into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. She gasps in horror as her final defender collapses dead right before her eyes. Heavy, blood-soaked footsteps slowly approach as she shivers too violently to even stand. "Stay back. Do not come near me," she desperately screams. She frantically crawls backward, her eyes filled with absolute dread as the towering, majestic figure of Knight Gaon slowly advances on her like a ruthless messenger of judgment. In utter desperation, she turns her head and frantically begs for mercy. "My lord, please. I beg of you, save me. I beg of you." Yet her desperate cries are met only with a cold, silent stare and the bitter gritting of teeth from the pinned guard who watches her pathetic struggle. Internally, he curses her as a complete fool, silently standing by and watching the absolute downfall of this once arrogant lady. Gaon looks directly at him, his voice deep and heavy. "As a mid-tier knight, you have achieved great glory for our clan. You helped this duchy prosper, and the Duke highly values your loyalty. However, The veteran knight's gaze suddenly turns sharp and threatening. But if you dare to shield Lady Chelsea, I will execute you right where you stand. And trust me, you and I are about to see who survives this pressure. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal power display. An overwhelming pressure from a high-tier knight completely crushes his target, leaving him shivering and groaning in pure pain. He can't fight back anymore. He drops his weapon and collapses to the ground, as Chelsea watches in absolute shock. She can only gasp out in total despair. Instantly, the guards rush forward to restrain Chelsea, forcing a terrified scream from her throat. Dragged right before her father, Chelsea weeps and begs, pleading, "Father, please hear me out. I am completely innocent." Begging for a single chance to explain, the once proud noble lady has officially shifted into full-blown panic mode. But the only response is a freezing glare and a harsh scold from Duke Adam. "Shut your mouth, you useless fool." Looking down on her, his voice drops low as he warns that her reckless actions could lead their entire family to ruin, dragging every single one of us down into the mud with you. Bitter disappointment fills the old Duke's eyes as he declares that bringing Chelsea back was the single biggest mistake of his life. Shocked, with bloodshot eyes streaming with tears, she begins to scream like a madwoman. "No way, I did nothing wrong, let me go." But the Duke has absolutely no intention of listening to another word. He sternly orders the guards to gag her and drag her out of his sight immediately. Chelsea is dragged away in pure humiliation, letting out only muffled, choked whimpers as the guards' heavy hands lock tightly around her. She glares back with eyes burning with pure hatred and resentment. Meanwhile, Damian stands at a distance, silently watching this entire dramatic family breakdown unfold. Watching his enemy pay a heavy price, Damian lets out a faint, highly smug smirk of victory. A few days pass after that massive scene. Deep inside the dark, damp dungeons of the Duke's manor, agonizing screams tear through the heavy silence. The thick air of the dungeon is so suffocating it completely drains any will to fight. As a red-hot iron is pressed directly onto bare skin, one of Chelsea's loyal lackeys screams in absolute agony. Through gut-wrenching pain, he weakly gasps out the entire truth. "Oh, that is all I know. Just smelling that sweet scent was enough to make me completely fall for Lady Chelsea." Watching the torture with a stone-cold expression and empty eyes, Duke Adam finally gets the clear answer he was searching for. He coldly orders, "Enough. Bring in the next one." Everything is unfolding exactly as the old Duke had anticipated. He bitterly confirms that Chelsea had been secretly expanding her dark influence right inside his own manor, all thanks to evil dark mages. Now pay attention here. Inside this cold cell, Chelsea is completely stripped of her usual snobbish pride. Kneeling on the hard stone floor in tattered clothes, her body is covered in wounds as she groans in deep bitterness. Oh damn it. In her utter despair, painful memories from her childhood begin to flood back and take over her mind. She bitterly asks herself, "Father, whose fault do you think this really is?" The image of a tiny, innocent Chelsea flashes back vividly, back when she wanted only one simple thing, crying out, "I just wanted to be recognized as your real daughter." She remembers beaming with joy, holding a beautiful bouquet and running to her father, hoping for a single word of praise or a warm look. But all she received was his cold back and cruel indifference. The bouquet fell and shattered on the ground, just like her young, broken heart did back then. Chelsea screams in her mind, remembering how his cold, emotionless eyes always looked at her like she was a total stranger. "Why did you always look at me with those freezing eyes?" Back to the brutal reality, let's pause and feel this tragedy. Chelsea collapses with crying, bloodshot eyes, blood dripping from her lips in absolute, lonely despair. Right at that moment, heavy footsteps echo down the dark corridor. A servant silently brings a pathetic food tray to the cell of this now completely abandoned young lady. The clatter of the food tray, hitting the cold stone floor, rings out sharply in the silent cell. The servant quietly announces, "Lady Chelsea, I have brought some food for you." Trapped within 4 freezing walls, Chelsea sits completely still with messy hair, her bloodshot eyes filled with absolute darkness. Our villainess has hit rock bottom, her noble elegance completely shattered. She shiveringly grabs a stale piece of bread, tearing into it like a cornered beast. Deep inside her, a fiery urge for revenge begins to burn. "That's right, I can't let it all end like this." She grinds her teeth, forcefully chewing the stale bread. She vows to herself that no matter how humiliating things get, she is going to survive at all costs. Just outside the iron bars, a dark figure silently watches her wild desperation with a cold, serious gaze. Meanwhile, in the mansion's corridors, Damian stretches out after a long day of training, thinking to himself that today's ruin session is finally done. Ready to relax after some high-intensity combat, Victor suddenly runs up to him in a massive rush, gasping, "Young master, you are back. The master is summoning you." Damian frowns. "Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next." Alright, you and I are starting this story in a luxurious room, where pouring wine shatters a tense silence. Duke Adam Go Pixier slowly slides a glass toward Damian, inviting him to take a sip. After tasting it, Damian nods in approval, calling it excellent wine. The old Duke beams with satisfaction, thrilled that his guest recognizes its worth, saying he is glad Damian appreciates it. It is not expensive, but is his absolute favorite. With that, Adam cheerfully drains his own glass, nodding in sheer delight. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He then proudly serves some angel cheese from Bronco, claiming it is a match made in heaven with the wine. Take a bite. Damian politely accepts it with a quick thank you. This fancy noble snack seems relaxing, but a massive plot twist is lurking right at the table. Just as Damian raises the cheese, Adam suddenly drops his voice to share a pivotal decision. Regarding Chelsea, I have finally decided to accept assistance from the church. Damian freezes midair, unable to hide his shock, asking why, since he assumed the Duke would investigate on his own. The old Duke lowers his head in deep thought, confessing he feels terrible after all the help Damian has provided him. Holding his head in exhaustion, Adam reveals a grim reality, admitting they have lost track of all the dark mages. All their hard work tracking the boss is completely wiped out. Now watch closely, because Damian's reaction says it all. What? Are you serious? Adam explains that although they captured Chelsea's closest henchmen, they found absolutely zero dark mages among them, which is a massive blow. He wants Damian to understand the grim situation, fearing that every single trace has already been erased. Damian grits his teeth, muttering that they have lost the trail, and thinking it might be time to take matters into his own hands. Even so, Adam decides to hand the manhunt over to the church to avoid sparking any unnecessary suspicion. Damian asks if Chelsea revealed anything about their identities, but Adam merely shakes his head with a helpless sigh. No, despite harsh interrogation, she has not uttered a single word. She is simply too stubborn. He takes another sip of wine to numb the painful regret, drifting back into the past, muttering that she was not always this way. He reveals a hidden truth, explaining that Chelsea's mother was actually nothing more than a common woman of low birth. His memory flashes back to his youth, when he met her by chance during a hunt with his knights. Soon after, she was pregnant with Chelsea. But instead of taking responsibility, Adam doubted the child and viewed the entire affair as a humiliating mistake. He despised the very idea of a low-born child carrying the noble blood of the prestigious Go-Pixier family. Driven by pure selfishness, when the mother and child arrived to beg for help, Adam ruthlessly slammed the door in their faces, leaving the weeping mother on her knees, crying desperately. Years passed by, until one fateful day, curiosity about his abandoned child urged him to investigate, but trust me, the tragic result shocked them both. The woman tragically passed away from sickness, leaving her child completely alone, making the room feel like a tragic 3 a.m. playlist. Finding his young daughter surviving all alone next to her mother's body with hollow, haunted eyes, Adam finally decided to bring her to the mansion. Covering his face, Adam laughs bitterly, muttering that, looking back, it was a highly unusual choice for him. Why did he do it? Damian quietly observes the Duke, silently offering the answer to that painful contradiction. Perhaps because she is family. The old Duke stares at Damian in utter shock, whispering in disbelief. Family? Did you say family? Was that what she truly wanted deep down? To actually be recognized as part of my family? The entire room falls dead silent. A wave of late regret washes over Adam's face as he finally realizes the heartbreaking truth. Perhaps she believed doing all of this was the only way to earn my approval. The Duke sighs with deep regret, wishing she could have just lived a peaceful, ordinary life as a noble lady. Staring down at his empty glass, Adam chuckles bitterly to ease the heavy tension, muttering that the wine is clearly starting to make him babble. Apologizing for rambling about his personal life, he is suddenly cut off as frantic, heavy footsteps shatter the quiet room. A panicked guard bursts inside, gasping for breath as he yells, "My lord, are you here?" Annoyed. Adam snaps at him, asking what the commotion is about. The pale, trembling guard delivers his report. Something terrible has happened to Lady Chelsea. Adam's face instantly contorts in absolute shock at the grim news. Down in the dungeons, 2 guards collapse in sheer horror, their wide eyes locked onto the inside of the cell. A gruesome scene unfolds before them. Chelsea is hanging limply from the ceiling, her body covered in wounds and tattered clothes. Victor struggles to carry a towering basket of laundry, his face twisted in absolute exhaustion. "Young master, are you really going to keep doing this?" Damian casually asks what he did. And trust me, we all feel Victor's pain here. I have told you 1,000 times, when doing laundry, you must separate your underwear from the rest of the clothes. However, come along with me, we start as Damian freezes, his gaze locked on a long-haired man standing silently with his back turned. Damian silently watches from behind the door. It has already been 4 days since the tragic death of Lady Chelsea Go-Pixier. Based on the evidence found at the scene, the investigators officially concluded that she had taken her own life. The interrogation of the suspects is finally over, leaving her despondent followers to rot in the despair of their dark prison cells. As punishment for bringing ruin to the family, Even her final resting place has been stripped of all dignity and honor. Chelsea is buried in a cheap, unmarked grave on a lonely hill, a shameful end for someone of her noble status. The storm of chaos surrounding the Go Pixier estate finally seems to quiet down under the dark, silent night sky. But Damian knows all too well that this is absolutely not the end of the story. His eyes grow incredibly sharp and full of killing intent as he realizes those culprits will definitely strike again, but Victor's sudden shout right in his ear completely cuts his thoughts short. "Young master, are you even listening to me right now?" Damian snaps out of it, putting an arm around his loyal servant to calm him down, saying, "I get it, so stop nagging, you brat." But Victor refuses to back down. He snaps back, asking, "Do you really think I am nagging?" The kid keeps grumbling in frustration about how his young master refuses to do even the simplest tasks. Seriously, these two bicker like a daily morning comedy podcast. But watch closely, because as they bicker down the hallway, a dark and dangerous conspiracy is quietly brewing right behind them. Under the eerie glow of a blood-red moon, Knight stumbles through a pitch-black alleyway with a bottle of liquor in hand. He chugs the alcohol down to escape his harsh reality, finally collapsing against a freezing stone wall. In his drunken stupor, he mutters the name of the deceased Lady Chelsea as beautiful memories of their past suddenly flood back into his mind. Back then, Chelsea was just an innocent little girl wearing a bright red dress, glowing as she held a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers, asking, "Sir His, do you think father will like these flowers from the garden?" All he could do was scratch his head in pure confusion. "Well, I am not sure, as I have never received flowers before." Honestly, this emotional flashback hurts more than any tragic anime ending. Chelsea spun around, dancing excitedly as she asked him, "Really? But mother told me that flowers have a special magic that brings joy to everyone. Besides, these are the exact flowers that bloomed in the field when my parents first met." She flashes a warm, sunny smile and says, "So I am absolutely sure father will be happy to see them, right?" Touched by her pure sincerity, his blushes slightly and smiles back, saying, "Yes, of course he will. I know what you are thinking, but reality is brutal." His collapses, choked by tears and a sudden wave of useless regret. "I am so sorry I failed to protect you, Lady Chelsea." He violently punches the ground, screaming out in utter self-loathing. "You absolute fool! You should have died right then and there. You were supposed to protect her." His heart-wrenching screams echo through the night as he repeatedly slams his fists against the stone pavement beneath the blood moon. He sinks to the cold ground, gasping for air in pure exhaustion and deep pain. Suddenly, heavy clicking footsteps and a familiar voice shatter the quiet darkness. "There you are, sir." It is Rebecca, Chelsea's personal maid, rushing toward him with a look of extreme worry on her face. The tension instantly spikes like a dramatic villain entrance in the rain as he recognizes her and gasps in total shock. Fueled by sudden rage, he lunges forward like a wild beast, grabbing Rebecca by the neck and slamming her against the cold wall. "How dare you show your face here after what you did?" His eyes burn with pure, murderous hatred as he snarls that she is the sole reason Lady Chelsea suffered this fate. Rebecca chokes in agony, desperately begging him to listen. "Please, just listen to me. Seriously, this guy's vengeful aura is boiling hotter than a volcanic eruption." But completely blinded by rage, he roars, "Shut up. You are just a filthy dark mage who crawled into that demon's bed. I will snap your neck right now." On the brink of death, Rebecca uses the last of her strength to scream, "Sir His, help me get revenge." She firmly claims that the young lady only died because she could not survive the brutal torture inside those dark dungeon cells. Stunned, His releases his grip, letting Rebecca collapse to the floor as she gasps and coughs violently. Standing tall in the shadows, he demands proof for her insane claims, while Rebecca looks up at him with scheming eyes. She tells him to think carefully, reminding him that he knows better than anyone else that Lady Chelsea would never commit suicide. On top of that, she claims she heard the terrifying truth directly from the very people who cleaned up her body. Rebecca continues to whisper the horrifying details of the lady's final moments into his ears. She insists that Lady Chelsea's body was covered in brutal marks of extreme torture. They are horrific injuries no normal person could survive. And trust me, you and I now know the dark truth behind her death. All right. Let's watch as Rebecca corners this heartbroken knight with a chilling accusation. The Grand Duke covered up everything, staging her tragic death as a suicide, just to hide his family's utter shame. Clutching his head in shock, Heath groans in disgust as the bitter truth hits him. Damn it, it is actually possible. The cruel Grand Duke I know is absolutely ruthless enough to pull off something like that. Placing a hand on her chest, Rebecca softly admits that, despite her initial hidden motives, Chelsea always treated her with the genuine warmth of an older sister. The maid's eyes turn ice cold, burning with pure rage. "I cannot let them get away with this. I will destroy the ducal house for what they did to her." Suddenly, Rebecca's eyes glow with a sinister purple mana as she leans in with a tempting offer. "And to make that happen, I am going to need your help, sir." Under the influence of dark magic, Heath gasps as a mysterious, sinister energy begins to invade his mind. His eyes lose their shine, replaced by a vacant purple glow as he falls completely under her hypnotic control. Lost in a trance, the mid-tier knight mutters, "What do you want me to do?" An empty wine bottle rolls on the floor, symbolizing his shattered will. Heath walks into the dark on Rebecca's orders, as she meets up with the fat mage Mustak in the shadows. "Now pay attention, this villainous duo looks like they've never done a single good deed," he remarks with a smug grin. "Fortunately, you actually succeeded." The quirky, mustached dark mage chuckles wickedly, admitting he was worried his spell wouldn't work on someone with the strength of a mid-tier knight. He smugly explains that no matter how strong a person is, they always have a weakness, and the bigger it is, the easier they are to manipulate. And in Heath's case, Chelsea Go Pixier is his fatal weakness, making him the perfect puppet for their scheme. Underneath the ominous and blood-red moon, the cloaked figures watch in secret, gloating that Damian Hassen has no idea they exist. They are plotting so meticulously, it feels like a final boss showdown. They believe even the Grand Duke has let his guard down, thinking the Dark Mages had vanished for good. This is their golden opportunity to strike, with one ultimate goal, ending Damian's life at all costs. As night falls over the estate, Damian sits in deep, silent meditation, his entire body radiating a powerful, brilliant blue energy. Exhaling softly, he focuses entirely on absorbing mana, completely unaware of the eerie shadows lurking right behind the stone pillars. The flickering candle suddenly flares up, signaling a brutal slaughter. Suddenly, dark figures leap from the shadows to attack, but Damian remains completely unfazed. You and I both know they messed up. In a flash, he dodges with insane speed. He slips right behind them, leaving the assassins wide-eyed in absolute shock, unable to track his movement. A single slash of blazing red energy rips through the air, blasting the assassins back. Through the thick dust, a gray-haired intruder drops to his knees, groaning in pain from the devastating blow. He grits his teeth, his eyes full of burning hatred as he glares at Damian. Damian looks down at the three knights kneeling at his feet, sighing with disappointed sarcasm. Pathetic. I let you sneak up on me, and you only had to land one blow. Yet you still failed? Paban bows in shame. I am so sorry. Seeing his men's weakness, Damian flatly declares, "Fine, today's training session is over." Damian's cold words leave Paban stunned, but hearing the training is over instantly revives his dead soul. He thinks in utter relief, "It is over, it is finally over. Wait, sir, are you really stopping?" Seeing his dazed expression, Damian raises an eyebrow. "What? You do not like it?" Paban instantly beams. "No, I love it." He internally celebrates, thinking he was going to get beaten to a pulp again. Damian commands, "Go rest. In 2 days we have a duel against the Leon Brom family." Damian continues, "No more sparring from today. Use the next 2 days to reflect on everything I have taught you." While his men wonder what they actually learned besides getting beaten half to death, Damian has his own plans, knowing this sparring was not just for physical training, but for a deeper purpose, even if it did not look like it. Damian stops, noticing Paban's deep look. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he realizes at least one of them understood. Damian throws his sandbag over his shoulder and walks off, leaving the three kneeling knights lost in thought about the upcoming battle. Looking down at the T5 plains, we know a storm is coming. All right. You and I are about to watch Duke Adam Gopissier and Damian finally arrive at the duel ground. Looking towards the rival encampment coming into view, the old Duke remarks in a low, serious voice, "We are a bit late." Spurring his horse forward toward the camp, Adam turns to his companion, asking, "Young Lord Haxon, what do you think of them?" Damian quietly observes the opposing army marching ahead, analyzing their ranks in silence. Overall, they are a formidable force, both in terms of top-tier gear and individual skills. Their battle aura alone clearly shows they are not just basic trash mobs spawned from some tutorial map. Hearing this, the old Duke bursts into a mocking laugh. "Haha, right? That fool Leon Bloom might be useless at everything else, but he does know how to train a proper army." Right on cue, Guard Knight Gaon rides up to report. "My lord, the Marquis has sent an envoy. They are requesting a formal pre-duel meeting between both sides' representatives." Adam smirks at this unexpected proposal, his eyes flashing with mischief. "Really now? Looks like the pressure is getting to them. Pay attention here, the pre-fight drama is heating up." Tightening his reins, the Duke barks out a firm order to his men. "All right, let us move." Meanwhile, over at Marquis Holland, Leon Bloom's camp, the atmosphere is incredibly tense from his furious shouting. He violently kicks the side of the bed, screaming at his lazy son who is still lying down. "Michael, are you still not up? We need to go out and greet the Duke. How long do you plan on sleeping?" But Michael just lets out a massive, lazy yawn, muttering, "Father, you are being way too noisy." His son's completely relaxed attitude leaves the Marquis absolutely stunned in disbelief. "What did you say?" Michael Leon Bloom lazily stretches his arms, grumbling with sheer annoyance. Why are you waking up someone who is sleeping so peacefully? His father, Marquis Holland, yells back in a raging fury. You brat. Do you even realize how crucial your role is in this upcoming match? But his grand expectations are met with utter indifference as Michael mutters, I do not care. Holland grinds his teeth, clicking his tongue in helplessness. The Marquis declares he will personally handle that pest Gopizier. Michael lazily asks why Damian is even staying at the Duke's estate. Upon hearing his father explain that Gopizier selected Damian as their representative, Michael's eyes suddenly flash with a bloodthirsty red light. His inner war god aura goes completely off the charts, radiating pure bloodlust. Gripping his sword hilt, he flashes a chilling smile. Oh, really? Well, that is just perfect. Out on the battlefield, the two opposing factions finally come face to face. Marquis Holland sneers mockingly. Haha, you are the ones who invited us, yet you are the ones showing up late? Duke Adam fires back, mocking his rival's utter lack of manners and petty nature. The two old men laugh arrogantly in a tense atmosphere thick with metaphorical gunpowder, making the air feel like it is about to explode from the sparks of their personal insults. Knight Gaon finally speaks up, breaking the intense, suffocating standoff. Holland immediately tries to recruit him, telling Gaon to leave that dull place and join his noble house instead. But the old veteran firmly replies that he will serve the house of Gopizier until his very bones turn to dust. Firmly rejected, Holland sneers that they are casting pearls before swine, before turning to stare suspiciously at Damian. Is this the guy? Adam loudly confirms. That is right, this is the man. Meet Damian Hassen. Seeing Damian, Holland grinds his teeth in hatred, remembering what the kid did to his son and knights. Clenching his fists, he vows to crush him if given the chance. But wait, we are about to see a strange feeling of unease wash over him. Holland breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe a high noble like himself is feeling this tense around some low-level, nameless brat. He is terrified of the terrifying potential Damian holds, even secretly comparing the kid's talent to his own monstrous son, Michael. Just then, Michael casually strolls over, letting out a soft sigh before locking his sharp eyes onto our main character, Damian Hassen. Hearing his name called, Damian narrows his eyes, feeling suspicious. The air instantly turns as incredibly tense as an intense pre-fight lobby. Suddenly, Michael flashes a completely maniacal grin. He draws his sword and lunges forward like lightning, catching Damian totally off guard. Michael charges forward like a specter with terrifying speed, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. The sudden attack leaves Damian with only enough time to gasp in shock as the sharp blade lunges directly at his face. This ambush is so incredibly fast, your brain can barely process the animation. But at the absolute last second, Marquis Holland rushes in, grabbing his son's wrist and screaming. Stop. Holland is drenched in sweat, unable to believe his own body moved on pure instinct to stop his son in that fraction of a second. Witnessing this utter disrespect, Duke Adam Gopizier demands in a low, dangerous tone, Michael, what is the meaning of this? Drawing your sword before a duke is unacceptable. The old duke warns him that pointing a weapon at a high noble is a severe crime, demanding that Marquis Holland take responsibility for this action. Holland can only chuckle awkwardly, excusing it as a reckless prank by his foolish son. Let us see how Gopizier responds to this insult. You and I are starting right when Holland is completely frozen, wondering why his body moved on its own. Glancing at Damian, he shivers, feeling like he is facing a true beast. Seeing a golden opportunity to press down on his opponent, Duke Adam suddenly shifts his tone. This is actually a great opportunity, and there is no other way around it. He claims he wants to cancel the entire duel, but will let it pass. This sudden mercy leaves Holland completely stunned. The old man knows a sly fox like Adam is not about to let this slide so easily. Sure enough, the Duke smirks and delivers his next demand. Instead, he wants to add a few conditions to the wager. Holland narrows his eyes, warily asking what exactly he wants. Faced with the Duke's calculating smile, Marquis Holland can only grit his teeth in bitter frustration and accept. Fine, I accept all of your terms. Holland snaps, immediately urging Michael that it is time to leave. Duke Adam waves a sarcastic goodbye. Meanwhile, Holland inwardly curses the sly old fox for brilliantly exploiting that brief window to secure terms in his own favor. The stench of pure, calculated greed in the air is stronger than a major end-of-month sale. Turning to Damian, the Duke curiously asks why Michael suddenly drew his sword to strike him down. Damian just shrugs with a smile. Who knows? But Adam realizes Michael Lean Brom has already awakened his sixth sense at an incredibly young age. A true genius. Stick with me, because this upcoming match is about to be absolutely legendary. Meanwhile, Holland is furiously scolding his son for an impulsive move that almost put their entire family in jeopardy. But Michael just asks his father if he saw it. He explains that Damian knew exactly when the sword was coming, smiling like he saw right through it. Michael is absolutely thrilled to finally meet an opponent on his level. his usually bored eyes now burning with pure excitement. Holland notices the fire in his son's gaze, but Michael suddenly grows anxious about the terrible terms his reckless stunt just forced onto his family. The Marquis snaps, calling him an absolute idiot for only just now realizing what he did. But even so, Holland wears a highly confident smirk. He tells his son not to worry, because ultimate victory will absolutely belong to the Leenbrom family. Out on the sun-drenched field, their white lion banner waves proudly, showcasing the pure might of a legendary house. A booming announcement echoes across the entire arena, summoning the knights to step forward and officially begin the very first round. Duke Adam notes that winning the first match is absolutely critical. Now watch closely, as he turns to ask Damian who they should send out first. But before Damian can even utter a single suggestion, a mid-tier knight with wild, spiky hair suddenly steps forward, asking permission to speak first. This is Sebastian Vincenzo, the head trainer of the Duke's Knights. Damian instantly realizes this is the exact man who trained Paben and those useless fools he dealt with earlier. The scent of someone desperately trying to steal the spotlight is heavy. He is clearly ready to flex. Damian notices Vincenzo is completely on guard, clearly terrified that the young master will steal his prestige in front of the Duke. To save the knight's precious pride, Damian calmly agrees, calling it a great suggestion. Why don't we let Sir Sebastian Vincenzo choose our opener? Duke Adam is slightly surprised by the proposal, but nods in approval. Vincenzo flashes a smug smile, proudly introducing the warrior who will take the stage first. Talk about a classic medieval trust me bro smile. Instantly, a young man with slicked back black hair and a massive spear strides onto the field. This is none other than Fabian Vincenzo, Sebastian's own son. The father places all his hopes on his boy, and Fabian confidently vows to deliver. Don't worry, father, I will win this duel with style and secure his grace's absolute favor once again. Duke Adam smiles, telling Damian he has already heard great things about Fabian being a rare, outstanding genius. Damian just lets out a highly skeptical sigh and quietly walks away. On the opposite side, the first fighter from the Leenbrom family steps forward. It is Ronalan, a massive blonde brute wearing a flashy red and blue outfit. The moment the starting horn blows, Fabian proudly steps forward to announce himself as Fabian of House Vincenzo. State your name and house. Ronalan coldly replies that he comes from absolutely nothing. Fabian freezes in pure shock, unable to believe his opponent is just a low-born commoner. He smirks with total disgust. A mere commoner dares face me? Prepare to learn why my house is feared. But to this absolute arrogance, Ronalan just laughs mockingly. It seems the Duke's Knights only know how to fight with their mouths like talkative women. The fight hasn't even started, but the trash talk is already doing mental damage. Incensed by the insult, Fabian screams in rage. He charges forward like lightning, radiating a blue aura. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see a real clash of levels as Fabian finally steps onto the battlefield, shocking the crowd. Spear strikes infused with blue mana tear through the air. Fabian relentlessly presses his opponent with a rapid-fire onslaught. With a roar of pure determination, he channels all his strength into a devastating direct thrust. That combo looks like a top-tier season-end highlight reel. Weapons clash, echoing across the arena as they lock in a fierce struggle amidst rising clouds of dust. Yet, despite all of Fabian's desperate efforts, Ronal only spits out a cold, utterly contemptuous insult. His opponent's calm demeanor leaves Fabian sweating in sheer shock. Gritting his teeth, he roars in absolute humiliation. You lowly peasant. In that exact instant, Ronal unleashes a massive counterattack with overwhelming force. Fabian is completely crushed, his eyes widening in pure horror as he finally witnesses his opponent's terrifying power. Fabian collapses to the ground, his entire body trembling in terror as the massive gap in their strength fully sinks in. Watching this, Michael Leon Blum keeps a cold, expressionless face, while Damian merely lets out a mocking, subtle smirk. We can clearly see the skill gap here. Standing over his beaten foe, Ronal coldly declares, "You are finished." He then delivers a punishing blow that makes Fabian scream in agony. Watching this opening victory, Marquis Holland Leon Blum wears a smug, sinister grin. The first match officially ends, marking a complete and decisive victory for the Leon Blum family. Though the Go Pixier family flag flutters in the wind, a heavy, suffocating silence hangs over their side. Carried out of the arena with severe injuries, Fabian groans in intense pain. Sebastian Vincenzo rushes to his stretcher in total panic. Unable to hide his panic, he cries out, "Just hold on a little longer, Fabian." Everyone's faces are incredibly tense. Observing this pathetic sight, Damian silently watches and evaluates. He expected too much from this match, but this opponent was simply too much for him. Standing nearby, Duke Adam Go Pixier cannot hide his deep disappointment. Holding his head in exhaustion, he curses those damn Leon Blums. Meanwhile, Marquis Holland Leon Blum laughs arrogantly, savoring his opponent's defeat. He sneers. If it is just a match of win or lose, what is the point of severing someone's arm? Faced with this critical situation, Adam turns to Damian for guidance. Damian, what on earth should we do? We already lost the first of 3 rounds. Shouldn't you step in by now? Yet, Dion remains completely unbothered. Strategizing calmly, he notes, even if I win, once Michael steps out for the final match, no one will be left to face him. Understanding the tactical move, the old Duke slowly nods. That is true. Let's pause here. When Adam asks for their next move, Damian confidently declares he already has their second fighter picked out, leaving Adam completely curious. Who is it? The shocking answer is revealed when Damian casually places his hand on Pavan Verman's shoulder. The purple-haired knight turns pale as a ghost, trembling in absolute terror as he stammers, "Me? You mean me?" Damian flashes a highly confident smile and reminds him, "Just remember the hellish training you endured when I beat you to a pulp." Even as Pavan continues to panic and ramble, Damian firmly reassures him, "Don't worry, you have got this, you can win." Pavan's loyal crew cheers him on loudly to boost his spirit. "Big brother Pavan, we believe in you, one for all, and all for one." Watching this, Duke Adam remains highly skeptical. "Damian, you recommended him, but are you absolutely sure about this?" To be honest, Pavan was never an outstanding knight. Damian merely smirks, highly confident in his choice. "Don't worry, my lord. I trained him specifically for this exact moment. He is guaranteed to win." While Damian is radiating absolute confidence, Pavan is throwing up in the background from sheer, overwhelming anxiety. No warrior spirit in sight yet, just his digestive system fighting for its life. Finally, with trembling legs and sword in hand, their second fighter, Pavan Verman, officially steps into the arena amidst deafening cheers. Pavan steps onto the field, his legs shaking uncontrollably. His mind is filled with sheer panic, wondering what on earth he is supposed to do next. Instantly, an immense pressure washes over Pavan, making him break into a cold sweat as his face drains of all color. His opponent officially steps forward with an arrogant swagger, swinging a gleaming greatsword as he loudly declares his name. "I am Hugh. And you?" The opponent's aura is maxed out completely. Staring into those razor-sharp eyes, Pavan instantly panics, realizing just from his opponent's gaze that this guy is way out of his league. Trying to stay calm, he stammers out his name. Hugh smirks in disappointment, having fully expected Damian to step up, and now he feels completely bored with this matchup. With his eyes glowing with fierce red mana, he decides, well, I will just end this quickly and take the win. Pavan focuses completely, warning himself to be incredibly careful if he wants to make it out alive. The battle explodes as Hugh launches a lightning-fast strike, and trust me, we're about to see Pavan struggle just to survive. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total underdog pull off the ultimate defense. A deafening clang echoes as Pavan puts everything he has into blocking his opponent's sword, getting blown back but still keeping his guard up through the thick dust. Erwin is shocked to see his prey standing. How on earth did he block that strike? "You are better than I thought," Erwin mutters. Meanwhile, a shocked Pavan feels a strange sensation rising deep within his body. Could this strange feeling be just a mere coincidence? He realizes Erwin's attacks are identical to the brutal, hellish training he endured under Damian. Thanks to that nightmare practice, Pavan can suddenly read his opponent's movements and predict exactly where the next strike will land. Giving Pavan zero room to breathe, Erwin unleashes a flurry of fiery red slashes, tearing through the air and forcing him to desperately dodge. Their weapons clash repeatedly, sending powerful shockwaves outward and swallowing the entire arena in a massive cloud of dust. Suffocating under the pressure, Pavan grits his teeth to endure the brutal weight of the massive greatsword crashing down. Blinded by the thick smoke, Pavan strains every muscle to block the lethal blade hovering inches from his face. They lock blades in a desperate struggle. Trust me, this moment is so tense, it feels like trying to load a video on lagging public Wi-Fi. Erwin's eyes widen in absolute shock. He simply cannot believe that Pavan managed to perfectly block a blind strike aimed right at his face. Pavan is equally stunned, drenched in cold sweat, as he slowly grasps the incredible change happening inside his own body. Looking up at the stands, Pavan spots Damian standing calmly with folded arms, and wonders, "Is this why you were so sure I would win?" Damian smirks in satisfaction, whispering to himself, "Yes, indeed. You finally figured it out, did you?" The combat style Damian hammered into his knights during those brutal drills was actually the Lion's Protection Sword, the legendary signature technique of the Leon Bloom family itself. After being ruthlessly beaten to a pulp by Damian during training, Pavan's body adapted out of sheer survival instinct, naturally learning how to counter every incoming blow. He had absolutely no idea, but his defensive reflexes are now completely broken. Pavan gently closes his eyes, a single tear rolling down his cheek. With instincts forged through merciless beatings, he can easily block any incoming strike with his eyes completely shut. You see, Pavan quickly realizes Erwin's swordsmanship is painfully slow compared to Damian's absolute god-tier speed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he whispers, "Thank you, Lord Damian. Thanks to you, I have finally unlocked a whole new realm. Today, I surpass my limits." Channeling his mana, Pavan unleashes a brilliant blue slash, tearing through the air to counterattack. The massive collision erupts in a blinding flash. Pavan roars with absolute authority, declaring his blade will defy the heavens. Both knights pour everything into their final clash, triggering an earth-shattering explosion of raw energy that engulfs the entire arena. Low ping, massive damage. Talk about a totally broken build. Erwin freezes in horror as a cold blade presses against his throat. Before the stunned crowd, the once proud knight of the Leon Bloom family collapses onto the ground in absolute defeat. Standing tall in the arena, Pavan loudly declares, "Victory is mine." The crowd erupts into wild cheers, chanting Pavan's name as a proud, relieved smile forms on his face. He whispers to himself with joy, "I actually did it." With this crucial victory, our side officially ties the score in this intense tournament. Watching the defeat, Michael Leon Bloom slowly steps onto the battlefield. He sneers, mocking his teammates' failure. Seriously, he lost? And here I thought Erwin was supposed to be strong. The Grand Knight Gon Himlik watches in silence, thinking, so the final match really comes down to him. Michael Leon Bloom steps forward, cloaked in a blazing crimson aura that exerts a terrifying pressure, shaking the very air. He arrogantly declares, "So the final score will be settled by us, right?" Michael stops, staring directly at his true opponent, Damian Hassen. Gaon nods subtly, placing his trust in Damian. The young master of the Hassen family steps forward to face his challenger. Damian calmly replies, "Fine by me. This is exactly what I have been waiting for. I live for moments like this." Feeling his opponent's powerful presence, Michael grows wild with mad excitement, his face flushing red as his eyes burn with battle lust. "Yes, magnificent. I have waited for someone like you for a long time." Michael expects an epic one-on-one duel between equals, but Damian merely responds with a cold, highly contemptuous smirk. "Equals? Don't make me laugh," Damian scoffs. This match has massive season finale energy. Gripping his blazing sword, Michael roars in absolute fury, begging Damian to give him everything he has. His eyes reflect Damian's image, burning with a crazed, uncontrollable desire to fight, and his message, "Do not disappoint me." Michael unleashes his wild red aura like a raging wildfire, charging forward with absolute earth-shattering force. The screen is already shaking before his skill is even named. Rewinding a few minutes earlier to the Leon Bloom camp, where you and I get to see the dark aftermath. Erwin, having suffered a humiliating defeat, is begging in agony, "Please just take my life." But Marquis Holland stays surprisingly calm. Stick with me as he reassures his subordinate, telling him to stand up because he did his best and the enemy knight was simply stronger. With a cold, calculating look in his eyes, he firmly declares that in the end, victory will be ours. He looks at his son with absolute faith, reminding everyone they still have Michael. Hearing this, Huey bows in total submission. "You are right, my lord." After dismissing his men to rest, Marquis Holland begins to deeply plan his next move. He senses something extremely bizarre. Huey was clearly stronger than the Duke's knight, so how did he get overpowered so easily, as if every single strike was completely seen through? The memories of that brief battle play back in his mind, raising a massive red flag about this crazy anomaly. Holland whispers to himself in suspicion, "Our family's secret swordsmanship is only passed down by word of mouth, so a leak should be impossible." Suddenly, Michael clutches his chest, laughing like an absolute madman in pure excitement. "Father, did you know? My heart has never raced like this in my entire life." Staring at Damian surrounded by his teammates, Michael beams with joy, declaring he has finally found someone just like him. He vows to remember Damian and bring this victory home for his father. Seeing his son's fiery resolve, Holland smirks in satisfaction. Watch closely because Michael's bloodthirsty twist is about to open up a whole new chapter. The Marquis encourages his son to go out there and enjoy this fight to his heart's content. Michael Leon Bloom, the third champion representing the Leon Bloom family, steps up with a flushed face and a wild, manic grin plastered on his lips. Flashbacks of his childhood holding a wooden sword for the first time flood his mind, bringing back a single, raw emotion, pure joy. Learning the blade from his father was so thrilling it nearly drove him crazy. Back then, he always wondered how many truly powerful warriors existed in this massive world. But as the years went on, his excitement and hope quickly died when he faced the brutal reality. Like an endgame player with zero achievements left to unlock. Even when clashing with supposedly famous knights, Michael realized they were nothing special at all. To him, winning was always a given, making it totally meaningless. He sighs in deep exhaustion, so incredibly bored. Before this, Michael was about to throw away his sword out of sheer boredom. But then, you and I see a familiar shadow appear right before him, the legendary Damian Hassen. Michael's eyes ignite with absolute thrill as he realizes this is the worthy opponent he has been searching for. Standing in the middle of the windswept field, Michael flashes a maniacal grin and slowly draws his blade. He declares out loud, "Then, I sincerely beg of you." Michael charges forward like a wild beast with a crazed plea. "Please, don't disappoint me." A devastating slash wrapped in crimson aura tears through the air, heading straight for Damian at terrifying speed. Yet, Damian remains shockingly calm under the immense pressure. He swiftly raises his sword to block the blow just in time. A massive shockwave of energy explodes from the impact. Damian channels his strength, pushing his opponent far back. Michael is forced to skid backward a long distance. His eyes widen in complete shock at the young master's unbelievable power. A perfect frame parry. The system alerts a flawless defense. An earth-shattering collision erupts on the battlefield. A brilliant wave of blue energy surges outward, blowing Michael far away. Without giving his foe a chance to breathe, Damian delivers a lightning-fast kick that forces Michael to slide across the dirt to stay upright. Talk about getting your combo skipped like a cutscene. Driven mad with wild excitement, Michael repeatedly unleashes rapid, flaming crimson slashes, but Damian effortlessly counters and deflects every single strike. Seeing how calm his opponent is, Michael thinks in utter disbelief. He blocked my attacks that easily? Just as I expected. Unleashing his intense fury, Michael roars out in absolute ecstasy, shouting, "I knew it! You really are the absolute best." A roaring crimson aura manifests into a giant, powerful lion that wraps completely around his body. Michael slams his full power straight into the ground, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy that swallows the entire arena. Through the thick clouds of dust, Damian stands tall like a phantom, completely unscathed. Panting heavily, Michael grits his teeth and taunts. "How long do you plan on dodging? Draw your sword and make this fight more exciting." He leaps high into the air, his blade glowing with intense energy, ready to deliver his next deadly strike. Confident that he will seize the upper hand, Michael believes his opponent stands no chance because his own sword will strike first. But in an instant, Damian's eyes flash with immense authority. He unleashes a lightning-fast slash of massive blue energy that tears the very space apart. Damian's terrifying speed leaves Michael wide-eyed in sheer terror, realizing he cannot even track the trajectory of his opponent's swing. The impact is so devastating that it sends Michael crashing down. Damian's shadow burns into his shocked, wide-open eyes. As Michael lies defeated on the ground, he can only wonder what just happened. And trust me, you and I are left wanting to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Giant cracks are tearing through the ground right beneath the young master's feet. Watching his own son get completely crushed, Marquis Holland screams out in pure panic. As for Michael, the system quietly displays a defeat screen. Holland goes absolutely wild, screaming at Michael to get back up, draw his sword, and keep fighting. "What are you doing? Get up and draw your sword right now." But Michael can only touch his face in total shock, trembling all over as the terrifying sensation of death brushing past him sinks in. He desperately asks himself, what just happened? He was absolutely sure he died. The overwhelming pressure from that single attack has completely shattered the fighting spirit of the Leon Blum family genius. His body is fine, but his mind is totally checked out. Damian looks down coldly at the kneeling boy and mocks him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly kneeling down like that?" A dark, terrifying aura of death suddenly explodes from Damian, completely engulfing the entire arena and leaving Michael shaking in absolute, bone-chilling horror. Damian growls, "Do you still think we are on the same level?" Faced with this massive power gap, Michael completely breaks down. He mutters in complete panic, wondering if all of this is just some crazy illusion. Finally, Michael Leon Blum bows his head and gives up, saying, "I surrender. Go ahead and enjoy your victory." Now, pay attention, a massive victory party kicks off tonight. But things are about to get intense. While Marquis Holland is grinding his teeth, his face red with rage, Duke Adam is absolutely thrilled. He raises his glass high and cheerfully shouts, "There is still plenty of meat and wine left. The more, the merrier." Aha! The knights under his command cheer loudly, thanking the Duke for his incredible generosity, while Holland can only sit there letting out angry growls from his throat, before bitterly turning his face away. Not stopping there, Adam slowly strolls over to his defeated opponent with a bottle of wine in hand. He flashes a smug, knowing smile and calls out, "Marquis Leon Blum. Sure, we had our little dispute, but now it is over. Let it go and join us." He casually pours wine into Holland's glass, delivering a brutal psychological blow in the process. "Here, have a drink. Since I am the winner, I will pour your glass first. After all, who else but me could be the victor?" This stinging mockery makes Holland so furious that veins pop on his forehead. He can only seethe in pure humiliation. Looking over at Damian sitting quietly in a corner, Holland bitterly reflects on his son's unbelievable defeat. That boy Michael, I cannot believe he surrendered without even drawing his sword. Is this just bad luck, or what? He bitterly downs his drink in total helplessness. A victory feast where they did not even have to fight, just watch the opponent quit. Watching this drama from afar, Damian silently notes that the Duke is utterly relentless for inviting the Marquise's people. Seeing Adam laughing and joking, he sees right through the true nature behind that fake generosity. On the surface, he seems warm and generous, but this party is clearly designed to humiliate the Marquise's family. The Duke does not even hesitate to make petty gestures right in front of his rival. But Damian does not care about their political games. Honestly, you and I know Damian is just smiling because he got what he wanted. By winning that duel, he brought victory to the Duke's family and made sure the Leon Blom family thinks twice before ever crossing them again. Looking at the Paban knights happily raising their glasses around the campfire, Damian knows his family's position is temporarily safe for now. The main quest is done, but the victory cutscene triggers a political DLC. But amidst the lively celebration, Damian's eyes turn cold as he reminds himself that one task remains unfinished. The shadow of a dark conspiracy still looms heavily in the back of his mind. Right in the middle of his thoughts, Damian is startled by a sudden cough. Turning his head in confusion, he hears, "Ahem, if you do not mind, can I sit down with you?" Michael's face is red from wine and excitement as he pours Damian a drink and stammers out, "I respect you." Damian takes the glass, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he repeats, "Respect?" Michael confesses that his whole life, he thought nobody else was worthy of standing beside him. But now he realizes Damian is not just on his level, he is actually infinitely superior to him. Damian silently notes that this sudden, massive shift in attitude is absolutely unbelievable, especially after what he did to Michael's family. Going from final boss to loyal fanboy in one round? Talk about a broken game. Michael scratches his head in embarrassment, admitting that even though he does not know exactly what happened, his instincts told him the outcome before their swords even clashed. It turns out Michael possesses a sixth sense far beyond normal humans. In the mental simulation Michael created right before their fight, he uncovered a terrifying truth about facing off against Damian. Inside that mental world, Michael saw himself as a tiny ant before an entity of absolute, crushing power. He realized Damian was on a totally different level, and that primal fear saved his life. Trust me, you and I will not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are watching Damian study Michael, knowing that if he charges, Michael will lose way more than just an arm. Looking up at the starry sky, Michael sighs, realizing the world is so much bigger than he ever imagined. Sensing his rival's sudden awakening, Damian speaks up with some rare, genuine advice. He warns Michael that the world is massive, and no matter how gifted he thinks he is, he should never get cocky or assume he is the strongest. Damian points out that even within their own empire, there are at least 3 monsters with talent far surpassing his. Taking a slow sip of his wine, Damian's expression darkens as a painful memory flashes back. He bitterly admits that he once believed he was the absolute strongest, only to pay a devastating price against that man. The image of a cold Archlich Dogo standing over a mountain of corpses resurfaces, a brutal reminder of his most crushing defeat. Watch closely, this banquet is about to become a straight-up horror show. Looking at Damian with deep respect, Michael asks if he truly lived by those rules. Damian just smirks, radiating pure confidence. Not really, because I actually am the strongest. This arrogant reply stuns Michael, who brings up the warning, but Damian casually shrugs. Exactly. If you are not as strong as me, do not get cocky. Michael blushes but nods with absolute determination, vowing to remember that. Talk about a massive, unfiltered ego trip. Right then, Duke Adam strolls over alongside Marquis Holland with a bright smile. Well, look at you two getting along so fast. Watching young friendships bloom is always so heartwarming, is it not? Noting Holland's glaring face, Damian asks suspiciously, "My lord, what brings you here?" Adam replies excitedly, "Forgive my intrusion, but we just finished our discussion. I spoke with the Marquis. Remember my promise before the match? To reward your victory, I convinced him to open his vault." The old Duke chuckles, teasing his longtime rival. "This stingy old man refused to let you in, so I had to make a deal using something else instead." Holland snaps. "Stingy? How dare you say that when you know the extreme value of my family's sacred treasures?" He glares at Damian. "Damian Hassen, for what you did to win, I cannot forgive you. But given the circumstances, I will let it slide." Holland shoots Damian a freezing glare before reaching deep into his coat. He offers a half-hearted apology for sending his elite knights to intimidate him earlier, completely ignoring his own son. The Marquis growls, refusing to open the vault to any outsider. "But as compensation and your tournament prize, I will personally present you with a rare item from my collection." Damian watches curiously as the old man opens a small wooden box, revealing a sparkling treasure resting inside. It is a ring enchanted with spatial magic, a classy way to save face while playing the generous noble. The ring emits a strange, potent energy. It is a spatial artifact forged in the White Tower, holding up to 100 kilograms and valued at a small castle. Though Damian knows this is a downgrade from full vault access, he accepts it gladly since the ring is still incredibly valuable. Marquis Holland quickly explains that even without vault access, the Leon Blom family still possesses many legendary weapons. Damian bows politely. If you say so, then thank you. He thanks him and takes the treasure. You and I know it's not the full vault, but it's still a massive upgrade for his inventory. Staring at the opulence of the legendary Apple Kingdom's greatest knight family, Damian figures they must hide some truly incredible swords. Suddenly, he remembers a very specific item still hidden inside the Marquise's estate. His eyes light up. Damian looks directly at Holland and asks, "In that case, may I request one more thing?" With the old Marquis' nod, Damian boldly declares, "I want a bow." This unexpected request leaves Holland completely baffled. A bow? Why on earth would you need a bow? Damian flashes a bright, highly mysterious smile. He casually replies, "Oh, it is a wedding gift for my younger brother." Meanwhile, back at the Ha mansion, Aben suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. Aben sits alone in the dark, a gloomy expression on his face as he repeatedly stabs a straw voodoo doll with a needle. Wiping his nose, the little guy grumbles in annoyance. Where did that random sneeze come from? Standing outside Duke Go-Pixier's grand estate, Adam looks at Damian with deep regret. "Are you really leaving already? We are preparing a grand victory banquet. Can you not stay until then?" Damian calmly explains that he has been away for too long and must return to his family. Main quest clear, but this NPC is still baiting him with side quests. Adam smiles warmly. "If your mind is made up, I cannot stop you. But please, stay just one more day so my personal knights can safely escort you home." Seeing Damian hesitate, the old Duke explains that despite his incredible power, the roads are crawling with ruthless bandits, and he simply wants him to travel in total comfort. Damian agrees, ending this chapter. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what wild ride comes next." Let's jump in as he bows politely, saying, "Yes, my lord, thank you for everything so far." The thundering sound of hooves signals the start of their return journey. Amidst the escort knights, Victor trudges along, sighing with immense relief. "Phew, you're finally back, young master," the sole survivor of that long event, still running on just 30% battery. The young servant adds cheekily, thankful to God that all the mess has finally been cleaned up. Phil Damian glares at him coldly. "Are you trying to mock me right now?" Victor flinches and laughs it off, but quickly starts complaining about his aching legs while Damian rides ahead comfortably on horseback. The boy is jealous of that luxury, constantly groaning about his sore feet. Damian grits his teeth, staring at his servant's miserable posture, wondering how much fat this lazy guy has actually gained since leaving the Duke's estate. He decides he must put him through a brutal workout when they get back. Just then, a lead knight calls out, "Lord Damian, night is falling. I will set up camp." Late at night, the group camps deep inside the forest under a brilliant full moon. Victor happily holds a delicious, sizzling meat skewer, cheering with absolute excitement. "It is fully cooked now, young master." Damian smiles warmly. "Great, then let's eat, now that the camp is completely set up." With the main quest paused, the feast begins, and trust me, you'll want to pay close attention to what Victor does next as he invites the guards. "Please, knights, come join us for a meal." But the crew-cut knight looks hesitant and politely declines the invitation. "No, thank you, we will eat later." Even as Victor insists they eat together, Damian just watches silently with a calm, analytical gaze. Suddenly, he recalls their emotional farewell with Paben's knights back at the Duke's castle. They had wept miserably upon hearing of his departure, crying out, "Are you really leaving tomorrow, Lord?" Damian could only sigh at how clingy they were, realizing Paben's fan club quest is still active. Paben had tightly grasped Damian's hands, expressing his deep gratitude through flowing tears. "Lord Damian, thanks to you, we have reached a new horizon and even brought great honor to the Duke's noble family." Damian smiles faintly, acknowledging their efforts, saying, "Yeah, you guys have indeed worked very hard." All three knights burn with determination, swearing to never forget the brutal, bloody lessons he taught them, promising to push even further in their training. They bow deeply in perfect synchronization, surprising Damian as they shout, "Thank you so much, Lord Damian." Back in the present, beside the campfire, Damian smiles softly to himself, whispering, "You are welcome. I know what you're thinking. This is too peaceful and right on cue." A rustle from the bushes breaks the quiet night. The red-haired knight instantly grows alert, gesturing to his partner before reporting, "Lord Damian, I will patrol the area just to be safe." Watching the knight disappear into the dark forest, Damian narrows his eyes with deep suspicion, speaking in a low voice. "I do not think that is necessary." But the red-haired knight continues walking into the dark, leaving behind a quick promise. "It won't take long, I will be right back." Yet, the moment the guard turns his back, Damian senses a thick wave of killing intent. Without a moment of hesitation, he leaps up, drawing his heavenly thousand-miles sword, unleashing a purple slash that tears the air. A massive explosion echoes as the surprise strike hits, sending the traitorous knight screaming in pain as spiritual energy swallows him whole. Damian stands coldly over the man who just feigned loyalty, his sudden betrayal dealt with in the blink of an eye. He calmly notes, "So the Duke sent these escorts after all?" Damian narrows his eyes in utter contempt, fully aware that low-level knights like these are completely useless when it comes to protection. Suddenly, a sinister hand glowing with dark purple energy emerges from the thick bushes, firing a magic spear aimed directly at Damian and a sleeping Victor. The weapon flies at extreme speed, but Damian reactively intercepts it, catching it mid-air with his bare hand. He crushes the cursed weapon, declaring in a cold voice, "They cannot stop me." The newly arrived mini-boss gets his damage tested instantly. The remaining guard draws his sword, eyes wide with terror as a dark figure slowly emerges from the depths of the forest. He stammers in absolute dread as the entity stepping into the Blood Moon's light is revealed to be Hogus. But he is completely mutated now, with lifeless, glowing purple eyes and dark energy fully enveloping his body. The terrified knight screams out in utter despair, "My lord, why are you doing this?" Victor wakes up with a start, barely able to call out, "Young master," witnessing the deadly threat unfolding before them. Up above, the sinister shadows of the Yulin organization watch silently, commenting with sheer mockery. "Oh dear, is a pet blocking the way?" Chelsea's maid, Rebecca, adjusts her glasses with a wicked smirk as the prey falls. "And trust me, you must see what happens next." Alright, you and I are diving into a wild scene where a purple haze of mind-numbing incense spreads, making the escort knight ramble. Instantly, Damian realizes Victor is also falling under the spell of this deadly dark magic. He mutters grimly, knowing there is no other choice. Apologizing to Victor, Damian delivers a swift, decisive strike to the back of his neck, knocking him out cold to protect him from the magic. Victor collapses to the ground, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Meanwhile, Rebecca stands there, completely basking in her own smug triumph. She lets out a wicked laugh as the minds of everyone nearby begin to crumble under her spell. Hogus writhes in sheer agony, trying his absolute best to resist as he screams for her to stop. But a devastating punch, packed with purple spiritual energy, slams directly into the traitorous knight's face, leveling him to the dirt without mercy. The entire camp is now a desolate ruin under the control of the dark mages, leaving the area in total shambles while the stakes reach an absolute boiling point. The hooded figures of the organization slowly stroll toward Damian, highly amused that a mere low-ranking knight can successfully resist their mind-numbing incense. One of them sneers, speculating that he must possess some kind of unique physical constitution. Rebecca smirks with calculating eyes. Now, watch closely as she asks if they should just kill and slowly dissect him to satisfy her sick curiosity. Facing these wicked monsters and their overwhelming dark energy, Damian remains completely expressionless. His eyes burn with unwavering determination, fully prepared to dive into a bloody battle of life and death. What an interesting fellow. The dark mages stare at Damian with intense curiosity, unable to believe a low-ranking knight is totally immune to their spell, while wondering if his body holds some legendary trait. Rebecca adjusts her glasses, flashing a cruel smile filled with twisted excitement. She coldly declares her plan to end Damian first, then slice him open piece by piece to satisfy her scientific curiosity. Even in the face of such gruesome threats, Damian's gaze remains razor-sharp and completely unfazed. You and I both know they just picked the wrong boss. Meanwhile, Hogus grits his teeth, roaring in pure madness that they have finally met. Looking at Damian with vacant, mind-controlled eyes, Hogus vows to tear him limb from limb as a sacrifice for Lady Chelsea's grave. In stark contrast to that explosive rage, Damian merely smirks with absolute contempt. He mockingly notes what a complete joke it is for someone who literally wet himself in front of Lord Keon, to now blame others for failing to protect what he was simply too weak to save. Seeing Damian's ruthless attitude, Rebecca scoffs, calling him incredibly cold-hearted for rubbing salt into another man's deepest wounds. She narrows her eyes, wondering where on earth his confidence comes from to think he can take on 3 powerhouses all by himself. The dark mage leader arrogantly starts giving a grand speech about his identity, but Damian instantly cuts him off without a care. He exposes them as elite executives of the Dark Yulon organization, a sudden revelation that leaves Rebecca utterly shocked, her face twisting in pure panic. She stammers, completely unable to comprehend how he could possibly know such a terrifying secret. Spoiling the boss's intro sequence? Talk about skipping a cutscene. Damian casually cleans his ear, mocking them by saying he just has exceptionally good hearing. Instantly feeling humiliated, the leader roars that no matter how much he boasts, his life ends here today. He summons a massive, glowing green spirit spear, releasing a pressure that shakes the very earth. The moment the enemy charges, a massive surge of energy erupts, tearing through the night sky and causing an earth-shattering explosion across the forest. The enemy went all out, but our main character just responds with effortless style. Darting through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, Damian intercepts the enemy's attack, triggering a violent collision of raw spiritual power. Staring at the sheer shock on the fat mage's face, Damian let out a mysterious, knowing smirk. He calmly tells them they have made a huge mistake, because he isn't fighting alone. Instantly, a massive wave of pressure erupts right behind him. Sebastian Vincenzo, a mid-tier knight of the Gaupich Ducal house, proudly steps forward, wielding a sword ablaze with brilliant green spirit energy. Flashing back to the Duke's office, Damian bows deeply, expressing his sincere and heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of me all this time, my lord." Duke Adam Gaupich replies in a low voice. He mentions having one more favor to ask, revealing critical news that instantly turns the atmosphere tense. It turns out Ihogis has vanished. The Duke fears he holds a deadly grudge over Chelsea's death, and will stop at nothing to get his revenge. To make matters worse, the dark mages whose plans he ruined definitely won't let their main target walk away easily. The Duke firmly points out that while he has Lord Keon protecting him, Damian has no such backup. "So, I will send an expert to protect you." Talk about a revenge-themed expansion pack unlocked right after the main quest. He orders him to enter. The door swings wide open, and a towering knight with spiky hair slowly steps out of the shadows. We've hit a crazy twist. Damian instantly recognizes this knight as Vincenzo. You and I are diving into a story where the Duke explains that since other intermediate knights are busy, only Sir Sebastian is free to handle the crucial duty of protecting our main character. Duke Adam instructs, "Sir Sebastian, please take good care of Damian and keep him safe." Faced with that trust, Sebastian proudly declares, "Yes, my lord. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I will protect him." As it turns out, the Duke had already ordered Vincenzo to secretly follow and protect Damian from the very start. Damian calculates that if Vincenzo accompanies him openly, the dark mages might be too cowardly to show their faces. It looks like a standard escort mission on the outside, but it is actually a trap designed to draw them out. Out of the silent night, Heath appears with a horribly deformed face and a sinister grin. "It has been quite a while, Sir Sebastian." In utter shock, Sebastian demands to know why he is here. Heath grits his teeth and swears, "Sir Sebastian, I vow to never forgive anyone involved in Grand Duchess Chelsea's death. I will not leave a single soul alive." When Sebastian tries to explain that Duchess Chelsea took her own life and it was nobody's fault, Heath completely loses his mind and furiously screams, "Don't talk nonsense." He roars out in pure rage. "Do you have any idea how strong the Grand Duchess actually was? A powerful person like her would absolutely never commit suicide." Heath insists that the Duke brutally murdered her during a harsh interrogation while those smug dark mages watched in the background. Suddenly, a deadly stream of dark purple energy erupts around his arm as he lets out a terrifying roar. "I will never let her tragic death go unavenged. I will slaughter Damian Hassen, murder every single person who interrogated her, and finally end the Duke himself." This plot twist is so wild you and I might need to check the wiki. Sebastian coldly retorts, asking if Heath has actually lost his mind. "You are completely insane." The villain laughs mockingly and offers a twisted deal. "Haha, Sir Sebastian, I will make this easy. Just hand over Damian Hassen and I will let you live." Standing right behind them, Damian murmurs his thoughts. Such arrogance. Sebastian unleashes a wave of powerful blue energy. Drawing his sword, he roars, "How dare a low-life scum like you talk about sparing anyone's life?" Watching the intermediate knight release his overwhelming power, Damian smirks in quiet approval. "Arrogant? You bet." Laughing like a maniac, Heath admits the knight used to be stronger, but things are different now. Sebastian is completely horrified as the dark truth hits him, asking if this absolute fool has actually dabbled in forbidden dark magic. The smug dark mage standing behind him gloatingly explains that Heath underwent a forbidden ritual to achieve near-immortal power. In return, he traded away his own lifespan to obtain overwhelming physical strength and magical energy. Talk about a bad villain build update. Open your eyes and look closely. Witness the incredible godlike power I have acquired. With a roar, he unleashes a wave of violent purple energy that tears through the air, forcing Sebastian to desperately defend himself against this terrifying pressure. This is absolutely terrifying. Could his raw magic have already surpassed the level of an archmage? Laughing arrogantly, Heath mocks Sebastian, saying he should have listened earlier because handing over Damian would have saved his pathetic life. He screams in pure fury and unleashes a lethal blow, creating a massive cross-shaped explosion that completely swallows Sebastian. Pay attention here, things are about to get wild. The earth-shattering impact leaves Sebastian completely paralyzed with shock, right before the overwhelming dark power knocks him down. Standing calmly amidst the ruins, Damian quietly watches the entire destruction unfold with a cold, emotionless gaze. The boss unleashes his ultimate, but our main character's health bar hasn't even dropped. Talk about a broken game. The blast waves shake the entire forest, covering everything in thick smoke. Damian stands firm right in the center of the spiritual storm, looking calmly toward the explosion. From the thick gray smoke, Heath emerges with his twisted face and a grotesque smile. Dark runes glowing with deadly energy slowly light up across his body. The map automatically changes for Phase 2. In the deep silence of the night, a sudden explosion of bright purple energy tears through the forest, filling the air with heavy clouds of dust and smoke. Facing this monstrous display of raw power, Damian maintains a cold and cautious expression on his face. Out of the dark, heavy smoke, Heath emerges with a completely deformed face, eyes burning with dark aura, and a menacing smile. He looks like a literal monster now, flexing his massive muscles as waves of evil spiritual energy wrap around his entire body. Staring at his opponent's terrifying physical transformation, Damian quietly comments that this level of strength is actually quite impressive. Heath glares at him with absolute, pure hatred. Watching this shocking turn of events unfold, Rebecca and the Dark Mage Mustak are left completely stunned. Yet, Vincenzo still manages to stand up from the rubble and proudly declares, "I am not as weak as you think. A basic attack like that cannot bring me down." Despite his brave words, the Intermediate Knight secretly worries about how much longer he can hold out against such unbelievable strength. Sebastian turns and barks an urgent order, "Lord Damian, leave this place to me and head to the duchy for reinforcements." Damian freezes. "Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are about to witness the ultimate escape." Silently nodding, Damian says, "Understood, Lord Vincenzo," before bolting into the dark to find help. Furious that his prey is escaping, Erhogus roars and charges forward. Behind him, the Dark Mages scream, warning the young master that there is absolutely no escape. They wildly unleash surges of purple magic to cut off the young master of the Hassen family. And with that, this high-stakes escape mission begins. With minions spawning to block his path, Erhogus leaps forward like a flash of lightning, roaring, "Not so fast, Damian Hassen." He swings claws glowing with dark energy, aiming to rip Damian apart instantly. But Sebastian Vincenzo is one step ahead, swinging his sword of glowing green energy to block the deadly strike in midair. Sparks fly in the dark as their weapons clash with a deafening roar. Sebastian pours everything into guarding the path, holding the line at all costs. Determined to stop the traitor knight at all costs, his defense is absolutely god tier. It is like he is playing with zero ping. Throwing himself completely into the fight, Sebastian roars with absolute resolve, "You will not pass. Let us settle this to the death." Faced with this stubborn defense, Erhogus grashes his teeth in fury. "Damn you, Vincenzo. If you want death, I will gladly give it to you." A sickening purple aura erupts from the mutated body of the traitorous knight, ready to swallow his foe whole. An earth-shattering explosion shakes the forest, lighting up the pitch-black night with blinding energy. Through the smoke and debris, Damian frantically carries Victor on his back, sprinting through the dense forest to escape their pursuers. Surges of deadly purple energy rain down on them like homing arrows, forcing him to dodge frantically to stay alive. Suddenly, Mustak and Rebecca appear out of nowhere, blocking his path. Mustak sneers in pure disdain. "How foolish," the Dark Mage says, his eyes glowing with malice as he glares at Damian. "You should have run alone. Did you really think you could escape carrying that dead weight? You underestimate us." But instead of panicking, Damian just smirks with a mysterious smile. "You guys are the real fools here," Damian says, gently resting the sleeping Victor against a tree, leaving Mustak completely bewildered. Confused, Mustak mutters, "What?" as Damian calmly speaks. "I only lured you out here because I couldn't fight seriously under Vincenzo's watchful eyes." Stretching his arms, his eyes flare with cold resolve. "So let's wrap this up. I need to kill you both and go help Lord Vincenzo. Now, pay attention here, because this plot twist is insane." Damian's sheer arrogance leaves the villains completely speechless as he casually reveals he's been holding back. Mustak roars in fury, his eyes burning with dark purple energy. "You think you can take on both of us alone? Arrogant brat." He turns to order his subordinate. "Rebecca, stand back for now," and she immediately obeys. "Yes, Captain." Instantly, a terrifying wave of dark purple magic erupts from the Dark Mage. Ancient magic circles swirl around his mutating hands as his body swells, radiating a suffocating dark pressure that fills the air. He is transforming into a monstrous, terrifying demon. The villains split up to 1 versus 1, with the boss looking ready to unlock his final form. Mustak Fury unleashes a dense wave of dark energy, manifesting a giant, monstrous demon specter right behind his back. He roars arrogantly, "Let me introduce us properly. I am the captain of Mustak Fury, and this is my vice-captain, Rebecca." Mustak's body is now completely mutated, covered in dark crimson skin, bulging muscles, and terrifying, thorny tentacles ready to strike. Damian calmly watches this grotesque transformation, silently realizing that these guys are far more dangerous than just simple squad officers. "Seeing how you mutate with dark magic, you must belong to the Frenzy cult. I know what you're thinking, how does Damian know so much? Well, Mustak is surprised too, sneering, "If you know us, you know how strong we are." Instantly, the mutated demon unleashes a lightning-fast strike, forcing Damian to gasp in surprise as he barely dodges out of the way. A devastating slam craters the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris in the forest. Seeing his target completely unharmed, Mustak grins with excitement, saying, "Wow, I can't believe you actually dodged that." He silently admits that the rumors about the young master of the Hassen family are no exaggeration. Damian doesn't just pack insane power, his speed is absolutely top tier. Steeling himself, the young master prepares for the next clash. In terms of physical stats alone, this monster is at least above mid-tier, Damian notes as glowing purple tentacles lash out, tearing through the dark. Damian performs a series of flawless acrobatics through the canopy, narrowly dodging the relentless attacks coming at him from all angles. Waves of dark purple energy tear through the air, hot on his heels without pausing. But during a split-second opening, Damian realizes with a shock that he has fallen right into the enemy's sights. Mustak roars in triumph, "Got you!" as he launches a massive fist directly at Damian's face. The clash builds to a climax as the demon's blood-red eyes lock onto his prey, using a special prediction skill to end this long game of cat and mouse. Damian blocks the strike. Trust me, you cannot miss what happens next. Alright, let's watch as he unleashes a god-tier technique that completely shocks the demon. By constantly consuming the divine medicine provided by the Duke during his daily training, Damian can now freely unleash this top-tier ultimate. Seeing him still standing, Mustak rages, calling it a cheap trick before charging like a madman. His passive is fully stacked, but his heaviest strike gets easily parried. Like a flash of lightning, Damian swings his sword, slicing through the surrounding dark tentacles. Vibrant blue sword slashes cross at terrifying speed, shredding the demon's body in a blinding energy blast. The overwhelming power of the Azure Heavenly Sword completely tears Mustak apart in mid-air. The shocked demon watches as his body completely disintegrates. He can't believe Damian possesses such godlike strength, suspecting he's been hiding his true power all along. Though admitting Damian is strong enough to beat Ajito, Mustak arrogantly claims his tricks are useless. He frantically activates his broken dark mana healing factor, regenerating his shredded body in an instant. Seeing this insane regeneration, Damian isn't worried at all. Instead, he just flashes an amused smile. Smirking, he admits he was worried this fight would end way too early, but this is actually perfect. The boss just respawned mid-fight, and this raid clearly has absolutely zero cooldown. With eyes glowing, he looks at the roaring beast. Letting loose is way more fun, don't you think? Azure energy surges from his sword as he prepares for a real, absolute slaughter. He is officially in boss farming mode now, with no plans of ending this early. Deep in the dark forest, massive explosions rip through the night, lighting up the sky with deadly purple flashes. Sebastian is desperately using all his strength to defend against Earthgiss's relentless storm of attacks. Seeing the mid-tier knight gasping for breath, the villain eagerly mocks his struggle. Clicking his tongue, he admits holding out this long is actually pretty impressive. This mock praise is like rubbing salt straight into Sebastian's wounded pride. He grits his teeth in humiliation, hating that he's losing to a dirty, dark magic user. Arrogantly smirking, he slowly saunters over, confidently declaring that Sebastian's death is only a matter of time. He sneers, challenging the knight to see how much longer he can survive before facing absolute defeat. Sebastian drops to his knees, blood coughing up. He bitterly realizes his enemy is right, and he can only desperately buy time. In this desperate moment, the veteran knight silently prays. "It hurts, but he is right. All I can do is hold on. Lord Damian, please return quickly." Now, I know what you're thinking, but unlike Sebastian's nightmare, Damian is having the time of his life. Smirking, he admits he was worried this fight would end too fast, but now he can truly go all out. His insane confidence makes Mustak boil with rage. "You talk big, brat, but let's see you dodge this next attack." The demon frantically charges a massive sphere of purple energy right in front of his chest, preparing to launch a devastating strike to crush Damian instantly. The boss just triggered another phase because he got triggered. Mustak channels every ounce of dark magic into a giant orb, launching a devastating blast directly at Damian. Amidst the blinding light, Damian stands firm, holding the Azure Heavenly Sword, releasing pulsing blue shockwaves to block the impact. Shocked to see his signature move neutralized, Mustak screams, "How did you block that?" His ultimate skill was completely countered like it was nothing. Without giving the demon a second to breathe, Damian unleashes azure slashes that rip through space, shredding the demon's body as he screams in absolute agony. Though heavily mutilated and bleeding purple fluid, Mustak stubbornly tries to threaten him. You won't block it a second time." But Damian's follow-up strikes completely crush him, and he collapses in despair as his regeneration fails, desperately gasping that he needs to heal quickly. Damian slowly approaches his defeated foe, coldly asking, "Can't regenerate anymore, can you?" He calmly explains that dark mana-based healing cannot be spammed recklessly. leaving a terrified Mustak to scream out in fear. "You bastard, how do you know that?" Damian simply smirked. "That is my little secret." Pressing his sword tip against the demon's throat, he asks if decapitation will finish the job. Suddenly, Mustak cracks a crazed smile. "Haha, you fell right into my trap," he screams, calling out for Rebecca. Rebecca instantly triggers her trump card, casting 8th tier dark magic, instant death. A massive skeletal Grim Reaper rises behind Damian, ready to harvest his soul. Mustak grabs Damian's head, roaring. "Got you. Trust me, you and I are about to see what happens next." "Alright, you and I are about to watch Damian keep his cool under enemy crowd control, while his broken system auto-casts skills to turn the tide." A glowing magic crest on his hand unleashes an insane blast of energy, completely shattering the specter of death and snapping its dark scythe. The enemy boss stands there completely dumbfounded, desperately trying to power up, but our main character already knows he can win this without even trying. Mustak's eyes roll back in absolute shock. How is this even possible? Damian looks down at him with pure, mocking disdain. What on earth was that pathetic dark magic? Was that really your best shot? Infuriated, Mustak screams that this spell is the absolute crown jewel of Yulani's lifetime of forbidden research, a secret technique capable of assassinating a top-tier powerhouse under the right conditions. The demon roars in absolute humiliation after seeing his ultimate move neutralized so effortlessly. Staring at his pathetic enemy, Damian coldly spits out, "What a disgusting creature." He exposes the truth behind dark magic, calling it a pathetic parasite that merely feeds on stolen souls to gain power, instead of being the grand art they claim it to be. Damian touches his ring, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "And I just thought of a fun game. I will wipe you out using the exact same power you worship." A sudden blast of dark energy erupts, making Rebecca scream in absolute horror. "Captain, is that dark magic?" Damian stands firm as the swirling dark mist envelops him. He taunts that pests like them have never seen magic at this level. Now, pay attention here. He instantly channels 9th circle absolute dark magic, summoning a massive black sphere vibrating with destructive pressure. Rebecca stares in total disbelief. 9th circle magic? That is completely impossible. Damian flashes a bone-chilling smile as he watches his enemies tremble in fear. The massive orb of darkness swallows Mustak whole, crushing the demon's body in an earth-shattering explosion of raw power. Mustak's screams instantly cut out as thick, purple-black smoke tears through the forest. Damian stands calmly amid the smoking ruins. His glowing, cold eyes lock onto Rebecca, who is paralyzed by this absolute display of power. Honestly, the boss got sent straight back to the lobby before he could even type "good game." The giant black sphere suddenly condenses before detonating, completely obliterating Mustak in a colossal explosion of spiritual energy. The unmatched, destructive force of the 9th circle spell disintegrates the demon entirely, erasing any possibility of a counterattack. Damian stands tall amidst the wreckage, his eyes glowing with an icy glare as he surveys the ruins of his vanquished foe. Talk about an ultimate move resetting the opponent. Dark, purple-black blood from the dead mage begins dripping off Damian's sleeve, soaking into the dry dirt. Right then, Victor slowly begins to wake up from his unconscious state, sleepily asking where they are. Damian turns around, notices his servant's messy, blood-spattered face, and gasps, "Victor, your face!" Victor has absolutely no idea what is going on. He raises a hand to touch his cheek and innocently asks, "Huh? Is something wrong, master?" The moment he spots the dark purple fluid on his fingers, Victor panics, screaming blood, and completely breaks down on the ground, wailing in utter despair. "I knew following you would lead to my demise." Let's pause here because looking at his servant's over-the-top drama, Damian's speechless face is pure gold. He sighs deeply to set the record straight. "No, I meant the dark mage's blood splashed onto your face." Victor instantly shuts up, while Damian suddenly realizes something highly critical. "Oh, right. I completely forgot to interrogate those cultists about Dogo before executing them." Staring down at the puddle of black blood on the ground, Damian's voice turns cold. "I didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice." He extends a hand shrouded in dark energy, initiating a forbidden soul-summoning ritual over the remnants. Violent waves of dark purple energy swirl wildly, reeling in the scattered soul fragments of the dead mages. Agonizing screams echo through the clearing as their spirits are brutally compressed into painful spheres of energy. We are officially in horror movie territory now. Just hearing those agonizing screams is enough to send a chill straight down your spine. Staring at the floating spheres, Damian notes he has to extract the crucial information via this post-mortem interrogation. His cold voice rings out, causing the trapped spirits to shake in absolute terror. Damian's eyes burn with supreme authority as he stretches out his hand, commanding them to speak. Shifting from battle to interrogation feels like a chilling, sudden server reset. Meanwhile, over on Sebastian's battlefield, a massive explosion rocks the area. Sebastian is blown backward, coughing up blood from the overwhelming might of the traitorous demonic knight who is tightly clutching his spear. The monster shatters the ground with every step, leaving Sebastian utterly paralyzed by the massive difference in their power. Sebastian collapses against a tree trunk, completely battered from his heavy wounds, and unable to fight back. The knight slowly approaches his dying prey, his face twisted with madness under a dense, dark aura. Wearing a sadistic grin, he loudly declares, "This is where it ends, Sebastian. I'll make this quick." Sebastian grits his teeth in agony, resolving to drag this bastard to hell with him. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the absolute critical moment when Damian's voice suddenly echoes, shattering the deadly silence. Impressive, you held on well. Vincenzo Damian casually strolls out of the shadows with a calm demeanor, holding a glowing soul orb in his hand. Seeing him, the traitor knight roars in fury. "You bastard! I was going to find and kill you, but you walked right into your own grave." Damian merely smirks, offering a provocative challenge. Is that so? We will find out soon enough. Gripping the glowing purple soul orb, Damian warns him coldly, "Take one more step, and you will be the one who dies." Driven mad, the knight grinds his teeth and roars. I don't know where that confidence comes from, but enough talk die. He thrusts his dark energy-infused spear forward in a head-on attack, but Damian stands tall, completely unbothered. With lightning speed, he catches the spearhead and smiles mysteriously, leaving the traitor in shock. But how is this possible? An attack that strong, yet he got red on the very first frame. Watching this unbelievable scene unfold from behind a tree, Sebastian is left utterly speechless. Suddenly, a violent burst of purple soul energy erupts from Damian's hand, completely swallowing the traitorous knight in an instant. Screaming in absolute agony, the knight glares at Damian with pure, unadulterated hatred. "You bastard! I will kill," but his dark power completely vanishes, leaving him collapsing to the ground in total exhaustion. Watch closely thought he was in boss mode, but he got shut down mid-fight. Damian looks down at the defeated foe and mocks. "Tsk! You idiot. You still haven't realized, have you? If the soul of the dark mage controlling you is destroyed, all their spells vanish. Now, look at him, nothing but a withered old man lying motionless next to a broken spear." Sebastian asks in utter disbelief. What just happened? Damian casually explains that this state is similar to a GMO, likely a side effect of H-mana leaving his body. Still dazed, Sebastian nods in agreement, but immediately asks with concern about the fate of the other dark mages. Damian steps over, gently helping the heavily injured mid-tier knight to his feet. "Let's head back to the Duke's manor, I will explain on the way." Returning to the Go-Pixier Duke's estate, Damian mutters quietly to himself, "Just as I thought." Standing before the injured mid-tier knight, Duke Adam Go-Pixier expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, Sebastian. You protected Damian exceptionally well, just as I expected." But the knight immediately corrects him respectfully. "Not quite, my lord. It is thanks to young Master Damian that I am even alive." This confession completely catches the old Duke off guard. He laughs heartily. "You are right. Thought he went on a support quest, only to end up getting carried." Adam turns to Damian with an appreciative gaze. "It seems I owe you a great debt too, then." The Duke thanks Damian for taking out those dark mages, but you and I see him just humbly bowing in response. "I only did what was necessary. Fortunately, their skills were not as strong as I anticipated, which allowed me to defeat them." He further explains that by eliminating the dark mages, the corrupting mana that was manipulating the knight has also vanished completely. Adam asserts in a serious tone that Damian should not underestimate himself, as many could not achieve what he calls simple necessity. The old Duke sincerely thanks Damian for helping to purge the monsters that threatened his household, sighing softly as he reflects that the innocent souls who died because of them can finally find true peace and rest. While the Duke speaks solemnly, Damian's power is still breaking the server's balance. Seeing everything resolved to the Duke's satisfaction, Damian politely asks for permission to leave. "I will return to my family now." However, Adam hesitates with an apologetic expression. "Ah, about that, I am truly sorry, but could you stay a bit longer?" Seeing the young man's confused expression, the old Duke smiles and reveals his reason. "There is someone you absolutely must meet." Damian wonders in surprise. "Someone I must meet?" Right then, a beautiful figure clad in majestic white armor suddenly enters, instantly shifting the atmosphere in the room. The newcomer is none other than Ednis, who flashes a radiant smile and greets him. "Long time no see, Lord Damian." The sudden arrival of the Holy Knight leaves Damian completely stunned, only able to stammer in sheer disbelief. "Long time no see, Ednis." She stands majestically, radiating a brilliant aura like an emissary of light. This holy glow is so bright, it practically blinds everyone in the room. Amidst the beautiful grounds of the Duke's estate, Damian and Ednis are enjoying tea together in a luxurious gazebo. However, hiding behind the thick bushes, Victor and one of the Duke's close knights are secretly watching them with suspicious expressions. The knight gasps in shock, even while seeing this with his own eyes. But it is hard to believe that Fragile Girl is actually a member of the Holy Order. Victor nods, confirming she is indeed an acquaintance of his young master. Seeing Ednis's gentle demeanor, the knight remarks that she is a far cry from what he imagined a legendary holy knight would be like. But Victor warns him that looks can be deceiving, and trust me, she is absolutely, incredibly terrifying. Alright, you and I are diving into a peaceful scene, but the scout's mental alarm is screaming red alert as he watches intently. Sensing something is deeply off, the knight mutters to himself that those two do not look like they are in an interrogation. From the Duke's perspective, the atmosphere between Damian and Ednis feels incredibly warm, harmonious, and surprisingly peaceful. Damian casually sips his tea before recounting his battle achievements, calmly mentioning that he decapitated the Dark Mage without hesitation. Hearing this, she offers a regretful smile, admitting she wishes she could have witnessed the showdown herself. Lady Ednis gently sets down her teacup and playfully teases Damian, pointing out that he has quite a history with dark mages. Damian chuckles awkwardly in response, admitting he knew investigators were sent, but never expected the investigator to be Lady Ednis herself. Her cheeks instantly turn a bright shade of pink, and she shyly confesses that she only volunteered once she realized he was here. Her sudden, adorable shyness leaves Damian completely stunned, causing him to stammer out in utter confusion. However, she quickly regains her composure to ask a critical question, demanding to know if he investigated their origins or if they belonged to a specific organization before he killed them. Damian narrows his eyes in calculation, knowing that revealing the truth about the organization right now will only cause endless trouble, so he decides to hide it. He calmly responds, claiming he did not find anything at all during his investigation. Based on their sloppy skills, they do not seem connected to any group. His lie immediately triggers high-level caution from her. Now pay attention here. Ednis ponders his reply and wonders if the culprits could be linked to the Dark Mage Uran. Sensing her deep focus on this topic, Damian curiously asks her why she is so interested in him. Since she has been investigating Uran for a while, he asks if it is too rude to inquire why. Ednis touches her cup, her eyes suddenly filled with painful secrets. With a soft sigh, she reveals a dark secret, confessing that she is hunting a ruthless dark mage connected directly to Uran. Damian immediately demands to know who, shifting the peaceful tea session into a heavy criminal investigation in an instant. The target is a legendary serial killer who has brutally slaughtered thousands of innocent people. Ednis lowers her voice, her face burning with deep hatred for the villain who is known by the chilling title, the Corpse Playwright. Damian listens quietly, feeling the heavy pressure radiating from her. She grips her teacup, hands shaking with rage, as she explains that no one knows his true identity. Yet, that bizarre and terrifying alias became infamous worldwide after a single, massive, earth-shattering tragedy. She recalls the horrific memory of a night when a nobleman's mansion suddenly transformed into a breeding ground for undead monsters. Deformed corpses flooded the streets in droves, turning the entire peaceful town into a bloody scene of absolute carnage. While knights fought desperately to purge the undead, they had no idea the cloaked mastermind behind the slaughter was secretly watching them from the shadows. Don't blink here. In the central square, a sight so gruesome awaited them that every knight froze in shock. The severed limbs of the villagers had been brutally arranged to spell out the words "corpse play" in giant letters right there. Ednis shudders, covering her mouth in absolute disgust. She bitterly realizes that the monster committed this entire unspeakable atrocity simply to satisfy his twisted desire for fame and attention. Seeing her shake with fury, Damian notes that this still does not explain why she is personally tracking down the organization. But there is a secret Damian cannot share. He actually knows the real name of the monster they call the Corpse Playwright. In the distant future, this demon will win the absolute trust of Dogo, rise to regional commander, and lead a massive undead army on the front lines. Knowing this future already sounds major alarms for him. No oracle or special visions needed to see the danger. Ednis looks up at Damian with eyes full of hope, pleading with him for help. Damian, if you find out anything about that man, please let me know immediately. Damian nods, calmly replying that he understands her completely. He takes a final sip of his tea and stands up, announcing that this covers everything he knows for now. If you are satisfied, can we conclude the interrogation here? Ednis smiles brightly, bowing her head and thanking him warmly. Damian replies with a polite nod and a mysterious smile, stepping out of the pavilion before calling out to the Duke. "We are finished, Duke." Damian sighs in quiet relief that the stressful encounter ended smoothly. He tells himself it is time to return to his original schedule, since the old Duke has no excuse to delay him. Behind him, Victor Lek tags along, sweating bullets from waiting. With the heavy tension gone, our main character finally switches into a relaxed, off-duty mode. Damian waves goodbye, wishing them well as his visit to the Duke's estate officially closes. Meanwhile, at Baron Han's manor, as the evening sun slowly fades, Liz stands quietly by the front gates, staring down the long road. Seeing his sister linger outside, Aubin walks over to ask if she is leaving again. Liz startles, as Aubin looks at her with worry. "Oh my, Aubin, what is it?" And that is where we leave it, with Aubin searching for his missing sister. Alright, let's dive back in, as Luis's younger brother Abel asks her, "Do you really think waiting out here makes him come home faster? Just go inside." But Luis only smiles gently. "It is fine, I will go inside in a bit." Knowing his sister's heart, Abel asks directly, "Are you worried about him?" Luis nods softly, saying, "Yes, he is such a gentle soul, and he went to the Duke's estate completely alone." Hearing the word gentle makes Abel shiver, instantly remembering the terrifying sight of Damian slaughtering their enemies with eyes full of pure bloodlust. He screams in his head, "Gentle? Where is he gentle? That definition is totally broken, the developers need to patch it immediately." Luis is still deeply worried, fearing that the arrogant knights at the estate might look down on and bully her sweet little brother. Abel just breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, it is actually the exact opposite. If anything happens, he is the threat. Standing in the quiet countryside, Luis prays silently for Damian's safe return. But suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as a distant figure appears on the horizon, slowly making its way back to their home. Luis gasps in complete shock. Seeing his sister's strange reaction, Abel calls out with concern, but Luis keeps her eyes glued to the road, whispering to herself, "Could it really be?" From a distance, a hand waves enthusiastically. Damian is riding back proudly on horseback, shouting out at the top of his lungs, "Sister, I am back." Victor, riding right behind him, also smiles warmly at the sight of the family. Seeing her brother return safe and sound, Luis is absolutely overjoyed. She beams with tears of joy shining in her eyes. But pay attention here, look at that massive mountain of luggage being unloaded. Viscount Paul and Lady Mariota gasp in utter disbelief, asking, "Did the Duke really bestow all of these treasures upon our family?" Damian calmly confirms, "Yes, he gifted everything to us the moment I was about to leave." He begins handing out the presents, starting with his father. This unboxing moment is pure gold, officially putting the family into legendary loot-gathering mode. Damian pulls out stacks of rare books and enthusiastically introduces them. "I bought out every bookstore in the Duke's territory, including some of the absolute hottest trends in the capital." The moment Paul sees the book covers, his usual dignity instantly crumbles in complete shock. "What? Hold on. Is this the latest poetry collection by Lady Delphyllis and the newest novel by Viscount Delasis? Incredible." Next, Damian turns to his mother, saying, "And mother, this is yours." Lady Mariota is stunned by the glittering, luxurious furniture. She gasps in excitement. "Oh my lord, is this magnificent furniture crafted from precious white cedar wood? And this desk is made of rosewood." Damian smiles, turning to his sister. "Sister, here is yours." Luis asks in disbelief, "I get a gift too?" Damian nods firmly. "Of course, this is a grand piano handcrafted by the legendary master Bly himself. It is one of his ultimate masterpieces, and he gifted it directly to me." The sheer shock of this insane present instantly puts the entire household into absolute reverence. Overwhelmed with joy by the priceless gift, Luis rushes forward to hug her brother tightly. "Thank you, my precious little brother." Damian chuckles. "Haha, the guards will carry it inside for you, sister." But let's pause and look at Abel, who is standing in a dark corner looking extremely gloomy. Damian approaches him, ruffling his hair playfully. "Hey Abel, what is with that sour face? Why do you look like that?" Abel mutters, "My face is always like this." But Damian smirks, knowing exactly what his little brother is thinking. "You are mad because you did not get a present, right?" Abel flinches, his face turning red as he yells, "Who cares about that?" His older brother read him like an open book. Abel completely freezes, looking like his entire search history was just leaked. Suddenly, Damian raises his ringed hand, channeling glowing blue mana to summon a dark portal that leaves Abel absolutely terrified. "What on earth is that?" Damian calmly explains. "This is a pocket dimension. I can store items in here and carry them around wherever I go, and I have something special just for you." He reaches deep into the dimensional rift and pulls out an absolute masterpiece of a bow. Damian leans in close to Abel's ear, whispering mischievously, "I wonder if Lady Copperhead would like it if you gifted this to her. Make sure to gift it at the perfect moment." His words leave Abel wide-eyed and paralyzed, completely shocked that his deepest, most private secret has been totally exposed. Damian smirks teasingly. "Hey, when my adorable little brother wants to find a wife, of course his big brother has to help him out." Abel is utterly flabbergasted. Flushed with intense embarrassment, he screams, "What in the world are you even talking about?" Damian remains totally unfazed. "What? Do you not have a crush on Lady Copperhead?" Having his secret completely exposed, Abel can only stammer in absolute embarrassment. How did you even find out?" The boy hangs his head in deep insecurity, completely unaware that his brother has analyzed his mind so fast that even opening an incognito tab wouldn't save him. Damian chuckles softly, reassuring him. Don't worry about it, little bro. Your big brother already has a perfect plan. He shares a vital piece of intel from the Duke's territory. The Copperhead family is hosting a massive martial arts tournament to celebrate Lady Olivia's birthday. Damian lays out a strategic plan for Abel to join the competition and sees the perfect chance to get close to his dream girl. Hearing this, Abel panics, asking, "A martial arts tournament? Isn't that where real knights showcase their legendary swordsmanship?" Just hearing about a tournament sends him into panic mode. Imagining fierce, brutal duels, Abel trembles as he admits he cannot fight. Trust me, you and I are about to see how this crazy plan unfolds. But Damian remains completely calm, and trust me, he has everything under control. Raising his hand adorned with the magic ring, his eyes flare with absolute confidence as he proudly declares, "Because I am taking your place." It sounds like boosting a Smurf account, leaving his little brother to take all the glory. A few days later, in a small town in Rivercoast, the atmosphere becomes unusually lively. Inside a crowded tavern, men gossip excitedly about the Copperhead family's upcoming martial arts tournament. A brown-haired fellow eagerly asks, "Hey, have you heard about the martial arts tournament hosted by House Copperhead?" His buddy sitting opposite him nods, confirming that the grand prize this time is absolutely massive. Not to mention, the ultimate winner might just capture the heart of their beautiful young lady. The brown-haired guy daydreams about Lady Olivia's beauty, planning to try his luck, but his friend instantly laughs at him for having no shame. They keep drinking while trading insults, mocking and claiming they will kick each other's butts in the tournament, before the brown-haired guy suddenly lowers his voice. "Oh right, did you hear? The eldest son of Baron Han is entering too. What was his name again?" He racks his brain, then blurts out, "Damian Hassen, right? Yeah, I think that is it." And pay attention here, the mere mention of Damian's name makes a nearby patron freeze. Whispers of Damian's legendary feats quickly flood the entire tavern, telling how he utterly defeated the genius heir of House Leon Blom without even needing to draw his sword. The brown-haired guy remains skeptical, refusing to believe some nobody could actually take down a genius of that caliber, even narcissistically claiming that Damian is probably only as handsome as he is. His delusional confidence makes his friend sigh in exhaustion, seriously wondering if he should just put this idiot out of his misery. Suddenly, a wild, mocking laugh echoes throughout the room, stunning everyone. With this spicy new drama dropping, the whole tavern instantly locks in like they are watching a live stream. Amidst the noisy tavern crowd, an arrogant blonde guy named John C. Tier is enjoying his drink alongside a beautiful woman wearing a striking red and black dress. Hearing the chatter from the next table, he sneers in utter disgust and scoffs at how ridiculous they sound. John stands up, stomps over to the two gossiping men, and barks, "What did you two just say? Were you laughing at me, the most handsome guy in River Cross?" Though the bearded knight desperately tries to calm things down, John's female companion speaks up, explaining that they were actually gossiping about Damian Hassen, not him. Furious, John snarls, "Don't play dumb, I heard everything." He screams, "Are you hitting on my fiancé?" Before the stunned brown-haired knight can even process what is happening, John delivers a devastating, bone-shattering punch straight to his face. The sheer force sends him flying backwards, causing absolute chaos in the tavern while leaving everyone else completely frozen in shock. John roars in fury, "You bastard! How dare you hit on the fiancé of the great John Kerr?" Seeing his comrade brutally assaulted, the other knight draws his sword in a rage, demanding, "What the hell are you talking about? You dare threaten me and my crew? Are you asking for death?" John looks back at them with cold, vacant eyes. "You fools, do you not know who I am? I know what you're thinking, final boss mode activated." He casually walks away while they scream insults behind his back. Suddenly, John's eyes glow with a terrifying, blood-red, murderous intent. While the woman calmly sips tea at her table, agonizing screams and clashing weapons begin to echo throughout the entire tavern. In the blink of an eye, John completely decimates the entire crowd with brutal, unforgiving strikes. It is like a system notification popped up, declaring the opponents wiped from the server. He steps on the writhing loser and asks arrogantly, "How about now? Learned your lesson?" When the battered knight barely gasps out, asking who he is, John brutally delivers another heavy punch, slamming his face into the wooden floorboards. As his woman casually walks over, John huffs, "Sophia, can you believe this?" They honestly believed that pathetic loser Damian Hassen was more famous than John Tur. Sophia gently wraps her arms around him, cooing in his ear, "Of course not, John. These fools simply do not know who is actually superior here." She coldly stomps her high heel onto the hand of the defeated man on the floor, showing absolutely no mercy. Deep down, Sophia grinds her teeth in pure hatred as she remembers her ex. She seethes, remembering how just recently, Damian was a completely worthless nobody, and yet now he has become famous overnight. Sophia glares into the distance, her eyes burning with intense, murderous intent, fueled by a deep desire for revenge as she growls Damian's name. Having barely returned home, Damian and Aben already have to pack their bags and head out to the Copperhead territory. Standing outside the mansion, Madame Mariota looks deeply saddened. Clutching her handkerchief, she sighs. You boys only just got back, and now you are leaving again? It is so sad. His sister, Liz, stands nearby, worrying as she bids them farewell, wishing Damian and Aben a safe journey. Understanding his family's worry, Damian smiles warmly to reassure them. But the Baron has his own private fatherly anxieties. Let's see what happens next. Let's dive right in as he looks at his sons. I only agreed because this is a golden opportunity to bring absolute honor to our family, but sending you so far away still makes me incredibly worried. Turning to his youngest son, Pao looks deeply apologetic. I heard what Damian said. If I had known you loved Lady Olivia of the Copperhead family, I would have arranged your marriage first. I am so sorry. Flustered by his father's words, Aben turns completely red, frantically waving his hands. No, father, there is absolutely no need. Pao smiles gently and gives them some final, careful instructions. Winning is great, but do not get hurt, okay? The two brothers answer together. Yes, father. But suddenly, Pao's face turns deadly serious. He looks straight into Aben's eyes and whispers, and Aben, do not forget what I asked you to do. Aben pushes up his glasses, his face filled with absolute determination. Yes, father, you can count on me. That intense look? It is like unlocking a hidden quest. Standing right behind him, Damian watches this private exchange with a face full of deep suspicion. He wonders what kind of massive responsibility his father has given to his incredibly timid younger brother. Damian pats Aben's shoulder and smiles. Take care, brother. Make sure to return safely. With that, they quickly board the carriage waiting outside. Damian stands by the window, waving goodbye to his parents and sister as the carriage begins its long journey straight toward the Copperhead estate. Now, pay attention here. After hours on the road, the atmosphere inside the carriage gets suffocatingly tense. Poor Victor sits in the corner, sweating like crazy because he cannot stand the suffocating silence between the Hasson brothers. The young servant groans inwardly. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Victor speaks up to break the heavy silence. Excuse me, young masters, but could you two please talk? You have been completely silent for hours now. In reality, because Damian and Aben have never spent this much alone time together, they are both dying of awkwardness. Aben keeps his eyes glued to his book, but not a single word is actually entering his brain. Meanwhile, Damian just stares at his little brother with a highly sarcastic smirk. Awkwardness can literally kill a person, you know. Seeing that things are going nowhere, Victor bravely decides to speak first and save the day. Young Master Aben, can I ask you a question? Aben blinks in confusion, asking what he is so curious about. Victor leans in with a face full of pure gossip and asks bluntly, how did you even fall for Lady Copperhead? Aben completely loses his mind at the sudden question, stammering in total embarrassment. Why on earth would you ask that? We just started and we already have max-level romance drama. Watching the kid blush, Victor chuckles and defends himself, saying the ride is just too boring. Watching this unfold, Damian suddenly remembers something from his past life. Even in his previous life, he only knew that Aben loved her from afar, but never learned the real reason why. To satisfy his own curiosity, Damian chimes in to urge him on. Yeah, I want to know too. Spill the tea. Aben can only gasp. Brother. Left with no choice, Aben sighs and finally gives in. Fine, but remember, you are the one who asked. He begins to recall a distant memory from 4 years ago, while Damian and Victor get ready like they are about to watch a romance drama. Aben explains that back then, he accompanied his father to a high society party held by Western nobles, and that is exactly where Lady Olivia happened to be. The moment Aben laid eyes on her, he was completely spellbound. He stood there completely dazed. In Aben's memory, Olivia was wearing a beautiful Alice-style dress in a very elegant blue shade that perfectly highlighted her gorgeous flowing brown hair. The image of Olivia gracefully walking down the stairs like a fairy tale princess has been burned deep into his mind ever since. In a game, this scene would auto-unlock a beautiful cutscene. He softly sighs, remembering how breathtakingly beautiful she was in that moment. Looking at his dreamy face and blushing cheeks, Damian and Victor are completely speechless, judging him hard. So basically, you just liked her looks. Turns out you fall in love with your eyes. But looking at Aben's pure sincerity, Damian grows quiet, thinking about the tragic fate of these two. In his past life, he knew for a fact that Aben and Olivia were a match made in heaven. But their beautiful love story ended in tragedy when the Count of Copperhead absolutely refused to let them marry. It was not just a simple refusal. He insulted the Hasson family name and utterly humiliated poor Aben in the worst way possible. Devastated by that massive heartbreak, Aben chose to live his entire life completely alone, signaling a classic tragic bad ending. With a heavy heart, Damian recalls his past life, where a desperate Aben eventually turned into a terrifying monster, completely consumed by the dark abyss. Damian sighs in deep sorrow, thinking of his poor brother who died completely alone and single in his previous life. Damian looks at his little brother with burning, absolute determination in his eyes. This time, I will not let history repeat itself because your big brother has your back now, but his intense glare makes Aben shiver. The timid boy asks, "Why are you staring like that?" 3 days later, the carriage finally arrives at the Copperhead domain. The whole town is in a festive mood with bright decorations. But you and I know this birthday celebration is going to get wild. Let us dive in. Victor is already speechless at this place. Wow, this place is massive. They must have spent a fortune. As they stare at the sheer luxury, an old man with white hair wearing a pristine butler suit suddenly steps out to block their path and barks, "Stop right there. Where did you come from?" Victor quickly speaks up. "We came from the territory of Baron Honorable." Hearing the name Hassen, the butler's expression shifts. He quickly flips through his ledger and asks cautiously, "From the Han territory, are you perhaps Master Damian Hassen?" Damian calmly confirms his identity. "Yes, I am here with my younger brother, Abin Hassen." Immediately, the old man bows deeply with respect. "Forgive me, I am Connor, the head butler of Count Copperhead. Please, follow me." The group slowly follows him deep into the grand estate. The head butler leads them to a gorgeous room and politely invites them inside. "Please make yourselves comfortable here. Call me if you need anything. Excuse me." Victor immediately runs around the room, shouting with joy. "Wow, it is massive. The Count must be insanely generous to give us this." "Yes, and they even prepared a private room for me next door." But unlike his excited servant, Damian is deeply suspicious, quietly telling himself that something feels off. "The Count I know would never act like this." He narrows his eyes in deep thought, figuring the Count only wants to kiss up to his rising reputation. But honestly, he does not like this cheap flattery at all. Damian turns to the other two, telling them to rest while he goes outside to check things out. Just as Damian reaches for the door, Aben suddenly rushes forward, grabs his hand, and begs him to wait so he can tag along. Damian looks back, surprised. "Huh? Why? Just stay and rest." But Aben refuses to let go, declaring that he cannot because of a promise to their father. Damian is stunned, asking what promise. Aben then explains the special duty their father gave him. "Yeah, father told me to stop you if you are about to cause trouble." Damian just chuckles. "Am I a kid?" "Do not worry, just go rest." Even so, Aben insists on tagging along, shouting, "No, I am coming." Slipping out the door, Damian just grumbles that everything is fine. But the moment he steps outside, he crashes hard into a woman, sending her flying to the ground with a loud shriek. You and I can see the game physics just went full ragdoll as she hits the ground, looking completely miserable. Right at that moment, a panicked voice suddenly screams out for Sophia. John rushes over in a complete panic from afar while the girl just groans. Without even asking questions, he aggressively grabs Damian by the collar and roars, "Hey idiot, where do you think you are?" But when he looks directly at Damian's face, he suddenly stops, totally confused. "You are." John smirks, calling out his full name with pure defiance. "Damian Hassen." Damian narrows his eyes in confusion. Meanwhile, Sophia stands up, dusting off her dress, looking completely mortified to run into him like this. She steps closer, squeezing out a fake smile to greet him. "Oh, long time no see." But Damian just drops a cold question that freezes them both in their tracks. "Who are you people? Do I actually know you?" This cold dismissal absolutely enrages John, who wonders why the hell Damian is acting like they are complete strangers. Sophia cannot hide her anger either, her eyes burning with resentment at her ex's cold shoulder. Seeing John still gripping his collar, Damian calmly requests, "Hey, can you take your hand off me first so we can actually have a conversation?" Right then, Aben runs over in a panic, asking what is going on here while the servant cries out. But then the boy freezes as soon as he spots the woman next to John, gasping in shock, "Oh, you are Sophia." As Sophia sighs and looks away, Damian calmly turns to his younger brother to ask if they actually know this girl. Aben stammers in confusion but firmly insists that she is indeed Sophia. Pushing up his glasses, he drops the ultimate bombshell that this is his former fiancée. "Honestly, you and I know if this was a game, a red warning would pop up." As Aben's words make everything freeze, Sophia glares at Damian, absolutely boiling with rage. Damian stays quiet for a moment before finally speaking up. "Ah, now I remember these faces." Suddenly, the painful memories from his past life come rushing back to him. Under the pouring rain, his past self once wept in absolute despair as guards blocked him from reaching her. "Sophia, please talk to me. You cannot do this. Please come back." Back then, John had asked her with pure disgust who this pathetic guy even was. Sophia coldly replied he was just the ex-fiancé she mentioned, making John laugh out loud. So that is the useless garbage? The past, Damian could only fall to his knees in the mud, crying out to ask why she brutally broke off their engagement. This depressing scene is basically a fast track, straight to a tragic bad ending. Sophia just glares at Damian with pure disgust, asking him, "Have you still not realized how things are now?" She cruelly explains their engagement was just a forced promise. But trust me, you and I know she will regret saying that. Stick with me, we are diving straight into a savage betrayal as Sophia mocks our main character, asking if he honestly thinks he deserves her. Why on earth should someone like Sophia marry a worthless nobody from a nameless, insignificant family like yours? In his memories, Damian stands frozen in the pouring rain, tears mixing with water in pure despair, while John sneers and gives a heartless order. Out of respect for Sophia, I will give you one single chance. Get lost right now, or you will end up dead. He wraps his arms around Sophia, smugly warning Damian never to show his face again, before yelling at him to get lost already. It is like the game voice chat just completely muted our main character. Damian grits his teeth, his trembling fists clenching in absolute fury at the humiliating insults from this toxic couple. Unable to hold back his rage, he lets out a painful scream and charges directly at his rival. But John is one step ahead, unleashing a brutal punch that sends Damian crashing backward into the dirt. Heavy punches rain down on Damian without mercy, slamming him into the mud where he coughs up blood, completely unable to fight back. John slowly walks over, grabs Damian by the collar, and snarls with pure malice. "I was nice enough to offer you a way out, yet you still do not know your place?" Looking down with absolute disgust, Sophia coldly spits out that he is nothing but a pathetic insect. Talk about a mini-boss dropping a finishing line that sends chills down your spine. John continues his brutal beating while the woman Damian once loved with all his heart just stands there watching with total indifference. Now, watch closely as Damian relives this agony. The scene shifts back to reality where he remembers every single detail of this humiliation. That is right. His engagement was ruined on a rainy day after he was beaten half to death. While John hypocritically asked Sophia if she was hurt, she simply shook her head in response, saying she was fine. Standing before this shameless couple once again, Damian grits his teeth. Even after living a whole second life, the sheer rage of seeing their ugly faces has not faded one bit. John notices the sudden shift in his gaze and sneers with mock amusement, thinking to himself that his prey is trembling. Damian must be dying of shame remembering how humiliated he was back then. Beside him, Sophia smirks triumphantly, looking down on her ex with smug satisfaction. John's eyes gleam with malice as he glares at Damian like a predator cornering a weak, defenseless prey. John slowly steps forward, plastering on a fake smile and reaching his hand out. "I never expected to run into you like this, but I am actually quite glad." Honestly, that fake smile looks like a classic tutorial boss waiting to be triggered. Damian narrows his eyes suspiciously, asking what kind of pathetic game he is trying to play. John casually shrugs it off, claiming he is just so thrilled that he wants a friendly handshake. But deep beneath that friendly mask, a vicious demon is screaming inside John's jealous mind. He is absolutely furious that a loser like Damian is getting more famous than him, and he intends to teach him a lesson right here. Damian quietly looks at the outstretched hand and smirks. "If that is what you want." The moment their hands touch, John chuckles internally, thinking his target has walked right into his trap, and the server just flagged a dangerous interaction lockdown. You and I both know exactly what happens when an arrogant villain gets too confident, and John has absolutely no idea he just walked straight into his own grave. In a split second, Damian moves a step faster. He spins and executes a spectacular slam. John barely has time to gasp as his world spins and his body gets launched straight into the air. Witnessing this shocking turn of events, Sophia is completely speechless. Her eyes widen in sheer terror as Damian radiates an overwhelming pressure, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the rising dust cloud with cold indifference. Channeling his entire strength, he delivers a fatal blow, slamming John onto the floor with devastating power. Damian looks down at the pathetic wreck on the floor and smirks devilishly. "Oops, my bad. I guess I could not control my own strength." Behind him, a massive demonic shadow manifests, proving his explosive rage. Damian coldly declares, "I have been dying to beat you up anyway, so thanks for giving me the perfect excuse, you bastard." Sophia trembles and screams out John's name in pure desperation, watching her powerful fiancé get utterly destroyed in the blink of an eye. John lies broken, his fingers twitching in the dirt as he desperately tries to pull his pathetic self back up. Slammed hard onto the ground, John clutches his broken wrist and screams in absolute rage at this cursed bastard. Faced with this useless tantrum, Damian just mocks him, saying the first one to bleed from their nose is the loser. Ain stands nearby, his jaw dropping in absolute shock as he stutters out his name. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice echoes through the room, ordering John to stop this instant. Along with the voice, a sharp, mysterious glare pierces through the darkness. John gasps in pure shock as his master appears, and trust me, you are going to want to see how this crazy encounter unfolds next. Alright, you and I are starting off with this mysterious man in black, who realizes Damian has gotten crazy strong. In just a short span of time, Damian narrows his eyes, instantly on guard. He senses a terrifying aura that completely eclipses Nightgown. Damian asks him point blank if the two of them have met before. The stranger coldly notes Damian is decent, then orders John to pack up because playtime is over. John, whose nose is bleeding and swollen, feels humiliated but dares not utter a single word. He slinks away behind his master, but can't stop muttering threats that he'll absolutely slaughter Damian Hassen next time they meet. Dude got utterly wrecked but still spams trash talk like an online game lobby. Watching his opponent retreat so fast, Damian stands there completely dumbfounded and annoyed. What on earth? Did they seriously just lose interest and walk away? He silently watches the master and disciple fade into the distant streets, but suddenly, the mysterious man stops in his tracks. Turning his head back, he reveals his identity, warning him to remember the name Jack Nor. The moment that name is uttered, it feels like a hidden boss has been unlocked, promising a swift return. Damian repeats the name Jack Nor, deeply lost in thought, before suddenly flashing a grin filled with pure, devious excitement. Damian's eyes flare up as he anticipates the wild, chaotic series of events about to unfold next. Once they reach safety, John immediately starts whining, asking why his master stopped him. He claims he could have easily handled that trash. But right then, the temperature in the room drops to freezing. But watch closely here. Jack Nor suddenly turns around and grabs John by the throat, making his eyes roll back. Jack growls menacingly, telling John that he warned him to stay quiet and behave. Did he think it was a joke? Under his master's terrifying grip, John can only stutter out apologies in absolute dread before being violently thrown to the floor, coughing and clutching his neck. Jack coldly turns his back on him, calling him a total fool. He tells John that if he hadn't stepped in, Damian Hassen would have torn him to shreds. John freezes, unable to believe his ears, stammering in disbelief. He claims that is absolutely impossible, but Jack explains that no matter what crazy luck Damian stumbled upon, John is simply no match for him at his current level. He gives a final order. If John ever runs into Damian Hassen again, he is not to fight. Got it? John can only kneel and submissively agree, as Jack's eyes turn sharp as daggers. He reminds John that their sole objective right now is winning the martial arts tournament, and he needs to focus on that. John still asks why his master made him enter in the first place, especially since he has to beat Lady Olivia when he's already engaged to Sophia. This question completely infuriates Jack, who unleashes a crushing wave of spiritual energy and roars at him. Screaming for silence, Jack glares at John with pure disgust, saying he didn't raise him to the Horum tier just to be betrayed over some woman. John bows his head, trembling, stammering his apologies to his master. Looking up, Jack flashes a smile filled with dark ambition, revealing that winning the tournament and his connection to Lady Olivia are both crucial chess pieces to fulfill his grand plan. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. That is definitely not a side character game plan. John is stunned as he finally realizes what his master has been craving all along, and Jack proudly confirms his ultimate goal is reaching Grandmaster rank. John stands frozen, only able to gasp out the words in absolute, mind-blowing shock. Grandmaster Jack Nor turns to walk away, leaving behind one last strict order that he'll personally investigate Count Copperhead and the other candidates. He commands John to focus entirely on his training and do nothing else. Talk about major tension before the storm. John bows in submission, while Sophia watches from behind the curtains, completely terrified by Jack's presence. Shocked by Jack's overwhelming power, she immediately rushes out the very moment the old man disappears from sight. Sophia frantically checks the marks on her lover's neck, crying out in worry if he is okay. John suppresses the pain and tries to reassure her. Deep down, though, John is absolutely burning with rage, wishing the old bastard would have just explained things instead of choking him. He keeps wondering what his victory has to do with his master reaching the level of a grandmaster. With eyes full of hate, John vows that once he surpasses the intermediate level, he'll kill him. The martial arts tournament arena is absolutely buzzing with excitement, with colorful flags fluttering proudly in the wind. The crowd starts whispering the moment Damian arrives, pointing him out to each other. They mock his disgusting, arrogant face, but Damian just walks past their petty gossip without a care in the world. Victor leans in, whispering that the young master has gotten quite famous, since almost everyone seems to recognize him now. Damian merely smirks, agreeing with him as the thunderous opening drums suddenly echo through the venue, signaling that the grand ceremony has officially begun. High up on the grandstand, an elegant middle-aged gentleman with a well-groomed mustache speaks into the crowd. This massive tournament is held for his daughter's birthday, and trust me, you and I are in for an epic show. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild tournament hosted by Count Chester Copperhead, who is warmly welcoming all his prestigious guests. In that exact moment, Aben completely freezes, his eyes lighting up with absolute infatuation as he spots his dream girl, Lady Olivia. Olivia Copperhead, the Count's only daughter, makes her grand entrance, her elegant beauty instantly brightening the entire arena. Brimming with energy, Count Chester Copperhead makes his grand announcement to the massive crowd. Gathered here today are the bravest knights from across the western regions of the Apple Kingdom. The champion of this epic martial arts tournament will win unmatched fame across the West and the entire realm, instantly setting everyone up for a massive war. Standing in the crowd, Aben nervously clenches his fists while Damian remains completely calm, muttering to himself. It finally begins. The Count continues to emphasize the worthy prize awaiting the ultimate victor. Down in the stands, Sophia playfully asks John if Lady Olivia is prettier than her, making him snap back at her ridiculous question. The old Count announces that the grand tournament will run for 2 days, featuring both team and solo matches, while assuring everyone that top healer priests are ready so the knights can fight with zero fear of injury. Now, pay attention here. While Jack Norris watches from afar, Count Chester gives the fighters 2 hours to prepare for the opening battle. He raises his hand, shouting with excitement that he cannot wait to witness everyone's legendary bravery. Deafening cheers shake the arena as the hype reaches its peak. Damian turns to his 2 companions, saying he will see them out on the field. The servant boy warns him to be careful, while Aben simply nods and quietly agrees. Yes. Seeing his daughter's cold expression, Count Chester gently complains, asking why she cannot smile when this event is literally for her. But Olivia remains completely indifferent, bluntly shooting back. For me? Did I ever ask you to do this? She sees this as just another show of family vanity, having absolutely zero interest in any of it. Faced with his daughter's stubborn attitude, the old Count can only offer a forced laugh. He gets it, but knows that even if she hates it, the crowd will be captivated. Talk about a final boss who is already bored before logging in. As the matches officially kick off, the entire arena rumbles with the roar of the ecstatic crowd. The first team event of the day, named the Monster Hunt, is loudly announced. Fans loudly chant the names of top contenders like Andre Graydon and Gavon, with Damian Hassen receiving an especially roaring wave of cheers. Damian steps onto the field with total confidence, but immediately catches a death stare from a teammate wearing flashy golden armor. The Golden Knight grits his teeth, furiously muttering about why he had to be teamed up with that bastard. I know what you are thinking. Teamwork? Yeah, this team is already glitched. The crowd goes wild as John Kater's name is loudly announced. Smug and arrogant, he tells himself this monster hunt is the absolute perfect stage to make a name for himself. John even confidently winks and blows kisses toward the screaming fans who are cheering him on. Right at that second, heavy, earth-shaking vibrations rumble from the arena's massive gateway. The giant doors slowly creak open, leaving one of the knights completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar tears through the air. Out from the darkness, a massive troll with glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp fangs charges out with pure rage. The panicked crowd screams, "Oh God, it is a troll!" Terrified shouts fill the stands, urging everyone to scatter instantly and avoid a head-on clash with this terrifying beast. The troll slams a devastating fist into the ground, kicking up a massive dust cloud and causing a mini earthquake across the stadium. Facing the approaching monster, Damian smirks with a sly grin, admitting that even he did not see this coming. He looks up at the high balcony, silently noting that the Count has a far more twisted taste than expected. Watching the chaos unfold below, Count Chester Copperhead's face warps into a look of absolute, twisted excitement. The old man stares wildly at the impending slaughter, his eyes burning with madness as the troll's massive fist casts a shadow of death over a frozen knight. This moment looks exactly like an unavoidable execution animation in a video game. The poor guy barely screams before the troll's crushing weight violently smashes him into the dirt, shattering the entire arena floor into 100 pieces. In the middle of this horror, Damian stands perfectly still, calmly observing with a cold gaze, analyzing every single movement of his massive opponent. Total pandemonium erupts in the stands as spectators panic, screaming in terror. Is that a troll? Utter terror grips the crowd as they realize a life was just brutally lost. What on earth is happening? And that is where we leave things today, as Lady Olivia watches in absolute horror, sickened by the brutal reality of this deadly game. We begin with her desperately covering her mouth to stop a sob. Standing right beside her, Count Chester coldly sneers at the tragedy. He mockingly asks what kind of honorable knight would end up dying such a useless, pathetic death. Through her tears, Olivia turns to confront her father about this absolute cruelty. Why did he let the savage beast Cho loose in a simple tournament? What could he possibly be thinking? But the heartless Count merely coughs, casually telling her to stop looking so shocked now. To him, this is just a quick way to weed out the weak before the final round. Ignoring his daughter, Chester basks in the bloodlust of the roaring crowd, who are screaming the names of legendary warriors like Andre Graydon and Gavon. A twisted smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with sheer malice as he stares down. He boasts that the bloodthirsty crowd always craves maximum drama to keep them excited, mockingly asking if she even understands why they thirst for such intense carnage. With that twisted logic, this entire arena is basically turning into a brutal survival game. Down below, The wild beast Cho lets out a deafening roar while a reckless knight named John Carter gathers his strength, charging straight into a bloody clash. John charges in with a massive, confident slash, smirking like a maniac. He truly believes this is his moment to shine as the ultimate star of this coliseum. But the massive beast Cho suddenly unleashes an earth-shattering roar. Now pay attention here, the monster doesn't even flinch, knowing these arrogant knights are just walkover targets. These wealthy spectators only feel safe because someone else is down here risking their life to entertain them. Right after the clash, John is utterly shocked to see the monster's deep wounds instantly close and heal at a terrifying speed. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing that his powerful strike was nowhere near enough to take down this immortal beast. While the crowd goes wild, Damian quietly watches the unfolding horror with a sharp, calculating gaze. He recalls the moment before entering the arena, when every single fighter was forced to sign a bizarre contract. Damian mutters that it makes perfect sense now, since he had wondered why they were forced to sign a strange waiver absolving everyone of responsibility even in the face of death. The monster Cho roars ferociously once again, shaking the stadium, slamming its massive hands onto the ground with absolute force. The intense shockwave sends John flying back as he groans in pain. He painfully realizes that even with his high-level skills, soloing this giant monster is practically suicide. Just then, an orange-haired female knight rushes in to support him with a loud battle cry. John quickly glances over, realizing that if they fight together as a team, their chances of survival will shoot through the roof. Now, you and I might think teamwork is going to save them, as blue blade trails slice through the air. The furious beast Cho howls in absolute rage, swatting away a knight who barely gasps before being launched. Every single swing of its giant arms is strong enough to completely reshape the terrain. Its heavy slams generate massive shockwaves, completely blinding the arena in a thick cloud of dust. The orange-haired knight swiftly dances around to find a weak spot, while another brave warrior wielding a spear charges in with a roar to corner this giant beast. Suddenly, a pink-haired knight rushes in, thrusting his spear forward with a wild battle cry. He confidently declares that the fight is over, aiming his spear straight at the monster's head. But the beast Cho suddenly swats and snatches him out of midair. The terrified knight desperately begs for his life. "Wait, please stop!" he screams. But the monster instantly crushes him without a shred of mercy. A sudden, brutal counter that ends him instantly. Seeing his chance, John grits his teeth and tells himself, this is his chance. With a thunderous shout, he unleashes a lightning slash right at the beast's leg, sending the massive monster crashing to the ground. The crowd in the stands completely erupts in cheers. The beast Cho is finally down. Everyone wonders who this mysterious hero is, as Sophia proudly screams her lover's name in absolute, starry-eyed admiration. John stands proudly in the center, panting but highly pleased with himself, laughing that he actually did it. He arrogantly gloats to the entire arena, asking if they saw that, and if they still need to ask who he is. Tightening his grip on his sword, he proudly claims he is destined to become the strongest holy knight, loudly shouting his own name, John Carter. But at his peak moment of glory, a massive, terrifying shadow suddenly looms over him. The intense atmosphere completely shifts, feeling like a surprise boss phase 2. John looks up in utter confusion, but before he can even react, a colossal foot stomps down, brutally crushing him into the arena floor. John screams in absolute agony as the violent shockwave of the impact blows him away. Sophia shrieks in horror as John lies completely flattened beneath the giant beast's foot. As John groans in regret for forgetting the second beast, you and I are left waiting to see if he survives. Alright, you and I are about to watch Damian make a choice he absolutely hates. While John is left struggling helplessly on the ground, the giant troll lets out an earth-shattering roar, signaling that this battle has officially reached a point of no return. Seeing Damian casually walk forward, John sneers, thinking this idiot is running straight to his death by fighting the beast alone. The giant monster swings to crush its prey, but Damian dodges the blow with split-second reflexes. He immediately unleashes his secret art, 10,000 flows, leaping high into the air to land gracefully right on the troll's head. Now watch closely, because Damian leaps high, his blade glowing with green energy as he prepares for a devastating final strike. The giant troll roars in absolute despair as it senses death drawing near. Damian decisively swings his sword, unleashing his secret art blade of D, a massive slash that tears through space and splits the beast right in half. Witnessing that terrifying power, John completely freezes in place, his eyes wide in utter shock. Damian lands gracefully with a cold demeanor, his eyes glowing with sheer authority amidst the gruesome battlefield. Aben can't hide his pure excitement over his brother's spectacular victory, shouting Damian Hassen's name as the arena absolutely explodes. Thousands of spectators stand up together, chanting his name over and over. Damian, Damian. Everyone gossips about this miracle-working knight, wondering who Damian Hassen really is to possess such terrifying godlike power. Even Count Chester doesn't hold back his praise, noting that Damian Hassen's legendary reputation is definitely not an exaggeration. Damian casually sheathes his sword with a disappointed click, looking completely bored by it all. It felt like beating a weak tutorial boss. Looking at John lying there bloody and humiliated, he cold-heartedly, mockingly speaks. "I can't believe you actually struggled this hard just dealing with a simple troll." Chants of Damian's name continue to echo through the arena, rubbing salt into the defeated loser's wounds. John gnashes his teeth in pure hatred, his eyes blazing with fury as he glares at Damian's retreating back. At the Copperhead family's grand mansion, the Hassen brothers' sudden arrival instantly makes them the absolute center of everyone's attention. The noble ladies can't help but gasp, whispering excitedly as they take in their exceptionally handsome looks. "Oh my god, up close he is insanely handsome," another lady whispers curiously. "Is that his younger brother next to him?" We both know this scene looks exactly like a fancy high society lobby. At this moment, both brothers are absolute visual masterpieces, radiating a noble aura that forces everyone to look up to them. Aben is amazed by his brother's glamorous outfit and asks, "Wow, brother, when did you get this?" Damian calmly replies, "There is a famous shop in Manhwa called Moonlight, right? I went there to order it." Realizing how incredibly expensive this outfit must be, Aben speaks up very timidly. "Is this for real?" Such a pricey item, the younger brother shyly expresses his gratitude. "Then, I gladly accept this kindness." He gets a brief nod from Damian. As they walk deeper into the banquet hall, compliments continue to echo from all around. "That is Damian Hassen. Wow, he looks so majestic." Someone even fanboys, shouting enthusiastically. "From now on, he is my absolute idol." Witnessing the massive attention his rival gets, John crushes his wine glass, growling in pure jealousy. "Damn it, this is so annoying to hear." He trembles in fury, feeling completely overshadowed. No one cares about him, yet that bastard gets all the ladies' attention. Honestly, being completely outshined feels way worse than actually losing the physical battle. He glares at Damian's back with absolute hatred, turning to Sophia for sympathy. "That bastard is so incredibly annoying, right, Sophia?" But completely opposite to John's pure hatred, Sophia stands frozen in place, her cheeks blushing a shy red. She is entirely captivated by her ex's sheer elegance, quietly swooning in her heart. Damian Hassen. Was he always this elegant and incredibly handsome? Midst the lively party atmosphere, a loud announcement suddenly echoes. Count Copperhead is entering the Grand Hall. The atmosphere instantly shifts from a casual party to a formal political ceremony. The Count appears with an easygoing attitude and a confident smile, walking leisurely amid the respectful bows of his guests. Damian and Aben quietly watch the most powerful man in the region walk toward the podium of honor. Stepping to the center stage, Count Chester Copperhead spreads his arms wide and speaks with high enthusiasm. "Thank you, noble knights and honored guests, for attending this grand martial arts tournament celebrating my daughter Olivia's birthday." He showers praise on the courage and burning passion shown by the young knights throughout these dramatic 3 days of battles. While Damian maintains his indifferent look, Sophia clearly shows deep admiration for the Count's grand declarations. As the Count goes on about his deep emotions, we both know this peaceful banquet vibe is not going to last. "All right, you and I are jumping right into this crazy banquet," as he urges everyone to stay sharp for tomorrow's big final. The entire room suddenly falls dead silent as his voice booms across the hall. He is finally ready to reveal the ultimate prize for the strongest fighter. That teaser gets the guests whispering in pure excitement. Everyone is dying to know what kind of legendary treasure this filthy rich Count has prepared. Suddenly, Chester yells out, "Look closely, everyone." Then he casually shoves his hand straight into the roaring flames of a nearby furnace. This absolutely insane move leaves Damian and Aben completely stunned, staring in pure disbelief. Seeing the crowd lose their minds in panic, Count Chester just bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, dear guests, do not panic." He slowly pulls his hand out of the fire, showing everyone that his skin is completely fine without a single burn. While everyone whispers in shock at this impossible magic, the Count holds up a glowing red jewel radiating powerful energy, revealing that it is all thanks to the magical protection of this exact treasure. This is giving major legendary item showcase vibes from some limited-time server event. Damian locks his eyes onto the rare gemstone while people in the crowd slowly begin to recognize the true identity of this artifact. Damian squints closely at the glowing red gem radiating wild energy in the Count's hand. Meanwhile, Jack Nurs smiles with a sinister look, whispering to himself, "Just as I suspected, it really is here, the spirit heart. Now, watch closely, because that name drop basically unlocks the main quest." Count Chester Copperhead starts hyping up the incredible abilities of this artifact. As you can see, this treasure protects its owner from any fire. Not only that, it even has the power to stabilize your body temperature. He admits that even elite mages are totally clueless about its true origins, but it is absolutely a priceless, legendary treasure. Chester holds the glowing gem high above the crowd and proudly announces that the champion of the tournament will take this home as their prize. The entire crowd gasps in sheer shock, calling it an absolutely mind-blowing reward. Watching this, Damian just smirks, thinking the old count is completely clueless for offering a literal spirit heart as a prize for a children's game. But then, his eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and calculating. I originally did not care about some cheap tournament prize, but that specific item? Yeah, now you definitely have my full attention. Count Chester smiles brightly, inviting all his guests to cast aside their worries and completely enjoy today's grand birthday feast. The atmosphere fills with beautiful classical symphonies from the live orchestra, blending perfectly with the luxury of giant, colorful birthday cakes everywhere. You and I can both see this looks like a premium lobby right before a rare gacha pull. Right then, a young man with bright orange hair walks up to bow deeply in front of the count, saying it is his absolute honor to finally meet him. I am Frank from the noble family of Baron Non. Chester acts incredibly warm and welcoming once he recognizes who his guest is. Ah, the family of Baron Non. I know you guys well. Aren't you legendary for producing those premium apples? Frank smiles and presents a small, glowing box. For the young lady's birthday, I prepared a small, humble gift for you. He excitedly explains that this is a premium potion crafted from spirit powder by the aesthetic alchemists, which can make an old woman's skin as soft and smooth as a newborn baby. Just from that description, this is clearly some high-tier, noble skin upgrade item. Count Chester is absolutely thrilled. He laughs heartily and heaps praises on him, calling it a highly practical and thoughtful gift. Ah, thank you so much, my lord. Keeping the party hype going, Charlie from Viscount Gion's family steps forward to show his respects and present a special gift for Lady Olivia. He offers a necklace crafted from extremely rare rainbow-colored stones, proudly claiming he had to slay 100 stone golems just to find a single piece. However, Count Chester only gives him a cold, disappointed smirk. He casually mentions that those exact stones are piled high like literal junk in his own storehouse, leaving Charlie frozen in absolute embarrassment. Watching this drama unfold, Damian silently notes that the war to win the young lady's favor has officially begun, but for a ridiculously wealthy count, such common gifts are never going to impress him. It is super clear that the meta of this match has completely shifted to a pay-to-win, noble edition. Right at that moment, Jonser steps up with a deep bow, proudly introducing himself as a legendary slayer of ogres. He completely catches the count off guard by loudly announcing that his gift is meant for the lord himself, rather than Lady Olivia. John presents a vial of vitality elixir, a legendary potion that he claims can keep you energetic all day long without feeling any fatigue. Just by the sound of it, this is definitely an illegal item banned in any competitive ranking list. Seeing a gift that hits his exact spot, Count Chester looks incredibly excited, but Olivia remains totally cold, commenting that the item only suits her old father. While John smirks, thinking his plan to charm the Count succeeded perfectly, Damian whispers to Abin to get ready, because you and I both know their grand entrance is going to change everything. Alright, let's dive into this scene where John smugly walks past Damian, totally clueless that he is being mocked for failing to win over the lady. The moment Damian steps forward, Count Chester eagerly approaches to greet him, showering the young master with endless praise for his brilliant battle performance earlier today. Damian humbly responds, while the old Count insists that the young master of the Han family is now incredibly famous across the entire kingdom. Damian politely downplays the grand praise, calling it just a bit of minor fame not even worth mentioning, making the old Count Chester burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, look how humble you are. Meanwhile, Damian steals a quick glance at Lady Olivia, who sits indifferently on her throne. He silently notes that even though this grand banquet is in her honor, she looks completely uninterested in the whole affair. She seems to have incredibly picky tastes, but looking over at his sweaty, nervous little brother Abin, Damian just smirks with absolute confidence. He tells himself that once she sees his gift, there is no way she won't react with absolute shock. Damian formally announces that they have also brought a gift for the lady, making the old Count light up with excitement. Oh, is that so? I cannot wait to see what someone of your high stature has prepared, the Count says eagerly. Indeed, the gift I prepared is. He touches his magic ring, channeling a bright blue energy flow that tears open a massive spatial portal right in the hall. Honestly, if we recorded this moment, it would trend as pure, uncut drama in 3 seconds flat. Watching this unfold, Count Chester gasps in sheer disbelief, recognizing it as a legendary spatial magic tool. From inside that pitch-black spatial void, Damian slowly pulls out a powerful, dark bow crafted with absolutely flawless, stunning details. Raising the magnificent weapon high for the entire banquet hall to see, he confidently declares, "This is the gift." The moment they lay eyes on the black bow, both Count Chester and Lady Olivia pale in instant shock. The entire room turns ice cold, frozen in total shock like a high-stakes online game suddenly losing connection. The old count leaps out of his seat, his eyes nearly popping out in shock, while the cold-faced Olivia drops her composure completely, gasping in absolute disbelief at this unimaginable gift. Meanwhile, the snooty guests in the crowd begin whispering with utter disdain, looking down on Damian's gift. They mock the weapon, claiming it looks incredibly cheap, like some generic garbage bought from a random local armory. Even Count Chester feels a wave of disappointment, assuming his daughter would never spare a glance for such a seemingly plain weapon. But pay attention here, because Olivia's actual reaction is the complete opposite. Her eyes light up and her face flushes red with pure excitement at the sight of this exquisite bow, leaving the old count completely frozen in utter disbelief. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly asks, "If you don't mind, may I please take a closer look at that bow?" Damian smirks inwardly, knowing his master plan has worked perfectly. Seeing Aben still standing there frozen with pure anxiety, Damian nudges him, saying, "Of course, milady. Aben, what are you waiting for? Quickly, bring the bow over to her." Once the gift is in her hands, Olivia inspects and tests the string with total professionalism. Damian celebrates internally, confirming that the rumors of her passion for hunting were spot on, since targeting a target's specific hobbies is always the ultimate key to winning them over. Olivia marvels at the incredible, top-tier elasticity of the weapon, instantly recognizing its legendary origin. This bow. It must be crafted from a minotaur horn. Am I right? Damian nods in deep admiration of her sharp eye, impressed by how quickly she appraised this ultra-rare treasure like an absolute expert. He reveals that the bow was forged from the horn of a legendary minotaur chieftain, sending a massive shockwave of disbelief through the crowd. After all, a minotaur is a terrifying monster that even seasoned, mid-tier adventurers struggle to face on their own. Suddenly, Olivia spots a tiny, elegant inscription and gasps out loud, whispering the name of master craftsman August. She cannot believe her own eyes upon realizing this is a direct masterpiece from August, the most legendary artisan in the entire kingdom. Hearing this shocking revelation, Count Chester drops his jaw and screams in utter disbelief. What? Talk about landing an ultra-rare drop that freezes the entire server. Damian smirks and calmly confirms that it is. This simple answer shocks Count Chester so much, he nearly falls back out of his chair. He shouts out in absolute, mind-blown hysteria. Good heavens! A bow personally handcrafted by the legendary August himself? The Count frantically recalls that August is the absolute #1 master blacksmith from the mighty Apple Kingdom. Anything forged by his hands, like his famous shield, usually commands insane, sky-high prices at global auctions. Holding the bow, Chester cannot contain his wild excitement. I never imagined that in my entire lifetime, I would have the sheer honor of holding such an incredibly priceless treasure. Seeing her father losing his mind with excitement, Olivia quickly snatches the bow back, playfully scolding him that it is her birthday gift. She looks up at Damian with deep admiration shining in her eyes, saying, "Young Master Damian, thank you so much for this priceless masterpiece." But Damian calmly drops a bombshell, telling her he wasn't the one who found it, leaving us hanging on who did. All right, you and I are jumping right into a smooth wingman play as Damian steps back to introduce the artifact, telling Lady Olivia that his brother Aben spent countless sleepless nights hunting down this masterpiece just for her. Olivia looks at Aben in disbelief, wondering if it was really for her, while the shy brother can only offer a soft nod. Sweating and blushing, his nervous reply completely wins over the gorgeous young lady of the Copperhead family. She beams with a radiant smile, eager to know how he managed to obtain such a genuine, legendary treasure. Sensing the perfect moment, Damian immediately pushes the ship forward. Why not hear the legendary tale directly from the man himself, my lady? Although Aben is shaking with nervousness, Olivia eagerly nods along, expressing how honored she would be to listen. Damian politely asks the Count for permission, and the old man enthusiastically agrees, even asking his daughter to recount the epic story to him later. Damian calls out to Aben, snapping him out of his daze as he takes a deep breath and steps forward to face the girl of his dreams. This feels tenser than facing a final boss with only 1% health left. Damian watches from afar with a proud smile, silently encouraging Aben to grab hold of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aben bows with deep respect, expressing what an honor it is to meet her. Seeing the young boy's genuine heart, Olivia gasps in pure surprise. Damian smiles in total satisfaction, knowing his little brother is officially the star of the night. He quietly slips away, leaving the young couple alone to the sound of beautiful music and falling rose petals. Now, keep your eyes on this guy Jack. Nor looks incredibly tense as he realizes his master plan is slipping out of his control. Seeing his master's face turn pale, John nervously calls out to him. Jack Nor realizes that Damian Hassen is far more dangerous than expected, possessing both incredible power and the charm to win over the Count and Lady Olivia. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, terrified that the tournament trophy and the lady will both be stolen by the Hansen brothers. Jack decisively declares that they cannot just stand by and watch, they must personally intervene right now. He coldly orders John to follow him, and the disciple quickly obeys, stuttering a nervous yes in response. He hurriedly tells Sophia to wait there before running to keep pace with Jack's cold, decisive footsteps. Meanwhile, Damian lets out a subtle smirk, looking like a man who has already mapped out every single move. The next day arrives. The entire Copperhead territory is buzzing with excitement as the next phase of the tournament begins. On their way to the arena, Aben notices his brother staring at him and nervously asks why he keeps looking at him like that, making Damian laugh. Damian praises how smoothly Aben spoke last night, noting that the vibe between him and Lady Olivia actually looked pretty amazing. Blushing intensely after being teased, Aben still tries to hold his head high and speak with pride. I mean, we all have that one friend who gets a single compliment and immediately thinks they are a pro player, and Aben is definitely that guy right now. Damian bursts out laughing, telling Aben he is eagerly waiting for the good news, while Victor enthusiastically cheers them on as well. Victor wishes Damian the best of luck for today's match, and receives a confident nod of reassurance in return. Suddenly, Aben hesitates, looking down as he whispers a heartfelt thank you to his brother for putting in so much effort to create this golden opportunity. Damian looks at his younger brother silently, feeling the raw sincerity behind the boy's words. Damian teases him again, asking who this imposter is since it cannot be Aben, causing the younger brother to blush and snap back. Aben tells him to stop teasing because he is being serious, but Damian just smiles warmly to reassure him. It is only natural for an older brother to look out for his family, so he pats his shoulder, telling him to focus entirely on winning over Lady Olivia. Aben beams with joy, responding with a loud yes before running off to join Victor in the stands. Roars of excitement erupt from the crowd as the announcer declares the start of the second round individual matches. The moment Damian steps onto the battlefield, he unleashes a level of dominance that leaves everyone completely speechless. A thunderous punch packed with overwhelming spiritual energy slams directly into his heavily armored opponent. The mind-blowing impact creates a massive shockwave that literally tears through the air, blasting his opponent away, leaving him completely helpless against the raw, terrifying force of the Hansen air. If this were a video game, the boss would definitely be spamming the forfeit button right about now. The arena erupts as thousands of fans jump to their feet, chanting Damian's name while Aben and Victor blow their horns in wild celebration. The announcer board flashes, officially declaring the end of the second round individual matchups. Damian stands casually in the center of the arena, his hands glowing with a vibrant blue aura, calmly wondering if the finals are up next. With his unmatched strength on full display, let's jump into this wild scene. Damian Hassen officially advances to the finals as the crowd goes absolutely crazy. It's like he barely fought for a minute, and the system is already constantly spamming victory. Amid the celebrating crowd, a fully hooded figure suddenly approaches Aben and calls out from the shadows, "Ah, Master Aben, so you really are here?" He turns around in shock, completely stunned as he recognizes the person standing right in front of him. "Wait, Lady Olivia, why are you here? Stick with me." Because she is shaking as she delivers some absolutely devastating news. "Yes, Damian, your older brother is currently in extreme danger." The young lady of the Copperhead family is filled with deep anxiety, warning him of an impending disaster heading Damian's way. It all started the night before. Right after that unforgettable birthday party, Lady Olivia was strolling down the manor hallway, softly humming a cheerful tune. She was constantly replaying those moments in her head, thinking about what an incredibly interesting conversation they had. "Lord Aben, I truly hope to have the chance to meet you and chat more." Right as her mind was wandering, a maid suddenly called out from behind, informing her that the Count was summoning her. Olivia startled slightly, turning around in sheer confusion. Why would her father call for her at this hour? She quietly followed the maid with a very bad feeling. It is like you are just chilling, and suddenly an urgent main quest pops up. Stepping inside, Olivia can't hide her utter shock as she gasps, asking her father, "What on earth do you mean by that?" She stands up abruptly, her eyes wide with complete disbelief as she stares at him. Count Chester calmly sips his red wine, coldly responding, "Did you not hear me? That is exactly what I said. Now pay attention," because the room goes dead silent as he delivers a declaration that shatters her entire world. "You are going to marry Lord John." Sitting right across from the Count are John and Master Jack, nor with dead serious expressions. Olivia screams in sheer frustration, begging her father not to make such baseless demands when she hasn't even spoken a single word to him. "Why force this marriage on me?" Even John is looking extremely annoyed right now. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. "This damn old man summoned me here out of nowhere without consulting me at all." Ignoring his silence, Olivia keeps demanding answers as tears stream down her face. "How can you just make this decision on your own without even discussing it with me?" Count Chester stays silent, slowly setting his wineglass down on the table. He glares at his daughter, his voice turning cold and ruthless. "Stop dreaming, Olivia. You are the eldest daughter of this family. Marriage is not yours to decide. It is a matter for me, the head of this household, to evaluate and arrange. Choking back tears, Olivia asks in resentment, "What standard are you even using to make such a decision?" Count Chester flashes a calculating grin and declares with absolute confidence, "Naturally, it is based on the benefits our family will gain through your marriage." Count Chester continues to lecture his daughter about the massive political power Jack will bring once the wedding happens, claiming that with the backing of such a high-tier figure, the Copperhead family will wield raw power equal to the Gold Percy and Leon Bloom houses currently dominating the West. Trust me, this crazy news would make the family chat explode. It goes beyond political clout. Jack also promises to provide the secret techniques and advanced mana training methods used by high-tier knights to strengthen the family order of knights. Hearing this, John is shocked to realize his master has been keeping secrets. Even as a star disciple, he has never heard of these ultimate skills. Talk about a massive betrayal. Olivia bitterly asks if her father is actually selling her off just for family profit, but he only shuts her down with a cold warning to watch her tongue. Jack Norris smirks, asking for a final decision. Chester admits the terms are great, but there is still one highly awkward issue left. He worries that marrying his daughter to an unknown knight like John will ruin the family's honor, especially after spending so much effort hosting a massive tournament. Jack confidently guarantees that his disciple will absolutely win tomorrow's battle to prove his strength to everyone. Despite the Count's deep worries about a formidable opponent like Damian Hassen, the Dark Mage confidently offers a little trick to completely tip the scales in their favor. Jack flashes a highly sinister smile and lays out a very simple solution. The Count just needs to use his authority to ban Damian Hassen from entering the tournament arena. His eyes gleam with malice as he notices the head of the family starting to waver. Watching her father actually contemplate such a dirty deal, Olivia can only look on in absolute horror and utter disbelief. Count Chester sets down his glass and coldly declares, "I agree." That heartless agreement leaves Lady Olivia completely frozen in shock. Immediately after, she secretly slips on a dark cloak to seek out the Hassen brothers with a face heavy with guilt. "I am so incredibly sorry, Lord Damian. Because with my weak power I could not stop my father." Damian listens in silence before quietly muttering to himself, "So that is the actual truth." While he stays calm, Aben and Victor panic, screaming for him to flee. "Trust me, you and I are about to see how this wild story unravels next." Even Victor tremblingly agrees, and trust me, you and I are about to see why. Damian recalls Jack Nor's sinister gaze and Count Chester's greed. He always had a bad impression of Jack, but he never expected him to pull a cheap stunt like this. Count Copperhead's behavior is exactly like his past life, doing absolutely anything as long as it benefits his noble family. The tension is like fighting a final boss mid-game. Pressed by everyone to flee, Damian decisively declares, "No, I will not run away." Ain gasps in pure shock. "What?" His younger brother frantically warns him that Jack Nor is incredibly powerful, but Damian simply smiles with supreme confidence, telling him, "Don't worry, I have already calculated everything. Just focus on the match." Under the brilliant sunlight of the final tournament day, Damian proudly steps into the arena as the announcements boom. The strongest gladiators have finally gathered in the center, radiating an incredibly intense and suffocating pressure. The gong sounds, signaling the moment of truth. The arena's atmosphere is electric, with everyone switching into survival mode. Count Chester searches the crowd for his daughter with growing suspicion. The final is starting, so where on earth is Olivia? He stands up, loudly announcing to the entire audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, the final round of our tournament will officially begin." He congratulates the elite knights who made it this far and begins explaining the rules of the match. There can only be one winner. The last person left standing in this ring will be crowned the grand champion. Count Chester Copperhead proudly stands and announces, "There are absolutely no other rules, so fight with everything you have." He smirks wickedly, thinking, "Do not blame me for this. This is the only way to guarantee John's victory in the end." Watching from the grandstands, Jack Nor looks exceptionally pleased. A fight to the death? How thrilling. Below, Victor asks nervously, "Young master, will you be okay?" But Ain remains calm. "Yeah, he said he has a solid plan, so let's just watch." Damian narrows his eyes calculatingly. "No rules? Now pay attention, because this is where the drama is about to explode across the entire arena, and it is going to be wild." In the middle of the field, razor-sharp swords are drawn. Damian stands surrounded, quietly sizing up the opponents circling him. Wait, what is happening here? The crowd goes absolutely wild, turning the stadium into pure chaotic madness. Jack Nor smirks from the balcony, eager to watch the show unfold. The knights take their stances, focusing all their attention on the young master of House Honorable. A blonde knight grits his teeth with fierce determination. "Damn it. I hate to admit it, but we have to do this." Fortunately, everyone seems to share the same idea. He channels a vibrant green aura, wrapping his entire body while thinking, "The golden rule to survive a brutal brawl like this is to take down the strongest guy first. In an instant, every single gladiator charges straight at Damian from all directions with overwhelming bloodlust. Even while trapped in this absolute death trap, Damian keeps a smug, incredibly confident grin on his face. He is just standing there, but the entire arena is in raid boss mode. Let's pause and flash back to the camp, where tension is peaking. John cannot hold back his frustration any longer and demands, "Master, what on earth is your reason for doing this?" He absolutely cannot stand being forced into a calculated political marriage without even being consulted beforehand. "You never asked for my opinion on this marriage once." His defiance is met with a brutal slap that spins his head, drawing blood from his lip. Jack looks down coldly at his kneeling disciple and snarls, "Shut your mouth. If you actually had some talent, I wouldn't have had to propose this to the Earl." He venomously states that, arguing that he wouldn't have had to waste his valuable time and intellect like this if John possessed any actual competence. John grits his teeth in deep humiliation, cursing silently. "Damn old bastard. Talk about getting nerfed with absolutely zero warning." Jack flatly orders John to keep his mouth shut and do exactly as he is told. Yet John still tries to cling to a shred of humanity. "But what about Sophia? Don't I already have her?" Jack's answer is so ruthless it freezes John in his tracks. "That girl has lost her value. Throw her away." John stares in total disbelief. "Wait, what?" His feelings are treated like a side quest and deleted from the map instantly. Jack casually reveals the cold truth that the only reason he ever let John date Sophia Joel was to exploit the financial backing from the Viscount's family. Thanks to that relationship, they easily obtained all the secret swordsmanship manuals and essential elixirs required to raise John to intermediate-level swordsmanship. But now that the Viscount's family has absolutely nothing left to offer, Jack is ditching them to look for a brand new sponsor. He wants to secure identical backing from Count Copperhead's family, replacing the Joel family that has now outlived its usefulness. Jack calmly unveils his sinister scheme, saying, "And it is not just support. I am using this marriage to swallow their entire family whole." Stunned by this cruelty, John asks why. "Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next." "Alright," guys. Gakshi fires back with a cold, sharp glare. "I already told you. It is for my ultimate desire," the old man says, sipping his tea and completely ignoring his student's desperate pleas to save his relationship with Sophia. But master, please, I beg you to reconsider this decision just one more time. I truly love her." But Gakchi cuts him off with a look of utter contempt. "Are you still blind? Talk about intense. Sip your tea like a final boss, old man." He ruthlessly exposes the true nature of the woman Dissen worships. Sophia is a snake who dumped her fiancé, Damian Hassen, the second he became useless. That means she will throw you away the exact same way. He warns Dissen by reminding him of how fast her attitude flipped the moment Damian got strong. Holding out a mysterious object, Gakchi commands him to take it. Dissen stares in shock at the glowing purple ring, asking what it is. Gakchi mutters, "It is the trigger ring. Trust me, guys, this dark twist is about to shatter everything." The old knight lays out tomorrow's sinister plan, ordering Dissen to activate the ring during his fight against Damian Hassen. Gakchi grins maliciously, revealing a scheme designed to make Damian lose control and unleash mindless violence upon the entire arena. He growls out his final command, "Make it look like an accident, and end his life." Dissen grits his teeth in frustration. Knowing his master never listens anyway, he can only suck it up and comply. Damn it, that old bastard is never going to listen to me anyway. For now, I will just play along and pretend to obey his cursed orders. He secretly plans to use this opportunity to eliminate the ultimate thorn in his side, taking out that bastard Damian once and for all. Dissen bows respectfully, accepting the wicked cursed treasure with a submissive, "Yes, master, I understand completely." Back in the present, the entire stadium is absolutely exploding with roaring cheers for Dissen Carter. Seeing Sophia cheer for him from the stands, Dissen grips his sword hilt tight in his golden armor, eyes burning with sheer determination. "Just you wait, Sophia. Today, I will completely destroy him and prove my true strength to you once and for all." Dissen is obsessed with crushing Damian, desperate to prove that he alone is worthy of being with Lady Olivia. Surrounded by a horde of aggressive knights charging at him from every single direction, Damian remains dead, silent, and completely calm. Suddenly, a massive wave of blue energy explodes, tearing through space with violent slashes that give his opponents zero time to react. Talk about an elite untouchable mode. You and I can see his brilliant, glowing aura pushing everyone back. He begins showcasing masterclass combat techniques, leaving the entire arena in absolute awe. With lightning-fast swings of his hand, he effortlessly obliterates a black-armored knight in a massive explosion of energy. Moving like a ghost, he casually steps on a fallen foe's head and leaps into the air, leaving a white-armored knight scrambling in utter panic. Honestly, this fight looks like he turned on cheat codes. He delivers a devastating, heavy punch straight to his enemy's face, instantly slamming him into the dust. Standing proudly amidst the piles of defeated knights, Damian raises his hand to the cheering crowd. The entire stadium erupts, chanting his name in absolute madness. Chanting Damian, Damian. Abel and Victor go wild. The younger brother mocks the opposing knights, calling them pathetic, show-off clowns compared to his brother. Damian casually strolls across the ruined battlefield, leaving Dissen and a blonde female knight completely frozen in absolute terror. Damian beckons them with a cocky wave of his hand. What's the holdup? All of you, attack me already. Dissen is sweating bullets. He realizes with utter horror that Damian hasn't even bothered to draw his sword to slaughter these lower-tier knights. Dissen is left sweating, suspecting his enemy's power has already surpassed low tier, reaching the level of a mid-tier swordsman. Even with deep fear crawling up their spines, the knight from Baron Anter's house and an old veteran from Viscount St. Roller's family recklessly charge at Damian from both sides. Damian looks at the surrounding mob and gives a cold sneer. Ganging up on a single opponent while preaching about family, honor, and glory? You are nothing but a bunch of absolute clowns. He immediately channels his energy, unleashing his ultimate counter technique, Myriad Flows, to shatter their formation. Violent blue shockwaves blast outward, slamming his opponent's back and leaving them groaning in absolute agony on the floor. This move is like turning on the ultimate anti-gank mode. Standing tall through the thick dust above the defeated knights, Damian looks down and coldly reminds them, I assume everyone here signed the waiver to die without any complaints? With a sharp glare, Damian swings his blade, tearing through the air and making a final, ruthless declaration. Just consider running into me your worst piece of bad luck. Watching this epic show, Abel loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. Damian, Damian, that is my boss right there. The entire stadium officially shifts into a full-blown fan club at this point. Count Chester and Jack, nor pale at Damian's insane strength. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Damian mock his last standing opponent. Looks like it is just you left. Not continuing? John gritted his teeth and snarled, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. Humph. Your pride ends right here. He instantly whipped out a tiny object and swallowed it, leaving Damian completely stunned. What in the world did you just swallow? Suddenly, a burst of dark purple energy erupted from John's chest, releasing a terrifying pressure as he screamed in absolute agony. John's body begins to warp, his eyes glowing with a wild, crazed purple energy. Damian watches in shock as creepy black tentacles start bursting from the ground, wrapping all around the traitorous knight. He can only gasp in utter horror, wondering what kind of grotesque monstrosity is unfolding right before his eyes. Standing in the middle of the arena, Damian warily watches the chaotic purple aura exploding around his enemy. He narrows his eyes in deep suspicion and whispers to himself, what on earth is happening here? Pitch black tentacles in eerie purple mist stretch outward, swallowing the entire space in a dark, threatening atmosphere. John flashes a sinister smirk, his eyes blazing with dark energy as he smugly declares his victory. Haha, this right here is a complete magic rampage. Pay attention here, because this state is insanely dangerous when uncontrolled mana overloads the body and ruptures all energy channels. Once this starts, it drains a massive chunk of the user's mana. It sounds like a total double-edged sword, a desperate move where you literally trade your own life force for power. This destructive power tears apart their internal pathways, leaving their physical body completely crippled afterward. Damian raises an eyebrow and mutters to himself, let me guess. This is the effect of that jewel you just ate? John struts forward with supreme arrogance and proudly confirms it. Spot on. This is the ultimate treasure passed down to me by none other than my master. He boasts that the jewel possesses the power to disrupt the mana of everyone standing near him, and he will absorb all that leaked energy to boost his own power. Talk about a crazy high-risk build. The more pain he feels, the stronger he gets. John's eyes burn with intense hatred as he sneers at Damian with absolute venom. A lowlife like you has been acting way too arrogant for far too long. He wildly demands that Damian crawl on the dirt like a worthless worm. The crushing purple pressure locks onto Damian, making it look like he is completely trapped and helpless. But wait, did we really think he was done? Damian suddenly bursts out laughing, leaving John frozen in sheer disbelief. Damian laughs heartily with a mocking smirk. Ha ha ha. He looks at John with pure amusement. I had a feeling you were up to something, but I never expected your grand master plan to involve using dirty dark magic just to face me. John's face twists in complete panic. Dark magic? What absolute nonsense are you babbling about now? He cannot believe his eyes when he sees his opponent standing totally fine. Wait, how are you still standing like nothing happened? Without giving him a second to breathe, Damian strikes with blinding speed. A thunderous kick lands squarely on John, sending him flying. Oof! John is sent flying so fast he practically got disconnected from the server. The impact is so violent it kicks up a massive cloud of dust. John crashes down hard, coughing up fresh blood in absolute agonizing pain. Arg. Seeing her lover crushed like this, Sophia screams in horror. John, but he lies motionless, gasping desperately for air in a pathetic heap. Gasping for breath, Damian walks over slowly, mocking his defeated opponent. Such a pity for you. You plotted all this stuff and still could not beat me. What should we do now? Save these cheap tricks for your next life. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark purple energy along with an ancient magic circle erupts from Damian, swallowing the entire arena. Up in the stands, Jack breaks into a cold sweat, completely shocked. What on earth is happening right now? The ring's power was clearly activated, so how could this magic rampage have absolutely zero effect on him? Talk about plan A failing while the boss still has full health. While the crowd goes wild, Jack cannot hide his sheer disbelief at the unreal, monstrous power of the young master. Damian glances toward the old knight and realizes that Jack teamed up with the Count to assassinate him, and is now using his very own disciple to carry out their dirty plan. Damian narrows his eyes calculatingly, thinking, hold on, if I play my cards right, I can make every single one of them pay a heavy price all at once. The ominous energy radiating from Damian sends the crowd into a state of sheer panic. Hold on, this dark and evil aura is definitely a dark power. Someone screams in absolute terror. What? What kind of madness is this? How can a knight openly use forbidden dark magic in public? Shouts erupt everywhere, with people demanding to report this heresy directly to the church. Count Chester goes pale as a ghost. Terrified that the news will reach the Holy Church, he frantically barks orders at his subordinates. Stop this match immediately and seal off all news to prevent any rumors from spreading. Trust me, you and I will have to wait and see what happens next. We're starting with Damian sneering as he watches his target run away. Huh, that spineless coward was just standing there, but now he's running for his life? Talk about a speed run to escape a failed mission. Meanwhile, Count Chester was frantically rushing toward his carriage, cursing up a storm in his head. That absolute lunatic, Jack Knorr. I trusted him with this job, and this is how he repays me? He completely dragged my name through the mud. The Count tried to calm himself down, believing there was absolutely no evidence linking him to Jack. He'd just play dumb and deny everything once he got questioned. But just as he was about to step inside the carriage, a cold voice echoed from behind. Where are you heading in such a rush, my lord? Chester flinched, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized Damian was already standing right next to him. He squeezed out a fake smile, trying to act normal. Damian, is there something you need from me? Damian let out a dark, sinister chuckle. He leaned in closer and whispered, Why play dumb, Count? Surely, you have a confession to make to me right about now, don't you? Feel that tension? This is just a conversation, but it feels like a literal death sentence. Chester panicked, wondering if Damian already knew everything, but he stubbornly chose to keep up his act. I really have no idea what you are implying. I have urgent business to attend to, so let's talk some other time. Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Damian sighed. Still playing dumb, are we? Well then, I guess you leave me no choice. Chester shrieked in terror. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from me. Before the Count could even blink, Damian moved like lightning, knocking out the guards with heavy, crushing punches. He smashed his fist into the carriage door right next to Chester's face, making the old man scream. Towering over the shaking noble, Damian smiled. So, how are we feeling now? Damian's eyes glowed with lethal intent as he leaned in incredibly close to the terrified Count. I'm sure you finally remember what you wanted to tell me, right? Crushed by his overwhelming aura, Chester couldn't say a word, only nodding frantically while shaking in absolute terror. Inside the mansion, things were reaching an absolute boiling point as Count Chester slammed his hand on the table, roaring in pure fury. Olivia, is this entire mess you're doing? The vibe was as tense as a locked boss room. Yet, despite her father's explosive rage, Olivia remained strangely, completely calm. She proudly admitted it, saying, Yes, father. I've already explained everything to Lord Damian. His own daughter's betrayal made the Count lose his mind. He pointed a shaking finger at her face, screaming, You wretched girl, have you lost your mind? I raised you, gave you a home, and this is how you stab me in the back? While Chester was busy throwing his tantrum, Damian casually walked in with a mocking smirk. My lord, shouldn't you thank me for cleaning up your mess? We all love a perfect main character entrance, right? The room's vibe shifted instantly. The sudden arrival of the young master of House Ha left the old man completely tongue-tied. He stammered in sheer terror, Damian. Right. What were we just talking about? Damian narrowed his eyes in disgust, dropping a heavy threat. Very soon, the Holy Order will arrive to conduct your interrogation. His eyes flared with a lethal light as he calmly listed out the Count's undeniable crimes, like conspiring with Jack Knorr to have me assassinated. If the Holy Order gets their hands on that evidence, what do you think happens? Not to mention your connection to black magic, the very thing they despise most. Hearing this, Count Chester's face drained of all color. He frantically tried to deny it all, stammering, I had absolutely no idea about that. I swear, I never imagined that bastard Jack would dare touch black magic. Hearing his pathetic excuse, Damian only scoffed. Do you honestly think that trash excuse will work on the judges of the Holy Order? Stripped of his dignity, the proud count fell to his knees, begging pathetically. Lord Damian, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Please, I beg of you, don't report this to the Holy Order. Damian coldly reminded him that even if he chose to stay quiet, Jack Nor would quickly confess everything under the brutal torture of the heresy inquisitors. Seeing the old man completely broken, Damian finally decided to offer a sly way out. Let's make a deal. I happen to have some influence within the Holy Order, so securing your safety is actually quite possible. A spark of hope flashed, and Chester eagerly gasped. Really? Is that true? Damian smirked. Of course, it comes with a few conditions. The old count nodded frantically, like he'd just struck gold. Name them. If I can do it, I swear I'll agree to anything. Damian stepped closer, laying down his terms. Very well. First, you must allow my younger brother Aben and Lady Olivia to freely court each other. Seeing Olivia blush shyly in the background, Count Chester immediately agreed without hesitation. If that's all, it's done. I agree. You and I both know that's a brilliant trap, and now Damian is ready to drop his next demand. Second, officially declare me the absolute winner of this martial arts tournament. Count Chester hurriedly nodded in agreement. You and I are diving right into the drama as Damian asks with a smirk, is that really all? Third, transfer 300 gold to Viscount Cern's family as compensation for all the recent trouble. Hearing this massive number, the Count breaks into cold sweats. What? 300 gold coins? Suddenly Olivia speaks up in support. Oh, that is a great idea. Let us add that to the list, Count. Damian is internally shocked because this detail was never part of his plan. Olivia coldly continues, and for the final point, Chester roars, why do you always have to interfere? What else do you want now? The negotiation suddenly turns incredibly intense, almost comically so. Olivia then confidently drops a massive bombshell, demanding that he hand over half of his territory to her within this year. Both Damian and Chester are completely frozen in shock. The old count roars in absolute fury. Olivia, have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are to make such demands of me? Olivia coldly reminds him that she is the living witness who saw everything from the very start. Chester slams the table, yelling, What? What? Are you extorting your own father? Now pay attention here, because Olivia's eyes burn with absolute fierce determination. Yes, that is exactly right. I will take what belongs to me and leave this rotten family behind. Chester can only stammer in complete and utter shock. What? What? Olivia bitterly accuses him. You have used me as a mere tool for years. So now it is my turn to use you for my own goals. This family drama is wilder than a final boss battle, with every word dealing massive emotional damage. The Count grinds his teeth, red-faced with rage. How dare you be so insolent? Watching this intense family drama unfold, Damian sweats cold drops as he realizes everything is spiraling out of his control. He realizes Olivia is far more terrifying than he imagined, and wonders if Aben can actually handle her. Olivia turns and asks, Are there any more conditions, Sir Damian? Damian can only force a smile and reply, Oh yes, that is quite enough. Olivia seals the deal, saying, Then if father has no objections, our agreement is officially settled. Count Chester can only tremble in absolute, suffocating resentment, completely powerless to stop her. A few days later at the investigation office, Chester screams in absolute terror before the officials. Damian calmly places a hand on his shoulder, declaring boldly to the judge, I will present the entire truth. Count Copperhead here is entirely innocent. You and I probably didn't expect this sudden plot flip. And the second-class Holy Knight, Thomas, remains deeply skeptical of his words. He questions, What? But we have already obtained a full confession from the criminal, John Carter. Thomas states that John confessed they conspired with the Count to take Damian's life. Hearing this, Count Chester's face turns completely, deadly pale. He frantically denies it. What conspiracy? Those are nothing but complete lies. He makes frantic excuses, claiming he only told them not to interfere with Damian's match and knew absolutely nothing about any sinister plot. Standing right behind him, Damian unexpectedly speaks up in defense, saying, That is correct. The Count actually met me in secret to warn me. He places his hand on the trembling Count's shoulder and continues. He was worried they would play dirty during the match, so he told me to stay alert. Stunned, Thomas wonders to himself, could that really be the truth? This crazy plot twist is spinning out of control inside the courtroom. Damian just smiles brightly and asks him a question. Indeed, if he truly wanted to harm me, there was no reason to warn me beforehand. Right, Count? Chester quickly chimes in. Yes, of course, Sir Damian is correct. After dealing with them, I felt uneasy, so I secretly went to find Sir Damian. If I had known they would use black magic, I would have stopped them. Damian turns and assures Thomas, Please believe my words, Sir Thomas. Before the Almighty, I swear there is not a single lie between the Count and me." Both nod with pure, heartfelt sincerity. This incredible acting performance deserves an Oscar for the best collaborative plot twist execution. Thomas is completely convinced, his eyes shining with deep admiration. "Oh, Sir Damian." Thomas trusts him completely, believing that a man who holds Lord Agnes's absolute trust would never tell a lie. He officially makes his announcement. "I officially close this case. The Count is innocent." Escaping certain death, Chester lets out a sigh of relief. "Whew, I survived." But instantly, Damian leans close to his ear with a wicked smirk, whispering, "What a wonderful outcome, Count. I have kept my promise, so now it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain, right?" Damian's piercing gaze makes the old Count tremble in terror once again. A week later, the Hassan family's luxurious carriage slowly travels through a peaceful forest filled with small woodland creatures. Inside the carriage, Lady Olivia excitedly shares her thoughts. "And trust me, you and I can feel the romance in the air," as Aben admits he never expected to bring Lady Olivia home to meet his parents so soon. Aben blushes deeply and replies with such formal politeness that it makes Olivia burst out laughing. "How long do you plan on speaking so formally with me? I already told you to just speak naturally. Let's check out this wild scene where Damian sits across from his brother, cringing at his lovey-dovey antics. After all, he was the matchmaker." Olivia then asks Aben to call her by her first name, making the young boy absolutely thrilled. Standing behind them, Dion sighs at the cringy sight, while Damian just smiles with quiet satisfaction. Even with a few unexpected hiccups, basically all of his main goals have been brilliantly achieved. The church's tense investigation officially wraps up after a long, exhausting week of work. Their final report states, there are no other culprits besides John Carter and Jack Knorr. While John is already behind bars, a nationwide wanted notice is officially out for the fleeing Jack. The chapter ends, but one boss is still loose out there. All suspicions surrounding Count Chester are finally cleared, but the price they paid was incredibly steep. Olivia completely cuts ties with her father after his ruthless schemes. She leaves the Count's estate to start a brand new life alongside Aben. And just like that, Aben has finally won Olivia's heart, fulfilling his long-held dream. Meanwhile, Damian quietly stares at the precious item in his hands. Seeing him admire the glowing red jewel, Aben asks curiously, "Wait, big brother, isn't that the champion's reward?" Damian casually replies, "Yeah, that's right. The ceremony got cancelled because of the chaos, but I managed to grab it in time." He silently mocks the foolish Count who failed to realize this item's true worth. But to him, it is a whole different story. This is a spirit heart, a legendary essence of energy that appears on extremely rare occasions, forming only when a high-ranking spirit is completely and utterly destroyed. With the right refining and absorption method, the owner will not only gain immense mana, but also inherit the unique abilities of that very spirit. Damian stares deeply into the jewel, whispering, this is his first time laying eyes on a fire spirit heart. Once he refines and digests this beastly item, the day he restores his past life's peak power will be closer than ever. It feels like pulling a rare triple SR item, so he definitely needs to guard it with his life. The carriage slowly rolls out of the territory, carrying Damian's new ambitions. But lurking deep in the shadows of the roadside forest, a mysterious figure wearing a black hat, eyes burning with sheer hatred, quietly tracks the carriage's every single move. He gnashes his teeth, unleashing a thick dark aura aimed right at Damian. Watch closely here, because a rogue mini-boss is about to crash our journey. As night falls on their return path, the carriage halts next to a crackling campfire deep inside the dark forest. While Aben and Lady Olivia are fast asleep after their exhausting trip, silent footsteps are creeping through the pitch-black shadows, slowly drawing closer to them. The stalker is none other than Jack, Knorr himself, sneaking toward the carriage with eyes gleaming with pure malice. Jack slowly draws his razor-sharp dagger, but just as he's about to strike, a chillingly cold voice suddenly echoes from high above. I was starting to think my neck would grow long waiting for you. Jack looks up in absolute shock, only to find Damian perched on a branch, waiting all along. Without giving him any time to react, the rogue knight slashes through the tree trunk. Damian effortlessly dodges the blow, leaving Jack totally stunned by his incredible speed. You truly live up to your reputation. An intermediate-level swordsman indeed, with such incredibly sharp reflexes. Damian lands gracefully on his feet, calmly facing the enemy who trailed him all this way. Jack narrows his eyes and asks, "Did you realize I was tailing you this entire time?" Damian smirks, pulling out the glowing red jewel as he casually replies, "Of course, and I also knew that your real target was this precious item right here." Staring at the treasure, Jack admits, "So my calculations were right. The spirit heart really is in your hands." Damian smiles faintly, calling it obvious since he is the rightful champion of the tournament. Jack wonders how Damian knew his exact goal. Damian simply puts a hand to his head and sneers. Is that really so hard to figure out? Damian begins to expose the villain's hidden scheme. If you truly just wanted to secure the marriage between John Carter and Lady Olivia, you would never have risked your life trying to help him win the tournament. You even resorted to dangerous dark magic. Let's pause for a second, because this sharp analysis leaves Jack completely speechless. Damian delivers his final point, declaring that your ultimate goal from the start was always the champion's prize. Exposed, Jack lets out a mocking sneer. Well, this actually makes things much easier for me. I was worried the church's forces had tightly surrounded the arena, making infiltration nearly impossible. Talk about going all in even after your cards are fully exposed. The old knight grips his sword as a heavy, murderous aura erupts. Luckily, I followed you just in case you ran off with it. Now, all I have to do is kill you and take it. Damian doesn't flinch, smirking back. Oh yeah? Try it if you dare. He draws his sword, glowing with blue energy, ready for war. Trust me, you and I are about to see an epic clash next time. Just try and come take it from me. Let's dive in as Jack Noors lunges like a ghost, swinging his glowing purple sword to tear through the night, while Damian agilely slips away from every deadly strike by a hair. He channels his power into the azure sky sword, creating blue sound waves to neutralize the pressure from his opponent's storm-like slashes. Their weapons clash continuously in the dark, sending violent, massive shockwaves echoing through the deep forest. As they back off, Damian silently notes that this guy, Jack, is definitely the strongest fighter at the intermediate swordsman level. He can see that every single one of his opponent's strikes is incredibly precise, with absolutely no openings. Even Jack Noor cannot hide his sheer astonishment. Glaring at Damian, he sneers, "You actually surprise me. A low-class nobody blocking my deadly moves to this extent is unreal." Suddenly, his eyes glow with a sinister, glowing purple light as he coldly declares, "But the game ends here." The heavy atmosphere instantly turns cold and oppressive. Talk about an intense warm-up proving his foe is no joke. Now, pay attention, as Damian's expression shifts, sensing a strange aura enveloping Jack. Right before his eyes, Jack's silhouette begins to blur and split into a massive crowd of purple illusions surrounding him from all sides. Jack smugly asks him, "Surprised, aren't you? What do you think of this?" The illusions are so thick, they look like a screen glitch, offering no escape. He reveals this is the Mirage Sword, a legendary style he spent his life reconstructing. Jack boasts that his strikes exist simultaneously between illusion and reality, making it completely impossible for his opponent to tell which attack is the real deal. Jack roars with deadly intent. "Damian Hassen, drown in your own ignorance and die right here." The purple phantoms simultaneously swing their blades, rushing forward to launch a deadly, direct assault. Surrounded by this death trap, Damian remains incredibly calm. He instantly unleashes his own ultimate technique, the pseudo-real floating shadow sword, his eyes glowing with brilliant blue energy as his sword radiates a massive aura, completely blocking the opponent's absolute downpour of slashes. Jack is completely dumbfounded to see his ultimate move countered so easily. Cold sweat pours down his face as he recognizes this familiar style. What? What is this? No way. Isn't this the exact move that neutralized John's sword back then? Faced with his opponent's sheer horror, Damian remains perfectly calm and offers a smug remark. "Well, it is just a tiny bit of basic swordplay, yet you are overreacting. You and I both know that hurt." Those words slap Jack's pride right in the face, making him roar in absolute fury with his eyes wide in bitter resentment. "You, what did you say? Trivial?" Jack frantically swings his blade to retaliate, but Damian is already one step ahead with a swift shift of his feet as a burst of brilliant blue energy erupts, creating a flurry of shifting illusions that leave Jack completely disoriented. He can only gasp in absolute horror. "Is this how you did it?" This insane speed completely breaks the opponent's senses. Jack trembles, drenched in sweat, as absolute terror grips his entire body. How? How are you able to use the pseudo-real floating shadow sword?" Damian casually responds in an incredibly relaxed tone. "Well, I just watched you do it and copied it a little, that is all." That nonchalant reply completely breaks Jack's sanity. He blankly mutters in utter shock. "What? You just copied it, and that is it?" Jack collapses at Damian's feet. Every ounce of pride he held, believing himself to be a true genius since childhood, completely vanishes in an instant. This copycat move is enough to completely crash the boss's entire belief system. The old knight lets out a pathetic, crazed laugh, realizing his dream of being a genius was completely shattered by a single move from a true prodigy. A devastating strike packed with massive spiritual energy rains down, blasting Jack away like a dry leaf in a storm. He lies flat on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth, groaning in bitter helplessness and rage. "No, this cannot be happening. How could you defeat me so quickly and easily?" The old man bitterly recalls his past, remembering he was never a true genius to begin with, only slightly more gifted than normal. Perhaps it all started then to make up for his lack of talent and catch up with those who were hailed as true geniuses. He traveled everywhere, searching for spiritual elixirs and secret techniques from legendary masters, all just to become stronger. Jack resorted to any underhanded method, even secretly plotting against others, just to achieve his dark goals. Chasing power his whole life, only to have his spirit crushed by a single sentence. It took him decades of blood and sweat to finally reach this intermediate stage. His hands trembling as he grips his sword hilt, Jack screams in pure resentment. Yet the secret technique I spent my entire life bleeding to master. You say you just copied it? In response to his rage, Damian only sighs in disappointment, complaining about wasting his mana. This sounds like a top-tier player mocking a total beginner's build. And trust me, that sheer indifference fuels Jack's madness to the absolute limit. Alright, stick with me. Because we are diving right into the moment Jack charges crazily, eyes glowing with power, while Damian just coldly watches him. What on earth is this guy rambling about anyway? Quit wasting my time with those boring sob stories. Without giving a single damn about his cornered enemy, Damian just lets out a massive, exhausted yawn. He casually strolls into the darkness, dropping his cold final line. This is where it all ends. Turning his back on a screaming, furious Jack Noors, Damian just sighs. What are you even talking about, you fool? Do not drag out those pathetic excuses just to waste more of my precious time. Completely ignoring his defeated foe, Damian yawns again. Man, I really need to go catch some sleep. He strolls away, vanishing into the silent, pitch-black forest. Suddenly, a smirk plays on his lips. Oh, right, now that he is dealt with, it is finally looting time. Let us see if there is any good treasure here. 1 month later, peace completely returns to the Hassen family estate. We see Olivia Copperhead cheerfully helping out with the household chores, wiping a bit of sweat from her forehead. Seeing the noble lady working, the servants absolutely panic and try to stop her. Oh my goodness, milady, please let us handle these chores. Please do not do this, milady. But Olivia just smiles and waves them off, saying it is totally fine. I can easily handle this myself. She is working hard, like an employee pulling an endless overtime shift. Up on the balcony, Lady Mariota calls down warmly, "Hey, daughter-in-law, leave that alone and come inside to rest." Olivia politely answers, "Yes, mother." Seeing her mother-in-law getting ready to head out, she curiously asks where she is going. Mary excitedly explains that the stablemaster's wife is pregnant, so she is going to visit. Olivia gasps in delight. Really? That is wonderful. Why don't we bring her some nutritious treats? Her incredibly sweet idea makes Mary absolutely beam with pride. Oh, that is a fantastic idea. Want to come along? Seriously, this family is so wholesome they feel like friendly sports NPCs. Olivia happily agrees. I would love to, mother. But then, she remembers something else they need to do. Right. I noticed yesterday that the windmill blades are getting really old. We should probably fix them before the winter cold hits. Mariota nods in agreement. Is that so? Let us talk to your father about it later today. Now, watch closely right here. Watching from the window, Viscount Pau remarks to Damian that since Olivia arrived, managing the territory has become so much easier. Damian smiles, feeling proud of his new sister-in-law. Yes, even the servants are incredibly grateful for her constant, thoughtful care. Pau looks out at Olivia, quietly amazed at how fast she fit right in, because he still vividly remembers the first moment she stepped out of the carriage to meet them. The Viscount reminisces, still shocked that a count's daughter would show up with half her family's fortune, demanding to marry his youngest son, Aubin. Yet in just 1 short month, she has completely woven herself into the Hassen family, perfectly and naturally. Pau chuckles proudly, thinking his youngest son really hit the jackpot when choosing a wife. He boasts that thanks to her, they finally shut down those arrogant nobles who used to look down on them at banquets. To Pau, she is an absolute savior. Suddenly, he turns to his eldest son. By the way, Damian. Damian politely looks up. Yes, father. Honestly, seeing this family get along feels like a major happiness patch update. I know what you're thinking. Marriage? Well, Pau gives his son a knowing look, suggesting he start looking for a wife too. The sudden question completely freezes Damian, making him break a cold sweat. Yes, why are you suddenly bringing this up, father? Pau scoffs, saying it is not sudden at all. Since Damian is incredibly famous now, marriage proposals are flooding in from everywhere. He rips open the red curtain, revealing a wall covered in portraits of noble ladies, urging his son to start choosing. Pau is secretly curious to see what kind of woman will catch his son's eye. Damian finally realizes this matchmaking trap is why his dad summoned him so early. He offers an awkward smile, trying to escape. I am sorry, father, but marriage is way too early for me. Pau raises an eyebrow. Too early? What do you mean? This feels like a surprise dating event triggering, leaving our hero totally unable to react. The old Viscount snaps back. What on earth are you talking about? Pau firmly asserts that you can only marry too late, never too early. He immediately launches into a long, dramatic lecture, arguing that a man must settle down with a family before building a real career. He even brags about his own youth, claiming he rejected countless ladies just to choose Mary. Damian sighs, totally exhausted, groaning internally at his dad's endless nagging. Pao continues, pointing out that even his younger brother is already happily married. If you stay single, people will gossip. Trust me, you and I can't wait to see how he survives this pressure. Let us dive right into this crazy escape. Damian leaps straight through a glass window, leaving Pao screaming in horror as shards crash everywhere. Plummeting down, Damian yells back at the mansion, asking his father why on earth he is in such a massive rush to force him into marriage. Landing safely, he rubs his forehead and sighs in exhaustion. He never expected his father to suddenly drop such a heavy, pressuring bomb on him. A cold, sharp smirk plays on his lips. Marriage? He tells himself he has never even spared a single second thinking about that kind of nonsense. Not even in his wildest dreams. His eyes burn with fierce determination, focused entirely on much bigger goals that he absolutely needs to achieve. He has zero time for romance. Getting forced to pick a wife while he is literally in hardcore grinding mode is a massive drag. It totally kills his grind. Besides, from the very start, a distraction like love has always been an absolute luxury he could never afford. Sinister dark energy begins swirling around his feet as he flashes back to the pitch-black darkness of his bloody past life. Back then, he was a terrifying monster, a high general clad in demon armor, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. He brought absolute ruin to every battlefield. And now? Damian is consumed by guilt. Now, pay attention here. Even if those horrific sins under Dogo's command were forced, the reality remains that he brutally slaughtered innocent children, siblings, and parents. There is no erasing the blood on his hands. These horrific, fiery memories flood his mind, dragging his soul down to the deepest depths. Images of a blood-soaked sword and mountains of corpses haunt him like a relentless, brutal death sentence for the monster he used to be. Staring at the burning ruins of his own mind, Damian bitterly realizes he has no right to peace. How could a mass murderer like him ever deserve to taste true happiness? He does not want comfort. His eyes burn with absolute fury and iron determination. He must grow stronger as fast as possible to annihilate that bastard Dogo once and for all. That is his absolute top priority. The skeletal phantom of Dogo manifests right behind him, radiating a dark purple aura that seems to push him further down the path of absolute power. Shifting focus, Damian pulls out the ancient, glowing blue grimoire that he managed to loot after totally crushing Jack Nor. He flips through the pages, whispering to himself, "Mad Elixir of Dawn, huh?" This is the unique mana training manual he seized from his defeated opponent. It is completely different from normal cultivation methods that force practitioners to sit dead still just to absorb mana, like the basic Tyrant Chi techniques. Instead, this manual contains a highly specialized training technique, allowing the user to continuously absorb mana even while they are actively moving. Talk about a completely broken auto-farming skill. Sure, it has its weaknesses, like incredibly complex principles and very low mana gains, but Damian figures that if he combines it with his current training, it might yield insane results. On top of that, if he can fully integrate the Spirit Heart, his power will skyrocket at a terrifying speed in a very short time. You might think he's about to start training, right? Well, think again. Just as Damian prepares to warm up, Victor's voice ruins his momentum. "Young master, you have a visitor." Damian's expression darkens as he wonders how on earth anyone could have tracked him down here. Talk about getting interrupted right when he's building up momentum. A terrible sense of dread begins to cloud Damian's mind as he slowly makes his way down to the parlor. The very moment the door swings open, a familiar, silver-haired beauty is standing there, leaving him completely stunned. Edna stands up to greet him. "It has been a while, Lord Damian." Damian sighs quietly. It is exactly as he feared. He can only offer a forced, awkward reply to the Holy Knight's polite apology for barging in. "Ah, of course, it's no trouble." While she is distracted, Damian quickly leans over and whispers to his servant, "Hey, next time just tell them I am out of the house, understand?" Turning back to his guest, he senses a heavy tension and gets straight to the point. "So, what brings you to my home so unexpectedly?" Edna pauses, her expression turning deeply serious as she admits she has a very difficult request for him. Noticing Damian's quiet curiosity, she drops an absolute bombshell. The Holy Order has finally located the Necromancer's hidden dungeon. Damian narrows his eyes, highly alert. "The Necromancer? I know your order has been hunting him forever. You finally found him?" Suddenly, Edna steps forward, desperately grabbing both of his hands with sheer urgency. "That is why I am here, Lord Damian. I beg of you." Leaving the young master completely stunned, the Holy Knight looks straight into his eyes to make her final, crucial request. "In our raid to destroy that wicked Necromancer, would you be willing to lend us your strength?" Under the cover of a pitch-black night, Damian sneaks back out his window to execute a secret plan. But the moment he touches the ground, Victor catches him red-handed, sending a jolt of pure panic straight through him. Damian nervously stammers, claiming he was just trying to get some early morning exercise. But his incredibly guilty face does not fool his sharp servant boy for a single second. His stealth plan totally fails. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Victor instantly call him out on his lie. Alright, you and I are about to see Damian's worried servant, Victor, confront him directly. With a highly anxious face, he asks, "Are you seriously planning to join that dangerous subjugation team, Master?" When Damian admits the truth, Victor begs him to reconsider, warning that the Dark Mage's dungeon is infamous for being a terrifying zone of absolute death. The young boy reminds him that the Viscount would absolutely never allow him to throw himself into such danger. Damian sighs in agreement. His father would never allow it, which is exactly why he has to sneak out, leaving Victor utterly shocked and completely helpless. Refusing to let his master face danger, Victor blocks the way with a staff, firmly protesting that even if it costs his life, he cannot let the young master go there. But with lightning speed, Damian delivers a swift strike to the back of his neck, knocking him out instantly. Looking down at the unconscious boy, Damian notes how light he is and mutters, "Don't worry, Victor. A mere corpse manipulator cannot defeat me. Watch closely." Damian's eyes burn with determination as he vows not to miss this perfect chance to absolutely crush Dogo's right-hand man. Damian casually waves goodbye to his unconscious servant, telling him to cover for him with his father, before vaulting over the castle wall. The very next day, Damian arrives at the designated meeting spot to officially meet the subjugation team. A muscular woman with fiery red hair steps forward to greet him with immense enthusiasm. "Great to meet you. I am Magada, a second-class holy knight." Staring at her massive muscles, Damian is utterly shocked, silently marveling at just how incredibly buff this female knight is. He feels like he just met a pro player in his lobby. Damian politely shakes her hand to introduce himself. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Damian Hassen." He senses she possesses formidable strength equal to a mid-tier knight, radiating a massive aura. Magada breaks into a hearty laugh. She admits she thought he would chicken out, especially since they are up against the notorious corpse artist. Damian smirks, replying that since she personally asked, he couldn't refuse. Besides, he absolutely loathes dark mages anyway. This brand new squad is already fully locked in on their anti-evil mode. Amused by their chemistry, Magada teases that she chose the right man. Ignoring her sister's deep embarrassment, she reluctantly but decisively draws a rare sword and hands it to Damian. "Take this." Damian is amazed as he receives the glowing weapon. "Yep, you and I are looking at a real holy sword." Damian grips it, feeling an incredible surge of divine power. This legendary weapon was forged from the rarest precious metals by the hands of master blacksmiths. Tempered thousands of times, it took years of continuous blessings from high priests to finally complete. Just holding the hilt, Damian feels all his exhaustion completely melt away, marveling at its incredible quality. Magada reveals that to secure this reward, Ednis begged their master for ages to ensure Damian was properly compensated for the raid. She jokingly adds that lending a holy sword to an outsider is practically unheard of, unless it concerns Damian, for whom Ednis would readily put her life on the line. Embarrassed, Ednis delivers a swift kick that makes Magada yelp, though the hardy knight just laughs it off. She tells Damian to use the treasure well. He thanks her sincerely, while she expresses gratitude for him accepting the invitation. Damian replies it is no trouble at all, but asks if she can first explain the current situation. The group boards a carriage to head toward the hotspot. Along the way, Ednis recounts the strange events plaguing the Norfor Mountains for weeks. But in this normally quiet, peaceful countryside, 3 people have mysteriously vanished, leaving the patrol knights totally clueless without any tracks. They have no idea that in the nearby bushes, a bizarre, grotesque creature with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth is silently watching them, letting out a menacing growl. The mission instantly shifts to survival mode as danger levels spike. Deep inside the Norfor Mountains, 2 patrol guards stand completely stunned before a wolf acting in an incredibly strange manner. They wonder why it is clawing at itself as if in agony. Suddenly, a faint, raspy voice gasps out from the suffering beast. Both guards freeze in absolute shock, unable to believe their own ears. "Did you hear that? It sounds human." Another painful plea for help echoes through the woods. Just then, a massive, towering shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly looms right behind their backs. A colossal, grotesque entity as massive as a mountain radiates a terrifying pressure, leaving both men shivering in sheer terror. A massive chimera stitched together from human remains screams in agony, sending crows scattering. And trust me, its terrifying shriek is something you and I won't easily forget. We are back in the present on this moving carriage. Ednis explains that local soldiers tracked the missing villagers, which successfully helped them pinpoint the exact location of the corpse playwright's new hidden dungeon. Sitting quietly in the corner, Damian narrows his eyes with deep suspicion. Something here is highly suspect. He wonders if a sly fox like the corpse playwright would really let his test subjects escape and expose himself so easily. He had never left a single trace before. This boss making such a loud mistake feels like a system crash mid-combat. Damian points this out, and Magata agrees. The Holy Order also suspects this whole thing might be a trap. She nods, explaining that the Order is taking no chances. They have gathered transcendent warriors from all three major sects to prepare for this operation. Damian is quietly impressed. Such a legendary force could easily tear down an entire kingdom, making him wonder why they even need his help. That is when Ednis hesitantly speaks up. It is because of me. Looking down with guilt, she reveals that their master originally forbade them from joining due to how extremely dangerous this raid is. So, a squad this broken, still needing a carry? Let's find out. Driven by revenge, Ednis begged her master to let them join. But because of the rush, only she and Magata managed to make it to the gathering in time. Magata adds that their master only agreed on one condition: they had to secure extra firepower from an outsider. She looks at Damian, dead serious. If you do not accept this request, I cannot let you join us either. Damian sighs. So that is how it is. However, there is a brutal truth that he absolutely cannot reveal to anyone right now. Staring silently out the window, haunting memories of his past life come rushing back to him. He knows exactly how this raid ends. In his past life, a massive force of similar scale was sent out, only to face absolute and total annihilation. The bloody battlefield, covered in endless bodies, flashes vividly in his mind. He remembers it clearly because of the final words whispered by the sole surviving holy knight who escaped by a hair, unveiling the chilling reason behind the tragedy. Damian narrows his eyes at his new teammates. Watch closely here. The dying words of that knight warned him of a treacherous traitor lurking deep within their ranks. Magata announces they have finally arrived at their target destination. The group steps into a massive military base, which is the main staging ground for the entire raid. Damian quietly observes his surroundings. He notes that the soldiers seem highly trained and professional. The atmosphere here is as intense as a raid party preparing for the final boss. Walking deeper inside, Damian is genuinely shocked to see an incredible number of lower-tier holy knights gathered in one place. He narrows his eyes in calculation, realizing that the Order has truly committed all of its massive resources to this hunt. Magata waves him over, saying, "This way, Lord Damian." He quickly follows her toward the command center. This feels like assembling a full roster for a raid. Stepping into the command tent, Magata waves cheerfully, calling out, "Well, you are finally here. Long time no see, how have you been?" But her warm enthusiasm is met by a cold, stern voice from a man sitting at the map table. "You are late, Magata." That is Gaman, a second-tier holy knight of the Chaos Blizzard sect, who has been waiting with his subordinate, Dionisio. Magata laughs it off, apologizing that she had some personal business along the way, promising to be on time next time. Gaman scoffs coldly, saying it is the same old excuse, making him seriously doubt the sincerity of her vows. Unbothered, Magata laughs and teases him, telling him not to keep such a sour face all the time. Frowning constantly will only give him ugly wrinkles. Magata's playful attitude only makes Gaman grow even more furious. He grinds his teeth, muttering that she should apologize instead of making cheap excuses, calling it typical of someone from her disrespectful sect. The sect of Burning Ones is hot-headed and rude, sounding like a toxic guild flame war on a private server. The insult to her sect instantly changes Magata's expression. She glares at him threateningly, telling Gaman to watch his mouth. "You can insult me all you want, but I will not tolerate you disrespecting our sacred sect." Gaman fires back, arguing that if her sect's rules were actually strict, she would not be acting so carelessly without any shame. Magata smirks, mocking him that even if Master Black Snow was beaten half to death by her own master, Gaman does not need to hold on to such a petty grudge forever. Hitting a nerve, Dionisio slams the table in a rage, yelling, "When was our master ever beaten like that?" Watching this heated argument play out, Damian quietly asks Ednis about the identity of this extremely annoying guy. Ednis softly explains to him, "That is Gaman, a second-tier Chaos Blizzard Knight. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride." Let's dive into a wild clash of prides as Magata destroys her opponent's ego, stating that Lord Black Snow's defeat by her master is an undeniable fact. Dionisio furiously fires back, making excuses that his master was only defeated because he was completely exhausted from completing a prior task. Damian quietly watches the growing rift between the two holy sects. They clearly despise each other, and the tension is thick enough to trigger a cross-server raid. Just then, a sweet voice cuts through the heavy silence, telling them to stop bickering and save their fury for the dark mages below. Stepping forward with a radiant, beaming smile is none other than Sanis, a second-rank holy knight of the sect of Radiant Pain. Both Gaman and Ednis immediately recognize her familiar face, introducing her as the light's direct disciple. Sanis casually takes a seat, throwing a sharp, questioning gaze toward Damian and asking who he is. because at first glance, he doesn't look like a holy knight at all. Magata eagerly introduces him as the legendary Damian Hassen. Hearing that name instantly sends a shockwave of pure disbelief straight through Dionisio. He can't believe his eyes. This is the very knight who single-handedly slaughtered two of Uran's top dark mages. Magata playfully teases Ednis, joking that for an innocent girl, she certainly knows how to reel in a powerful man, leaving her bright red and stuttering. But the fun stops instantly. Gaman suddenly cuts in, his face dead serious as he interrupts the laughter. Pay attention here. Gaman bluntly demands to know if they really plan to let an absolute outsider join such a critical mission. Even though Ednis quickly speaks up to defend Damian as an official partner of their headquarters, Dionisio just sneers, dismissing him as nothing but a heathen outsider. Ednis grates her teeth, absolutely furious at their petty hostility. Gaman keeps pressing, arguing that dragging an unvetted stranger into a high-stakes campaign like this is pure recklessness. Sitting relaxed with his arms crossed, Damian coldly strikes back, asking, "How exactly do you define recklessness?" That single question completely flips the vibe of the room. Yet, Gaman refuses to back down, spinning a paranoid theory. What if this heathen is actually plotting a dark conspiracy right under our noses? He reminds the entire room that dark mages are notorious for planting moles deep inside their ranks, waiting to destroy them from the inside. The atmosphere instantly turns ice cold. A direct accusation like that puts everyone on a knife's edge. Magata slams her fist onto the table, shouting, "Watch your mouth, Gaman. You are seriously crossing a line." Meanwhile, Damian quietly watches, realizing this Gaman guy is just a paranoid basket case. But then, out of nowhere, Sanis actually agrees with Gaman. She argues that throwing a completely unverified fighter straight into their battle formation is an incredibly risky move. This sudden betrayal leaves Magata absolutely stunned and speechless. I know what you're thinking, but Gaman isn't done. He looks straight at Damian. "Lord Damian, would you mind if I asked you one simple question?" He declares that every holy knight risks their life to wipe out heresy and honor the gods. Then, Gaman loudly demands, "So, what is your true motive for joining this crusade?" Damian remains silent for a moment. He knows that to earn the trust of these stubborn zealots, he must give a highly satisfying answer, so he takes a moment to carefully weigh his words. Just as Damian opens his mouth to speak, a panicked scout bursts into the tent, shattering the heavy tension with an emergency report. It is like a raid boss spawning mid-meeting. The terrified soldier gasps that on the mountain slope, their scouting team has just run into a flesh golem. The horrifying news sends shockwaves through every knight in the room. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, a nightmare is unfolding. A giant creature, stitched together from countless human limbs, is wailing and weeping in agonizing pain. "Mother, where are you?" The soldiers watching this horror can only scream in absolute disgust and terror. "Damn it, this is bad." The monster continues to groan, its overlapping voices filled with sheer, unadulterated agony. "Mom, help me, it's so dark and painful. Someone save me, please, somebody help me." A knight struggles behind his shield, cursing the existence of such a disgusting, vile abomination. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy blasts down, sending the creature into a screaming frenzy. It thrashes in absolute rage, screaming, "It hurts. Why are you torturing us like this? Don't you dare touch me." Seriously, just listening to this thing is incredibly creepy and morally disturbing. The glowing red eyes of the severed heads covering the golem lock onto a frozen, terrified soldier. Overwhelmed with fear, the poor guy can only let out a choked gasp of pure shock. Roaring that it will kill them all, the golem unleashes a devastating slam, sending a holy knight flying back. Magata rushes forward just in time to catch her unconscious ally, screaming, "Hey, stay with me. Wake up." But things quickly go from bad to worse as another knight shrieks, "We are in deep trouble, Magata. Look ahead." The monster suddenly spews a massive wave of toxic green poison, completely blanketing the entire area. Magata yells to block the toxic wave with holy power. As Gaman struggles, you and I are left wondering how will they survive this nightmare. This pressure is way too high, but trust me, our hero knows exactly how to handle it. Through the deadly toxic fog, Damian calmly walks forward, leaving Dionisio completely shell-shocked. "Wait, Lord Damian?" He radiates a massive, bright blue aura, easily blasting away all the poison. Dionisio simply cannot believe his eyes. Did he really use aura to repel a toxin this deadly? The golem groans with sorrowful voices, asking if he wants to hurt them too. Yet Damian calmly steps closer, sending the beast into a total panic, screaming at him to stay away and stop stepping closer. It frantically shoots out sharp purple spikes to stop him, panicking like it just ran into an overpowered video game boss. Damian crushes the spikes under his feet, completely ignoring the monster as it screams in absolute agony. Leaping high into the air, he delivers a devastating sword strike right through the golem's head. With Dionisio staring in absolute awe, Damian coldly asks, "You just asked what my purpose here was, didn't you?" His eyes flare with pure hatred as he remembers his past. Agito, that wretched piece of trash dark mage, cursed my entire territory and brutally murdered my whole family. Driving his blade deeper, he declares a brutal truth when pushed to the edge by dark mages. Taking just one life could never satisfy his rage. You're going to want to see how this unfolds. The souls of the innocent victims trapped inside the golem are finally set free, rising in a brilliant, beautiful glow of light. As the holy knights watch in utter disbelief, Damian boldly declares, "Which is exactly why I will never stop until every last one of you dark mages is wiped out." Meanwhile, deep inside a pitch-black dungeon, rusty iron chains hang over piles of white bones under the dim, flickering candlelight. A thick stench of death fills the air. In this creepy space, two members of the Uran organization rush in to confront Delang, who sits completely still in the dark. The purple-haired knight yells out in pure rage, "Hey, Delang, what were you thinking? Exposing our location like that?" This chilling scene feels like a massive server-wiping event is about to trigger. He absolutely cannot hide his rising panic, fully realizing their lives are hanging by a thread. "Don't you see that the Holy Knights have completely surrounded us outside?" Gritting his teeth, the purple-haired knight reminds him of their organization's harsh, brutal reality. "Only 3 of us are left in the Uran organization. Do you want to personally destroy our very last shred of hope?" Faced with these harsh accusations, Delang slowly turns his head, his purple eyes glowing with eerie magic. He responds in a chillingly calm, flat voice that will give you goosebumps. You want a reason? I am simply carrying out his divine wishes, that is all. If I use this dark mage to instantly construct a brand new flesh golem, surely he will be absolutely thrilled, right?" The purple-haired knight gasps in pure terror, asking what that means. "I know what you're thinking, is he really turning on his own ally?" "Oh, absolutely." Before his companion can even react, Delang strikes in a flash, completely neutralizing his ally in a single second. He coldly orders his subordinate standing nearby, "I will begin the surgery immediately. Take him to the stitching room, do you understand?" The masked figure in the green cloak silently grabs the defeated knight by the hair, dragging his limp, unconscious body across the freezing stone floor. Delang is completely lost in his own madness. He cradles a glowing purple soul orb and mutters, "This time, I must create a flawless masterpiece to make him happy." Delang's eyes gleam with pure, fanatical madness as he stares at his fresh crafting ingredients. Yes, with the body of a high-ranking holy knight, his master will surely grant him another divine response. Swirls of dark purple energy surround the bodies, molding the severed parts into a giant, grotesque silhouette. This horrific flesh golem slowly takes shape with countless wailing faces and glowing red eyes screaming inside the dark dungeon, all while being controlled by those deadly magical threads. Honestly, just looking at this beast makes it feel like we are fighting a glitched server boss. Delang narrows his eyes in deep suspicion as he notices an outsider, who is definitely not a holy knight, blending into the ranks. He watches in absolute shock as Damian finds the exact core of the golem and destroys it with one single stab. Delang cannot believe his eyes, wondering how this could possibly be so easy. It is like the boss got its entire attack animation skipped before casting a single spell. He is absolutely furious that his painstakingly prepared experiment was completely dismantled in the blink of an eye by some random outsider. But then, Delang suddenly laughs in pure excitement, realizing that Damian is the ultimate, high-quality crafting material he has been hunting for. Standing in front of a giant mirror, he begs his master to please be patient just a little longer. Completely consumed by madness, Delang vows to capture this prime specimen and forge a legendary, once-in-a-lifetime golem masterpiece to gift to his master. The very next day, at the foot of Mount Norfree, the grand subjugation officially begins. Gan loudly rallies the entire army, demanding everyone focus on their assigned roles and specific duties to secure a decisive victory. According to the tactical map, Gan's Blizzard Division will act as the vanguard. Let's see what happens next. Alright, let's look at this setup, it's looking crazy tense. In the rear, Magada's Scorcher Division is tasked with blocking any surprise flank attacks. The center belongs to the sect of Radiant Pain, whose members will move in formation to provide power support to both sides. Damian silently judges this as a solid tactical plan that maximizes the unique strengths of each sect. Meanwhile, Ednis lets out a regretful sigh. She believes her place should be at the front lines, obliterating cultists, rather than staying behind for support. Just then, Dionisio strolls over to strike up a chat. He promises to clear out the trash ahead to open the path, urging Ednis to save her strength for the final battle. This drama is feeling way more intense than a viral livestream. Dionisio approaches Damian, praising his impressive performance from yesterday. However, behind that fake praise, his mind is filled with intense suspicion. He coldly states that even if everyone else admires Damian's power, he is still not convinced at all. Because to him, an outsider will always remain just a suspicious outsider. Dionisio glares and warns that he will be watching Damian's every move. but our main character just calmly replies that he will keep that in mind. Seeing his subordinate's overbearing attitude, Ednis immediately barks out a scolding, ordering Dionisio to stop the nonsense and get back to his post. As the flustered guy stammers that he is only worried about her, Damian just smirks. Now watch closely. Weeding out a hidden traitor before they capture the necromancer is going to be incredibly fun. Damian turns to ask if they are ready to roll. Ednis instantly agrees, her face dripping with pure bloodlust. Fueled by a deep, burning hatred, she declares that it is finally time to hunt that bastard down. Witnessing the terrifying expression on the Holy Knight, Damian wonders what painful history is behind Nice's intense hatred. The operation kicks off immediately, revealing a massive corpse monster frozen solid inside a block of deep blue ice. Holy Knights from the Chaos Blizzard sect step up, unleashing their absolutely overwhelming strength. Dionisio and his squad charge like wild tornadoes, swinging their blades to release freezing winds that lock down everything in their path. One by one, the corpse monsters are torn to shreds, shattering under the force of those razor-sharp frost blades. Freezing explosions detonate across the battlefield, turning the entire area into a quiet cemetery of shattered ice. You feel that, right? This battle is literally a wild ice storm. Damian watches in silence, thinking that no matter how many times he sees it, this power is incredibly bizarre. It is a highly specialized energy that even he, with his insane abilities, cannot replicate. The legendary power known as the Holy Knight's authority. He knows that depending on the sect, their divine power will carry entirely different elemental properties. Damian recalls his past life, where he fought life-or-death battles against the 5 saints who stood at the absolute peak of this power. Just then, Sanus walks up and proudly asks Damian what he thinks of their spectacular performance. She proudly boasts that the Chaos Blizzard sect is easily one of the most powerful factions in the entire empire. Honestly, this power looks like some broken endgame boss skill. Sanus chuckles, admitting their pride can be a bit much, but it is just a minor flaw. She points out that Dionisio is only acting tough because he's still shaken by Damian's incredible display yesterday and feels stupid for doubting him in the first place. Damian casually replies, "Oh, I didn't really pay attention to that." Sanus goes on to praise how incredibly decisive Damian is in battle. Even so, showing mercy to the grotesque creations of that necromancer was something she never expected from him. With a flash of bloodlust, she declares that she would have ripped them to shreds and let them rot in agony. Damian breaks a sweat, realizing this girl is definitely the disciple of the Saint of Light, the most fanatical of the 5 great saints. Sanus claims that from the moment she saw Damian's power and the look in his eyes, she knew that his burning hatred for those dark magicians was completely real. With her eyes gleaming with absolute excitement, she makes her offer. "Our sect of Radiant Pain is always open to someone as strong and kind as you. So, what do you think? Would you like to join our sect?" Damian flatly rejects her offer right away, leaving Sanus feeling utterly disappointed. She desperately tries to convince him that as a holy knight, he would become the most trusted servant of the God of Glory. Damian sighs in exhaustion, wondering how many more times he will have to sit through this exact recruitment pitch from these holy knights. "And honestly, you and I are probably ready to skip this endless recruiting drama." He humbly replies that he is still far too inexperienced to act as the vessel of divine wrath. As for his lack of magical power, Damian is confident that refining his mana training and fully absorbing the spirit heart will solve the issue. We are diving straight back in, as Damian swears he will never become the church's lapdog for such a petty reason while they go deeper. Magada giggles from behind, teasingly warning him that at this rate, Sanus is totally going to steal Damian away. Sanus refuses to back down, pressing close to Damian and admitting his defiance only makes her want him even more. Blushing deeply, she locks eyes with him with an alluring gaze, whispering that failing to get what she wants is just not her style. Leaning close to his ear, she seductively whispers, asking if he would slip away to be alone with her in just a moment. Damian stands speechless under her relentless flirting. Suddenly, a brilliant blue wave of holy energy explodes violently in front of them. The holy sword is drawn, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that tears through the air and completely obliterates the undead blocking their path. You and I just saw a private date invitation turn into high-speed combat in a split second. The terrifying power of that single slash leaves Magada absolutely stunned with awe. Meanwhile, deep in the dark dungeon, things get extremely tense as a purple-haired knight from the Uran organization furiously interrogates his ally. "Hey Dion, what were you thinking exposing our location?" The tension here is insane, like a massive internal betrayal is about to explode. Damian unleashes his energy, his eyes glowing a fierce blue as he dominates the chaotic battlefield. He swings his holy sword, unleashing dazzling beams of light that rip through the dungeon's suffocating darkness. Suddenly, a massive phantom with glowing red eyes and bizarre armor looms from the shadows. Damian narrows his eyes, surprised to see a stealth-capable golem actually exists in this world. Standing right beside him, Sanus remains completely unfazed as she lifts her glowing holy scripture and flashes a confident smile. Its armor is incredibly tough, so let me handle this one. Sanus boldly declares that she is busy preaching and warns them not to disturb. Instantly, she unleashes her book's power, triggering an earth-shattering holy explosion that completely swallows the giant golem. Witnessing that terrifying raw power, Damian is stunned, realizing that overpowering a high-level golem with just a holy book is incredibly impressive. That power is truly terrifying. But suddenly, alarms blare, warning them of a surprise ambush from behind. Magata screams, ordering Sanus and the others to fall back into formation. Damian spins around in a flash, landing a lethal strike that pierces straight through the creeping monster. With the battle dying down, Sanus regretfully waves goodbye. Regrettably, we must part, but let us talk more next time. She even tries to recruit him on her way out. She mentions her church's special 3-month course for beginners, but Damian immediately shuts her down with a cold rejection. He refuses instantly. Witnessing this blatant flirting, Edna stands in the back, her eyes burning with pure jealousy. Magata rushes over to ask if he is all right, just as Damian prepares to leap off and assist the other squads. He offers to lend a hand, but Damian coldly walks past him, ordering everyone to let Mus handle this sector alone. Talk about awkward. We just cleared a major boss only to get trapped in unresolved romantic drama. Watching her anger flare up, Damian tells himself it is probably best to just let her vent her frustration. Ednis looks like a literal goddess of war, her body cloaked in blazing blue flames with eyes full of murder. She charges into battle with terrifying speed, unleashing devastating strikes that leave the giant golem screaming in absolute agony. It is like she turned on high-speed mob-clearing mode. Watching silently, Damian suddenly remembers a crucial detail. That is right, she is the sole successor of the legendary Blue Flame. Blazing fire erupts from her hands, reducing every single enemy to ash. He notes that among the 5 great saints, while Sanus's light sect is the most annoying, this Blue Flame successor is on a completely different level of power. A massive pillar of blue fire tears through the night, swallowing the undead in a shocking explosion of spiritual energy. Standing tall amidst the flames with a majestic avatar rising behind her, Ednis proves she is easily the strongest of the 5 saints. The subjugation squad finally presses deep into the dark dungeon, where steep rocky cliffs are shrouded in a thick, deathly atmosphere. Their tactical discussion quickly begins to grow tense. Magata suggests checking each dungeon entrance one by one together, but Dionisio immediately dismisses the plan as being far too inefficient. Magata reluctantly agrees to split up, while Damian just stands back and quietly watches them bicker. Damian is completely fed up with this meeting dragging on forever. Seeing no end in sight, Edna sighs deeply and decides to go grab some food in the meantime. Dionisio coldly stops her, saying it is unnecessary. Right then, a young blonde knight steps forward with a warm smile, handing her a small package of rations he prepared just for her. You and I have to admit, this feels more like a family dinner debate than prep for a boss fight. Alright, let us dive back in as Edna beams, taking the rations from her younger brother. Thank you so much. Dionisio does not just care for his sister. He coldly hands a small package to Damian. For you as well, Sir Damian. Please, have some. Damian is momentarily taken aback as he accepts it. A strange sense of déjà vu suddenly washes over him about past events. Dionisio silently turns and walks away, sternly reminding them to eat well to keep their strength up for the upcoming battle. Honestly, passing out combo lunchboxes right before going to war is some top-tier multitasking. Watching the young knight vanish into the darkness, Damian asks in a low voice if this is about the corpse manipulator. Ednis's face instantly becomes grim and resolute. Her eyes burn with pure hatred as she confirms that their only purpose for coming all this way is to kill him. Damian quietly watches Ednis eating. He cannot help but satisfy his curiosity, asking why she is so deeply obsessed with that specific dark magician. The sudden question makes her freeze for a brief moment. She sighs, remarking that Damian is quite insensitive to pry into other people's private matters so easily. Seeing her discomfort, Damian offers to take it back, but she quickly stops him. She feels that since he agreed to accompany her, keeping secrets would be disrespectful to her comrade. It is like an NPC automatically triggering a hidden backstory quest right before the final battle. Ednis solemnly recalls the story of the village that was completely wiped out by the corpse butcher. Damian nods slightly, confirming he still remembers the tragedy, where not a single villager survived. But get ready for this, she tremblingly reveals she is actually the sole survivor of that horrific, brutal night. The mood instantly drops, signaling that we are entering a heavy, tragic backstory. This shocking revelation leaves Damian utterly stunned and speechless. Ednis vividly recalls that fateful day when her older brother, a proud holy knight, had just taken leave to visit home. In her childhood memories, whenever he came home, she would stay up all night, eagerly listening to him boast about his grand adventures with the Order. But that night, things did not go as peacefully as before. Darkness swallowed the entire village, accompanied by horrific screams as a horde of bloodthirsty corpses launched a sudden, brutal attack. Amid the horrific carnage of monstrous beasts slaughtering everyone, her brother quickly pushed her into a safe hiding spot. He looked at his sister one last time, sternly warning her to stay hidden and never reveal herself. He then turned to face the danger, leaving Ednis to do nothing but sob helplessly. Until someone comes to open this door, you are not allowed to step outside or make a single sound. Do you understand? Those were her brother's final words before he charged into the flames to protect her. It was also the last time she ever saw him, because when the Order's rescue team finally found her, both the villagers and the undead had already been burned to ashes. Once the Holy Order confirmed that the corpse manipulator was indeed the culprit behind that tragedy, Ednis vowed to become a holy knight at any cost. Hearing her story, Damian falls silent. You can feel the heavy atmosphere now. It is like a video game lobby shifting directly into a dark, tragic main quest storyline. Just then, Magata walks over and breaks the silence, apologizing for the wait. The tactical meeting has just concluded. She mentions there was a fierce debate over whether to check every entrance or divide their forces for a simultaneous sweep. When Damian asks about the final decision, Magata confirms they chose the simultaneous attack. She complains that Gaman wanted everyone to stick together, but she and Sanis rejected the idea. Even so, he kept insisting on reevaluating, dragging the meeting out in an exhausting way. Magata was completely fed up with Gaman's overcautiousness. Seeing this, Damian notes that they seem to have a close relationship. Magata just chuckles, admitting that is pretty much the case. It is like a raid party where the leader only read the guide 30 minutes prior. Suddenly, Gaman's roar echoes, calling the troops to assemble. He loudly orders the sweep squad to divide into 5 groups to advance. He demands the strike squads to advance at maximum speed, then turn back to assist any groups getting held up behind them. Gaman bellows that today will be the end of that wretched dark mage. The entire army immediately charges into the dungeon with burning morale, but in the pitch black, a sinister grin with razor-sharp teeth suddenly appears, accompanied by an eerie, dark purple energy. The ground beneath the Holy Knight's feet suddenly crumbles away, forming a massive, bottomless pit. Completely losing their balance, Damian and his allies are dragged down into the abyss as chaotic dark energy swirls around them. Damian freefalls through the pitch-black void, surrounded by falling debris and the howling of the raging wind. Damian quickly realizes this abyss is incredibly deep and wide. The impact of the blast was so massive that everyone was scattered in this gloom. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Even so, let's dive in. Damian knew those holy knights were as tough to kill as cockroaches and had easily survived that massive fall. What actually bothered him was the mystery of who dared to dig a massive, gaping hole right through the entire mountain. No wonder the dungeon entrance was halfway up a cliff, a totally bizarre design. Damian smirked, his eyes flashing with cold irony. You are building a gorgeous tomb for yourself, necromancer. Honestly, the architect must have been totally brain-dead when mapping this place out. Deep in the rubble at the bottom of the abyss, Damian suddenly spotted a familiar figure radiating a brilliant golden aura. He softly called out the name Dionisio, making the young holy knight spin around. Bleeding from his forehead, Dionisio gasped in absolute shock. Wait, is that actually the legendary Damian Hassen? Watching the guy use holy energy to heal his own wounds, Damian silently noted that they really do have crazy survival instincts. Dionisio gritted his teeth in sheer annoyance. Damn it, this situation is as stressful as respawning right in front of a boss. He frustratedly shouted, why of all the people to fall down here with, did it absolutely have to be you, Damian? Facing that hostility, Damian calmly fired back. Are you only speaking this rudely because there are just 2 of us here? He coldly suggested they go their separate ways if it bothered him that much, turning around to walk away. I am heading out first. But look closely here, ignored. Dionisio froze, and his eyes suddenly flared with a deadly, glowing blue energy. He crazily swung his icy sword, suddenly lunging to ambush Damian from behind at a terrifying, blinding speed. But his strike was not actually aimed at Damian, he was destroying a dangerous monster lurking right behind him. He grumpily warned, do not be careless. We are inside a dark magician's lair. Going alone is way too risky, so it is best we stick together. Damian smirked, silently realizing that this young knight was actually quite worried about him. He mockingly asked, I thought you absolutely hated my guts? Exposed, Dionisio blushed furiously and quickly tried to defend himself. Of course I hate you. But if you end up dying here, Lady Alice will surely be heartbroken, so I only stepped in to help. Damian smirked and teased him. Oh, so you actually have feelings for Lady Alice, huh? That comment made Dionisio blush even harder. He yelled at him to shut up, stop talking nonsense, and just stick close behind. Damian only shook his head at this annoying behavior, which reminded him exactly of his younger brother Abel. Suddenly, Damian's expression darkened as he sensed a terrifying wave of murderous intent closing in fast right behind Dionisio. A bizarre creature with glowing red eyes suddenly materialized in the darkness, radiating an absolutely suffocating pressure. It was like a boss spawning directly behind you before the game could even load, followed by a massive explosion. Moving like lightning, Damian grabbed Dionisio by his collar and yanked him backward, barely escaping a fatal blow. Dionisio panicked, crying out, "What just happened?" Seeing the creature's surprisingly human shape, he asked in absolute disbelief, "Is that thing actually human?" Damian coldly corrected him, "No, look closer. That thing is actually just a weapon built by the necromancer. Trust me, a second slower here, and it's an instant game over." He explained that the dark mage had a twisted taste. The more detailed and human-like his golem was, the more terrifying its raw power. He calls them his premium high-grade weapons. The monster let out a wild roar, charging forward with its razor-sharp claws. Repulsed by the enemy's sick nature, Dionisio declared, "What an absolute twisted and disgusting obsession. I will use the holy power of the gods to purify this thing." He channeled his holy energy, his sword erupting in a glowing blue light as he braced for battle. Dionisio poured all his power into swinging his frost sword, but the golem's glowing red eyes flashed with absolute malice. He suddenly realized in horror that his holy energy was dispersing into thin air. What is this? Why is my divine power completely vanishing? In an instant, Dionisio was blown away, coughing up blood in deep agony. The monster capitalized on this, launching a crushing, heavy fist down onto the helpless knight while Damian calmly watched. Talk about a massive debuff, even standing completely still would get you killed here. Dionisio collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in agony as reality finally hit him. Is holy energy completely useless in this place? Watching from a safe distance, Damian narrowed his eyes, wondering what exactly was going on. Unable to just stand by anymore, he casually strolled forward, unsheathing his sword, which erupted with spiritual power. We have officially reached the main character intervention phase. This boss is getting reset. Damian lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light. A massive sword strike ripped space itself apart, delivering a fatal blow that pierced straight through the golem in a blinding flash of light. Damian silently confirmed his own dark suspicions. "Did you actually foresee all of this happening, you damn necromancer?" He glared and stared intently at the strange artifact radiating an ominous, dark, purple mist. A cursed magic tool. The memory of Dorgo flashed in his mind. Damian growled, "I know exactly who the bastard that made this is. Dorgo." The beast roared for its final attack. "Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next." But Damian only stared coldly. "Stick with me, this gets crazy." With a flawless X-slash, he instantly shredded the golem into hundreds of pieces in an earth-shattering explosion of raw power, standing tall and proud amidst the ruins of the battlefield. Damian bent down, picking up the mana orb as it slowly dripped a thick, pitch-black liquid. Watching this creepy scene unfold, Dionisio shook with pure terror, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He stammered in absolute horror, asking, What on earth is that thing?" Looking at the glowing orb in his hand, Damian ordered in a serious tone, "Take this back to the Holy Order so they can research it. This is the key to figuring out why the divine power is being disrupted." Deep down, he remembered his past life, where the church had unlocked a cure far too late, suffering catastrophic losses and getting absolutely decimated under the relentless onslaught of those monsters. Damian smirked, quietly celebrating the fact that this time he was one step ahead, ready to deliver a devastating blow to his enemies. Turning around, he asked, "Can you still move?" Dionisio immediately stood up at attention, answering respectfully while trembling with fear. Yes, loud and clear." Dionisio had just been vibe-checked by the boss's aura, immediately launching polite mode. This sudden shift to utter respect left Damian highly confused, but the young knight only scrambled to explain that his instincts told him he absolutely had to act this way. Now, watch closely, both of them ventured deeper into the staggeringly vast space inside the cavern. Damian figured the entire mountain must have been completely hollowed out to create such an immense space. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the shadows. Well, how did you two actually manage to survive?" Stepping out before them was Sanus, a bright smile on her face. Talk about a villain ruining the peaceful vibe by logging into global chat. Sanus acted overjoyed, claiming she felt so relieved to see them safe and sound. But while Dionisio stood there completely stunned, Damian coldly eyed her, muttering, "Sanus, you seem to be doing perfectly fine." His eyes turned razor-sharp, flashing with pure bloodlust as he locked onto what she was doing. "But what exactly is that thing you're holding?" Right behind Sanus, a Templar knight was screaming, coughing up blood in his final, agonizing moments. Damian stepped forward, his voice dropping low. "Do you care to give us a proper explanation for this?" Sanus finally dropped her mask, flashing a maniacal, twisted grin while tightly gripping her heavily wounded comrade amidst a thick, suffocating aura of death. With a mysterious smile, Sanus touched the brilliant, glowing gem on her chest and muttered in a chilly voice, "All hope is gone." Meanwhile, down in another dark tunnel, a creepy, triumphant voice echoed, Excellent. Have my raw materials finally arrived? Ednis and Magata gasped in shock, suddenly sensing a dark presence as a complete stranger slowly emerged from the deep shadows. He mocked their terrible luck, laughing at how they had both plunged straight into the depths of his lair. The mysterious figure also wondered where that other annoying brat went, assuming he must have got lost somewhere along the way. Staring down the stranger's sinister smirk, Magata barked, "Show yourself and state your name." The man smirked right back, chuckling mockingly. "Oh, so you're actually asking who I am? Honestly, how tragic." This guy spoke with such overwhelming confidence, he must have deleted his own survival instinct. He threw back a provocative question. "Aren't you here to take my life?" Seriously, this is where the truth drops, leaving the two female paladins completely paralyzed with shock. So you are surrounded by a blazing vortex of dark purple energy. The stranger loudly confirmed his true identity. Exactly. I am the necromancer you've been so desperately hunting. Staring at his prey with hungry eyes, Delang made a terrifying announcement. I am absolutely thrilled to meet my next precious batch of ingredients. The moment those words left his mouth, the air grew heavy with intense bloodlust. Meanwhile, back with Damian, Sanis maintained her bright smile and casually made excuses. Sir Gammon sneaked up and launched a surprise attack on us while the group was scattered. She calmly claimed she was only defending herself, forcing her to subdue him. Dionisio cried out in absolute shock at this wild accusation. No way, that is absolutely impossible. Why would my senior brother ever do something like that? Facing her comrade's frantic questioning, Sanis kept a calm, mysterious expression. How should I know? In a death zone like this, anyone could turn traitor. Dionisio spiraled into complete panic, stammering. This has to be a misunderstanding. Wait, are you actually doubting me as well? Desperate to clear his name, Dionisio firmly suggested, if you are truly that suspicious, then tie us up and hand us over to the high tribunal of the holy headquarters. Quietly observing this dramatic show, Damian silently asked himself, is she telling the truth? He reasoned that if two second-class holy knights of mid-tier strength had actually fought an all-out battle, the sheer impact of their clashes should have completely leveled the surrounding cavern, reducing everything in sight to absolute dust. Damian scanned the silent, untouched rubble before shifting his gaze to Sanis, instantly picking up on a massive, undeniable anomaly. Compared to the dying Gammon who was coughing up blood, Sanis looked completely clean and way too calm. Damian's eyes narrowed, sharp as daggers. He smirked, ruthlessly tearing down her fake act. If you ask me, it looks like the real traitor standing here is you. Her holy facade shatters as she breaks into a wicked smile, and you and I know the fight is on. All right, you and I are about to watch this entire situation flip in a single breath. She smirks, realizing her target is not easily fooled at all. Sanis's eyes gleam with pure malice, leaving Dionisio completely shocked and struggling to process what is happening. Dionisio asks what on earth she is babbling about now, but Sanis just casually shrugs her shoulders. Before he can even react, she slams a devastating punch right into his face, sending blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a violent surge of crimson energy erupts. Sanis coldly brags about ambushing him just like that. Looking down at her fallen allies, she sneers at them. Even Sir Gammon is pathetic. You people are so weak, yet you actually dare to claim that you represent the entire order? You are not worthy. Crimson fire flares from Sanis's hands, her face twisting with mad fanaticism. The true face of the order should be our own shining pain. Witnessing this complete madness, Damian remains entirely unfazed, coldly asking what they actually plan to do once they take over. Sanis sneers mockingly, claiming that the order has grown far too weak and soft for wasting time interrogating heretics. In her extreme, radical view, there is only one acceptable path for heretics: immediate execution on the spot. Pay close attention here, because her eyes gleam as she reveals her insane, ultimate ambition. We will purge the headquarters and restore the order of the old days. Damian coldly asks if that ridiculous excuse is worth slaughtering her own allies. Sanis casually replies that most of the subjugation team has already died in this dungeon, and with her own faction remaining completely intact, they will naturally become the brand new center of the order. Looking at Sanis's delusional state, Damian thinks to himself that she has spewed quite enough nonsense. In his past life, this massive betrayal only led to utter ruin. Her logic sounds incredibly confident, but it practically screams a tragic, early demise. Without letting them react, Damian decisively draws his sword, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. He charges into the crowd of traitorous knights like lightning, unleashing a devastating skill. With a single powerful strike that literally tears through space, Damian drops two knights instantly, leaving Sanis completely dumbfounded. She cannot believe her eyes. These holy knights were fully buffed with divine power, yet they fell to a single blow. Damian closes the distance with terrifying speed, his cold glare making cold sweat run down her neck. He channels his energy, unleashing a massive, space-shattering strike. Even though she is backed into a corner, Sanus desperately tries to keep up her arrogant act. "Are you seriously trying to risk your life against me?" Damian casually responds by activating his powerful ring. He leaps into the air as violent crimson energy explodes around him, triggering an earth-shattering blast that rocks the entire dungeon. Damian leaps back to avoid the crushing pressure. Debris from the ceiling rains down around him, but Sanus just smirks, eager to brag about her faction's unique magic. "How much do you actually know about our power of shining pain?" She boasts that their unique ability is reinforcement. It enhances not just their physical bodies, but even the density of matter and weapon sharpness. Grinning wickedly, she claims they can reinforce any concept in existence, and at higher levels, it even stacks continuously. You and I both know an infinite stacking buff sounds completely broken, but she has not even activated it yet. Sanus excitedly screams that she can stack her strength up to 30 times, her face completely warped with hysterical madness. Damian silently observes, simply muttering that he understands. He recalls his battle with the Saint of Light, who used 100 times gravity to crush entire undead armies. Narrowing his eyes, he instantly recognizes the dangerous similarity between their magic and the powers of that cult. Sanus keeps provoking him, mocking how the great Damian is supposed to have a technique to deflect incoming magic. Yet here he is, only running and dodging her hits. Damian secretly notes that while her reinforcement is powerful, her attack pattern is incredibly predictable. He realizes his myriad flow skill consumes mana directly based on the opponent's raw attack power, meaning his current reserves are simply too low to rely on it. Sanus slams down with massive force, unleashing a shockwave of energy that forces Damian to keep dodging to stay alive. Her attacks are heavy, but Damian easily evades them like he's running a simple tutorial. Damian stands firm among the smoking debris, his hand still tightly gripping his sword. Sanus coldly declares that his little game of hide-and-seek ends right here. Damian smirks, his eyes flashing with determination, as he asks if they should make a little bet. Suddenly, he clutches his chest in agonizing pain, causing Sanus to freeze in deep confusion. A massive wave of blood-red energy violently erupts from the ancient spirit heart he is squeezing tightly inside his palm. Sanus gasps, realizing something is terribly wrong. Let's see what happens next. This insane magic field. Stick with me, because Sanus is about to regret questioning Damian's power. She has no idea what that glowing red light in Damian's hand is, but a bad feeling tells her to strike immediately. "I do not care what that is. I am ending you before things get any worse." Sanus swings her glowing, buffed weapon, bringing a crushing blow down on her opponent. Facing that deadly aura, Damian just smirks, flashing a highly sinister grin. Rushing only leads to ruin, a lesson for those who get cocky too early. With myriad flow slaying, Damian casually raises his hand to stop Sanus's giant blade, leaving her completely shell-shocked. Exploiting her opening, he lands a lightning-fast kick straight to her stomach, sending Sanus flying. Watching this shocking turn of events, Gaman and Dionisio stand completely frozen in utter disbelief. Damian coldly remarks, "Since you just will not break, I guess I need to get a bit rougher." Sanus is blasted backward, her body broken and writhing in pain from the shockwave of his attack. Since one move did not finish it, Damian cranks up his power. Sanus coughs violently, terrified by the horrifying change in him. "How did your magical energy suddenly spike like this?" The glowing red energy from the spirit heart envelops Damian, releasing a suffocating pressure that dominates the entire room. Now watch closely. Damian steps toward his prey with cold, glowing eyes, delivering a brutal warning. "Now, take this." He strides forward as a raging aura explodes around him. Damian grits his teeth through the sharp pain, thinking how lucky he is to have absorbed the spirit heart just in time. Seeing that glowing red energy surge, Sanus is too stunned to even move. Damian clearly feels the new power fusing into his veins. He tells himself that although he originally planned to slowly digest this treasure, in this critical, life-or-death situation, a single second of delay would have pushed everything completely out of control. His body was just upgraded, and now he is forced to test it right on the battlefield. With his mana depletion fully resolved, Damian strides forward through the violent aura, emitting a suffocating level of pressure. Sanus screams in terror as she realizes her opponent's power has reached an unimaginable level. Giving his enemy no time to react, Damian channels power into his glowing fist, unleashing a devastating strike that tears through space directly at Sanus. He coldly declares it is time to purge the traitor in the most brutal way. The moment this blow lands, you know this fight is ending early. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, Ednis collapses on the ground amidst the rubble, her breathing ragged as her trembling hands clutch the wound on her stomach. She realizes the harsh reality that the dark necromancer Delang's power has completely exceeded everything the Holy Church had ever calculated or imagined. Before her eyes now is an army of giant flesh golems with glowing red eyes, roaring menacingly. Ednis stares in horror at the massive humanoid golem standing tall right in front of her. the monster holding the bizarre power that easily shattered her entire defense. Let's look back at where it all went wrong when the paladins proudly sentenced Delang to death in the name of the gods. But the dark mage only coldly calls out the name Kai. Instantly, his trump card dashes forward like a specter. With terrifying speed and power, Kai easily closes in and completely nullifies the divine powers of Ednis and Magada, leaving them utterly shocked. He delivers a crushing kick wrapped in dark energy straight at Magada, causing the female paladin to cough up blood and collapse on the spot. Magada is completely stunned by the monster's unbelievable speed. She grits her teeth, wondering how this is even possible, as Kai suddenly targets Ednis, making Magada scream in panic. "Ednis, run!" But the beast is a step faster, landing a fatal blow that drops Magada as blood spills from her lips. With her dying breath, she desperately whispers for Ednis to run and find reinforcements immediately. He is so fast, the warning barely registers in time. Delang slowly emerges from the shadows with a sickening grin, mocking, "Oh, planning to escape?" He sinisterly declares that he will not let anyone escape from this place so easily. The horde of undead monsters surrounds her, leaving Ednis trembling in absolute terror. Delang mockingly reassures her that he will not kill her, explaining his sick philosophy that important specimens must be stitched back together while they are still alive. Ednis is horrified to realize she is in extreme danger. Hearing those words, she knows this is no longer a fight, but a desperate battle for survival. Looking at Magada lying motionless under Kai's feet, "Now, pay attention here." Delang smugly boasts that the Holy Knight's divine power is completely useless against his ultimate trump card. Looking directly at the glowing purple sphere on the monster's chest, he is in absolute awe of its power to completely neutralize divine energy. It is utterly insane. Delang highly praises the creation, calling it a masterpiece made by his lord. He then excitedly commands Kai to immediately drag the prey straight to the stitching room to begin his incredibly twisted surgical procedure, and that's where we leave Ednis, collapsing in sheer resentment, his hands digging deep into the ground. Let's dive in. She bitterly wonders if her journey ends right here, with her sworn enemy standing right before her eyes. Thinking of her late brother, she screams in agony, having finally found the murderer after so many agonizing years of waiting. Delang finds the word enemy highly amusing, casually asking which of her homes he slaughtered since his victim list is simply far too long to remember. Ednis screams, "It was Pan Village, where you slaughtered everyone just to satisfy your sick, twisted desires." Delang licks his lips like an absolute freak, casually admitting to wiping out the entire village before asking if she had family there. Gritting her teeth in absolute hatred, Ednis proudly declares that she is indeed the sole survivor of Pan Village. Ednis screams in agonizing pain, "Why did you do it? What was it all for?" She bitterly confronts the killer, raging that his pure selfishness cost the lives of her entire village and her Holy Knight brother. In stark contrast to her despair, Delang freezes for a moment before bursting into a wild, maniacal laugh. "A Holy Knight brother? A true masterpiece. Pay attention, we've just hit a plot twist that will freeze your heart." He smirks as he recalls the bloody massacre of Pan Village, admitting there was indeed a Holy Knight who resisted him with fierce desperation. Delang's eyes gleam with a sick, twisted light as he declares her brother was the absolute best raw material he ever collected. Laughing mockingly, Delang explains that he never wastes a single kill, only harvesting the finest parts to resurrect them into powerful, deadly, undead minions. Hearing him talk about recycling human bodies proves his sickness has gone way past the safety limit. Delang slowly walks over to the giant golem, wearing a mask behind him, and makes a chilling, gruesome offer. "How about it? Care to say hello?" He sneers with a dark grin. "It is about your beloved brother, after all. Didn't you want to see him?" Delang slowly reaches out to peel away Kai's mask, revealing the horrifying truth that lay hidden behind the dark black cloth. Tears stream down Ednis's face in absolute horror as she recognizes something deeply familiar in the shadow behind that mask. Ednis chokes on her tears, unable to believe her eyes as beautiful memories of her gentle brother clash brutally with this cruel reality. From behind the mask, the lifeless face of her brother with blood-red eyes is finally revealed. He has been turned into a mindless killing puppet controlled by their enemy. Heartbroken, Ednis screams in absolute despair, "No, please, no." Witnessing the girl's complete breakdown, Delang bursts into a triumphant laugh, finding her agonizing screams to be the most beautiful sound he has ever heard. Delang gently caresses Kai's cold, lifeless head. He fondly remembers how stubbornly this hero fought all alone, mockingly adding that even God was so deeply moved that he granted him a holy crest. That day, the intense power of her brother's blazing blue flames almost wiped out his entire golem army in a single strike. With a sinister grin, Delang asks her, "Do you have any idea how I managed to deal with that?" "I know what you're thinking, a tragic flashback is definitely loading right now." Standing proudly atop his massive golem, he loudly ordered the weak villagers to surrender if they wanted to save the remaining survivors. Haunting memories of screaming villagers being burned alive flash before her eyes. Witnessing this horrific tragedy, Ednis's beloved brother was completely and utterly broken. He sobbed in complete helplessness before collapsing right beneath the monster's heavy iron fist. One single wrong choice, and the entire village was wiped off the map in mere minutes. Delang laughs maniacally, reiterating that her brother was the finest raw material he ever possessed. Stroking Kai's blank face, he proudly boasts that this masterpiece far surpasses any other high-grade creation. Gazing with pure greed, Delang wonders, "Now, what should I do with you? Maybe I should create a pair of sibling golems?" Bowing her head, Ednis grits her teeth, muttering in unforgiving, burning rage. Angry tears stream down her face as Ednis shivers at the sheer sickness of her enemy. Delang casually considers fusing her with Kai to create an even more powerful entity, before coldly barking an order to his massive golem. "Go, capture her." At her most desperate moment, a blinding surge of divine power suddenly explodes. Ednis lifts her head high, her eyes blazing with spiritual energy, as she roars in fury. "Give my brother back!" A massive pillar of green light tears through the dark dungeon, completely enveloping Ednis in a brilliant, sacred flame. She speaks with holy devotion, and witnessing this grand, divine power, Delang feels no fear, only shedding tears of pure joy. He screams in mad gratitude, "Thank you. Thank you so much for once again blessing me with yet another peak-grade masterpiece." Ednis's eyes flash with a brilliant, blinding light, preparing her for a bloody, merciless purge. Holy grace, a supreme blessing gifted by the gods, allows its chosen host to wield an otherworldly, transcendent energy. Ednis is now fully enveloped in the radiant light, her hair shining like a sacred flame as she holds this immense power. And we leave her here, eyes burning with rage as she glares at the dark mage and declares, "All right, you and I are watching a hero confront a monster. You sick bastard, playing with the dead. I will never forgive you for using corpses as toys." In response to her intense rage, Delang merely smirks, his face twisted in a sinister, highly amused grin. He decides to initiate the second phase of his testing for this masterpiece candidate. Instantly, a horde of colossal undead monsters with glowing, blood-red eyes charges out from the shadows, completely surrounding Ednis from all directions. Out of the pitch-black darkness, a blinding burst of holy light suddenly erupts, tearing through the dark dungeon. Unleashing a devastating punch packed with the stellar power of a five-pointed star, she directly obliterates the entire horde of monsters in an earth-shattering explosion of raw, holy energy, sending bloody pieces of zombie flesh flying in every direction. Now watch this, witnessing the terrifying power of holy grace. Even Delang is left completely frozen in absolute shock by her sheer destructive capability. Even so, he tells himself that no matter how strong she is, holy grace is still just divine power in the end. Ednis blitzes forward like a streak of pure light to strike, but Kai moves instantly to protect his master. Delang screams like a raving fanatic, declaring that against the incredible divine power bestowed upon him by his god, all of her desperate efforts are completely useless. A heavy, crushing blow rains down, forcing Ednis to struggle to defend the severely injured Magada. Now check this out, Delang suddenly notices a terrifying anomaly. Why isn't her holy force draining? Cold sweat pours down his face, completely unable to believe that his dark magic artifact has zero effect on Ednis in her holy grace form. He backs away, muttering to himself that because holy grace users are incredibly rare, his master still hasn't gathered enough data to analyze and counter them. While he is deeply lost in thought, Delang suddenly freezes as he senses a massive wave of spiritual energy rapidly approaching. He narrows his eyes into the shadows, highly skeptical, wondering if there are actually other survivors still breathing in this dark place. Out of the ruins, Ednis and Magada stare in utter shock as Damian casually walks forward, dragging the completely defeated Sanus by the neck. Smirking with absolute confidence, Damian asks, "Quite a large crowd gathered here, huh?" As Dionisio screams out in sheer disbelief, "Lord Damian, why is Lady Sanus like this?" Damian coldly explains that she completely betrayed their holy order, so he had to personally take care of her. This terrifying revelation completely freezes Ednis and Magada in absolute shock for several seconds. Staring at her glowing body in her divine state, Dionisio nervously asks in utter terror about her bizarre and majestic new form. While Damian decisively confirms the situation with Magada, he suggests Gaiman and Ednis retreat first so he can finish off the necromancer. But his real motive is to get rid of them so he can freely interrogate the enemy about Dogo. Though Gaman is still reeling from the chaos, his injuries are far too severe. He has no choice but to listen to Damian and lets Dionisio carry him out. But suddenly, Delang lets out a sadistic smile, his voice dripping with malice. "Who gave you permission to walk away with my precious materials like that?" He coldly calls out Kai, ordering him to release the demonic puppet. Instantly, the massive flesh golem erupts with an intense, deep purple dark energy, mutating his body into a terrifying demonic beast with blazing, fiery eyes. Delang maniacally orders Kai to drag every single one of them right back to him. Witnessing the creature's terrifying and monstrous transformation, both Dionisio and Ednis turn completely pale with absolute, overwhelming dread. Dionisio is absolutely horrified to realize the enemy's crushing aura has surged to the level of an elite demon beast. The mutated golem, Kai, roars savagely as a deadly dark purple flame envelops his entire massive frame, fully morphing him into a monstrous beast of pure, unfiltered destruction. With a single, devastating ground-shaking stomp, he triggers a cataclysmic explosion that shatters the bedrock, violently blowing away everything nearby in a dense cloud of thick dust. With their lives hanging by a thread, Dionisio urgently yells, "Everyone, escape this place like Lord Damian said. Run now. If we linger for even a single second, we are all dead meat." Just as Kai's colossal fist is about to crush them all, Ednis, in her glorious holy grace state, bravely rushes forward, using her bare hands to stop the beast's devastating, multi-ton strike. Seeing her explosive burst of strength, Damian silently realizes that he won't even need to lift a finger in this fight. In the middle of this fierce clash, Ednis turns and pleads, "But Lord Damian, please leave this opponent to me." Damian narrows his eyes, filled with suspicion. Why this golem? Is there some kind of special history here? Tears stream down the glowing face of the holy knight as Ednis chokes back her sobs to reveal the painful truth that Monster is her own brother. This shocking confession catches Damian completely off guard. Her brother? Now that is genuinely interesting. The crazy plot twists just keep on coming. He is stunned to realize the very brother Ednis had been desperately searching for has been turned into a soulless undead puppet by that evil bastard. Watching this tragic scene unfold from afar, the vile necromancer Delang lets out a sickening, depraved laugh. Just as detestable as ever, a true monster who toys with the dead, he maniacally orders Kai to capture everyone alive, no matter what, to use them as raw materials for his sick experiments. Magata realizes the situation is spiraling completely out of control, quickly barking out orders. "It is time, Dionisio. Non-combatants like us have to get out of here right this instant." Dionisio urges them to stay close. "Trust me. You and I cannot miss what happens next." "Alright, you and I are starting with an absolute frenzy," as Delang screams in pure rage. "You bastards, who gave you permission to run?" He clicks his tongue in regret, seeing almost all his flesh golems destroyed, then suddenly spews a menacing, bright purple fire snake. Delang loudly commands Kai to drag Damian and the captive knights back to the experimental laboratory, making sure not a single one is missing. Watching him ride a skeletal horse burning with dark fire, Damian can only scoff. Well, look at that little demon. The four-eyed monster Delang radiates a deep purple aura. Looming directly in front of Damian, a massive explosion rocks the dungeon, blasting shattered rocks and debris in all directions. Glowing in the brilliant light of her holy grace, Ednis uses all her power to push back the enemy, and shouts, "Go now, Lord Damian." Knowing what his ally is doing, Damian takes one last look before replying firmly, "Understood. I am on it." Saying a quick goodbye for now, Damian plunges like lightning into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel to pursue the mastermind. Behind him, the golem Kai roars in fury, slashing forward with razor-sharp energy claws. Ednis grits her teeth against the monster's crushing blow. The shockwave blasts her backward, but she quickly recovers her footing. Unleashing the full power of her holy grace, she lands a heavy strike that forces Kai's massive body back. Her powerful stomp leaves deep cracks on the cold stone floor. Ednis drops to her knees, looking with sorrow at her brother, who is now just a mindless puppet. She whispers in pain, "I am sorry, brother. Did I arrive too late?" Meanwhile, watch closely here, as Delang rides his skeletal horse engulfed in dark purple flame, charging through the rocky crags to pursue Damian. With glowing eyes and a twisted smile, his crazed face contorts as he screams in madness. "You can't escape me!" The demonic steed leaps down from above, targeting Damian directly to crush him into dust. Facing the surprise attack, Damian swiftly swings his holy sword, cutting through the air with a slash of bright purple energy. The precise strike shatters the skeletal horse, throwing Delang to the ground as he coughs in agony. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Damian coldly stomps his foot onto Delang's chest, leaving him groaning. Standing tall with his blade pressed against his enemy's neck, Damian mutters, "Well, look at that. It is finally just the two of us left. Even heaven cannot save you now." Despite being pinned down, the utter bastard Delang still manages to flash a disgusting, twisted grin. He seems genuinely shocked that Damian could bypass Kai to make it all the way here. He glares with a twisted, perverted expression and shrieks, "Wow, you really are top tier." Damian shuts him up with a lightning-fast kick that sends the necromancer flying. Groaning in pain, Delang stares up at Damian, who stands over him with a blade at his throat, coldly stating, "In the end, it is just us. You saw that too, right?" Even pinned down like a dog, Delang still flashes a sick grin. "I must highly praise you for destroying Kai, my absolute strongest puppet, just to reach me. You truly continue to surprise me, boy." Narrowing his eyes with murderous intent, Damian growls in demand. Answer me now. Who gave you that dark magical artifact? Who is that bastard? Just as Damian corners his enemy, a massive shadow in the shape of a demonic spider suddenly looms behind him, radiating a suffocating, dark pressure. The flesh golem lunges forward in a frenzy, forcing Damian to quickly dodge out of the way. He wonders in shock why another flesh golem would suddenly crawl out of nowhere. Smirking at his prey's confusion, DeLange laughs wickedly, thoroughly enjoying Damian's shock at the sudden arrival of these undead. What is wrong, my precious material? Did you ever stop to wonder? How could a massive horde of undead fill this entire dungeon without leaving behind even a single trace of their transport? DeLange raises his hand and reveals that the secret is none other than this spatial bag. He arrogantly summons an entire army of undead glowing with purple energy from his spatial bag. DeLange gloats that while these monsters cannot compare to Kai, their sheer numbers are still more than enough. Staring at the monster army surrounding him from all sides, Damian can only gasp in shock. A spatial bag? Damian's eyes turn razor sharp as he makes up his mind. Then I will just kill you and take it. Standing before his giant spider golem, DeLange still fantasizes about his mad experiments. He admits that while none of his current creations are as flawless as Kai, if he uses Damian as the raw material, he will surely create a masterpiece that far surpasses him. The necromancer's glowing purple eyes burn with absolute madness as he crazily orders his entire army of monsters to swarm forward and capture Damian alive for him. Facing the oncoming horde of undead, Damian calmly senses the massive surge of magical energy within his body. Perhaps he finally has enough power to unleash that technique. He begins activating the true nature of his thousand-league sword, a power he had previously only scratched the surface of. The blade erupts with a powerful purple energy shockwave, and trust me, you and I are about to see its true power. Alright, you and I are about to watch Damian unleash the legendary, world-shaking sword style of the UA family. An earth-shattering explosion of raw power erupts right from where Damian stands, shaking the very cavern to its core, obliterating the entire army of undead in a single fraction of a second. It looks straight out of an action movie as the violent energy rips through space, leveling everything in its path. Witnessing this absolute destruction, DeLange is left completely frozen in sheer shock. He can't believe his perfect puppets were destroyed this fast, reduced to nothing but piles of foul, black slime melting onto the cavern floor. Damian slowly steps out from the rising smoke, his glowing blade still shining brightly in his hand. He sarcastically mocks him, asking if the grand, dramatic play he worked so hard to prepare ends just like this. Staring right at the necromancer's terrified face, Damian flashes a ruthless grin and suggests they resume their unfinished interrogation from earlier. His eyes flare with a deadly threat as he coldly commands, "All you have to do is answer, and I'll be the one asking." DeLange shivers in absolute terror, bitterly realizing that Damian's devastating strength has far surpassed any of his original calculations. DeLange gnashes his teeth, tightly gripping a dark purple core radiating an intensely heavy pressure. He knows he hasn't fully mastered this unstable, cursed, power-boosting mana yet, but backed into this corner, he has to risk it all. It is time to go all in. Either he wins, or he ends up 6 feet under. Watch closely as this dark, demonic energy suddenly explodes. Damian narrows his eyes with suspicion, asking, "So, do you actually have another puppet left?" DeLange lets out a twisted, maniacal laugh, declaring he never expected to resort to such a desperate, dangerous move while he still had breath in his lungs. The necromancer's entire body mutates into a nightmare, sprouting glowing purple tentacles from his back as his legs warp into demonic claws. He morphs into a massive, muscular abomination, unleashing a thick, choking tide of dark malice that completely surrounds Damian. DeLange roars in fanatical fury, swearing he will personally tear Damian to shreds and end him once and for all. People who show off like this usually get written out of the story pretty fast. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the brutal clash between Ednis and the golem Kai reaches its absolute climax. A massive blast of purple, spiritual energy rips through the dungeon, sending violent shockwaves that blow away everything in sight. Completely unfazed by the beast's power, Ednis unleashes a blazing surge of brilliant blue holy fire. Her body glows like a radiant, protecting star piercing through the pitch-black darkness. She charges forward like a bolt of lightning, landing a devastating, heavy blow right on Kai's massive body. The sheer force of the impact shatters the ground, sending violent shockwaves echoing through the entire dungeon. Ednis quickly leaps back, taking her stance. You and I both know she's not backing down, her eyes glowing with pure determination for her final strike. This battle gets insanely intense as she unleashes relentless blows of pure holy fire. She closes the distance with terrifying speed, landing a thunderous punch directly to the monster's face, completely dazing it. Letting out a powerful battle cry, Ednis channels every ounce of her remaining spiritual energy into her final finishing blow, unleashing a colossal cross-shaped pillar of blue flame that swallows the beast's grotesque body in a blinding flash of holy light. This fight is neck and neck. An absolutely massive, earth-shaking collision erupts right in the center of the dungeon. Empowered by divine grace, Ednis uses all her might to push back Kai's gigantic, monstrous form. Amid the shattered stone and rising dust, a weak, trembling voice suddenly calls out from the monster's mouth, whispering her name. Ednis freezes, the holy light in her eyes wavering violently. She is completely horrified to realize that her beloved brother's soul is still screaming inside that monstrous, mutated flesh. It is absolutely heart-wrenching. Honestly, seeing a family member suffer like this would make anyone break down. Tears stream down the blood-stained face of the Holy Knight as she watches her brother struggle for his final breaths, desperately calling out to her. Kai's massive golem body shivers uncontrollably, his glowing red eyes filled with agonizing pain and deep regret. From the depths of his mind, her brother's true voice begs her in sheer desperation, crying out, "Please, just kill me." His desperate plea to be freed from this twisted, living nightmare cuts straight through Ednis's heart like a knife. She chokes back a sob, unable to bear the agonizing pain of seeing her own brother tortured by such cruel dark magic. Ednis slowly steps closer to the towering shadow, her voice cracking as she softly calls out to her brother in the darkness. With tears streaming endlessly down her face, Ednis looks straight into Kai's lifeless eyes with a tragic, painful determination. She knows deep down that the only true mercy left is to finally end his agonizing, miserable existence. Ednis clenches her fists as a brilliant blue flame erupts around her, burning brighter than ever before. As she whispers through her tears, "I understand, brother." Ednis charges forward, pouring every drop of her holy fire's power into one final, devastating strike. And that's where we leave things today, trust me. You and I are going to need a moment to recover from this heartbreaking end. After all, those final words from a flesh golem were his ultimate desire before finally finding peace. Let's dive into this tragic moment as holy flames consume a demonic body. Kai struggles to make his final raspy sounds as Ednis holds his dissolving body, whispering through her tears in absolute sorrow. "I understand exactly what you are trying to say, brother. Yes, I am still right here by your side." In his very last moments, right before completely vanishing into the void, Kai gasps out a peaceful farewell. "End my life, Agnes." Even at the end, he refused to hurt his sister, leaving Ednis sobbing as she holds his grotesque monster form. She feels his deep agony, being trapped inside a horrific undead vessel that is half alive and half dead. Deep down, his soul was constantly screaming for release, rasping out one final, desperate plea to put him out of his misery. Ednis weeps in agonizing pain, whispering softly to try and soothe his shattered, breaking soul. "You have suffered for far too long, brother. It must have hurt so much, right?" At the threshold of life and death, Kai's lifeless face suddenly softens with a strange peace as he shares his final wish. "Thank you, my sweet little sister." Suddenly, beautiful memories of their childhood come rushing back, showing her brave brother in shining knight armor, holding his beloved little sister tightly in his protective embrace. His warm, gentle voice echoes softly in her mind. "And I am so incredibly sorry. From now on, you must stay strong and keep moving forward. Do you hear me? Now, pay attention here, because as she returns to the harsh reality of this dark dungeon, Ednis wails in despair. The blue flames of holy grace still flicker around her trembling body as she tearfully makes a promise to his departing soul. "Yes, I promise I will live a good life for both of us." Her trembling hands reach out desperately, but she only grasps at the empty, silent air. She screams in utter despair, calling out for her brother. Kai's physical form dissolves into brilliant specks of blue light, drifting through the darkness as one final, silent goodbye. "Take care, Ednis." She collapses to her knees, her tear-filled eyes watching the final embers of her brother's soul fade into the void, leaving a painful, empty abyss in her heart. Bitter tears continue to stream down the pale, dazed face of the grieving holy knight. In the vast, freezing dungeon, her fragile figure kneels all alone beneath the towering stone walls. Her choked cries echo through the heavy silence of the cave. Meanwhile, Delang roars in sheer fury, never expecting that he would have to resort to such a desperate, pathetic plan. "You and I know bad guys always find a way to survive." A surge of dark purple energy erupts violently, absorbing the souls of the deceased to trigger a horrifying, monstrous mutation. The dark necromancer's physical body slowly merges with the grotesque construct, transforming him into a menacing half-human, half-beast chimera right before Damian's very eyes. Staring at the horrific freak, Damian narrows his eyes in utter suspicion, unable to believe the villain successfully executed a golem fusion technique. This is a terrifying combat form that even in his past life, he had never once witnessed. Damian realizes that back on the front lines of his previous life, his own overwhelming presence forced this bastard to hide in the shadows, never giving him the chance to reveal his true, monstrous form. Delang laughs wickedly and loudly proclaims, "You are the very first opponent to ever force me to use my ultimate trump card." Delang screams fanatically, his eyes glowing with purple spiritual energy. "I must have you for myself. Seriously, does he think he is a CEO trying to capture a cute little damsel? Beams of destructive dark magic fire continuously from his energy sphere, tearing apart the dungeon's stone floor in a series of massive explosions. Damian swiftly dodges the chaotic waves of incoming fire, instantly recognizing this as the taboo magic from the School of Destruction. He is deeply shocked by his opponent's cruelty, realizing the madman even turned his fellow dark mages into mindless golems just to fuel his own ambitions. A colossal claw swipe rips through the air directly at Damian, but he leaps high into the sky with lightning speed to evade the deadly blow. The mutated Delang charges forward with terrifying speed, aiming to crush his opponent with a devastating high-speed tackle. But amidst the thick shroud of dust and smoke, Damian suddenly appears directly overhead, his eyes glowing with fierce authority and murderous intent. This sudden ambush catches Delang completely off guard, leaving him paralyzed with shock. The terrified necromancer can only manage to stammer out a shocked, "Oh my god, what is that?" In absolute terror as the blade closes in, Damian leaps into the air and swings his holy sword like a bolt of lightning, ripping through the dimension to strike Delang down with an earth-shattering force that makes the necromancer scream. He wails in agony as the direct impact crushes him, leaving him to wonder in sheer shock if Damian has also mastered the School of Rage. The strike is so powerful that it blasts Delang's monstrous body backward, forcing him to brace himself and endure the devastating shockwave. In desperation, Delang frantically gathers a massive sphere of dark magic glowing with purple energy in his hands, flashing a twisted, maniacal grin as he screams. He yells that struggling is useless, but you and I know Damian won't go down without a fight. Get ready, because you and I are about to see Damian swallowed by a massive, devastating explosion. Delang bursts into a smug laugh, shouting, "Aha, how does that feel, sweetie? Too intense for you to handle?" He arrogantly declares himself the ultimate masterpiece of dark magic, a supreme creation that can never be defeated. Facing that absolute arrogance, Damian only smirks, letting out a deeply contemptuous smile. He mockingly wonders in his mind why those Yulians always think their dark magic is the absolute best. Suddenly, an ancient magical seal on Damian's ringed hand glows brightly, unleashing a terrifying, suffocating pressure. He coldly mocks his enemy's complete and utter ignorance. How can a bunch of fools who don't even understand real darkness act so high and mighty? Instantly, a massive, terrifying demon specter with glowing purple eyes erupts directly from Damian's body, unleashing a dense, dark aura that completely blankets the entire dungeon in a suffocating atmosphere of pure death. Feeling that terrifyingly evil magic power, Delang is so shocked, his face completely contorts, and he screams in absolute terror, "This dark mana! How could someone in the church's subjugation team be using dark magic?" He simply cannot believe his eyes, seeing a church member possessing such pure dark energy, and demands answers in sheer terror. "What on earth are you? Surprised, sweetie? Try not to pass out from the shock." Now watch closely as Damian stands inside the glowing ancient magic circle, coldly declaring war. "I will show you what real dark magic is." Delang watches the purple-black energy swirling around Damian and trembles in fear. What is this? He realizes this is a type of dark magic he has never seen in his life. A terrible, ominous feeling creeps through his entire body, filling him with dread. This dark magic, the ominous energy is taking over my body. Sensing a massive threat, Delang grits his teeth and charges forward, screaming like a madman. "That thing is too dangerous. Whatever it is, it must be high-tier dark magic. I have to kill him before he finishes chanting." But the moment Delang gets close, his own dark energy is instantly dispelled, leaving him completely flabbergasted. "My dark mana is gone." He realizes in horror that Damian seems to possess the exact same magic relic as that person, and demands answers. "You. Do you also have that person's relic?" "No. How is that possible? What kind of monster are you?" Damian silently reaches out his hand. Instantly, the ancient magic circles activate, shooting out chains of bright purple energy. The chains bind Delang tightly, slamming him down with a heavy blow that knocks the wind right out of him. At first, Delang arrogantly scoffs, thinking they are just ordinary binding chains. "Is that all? Just basic binding chains," he sneers. "I can easily break this total garbage." I know what you are thinking serves him right. He is completely frozen, unable to move even a single inch now. Damian steps forward coldly and crushes his hopes, saying, "Not only your body, but you cannot even use your mana anymore." Shaking in total despair, Delang asks, "Who on earth are you to know this kind of dark magic?" Ignoring his questions entirely, Damian snaps his fingers, causing the chains to tighten and slam Delang's face hard against the stone floor. Looking down at the squirming loser, Damian demands coldly, "I do not care about your questions. Reveal the location of Dagoza." Damian's razor-sharp glare makes Delang roll his eyes back in absolute, paralyzing terror. Cornered and terrified, Delang rolls his glowing purple eyes, trembling as he asks, "How? How do you know his sacred name?" In his confusion, the delusional necromancer begins speculating about Damian's true identity. Are you also someone who made a contract with him? In response to his panic, Damian remains completely expressionless. He simply issues a cold command. Stop talking, and just answer the question already. The dark chains tighten, making DeLange cough in agonizing pain, yet he still forces a crazy laugh. I do not know why a contractor like you would betray him, but DeLange glares defiantly at Damian, saying, Do you honestly think I will talk? He knows Damian could kill him and interrogate his soul directly, but this wicked necromancer has already prepared a desperate, brutal countermeasure. He bursts into a triumphant laugh. Indeed, if you are also a dark mage, you could do that. But guess what? A restriction has already been placed on my soul. Damian's expression darkens as he realizes the enemy's madness. What? DeLange screams in fanatical loyalty to protect Dogo's secret. He has placed a curse on himself, so his soul will disintegrate if questioned. A glowing purple magic circle appears on DeLange's chest, releasing a threatening wave of energy that makes Damian curse under his breath. Damn it, is this crazy bastard really using a restriction seal? Meanwhile, DeLange lets out a hideous laugh. He taunts Damian, knowing he will never get a single piece of information out of him. He crazily begs for death, happy to die for his master. And that's where we leave it. You and I will have to wait for the next epic battle. Stick with me. Damian covers his face, breathing heavy with absolute bloodlust. He coldly declares he won't kill DeLange. His victims will do it. DeLange stands there completely clueless about what Damian means. But right on cue, glowing blue phantoms fueled by pure hatred materialize from thin air. Damian exposes the bitter, ugly truth. These are the very souls that died by your hands. Pitch-black chains keep DeLange pinned down as tens of thousands of screaming spirits surround him. Damian explains that dark mages are always haunted by the souls they take, but their dark magic usually hides these spirits from plain sight. Smirking, he adds, But since my spell has completely sealed away your mana, you can finally see them clearly. You know it well. The most agonizing execution method among dark mages is being slowly chewed and devoured to death by a horde of hateful spirits. Instantly, the starved ghosts swarm and tear DeLange to shreds, forcing blood-curdling screams of agony from his lips. And just like that, the arrogant necromancer completely breaks down, desperately begging for his miserable life. Wait, stop. This spell is too cruel. Please, just end my life instead. I beg of you. Damian watches coldly, ruthlessly reminding him that the pain of being eaten alive by ghosts is 10 times worse than burning. Watch closely as Damian tells him to feel it all. The hatred of thousands of souls echoes with DeLange's screams. The shrieks slowly fade into the silence of the cold stone corridor, leaving behind only dry bones and flickering candles. Deep inside a hidden chamber glowing with eerie purple light, an ancient magic circle pulses with massive, overwhelming power. Right in the center, a girl with fiery red hair sits curled up, overflowing with resentment. Suddenly, she looks up, her glowing red eyes radiating a terrifying aura that signals a highly dangerous presence. Damian icily orders DeLange to absorb every ounce of this agony, the concentrated malice of thousands of innocent victims who died by his hand. DeLange screams in utter despair as his very soul is ripped apart by those vengeful, glowing blue spirits. You reap what you sow, and this guy is finally getting the brutal karma he deserves. Watching his enemy get eaten alive, Damian mutters to himself that this guy was a real pain. Still, he feels extremely lucky he didn't execute him directly in front of the Holy Knights, keeping himself completely free of suspicion. Looking at the hovering spirits, Damian gently advises them to finally move on and find peace. Sensing the Holy Knights heading back, he quickly uses his power to wipe away every single trace of dark magic from the scene. With a calculating smirk, Damian reminds himself to quickly gather all the valuable loot left behind by the dead necromancer. He casually strolls deeper into the facility, entering DeLange's secret research lab. It is a grim, shadowy room filled with chains and human bones that oozes a chilling vibe. Even though he told them to move on, the spirits keep clinging to Damian, leaving him wondering why they refuse to go. Suddenly, Damian's gaze locks onto a massive mirror standing right in the middle of the room. Using memories from his past life, he instantly recognizes this magic tool is meant for communicating directly with Dogo. Sharp, strong, and highly intelligent, that is our guy. Damian slowly steps closer. He quietly hopes that if he can make contact through this mirror, tracking down Dogo's secret hideout will become easier than ever. Pressing his hand glowing with purple spiritual energy against the glass, the mirror instantly erupts with blinding, wicked, magical power. But after trying to connect for a while, Damian's expression turns dead, silent, and deeply suspicious. He realizes DeLange lost contact with Dogo a very long time ago, leaving him deeply puzzled about the true reason behind this absolute silence. Damian silently calculates. Remembering how much Dogo valued him in his past life to promote him to Legion Commander, he knows Dogo wouldn't easily discard such a useful pawn. Could it be that defeating Euron way earlier than his past life forced the mastermind to cut all ties and go into hiding? Suddenly, A loud, violent rumble shakes the room, making Damian grit his teeth in absolute frustration. I know what you're thinking. Can he get a break? Right on cue, Damian spots something highly unusual amidst the rubble. Buried under the debris and white bones, a secret doorway slowly reveals itself. Feeling highly suspicious, he carefully slips inside the dark, quiet chamber, hoping to find some valuable mana storage rings. But a sudden, ominous bad feeling hits him out of the blue. Damian's eyes lock onto an object hanging on the wall. He gasps in shock, holding his breath. Wait, is this actually a map? But just as he reaches out to grab it, a pair of glowing purple eyes suddenly flashes from the deep darkness. A chained figure suddenly leaps from the shadows, launching a savage attack that catches Damian completely off guard. Clang! A deafening metallic clash rings out as Damian channels his power into his fist to block the stranger's sudden strike. He is shocked that despite its master being dead, this puppet moves on its own. Trust me, you and I are in for one wild ride next. Get ready, because you and I are staring right at a girl with crimson hair and eerie purple eyes radiating pure, murderous intent. Damian narrows his eyes, realizing she can actually regenerate, which explains why there are no stitches. He quietly stands face to face with the wildly snarling beast. He stares at the red-haired girl chained up inside the magic circle, completely lost in his thoughts. Hey, take a closer look at this. Does this thing actually have its own ego? He realizes this is no ordinary, soulless puppet. Instead, the deep malice of countless resentful spirits has swirled and fused together to create an entirely distinct and living ego. Seeing how tightly chained and heavily guarded the girl is, Damian understands that this conscious, strong-willed entity was never part of the necromancer's original plan. Even if it is a bit unusual, to Damian, undead is still undead. He decisively draws his sword. Just wait a second, and I will give you a quick and painless end. Now, watch closely. Right as his blade swings down, glowing green phantoms suddenly materialize to shield her, leaving him frozen in shock. What do you think you ghosts are doing? One of the spirits desperately pleads with him. Please, Sir Knight, this child was born out of pure hatred for the dark mage who turned her into this monstrosity. The spirit begs Damian to take the girl in, giving her a chance to help destroy those dark mages, promising that her immense power will be of great use to him. Damian asks silently, "Is she your family?" Receiving a nod of confirmation from the spirits, he looks at the girl and asks for her name. The spirit whispers that her name is Mia, making the little girl look up at Damian with big, hopeful eyes. Damian decisively swings his sword, shattering the heavy chains binding the girl. He coldly warns the spirits that if she ever attacks humans or proves useless, he will personally put her down right away. Seeing Mia cheer in excitement over her new freedom, Damian smirks, satisfied that his loot collection in this dungeon is finally complete. He casually walks away, gesturing for everyone to follow him outside. A short while later, Gaman and Dionisio rush back with reinforcements, only to freeze dead in their tracks at a shocking sight. Damian calmly walks out, carrying Necromancer Delang's severed head in one hand, while supporting a still-dazed Ednis with the other. Everyone is absolutely stunned that he wiped out such a high-level threat without getting a single scratch on him. Damian has to quickly make up a random excuse to cover up his mind-blowing true strength. I know what you're thinking. Is he hiding his power just because being too famous makes it hard to find a girlfriend? The aftermath of the betrayal is quickly handled as the traitor Sanus is tightly bound in chains and safely escorted to the Order's high court to face judgment. More good news keeps coming as Magat, who seemed on the absolute brink of death with severe wounds, miraculously begins to recover. This means the core forces of the Order, who were actually supposed to die in his past life, have luckily survived thanks to Damian's interference. Once everything finally settles down, Damian packs his bags to leave. He smiles softly. "Thank you, Sir Knight Ednis." Ednis quickly stops him, asking, "Are you leaving already? Let me prepare a carriage for you." Damian waves his hand in refusal. "No need, I have somewhere to stop by first." Ednis anxiously asks if he is heading home, leaving Damian to laugh bitterly. "Oh man, I slipped out without telling my father. He must be losing his mind right now." He shivers, imagining Count Paul roaring in fury because his oldest son dared to run straight into danger without even asking. Damian humorously shares his plan. "I will travel for a while until his anger cools down before returning." Edna smiles gently and replies, "Then please visit the Order in the future." She explains that this entire subjugation campaign was a complete success solely because of Damian. Plus, exposing the traitor Sanus is a massive achievement, so headquarters wants to personally reward him at their grand cathedral. Damian nods in agreement. "Oh, if I get the chance, I will definitely drop by." In his head, he starts calculating what should I ask for as a reward. Ednis promises brightly, "If you come, just find me and I will personally take good care of you." She bows deeply in absolute respect, giving her deepest thanks because thanks to Damian, she could finally avenge her deep grudge and save her beloved brother's soul. With a guy like him helping out, I would fall in love instantly. Meanwhile, Damian quietly watches her walk away. To him, the biggest reward of this mission was stopping Sanus and saving Ednis's life. After all, Ednis has just awakened her holy soul, making her a powerhouse for the upcoming world-ending war started by Dorogo. Until next time then, Damian waves goodbye, casually walking down the path and leaving the carriage caravan behind. Despite this major victory, deep down, he cannot help but feel worried, knowing this is still not enough to face Dorogo's massive, overwhelming army. Either way, you and I know our boy always keeps a cold head when things get crazy. Damian knows he must take down as many of those minions as possible before their Dark Master's force reaches full strength. Stick with me here. He unfolds a dusty old map, his eyes narrowing as he plots his next move. This is where it all starts. Deep inside the Long Quiet Mountains, absolute panic is tearing through the secret base of the shadow organization known as Euron. The surviving dark mages huddle around a table, trembling as they discuss the devastating news they just received. Did you hear? The Holy Order wiped out our necromancer. Another grinds his teeth in pure despair. Damn it, all our leaders are dead too, we are the only ones left. But right in the middle of their panic, a massive explosion rips through the room, cutting a terrified mage off mid-cough. Then, a freezing voice echoes from the darkness, asking if they know what dark mages and rats have in common. The terrified mages shriek, demanding to know who just barged in, as Damian calmly steps forward from the shadows. He crushes a bizarre artifact, oozing purple smoke, coolly finishing his sentence. They hide in the dark and spread plague. His eyes burn with lethal intent, locked onto the trembling pests in front of him. Damian coldly declares that he cannot just let them slide. While right beside him, the beast-eared girl Mia lets out a terrifying growl, her eyes flashing blood red. The dark mages gasp as they recognize her, realizing she is the creation of the late necromancer. They cannot believe their ultimate weapon is now standing side by side with their mortal enemy. Damian smirks, his eyes glowing with a wild light as he orders Mia to wipe these pests out once and for all. Instantly, Mia unleashes an earth-shattering roar, lunging forward like a furious hurricane to start the bloody slaughter. Pay attention here, because inside a bustling imperial tavern, everyone is gossiping about the latest hot topic. They are talking about dark mages lurking around the empire lately, and another patron eagerly chimes in. Are you talking about the guy who chops down dark mages like absolute firewood? Rumor has it he lost his entire family to dark magic, driving him to step onto this dark path himself. Some folks praise him as a deeply tragic hero, but others despise him, claiming he is just another wicked dark mage who gets a kick out of torturing human souls. But a customer defends him, arguing that he only harvests the souls of other evil mages anyway. And when someone asks for the name of this legendary mage-chopping beast, the name Victor suddenly echoes through the room. Right at that moment, the real Victor is standing at the front desk, asking to pick up his package. The second they hear that name, the entire tavern falls dead silent. You can guess what happens next, right? Absolute chaos. Oh God, I did not say anything. Run for your lives. People scramble to escape, with some even screaming at the top of their lungs to call the Holy Order. Talk about scarred for life. Standing in the middle of empty tables in a completely deserted room, a confused Victor can only ask himself what on earth just happened. Looking down at the letter in his hands, he grumbles that it took 3 months for his master to write. And yet, he has absolutely no clue why people lose their minds the moment he introduces himself. Victor walks over to the corner of the room to grab the package, muttering to himself as he looks for it. Suddenly, a hooded dark figure creeps up behind him and asks in a deep, menacing voice, "Are you really Victor?" As Victor naively nods, the stranger narrows his eyes in utter disbelief, asking if he is the woodchopper. Still completely oblivious to the danger, Victor proudly boasts that he is actually fantastic at chopping wood. Instantly, the stranger pulls back his hood, revealing bloodshot eyes full of murderous rage, as he growls that the legendary Victor looks incredibly stupid. Violent purple energy erupts around him as he fanatically screams that he will avenge their fallen elders. But out of nowhere, a blinding sword slash rips through the air, instantly cutting down the dark mage. Just as the cultist is about to strike, blood splatters amidst a burst of blue energy as Damian steps forward with a smug smirk. "Hey Victor, it has not been that long, but you have already become quite a big shot, huh?" Seeing his savior arrive right on cue, a tearful Victor bursts with emotion and screams out for his master. Damian stands there completely unbothered, his glowing sword in hand, as he looks at his loyal servant with a bright grin, asking how he is. As they walk, Victor complains nonstop about the ridiculous woodcutter nickname that is spreading like wildfire. The poor kid furiously rants about being falsely labeled a wicked dark mage, angrily declaring that he wants to hunt down the real culprit and drag him straight to justice. Watching his servant throw a massive tantrum, Damian can only laugh awkwardly and apologize in his head, because in reality, he is the one who used Victor's name to hide his own tracks this whole time. He feels a tiny bit guilty, but trust me, you and I are both dying to know if his dad is still furious. Let's jump right back in as Victor happily reassures Damian that Viscount Paul has calmed down. He stands by the window every single day, blankly waiting for his son to return. But the moment Victor confirms their father is clutching something tightly in his hand while staring at the door, Damian breaks into a cold sweat, instantly realizing that the situation is far from fine. Picturing his father squeezing a wooden cane with blue veins popping all over his hands, he bitterly accepts that the old man is still furious and a brutal beating awaits him at home. It is exactly like coming home way too late, knowing your dad is already waiting there with a massive cane in hand. Damian quickly asks about the rest of the family, wanting to know if anything happened while he was away. Victor suddenly remembers something major and announces that Lady Liss is about to get married. This sudden news completely startles Damian. He immediately goes on high alert, asking if those vile dark mages are playing dirty tricks again, but it turns out to be actual, genuine good news. Victor excitedly explains that Lord Van Radwigo is finally finishing his long business trip abroad and returning home. The kid confidently guarantees that the second this handsome fiancé finally returns, his older sister's wedding will be held immediately, bringing grand celebration to the entire family. Victor adds that once the lady gets married, young Master Damian will be the only single one left in the house. Hearing this, Damian falls completely silent. His eyes shine with overwhelming relief and pure happiness. He tells himself that he has finally protected his sister's happiness, a precious thing he accidentally ruined with his own hands in his past life. Unable to wait another second, Damian yells for the carriage to head home immediately. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Even though Victor complains in shock because they just arrived and haven't even rested for a single day as planned, Damian still urgently forces everyone to get moving across the bridge. As he and Mia quickly make their way through the busy streets, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, sensing something highly unusual. The trace of energy is incredibly faint, but Damian is absolutely certain of it. It is absolutely dark mana. Seeing Victor completely drenched in sweat from hauling all their heavy luggage, who is begging that they should really just stay the night, Damian suddenly changes his mind and agrees to stay, leaving his servant totally bewildered. Like, what is going on here? Changing his mind just like that? Damian secretly tells himself the real reason is because he hasn't cleaned out the rats yet. That night, in a dark fortress on the outskirts of town, the purge begins. Mia showcases her terrifying strength. She ferociously attacks and crushes the dark guards with nothing but her bare hands. Agonizing screams echo amidst violent explosions and blazing fires as Mia completely obliterates the entire base. Damian just casually strolls into the middle of the burning wreckage. He nods with satisfaction, telling her she did a great job, while Mia humbly accepts the compliment. Stepping deeper inside, Damian scans the area and speaks. I heard the cargo they transported earlier is kept here, and they even displayed it with such high respect. What are they hiding here? Looking at a stone coffin resting elegantly on a high platform, he mutters in deep suspicion. Suddenly, a warning talisman stuck on the coffin lid makes Damian stop in his tracks. A warning to handle the object he seeks with absolute care. The bizarre characters and mysterious title instantly trigger Damian's memories. Under his name, if that refers to the person the dark mages always talk about, it must be Dorgo. Now pay attention, because his eyes light up in triumph. Damian smirks. I finally found it. For 3 whole months, I have been hunting him down relentlessly, but could never find a single trace. Without a second's hesitation, Damian swings his sword with powerful strikes, shattering the stone coffin lid. As the thick dust clears, Damian stands completely frozen in shock at what lies right before his eyes. Memories of his past life suddenly flood in. He instantly recognizes the weapon he used back when he was a Death Knight. A powerful, deep purple, dark energy radiates from the sinisterly beautiful sword resting silently inside. This is indeed the demonic sword. Right, besides completely bringing down the entire empire, Dorgo also had another ultimate goal, which was to find all the fragments of this demonic sword and reassemble it. Damian stands before the stone coffin, staring at the sword emitting that purple energy. He silently wonders, when it reached my hands in the past, it was already half restored. How is it only at this level right now? Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from inside the coffin, causing him to gasp in shock. Midst the brilliant glow, Damian stumbles back, calling out Boss. He stares down in sheer shock at his arm, where an ancient magic crest is glowing brightly. It is recognizing me as its master again? What kind of magic is this? For the first time, he looks completely lost. Damian simply cannot believe this reality, because even during his time as a Death Knight, it took him half a year of brutal effort to be recognized by this demonic sword. Staring at the crest on his hand, Damian asks himself, does it still remember me? No. How is that even possible? Just as he is about to touch it, a dark figure with green hair suddenly lunges at him, launching a lightning-fast strike. Hey, if you touch his property, you will die right here. You and I will find out what happens next episode. Alright, You and I are back with Damian as his eyes widen in pure shock from a sudden deadly strike. Bracing against the massive impact, he coldly calls his attacker out. You are the dark mage controlling those bizarre dead creatures and attacking us, aren't you? The attacker steps out with a wild, haunting smile. You've really crossed the line this time, haven't you? Noticing that Mia is about to leap in to help, Damian immediately stops her. Hold on, Mia. That's not an opponent you can handle. Seeing that Damian has already figured everything out, the mysterious woman asks in surprise. Oh my, you actually know who I am? Damian calmly replies, just a bit. Aren't you an S-class executive of Pandemonium, the continent's largest dark magic syndicate? Sayla smirks chillingly at how well-informed her opponent is. It seems you've done quite a bit of homework, haven't you? Then you must know exactly how powerful I am. As a great dark mage, do you really think you can stand against me? She unleashes a crushing, vibrant, purple dark energy, making the surrounding air heavy enough to choke everyone in the room. Damian grips his sword hilt tightly, silently measuring the gap between them. If she were a knight, she would be at master rank, while I am only high tier. Now watch closely, because trying to fight her right now is practically suicide. He looks down at the glowing magic sword crest on his arm, deeply conflicted. What now? Should I tap into dark mana again? Or maybe summon Erebus? No, this space is way too cramped to unleash Erebus's real power. Just as the tension reaches its boiling point, a loud, unexpected yawn suddenly shatters the heavy silence. A young boy with messy blue hair and pointed ears casually stumbles out. He scratches his belly, muttering about the loud noise, and wonders when he even fell asleep in the first place. This bizarre, abrupt arrival leaves Damian, Mia, and even Sayla completely frozen in sheer shock. Damian narrows his eyes in suspicion, while the boy still hasn't noticed anyone standing around him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stands there totally dazed, wondering where he is. His lazy presence completely deflates the incredibly tense atmosphere. Still scratching his stomach in confusion, he mutters, "What is with all this noise? And where even is this place?" While this sudden appearance leaves both Damian and Mia utterly stunned, a wave of absolute shock washes deep over Damian's mind. Why on earth is this old guy here? The boy vaguely wonders if the battle's shockwaves woke him up, then looks curiously at Mia. What kind of cat is this? Suddenly, his eyes flare with a freezing, deadly glare directed right at Sayla. Wait, unless I slept so much that I've gone stupid. Is that lizard over there actually Sayla? Sayla's face twists in pure horror. She can't believe her target is awake, considering she spent an entire month using toxic incense just to put this beast to sleep. The boy coldly announces that he has figured out what she did, before suddenly moving at absolutely terrifying speed. A thunderous punch packed with explosive power strikes Sayla directly, accompanied by a furious, roaring scream. You want to die? I know what you are thinking, but trust me, things are about to get incredibly violent. Damian is absolutely stunned as he realizes the true identity of the man standing before him, the mercenary King Caspar. This is the very opponent that in his past life as a Death Knight, Damian fought non-stop for a week straight just to barely defeat. A massive explosion of green energy violently shakes the entire fortress. Damian quickly grabs Mia and escapes the danger zone, well aware that this beast is the leader of the continent's strongest mercenary group, a proud superhuman who carries the blood of a dragon in his veins. Sayla grits her teeth, desperate to counterattack while Caspar is still groggy. I have to suppress him before he fully wakes up. A massive purple magic circle glows intensely, trapping Caspar in a suffocating energy cage designed to completely suppress his mighty half-dragon power. Watching from a distance, Damian narrows his eyes warily at this sudden turn of events as the violent purple energy swirls. Caspar merely looks annoyed and clicks his tongue, damn it. Moving with absolute decisiveness, the mercenary king strikes. He mutters about how annoying this woman is, then ruthlessly crushes Sayla into the ground with his foot. A massive pillar of green light shoots from the center of the fortress, tearing through the night sky with overwhelming, shocking power. Standing over his unconscious enemy, Caspar casually admits he originally planned to play around a bit since she actually had some decent looks, but he did not expect her to cross the line, forcing his hand. Watching from afar, Damian is secretly astonished by the power that can crush a high-tier expert like a discarded toy. That right there is one of the only 3 transcendent beings in the entire world, a true grandmaster. Caspar turns to Damian, blue electricity still crackling around his body, and fiercely demands, "Who the hell are you, brat?" Hearing the answer, Caspar bursts into a hearty laugh as he quickly recognizes his identity. "Oh, is that so? How do you know my secret so easily?" "Good grief. You are the honorary knight of the order, Damian Hassen." Damian respectfully explains he was only chasing the dark mage, but trust me, you and I are about to see things get much wilder. All right, you and I are about to see a 72-year-old mercenary commander who somehow still looks like a total teenager. He laughs out loud, kicking himself because he almost ended up accidentally killing his very own savior. Damian wonders how a powerhouse of his high caliber ended up in this sad state, making the old man scratch his head and chuckle. He confesses that because he saw Sarah's pretty face, he only wanted to play around with her a little, never expecting to get caught in her poisonous incense. Damian can only force a smile, thinking this old man is truly a hopeless case. Yet, he grows pensive about why Dorgo wanted to kidnap the mercenary king, and why the mark of Urbos appeared on his own arm. Damian is determined to search through Claude's soul and memories to find the answers he needs. But with the Grandmaster watching him closely, he cannot make a move yet. As Damian and Nia converse, voices suddenly echo from the sky, shouting, "Commander, are you down there?" The shouts echo through the air as members of the Frania mercenary group descend and land. The commander looks up and clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Geez, you saw my signal ages ago, so why did it take this long to show your faces?" Turning back to Damian, the mercenary king insists that his savior should not have to help clean up this ruined battlefield. He laughs heartily, stating a proper reward is in order. "I will open my treasury and ship your grand prize straight to your estate. Now pay attention, because in a dark, ominous dungeon, Archlich Dogo is deep in the middle of his twisted, crazy experiments." Humming a bizarre melody, he mutters to himself with fanatical zeal, "Yes, this is it. Just do it like this. Inspiration is flowing through my mind. Wonderful." Just then, a neatly dressed subordinate in a sleek suit quietly enters to deliver the grim report that they failed to capture the mercenary king. Dorgo frowns in regret over losing a perfect test subject to create a Death Knight, but his true rage only erupts when he hears the next update. The demonic sword Urbos is gone too. The Archmage roars in anger, his eyes flashing with a menacing purple magical energy. He looks ready to explode on the spot, out of sheer frustration. A few days later, in a suburban city of the Apple Kingdom, Damian and Victor finally step foot back in their homeland. Victor struggles to carry a massive pile of luggage on his shoulders, while Damian sighs in relief, glad to finally be back in the Apple Kingdom with only half a day's travel left. Even so, deep down inside, Damian still harbors some regret. He reflects on how, right after parting ways with the mercenary king, he tried using a secret technique to extract information from Sarah's soul. But of course, a strict curse was placed on her, leaving him with absolutely nothing from that glowing blue magic circle. Victor excitedly imagines their family gathering for a massive celebratory feast tonight, but let's be real, Damian is sweating bullets over a completely different problem. Could it be? For some reason, I have a bad feeling that father won't let this slide. The terrifying mental image of Viscount Paul wielding a cane and roaring in pure fury makes him shudder. Victor smiles and reassures him that even though his father was incredibly angry when Damian snuck off to the cult, it was only out of deep worry. The boy pats the heavy luggage, claiming that with such a massive heap of gifts, everything is bound to be totally fine. Let's just stay positive and carefree, haha, who knows what tomorrow brings. Meanwhile, Damian is left deep in thought. He realizes that if he wants to appease his father's fury, he needs something far grander than this pile of random treasures. Seriously, if he returns empty-handed, he might not even be able to sit down for a week. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes in the young master's mind. It must be something that raises the honor of the entire Hassen family. While walking down the busy streets with Victor, Damian suddenly stops in his tracks upon hearing the townspeople excitedly gossiping that the prestigious Helion tournament is taking place this year. The crowd whispers that, though the kingdom's elite high-level masters are too old to compete, the low and mid-tier brackets are still packed with formidable fighters. Damian's eyes light up with a calculating gleam as he mutters the name of the tournament. This is the most prestigious tournament held in the Helios Empire, a land protected by the Empire's greatest swordsmen. Every 4 years, knights from all across the continent gather here to test their skills against one another. The ultimate champion not only claims a massive cash prize, but also brings priceless, historic glory to themselves and their entire nation. Damian quickly analyzes the situation. He knows each bracket has strict age limits, and since the Apple Kingdom's current experts are all too old, a golden opportunity has just presented itself to the young master of the Hassen family. A sly, devious smile spreads across Damian's face. He gloats silently, "I found it. This is the key to cooling down father's rage." Turning to his loyal servant, Damian boldly declares that they need to prepare a much better gift. While a bewildered, Victor asks what could possibly be more precious than the massive pile of treasure they already have. Damian erupts with burning energy and issues a decisive command: "We are heading to the Helios Empire. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this crazy trip turns out. You and I are about to see our main character show off his skills in absolute style." Right then, the carriage driver shouts out repeatedly for the express ride to the Helios Empire to watch the Helion tournament. Not wasting any time, Damian excitedly waves and shouts, "Oh, perfect timing, let's go, Victor. Driver, 1 express ticket, please." While Damian eagerly rushes toward the carriage, Victor can only tremble and cry under the weight of the massive luggage. The young servant whimpers as he struggles to keep up with his master's back. Sob. "Of course my master would do this. Wait for me, young master. The carriage rolls away, leaving behind a wanted poster of Victor, the woodcutter, slowly falling to the ground. Inside a dark, gloomy room, Jack Nerd kneels before a demonic mirror that radiates a deep purple spiritual energy. From deep inside the mirror, the deep, commanding voice of Dorgo echoes out to question him. The demonic sword. How is the user's growth progressing? Why does this sound so serious and nerve-wracking all of a sudden? Jack bows his head respectfully, reporting that everything is going smoothly and the user has already reached the high-tier level. But pay attention here, the entity isn't pleased at all, growling. Too slow. It's been a year since I bestowed the sword. Explain why. Jack trembles, quickly making excuses that progressing too fast would easily attract unwanted attention from other powerful, dangerous factions. In response, the entity coldly snaps. A pathetic excuse. The completion of the demonic sword is our absolute top priority. Down on the training grounds, Jackson is furiously swinging his sword amidst piles of dry bones and completely unaware that he is actually just a mere test subject. Jack muses that the demonic sword granted by his master absorbs the blood and souls of opponents to grow. Even more terrifying, it grants the talents of those devoured souls to the wielder, creating an incredibly creepy, parasitic symbiosis between the sword and its master. Jack openly admits that Jackson originally had absolutely zero talent, and his rise to a high-tier master is entirely because of this sinister, evil weapon. The old knight trembles, expressing his infinite gratitude for such a grand blessing. The entity inside the mirror, Dorgo, coldly offers a highly tempting promise. Your deepest wish is to meet him. I will grant that as the reward for your next successful mission. Hearing this, Jack is so ecstatic that he is fully prepared to sacrifice his own life. Please, command me, my lord. Even if it costs my life, your servant will get it done. Talk about a crazed fanboy ready to trade everything just to catch a single glimpse of his idol. Dorgo solemnly delivers his final command. The Helion Tournament. Go spill blood all over the Empire's grand festival. Jack Nerd grits his teeth with resolve. Your servant will not fail you. While Dorgo's ominous silhouette glows threateningly within the mirror, the majestic Helios Empire rises grandly before them, marking the long-awaited end of their exhausting journey. Damian stretches and relaxes while Victor is still struggling, carrying a mountain of heavy luggage on his shoulders. You and I can't help but pity poor Victor. He's suffering way too much. Looking at the magnificent white castles rising against the clear blue sky, Damian mutters, "So we finally made it back here, huh? It's been a long time." Hearing this, Victor gets curious. "Did you visit the Empire during your previous travels, Master?" Damian only smiles, replying with deep meaning, "Ah, yes, just for a short time." Haha! After telling Victor to find an inn and meet back at the front desk, Damian takes a quiet, solitary stroll through the bustling streets. A strange sensation suddenly washes over his mind. Walking through these streets feels surreal, since this is the very path he once personally destroyed. The grim memories of his past life return with absolute clarity, vividly recalling his time as a ruthless death knight who turned this entire city into a blazing sea of fire. Lost in his heavy thoughts, Damian is suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out from behind him. "Oh, is that you?" Startled, he spins around only to be completely shocked as a massive figure rushes over, yelling excitedly, "Brother Damian!" Damian stammers in pure shock, "M. Michael?" Yes, it's none other than Michael Leon Blom. But now, his physique is so ridiculously muscular that Damian is left speechless, realizing he looks exactly like his beastly father, Howland. Michael is absolutely thrilled, flashing a massive grin. "I knew you would come. I just knew we would meet here. This is great." Damian can only offer a painfully forced smile. "Ah yes, I'm happy too. Talk about a totally fake smile. This is literally everyone when they run into someone they dislike." As they head toward the registration desk, Michael keeps showering Damian with endless praise for his soaring reputation. He proudly brags, "Just like you taught me, I didn't get arrogant and kept grinding. I've officially become a knight now." Damian nonchalantly signs the registration sheet, offering a half-hearted reply, "Oh, is that so? Good job." His cold attitude makes Michael's face drop. "Why so dry? I was actually hoping we could have a rematch." Damian freezes, his sharp eyes casting a freezing glare. "Wait, a rematch? Are you seriously out of your mind right now?" Michael gasps. "Huh?" Damian replies, "We're in different categories. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." "All right." You and I are about to watch Michael go into absolute shock when he sees Damian signed up for the elite tier. He stammers in disbelief, asking if he is really ranked up, which Damian calmly confirms. "Yeah, that is how it is." Michael still cannot believe his eyes. He mutters that Damian was just a low ranker like him recently, yet now he is a whole step ahead. Smiling, Damian explains that even back then, he was already right on the verge of reaching elite status. This shocking news quickly spreads through the crowd, making everyone whisper in awe about the legendary name of Damian Hassen. But out in the shadows, A mysterious cloaked figure with glowing red eyes is watching his every single move. He grits his teeth, completely baffled by how someone could possibly rank up this fast in just a few short months. Seeing Michael still frozen in shock, Damian pats his shoulder and says, "You are making a scene. Let us go grab some food." They both walk away under the calculating gaze of the cloaked stranger. Soon, the opening day of the Grand Helion tournament finally arrives. The entire arena is absolutely electric, roaring with the thunderous cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. Looking around, Victor asks curiously, "Are there really no matches featuring any Grand Swordmasters this year?" Damian casually replies, "Do you think Swordmasters are that easy to find?" And honestly, you have got to love his savage, cocky attitude here. He explains that reaching the Swordmaster rank takes decades, meaning almost all of those legendary fighters are way past the age limit allowed in this competition. Victor asks worriedly if the stands are safe enough when Knight-tier monsters start clashing at full power on the battlefield. Damian reassures him that the Magic Tower wizards have already deployed an incredibly powerful defensive barrier. Unless a real Swordmaster steps in, everything remains totally under control. Down on the tournament floor, Michael Leon Blum is already warming up with absolute excitement for the Knight division. The loudspeakers suddenly boom, announcing that the Battle of Kings is about to officially begin. The rules are absolutely brutal. 100 knights from different nations will clash simultaneously in a massive free-for-all, and only the last survivor claims victory. This is going to be one tough battle. It is a serious struggle, no joke. Standing right in the middle of hundreds of formidable opponents, Michael cracks an incredibly excited smirk. Recalling Damian's warning, he wonders if that monstrously strong opponent his friend mentioned is standing right somewhere in this crowd. Michael grips his hilt tightly, burning with intense determination to show Damian his true, unleashed power. Without a single second of hesitation, Michael draws his blade, unleashing a fiery red slash that rips through the air as he dives straight into the chaotic melee. The moment the announcement ends, the entire Helion arena explodes into breathtaking, high-speed clashes. Michael Leon Blum charges into the fray like a wild beast, the thunderous clashing of weapons echoing everywhere. Using terrifying speed and devastating kicks, he constantly blows back anyone in his way, completely clearing out the surrounding knights in the blink of an eye. Man, that was epic. 10 out of 10 for our boy. As you and I watch from the stands, even Victor is left completely breathless. At his level, he definitely has no rivals among normal humans, right? Damian narrows his eyes, coolly noting that is only if you consider ordinary standards. Just then, a female knight radiating a powerful, noble aura slowly makes her way toward Michael. She speaks up. "You are Michael Leon Blum, right? My name is Rachel Lore. I heard that among our rank, you are the only knight who can actually rival me." Rachel draws her blade, throwing down a direct challenge. "How about acting as my sparring partner?" Hearing the name Lore, Michael freezes in shock. That family is a famous, high-ranking noble house renowned for their absolute mastery of the sword. Instead of backing down in fear, Michael lets out a wild, manic grin. "I have been waiting for this. Things are finally getting fun." They both charge, igniting a clash between two top-tier talents. Swords burning with raw mana collide violently, setting off blinding energy explosions across the entire arena. In the waiting room after the battle, Michael looks absolutely wrecked, his face swollen, bruised, and covered in bandages. Seeing his friend look like he just crawled back from the dead, Damian asks with concern, "Are you all right?" Michael groans, struggling to pull himself up. "You were right, this world is truly a massive place." Shaking, he admits that since the day he first met Damian, this is the very first time he has ever laid eyes on such an incredibly terrifying monster. Recalling his clash with Rachel, Michael bitterly explains that considering his range and weapon matchup, his strike should have been a clean, decisive blow. He still cannot believe she easily wrapped her entire body in battle aura to nullify his final attack without breaking a sweat. That is an advanced, high-level technique that only true elite fighters are capable of executing. In the end, Michael could only watch helplessly as her lightning-fast counterattack landed, leaving him in utter defeat. Damian casually comforts him, saying it is only natural to lose since Michael was facing the girl known as the Sword Queen. In his past life, she and the Empire's top swordsmen were the absolute strongest beings on the continent, her signature battle aura being utterly legendary. So yeah, trying to take on Rachel when she is fully shrouded in aura? Trust me, you and I know that is a suicide mission. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. A booming voice suddenly echoes, making everyone stand. The Emperor has arrived. Damian, Michael, and Victor stare in absolute shock. They never expected the leader of the Empire to personally visit the arena. With a ruler that legendary present, they know this battle will not be easy. Amid the deafening cheers of tens of thousands of excited spectators, the golden-haired Emperor with his majestic beard slowly steps onto the honorary balcony, waving to his adoring citizens. Damian narrows his eyes while looking up, realizing the real game is finally starting. Meanwhile, the speakers blast a loud announcement, that the highly anticipated Elite Division matches are about to begin. Now watch this. Instead of the usual knockout rounds, the tournament is shifting to a brutal, high-stakes, round-robin format. Even though there are fewer participants left, the mental pressure has multiplied 10 times over. Victor enthusiastically cheers, shouting that since the young master made it this far, he must win the championship. Damian just smirks confidently. Well, of course, there is no other option. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the elite waiting room becomes unbelievably tense as everyone prepares. One nervous contender anxiously bites his fingernails, realizing that even though his dad forced him to enter, everyone else here looks ridiculously overpowered. And trust me, we can feel the insanely heavy silence as famous legends and mysterious hidden fighters quietly size each other up. Damian stands tall among these legendary beasts, radiating an unyielding aura as he prepares himself for a bloody, brutal war. Behind the scenes, a shadowed hand tightly grips a sword hilt, where a creepy crimson eye glows with malice. Tense whispers echo in the dark. How on earth does father expect me to win in a crazy place like this? No, I must do it. For him, and for that person, the glowing red eye of the demonic magic sword reflects the Emperor on his balcony, radiating a dark, suffocating aura of absolute hatred. That is where we leave it for today. Hit that like and share to help you and I discover even more epic stories.